Sure about the Facebook page.
Hopefully more people will
Well.
visit one of those.
Just dazing y'all.
Yeah. It's
All
a work
right.
in progress.
All right, so you just beat Builders, Dylan,
I did. I was the last one to beat it.
all right, and neither of you has started Dragon Quest IV, right?
No
not yet.
progress.
Okay, well I have, and I beat it. So
You beat 4 already?
You gonna
Yeah.
remember
Oh
it by the
gosh.
time we get to it?
yeah, I mean it's not that long. It took me about 20 hours.
Okay.
Oh, that's not bad.
Yeah, I
See,
beat it pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I will easily go through it very quickly, just determining a specific time. Waiting
It'll
on
take
Dylan,
me a couple
so-
of weeks, probably.
Because one of our hosts is finally out of school.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I'm done with school finally, thankfully.
yeah.
So I'll have a little bit more time to dedicate to that stuff.
Yeah, and
So
then we-
hopefully we'll get a somewhat consistent schedule here.
and then we gotta find a
hopefully,
way
hopefully.
to get a hold of that Tornico, the dungeon crawler.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I think that's the one after 4.
Yeah, I don't know. We can discuss that.
Hey,
What do you
Tornico's
guys
straight
think?
after 4 because it's a tie-in to 4.
Yeah,
So we should play that one next then.
Right after 4.
yeah.
That's the schedule.
Is that the PS1?
Yes.
game?
The
Oh,
dungeon
man.
crawler.
The expensive one.
Is it
Yes,
expensive?
it
How
is
much
expensive.
it?
We discussed it. I swear there's like $60 for used copies.
Yeah, it was
It
pretty
is
expensive
rough.
for PS1.
We'll find our way.
I
We'll get a
don't-
copy. We'll get a copy.
Yeah, we'll have to, because I don't. That's not one I want to emulate.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We're not gonna emulate.
Who emulates on
Um,
this show?
No, it's not gonna happen. No colluding.
No colluding.
We're not colluding.
Does that even?
Well,
no,
if we do
whatever.
collude, you won't know about it.
All right. So hopefully that will be a little bit more consistent. So, anything else left to say, gentlemen? Do we want to get into builders?
Yeah, let's just get right into it.
Yeah, let's get into it.
Alright.
We'll start with development. Protagonists were designed by Akira Toriyama,
No way.
which is not surprising at all.
Snap!
With Etrian Odyssey creator Kazu Nionu. I think I butchered
I've
that.
Never heard of that game.
Either way,
A Trin
Um,
Odyssey?
Yeah.
I've never heard of it either, actually.
I haven't either. I'm just.
Well,
So, okay, so you just act like you just fucking know what it is.
Oh, exactly. Yes,
He's
I
the
do.
creator.
Of course I've heard of that.
Yes.
okay. Anyway, serving as the game's director, it was built using Real engine.
Free engine.
Free engine. That's interesting.
For real engine.
Yes. Want to say how it's spelled?
Nah. It's
PHYR.
it's a little out there.
Free.
Anyway, it is a free to use game
Yes.
engine, surprisingly, from Sony Interactive Entertainment. Despite its origins under Sony, it's compatible with more than just PlayStation platforms.
Yes. I looked.
It seems like it would be.
It is.
Yeah.
I've noticed it under a lot of Android and other games before. And the one that I found very curious is that gaming company used it to develop Flow, Flower, and Journey.
The
Oh,
the
yeah.
free software.
The
thing?
free engine thing. Yeah.
Oh,
Those are good games.
Yeah.
Flower is pretty sweet.
It
So
is.
Journey.
I thought that was pretty interesting that they just basically from scratch used this free engine, and Square Enix for once didn't use one of their pre-built engines. So
Well, that's
Well,
cool
it's not
either
like
way.
they had a system ready for Minecraft.
right.
Although Minecraft on like one of their engines would be interesting to see. Could you imagine that? Like like a Minecraft on their 15 engine.
That would be awesome. It would look
On
decent, I think.
15's engine,
Yeah, dude.
15's engine runs like trash.
Eh.
It has got so many pop-in textures. I'd rather go with Unreal 4 or
Unreal would be sweet too.
what is it called? Decima? Horizon's engine that Kojima's using for Death Stranding. That looks already better than 15's Illuminados engine.
It does look really
Illuminados.
good.
Illuminados, yes, it's the
Illuminados.
Illuminados.
Illuminados. The hidden-
Confirm.
Yeah, those engines already
the
look.
hidden engine. the engine that controls all the other engines.
It's hidden, yet it's there for everyone to see.
All right.
It's a rule of the engine.
Those engines already look better than 15's. So
It would just be
Enix's
interesting to see.
engine is trash. Just saying.
It looks decent to me still. But I don't have as much experience in that game as you guys do.
Right.
So is that really it for the development? Just that it was.
That's all I was
It
able to
was
find.
pretty
Really?
short.
So just Akira Toriyama created the characters, and then it was created on a free engine. Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the
Yeah,
director
there was I
made a game we don't
believe,
know about.
Section 8, as we all know, that Square Enix has developed into 10 teams, 10 base teams. And 8 of them are under Square, and the other 2 are under Enix. So, 8, 9, and 10, I believe, are Enix, actually. 3 and 7. And apparently Business Team 8 did this one, so from the ground up. I didn't catch anything else peculiarly interesting about its development. It doesn't seem like something that, oh, look how we did this, or this, because there isn't much there to hoot and holler about, oh, how did we create this gameplay? Because it's nothing unique.
Emulated Minecraft.
No,
I
it's
would
not
say
emulated
kind of
Minecraft.
unique.
It
There's
is-
not
it-
that
it's-
many games like it.
Right, but I don't think its development of being announced publicly would be too much interesting to me.
Well, what we had is enough, I think.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's move on to the plot then.
The plot. The world of the original Dragon Quest has been plunged into darkness by the evil Dragon Lord on a parallel ending of Dragon Quest 1. Before the final battle, the hero accepted the evil Dragon Lord's suggestion, as he should have. Each rules a half of the world. After that, the hero was eliminated. Then the world was dominated by monsters, and its inhabitants have been robbed of the ability to build new things from raw materials.
And yet they totally do.
After
Yeah.
time, after you teach them. See? It just seems like, everything gets destroyed and somebody has to come by and teach them how to build things again. It just seems like Puerto Rico.
Yeah, and then the goddess.
Wow.
The goddess apparently
Political.
also. What was the goddess's name again?
Etro?
Rubus?
No, I'm just kidding.
Rubus? Yeah, that's right. Rubus,
Rubus.
revives you
Rubius.
from the dead, basically. And
Yeah,
you
that's kind of a
become-
spoiler.
Yeah, but we're talking about spoilers here. I mean, there's not much else to the
Dude, there's
plot.
oh god, it could be
Yeah. So anyway, so you get revived from the dead, and you're now the builder. Who
a
has
new
to-
legendary builder.
Yeah, who has to restore the light to the world, and she constantly is telling you that you are not the hero of the
No,
story.
you are not the hero of the story.
You're trying
you-
to basically restore the light and pave the way for the hero to come and defeat the Dragon Lord.
Who are you? You are officially
Oh my god, really?
Fix it. I officially named my character Bob, knowing that I was going to be the builder. What did you guys name your characters?
I just named him after me. Because
Aw.
I
Yeah, I
have a
did
huge
that
ego.
too. Wasn't too clever with it, but it suffices, I would say.
Okay, I win that category. Um,
Sure. Yeah.
yes. So
You got that one. Good job.
he retains the power to create, is awakened from the slumber by the goddess who takes them to rebuilding the world as they see fit.
Yeah. As they
And
see fit.
Yes, as they see fit. Because they exactly tell you, they make you their bitch and tell you what to do. And you have no other choice
Yeah.
but to abide by it.
Yeah,
Your
that's true.
rooms must be 4x3, and if you make them 5x6, they do not recognize, and I have to build from scratch.
Only if it's from the blueprints. But yeah.
No. Absolutely not. Okay, here's my first gripe I'm going to get out of the way right now.
Oh well, we are on the
LaRoche.
gameplay now, I guess.
Well, what
Are
else we could? Okay, let's go over the plot first before I start going off my first rant. You basically go to each chapter of towns that have been in the previous Dragon Quest games, and you help rebuild the towns as they used to be.
Yeah.
Now-
and then you have to defeat the overlord of each area that is keeping it in the darkness.
Yes,
Mm-hmm.
the bosses. All right. So I will just dive straight into gameplay.
All right, let's
Yeah.
do it.
There is one gripe already. LaRoche. in chapter 1, pretty cool looking beard guy, deliberately tells me to upgrade the workshop. And now, so he mentions to me, hey, you need to have this, this, and this. But he doesn't specify where he wants it in the room. So he says, hey, put up a sign, put up a furnace, put up a sconce. He doesn't specify if the sign has to be on the inside or the outside.
No
So-
blueprint?
No blueprint, because
Okay.
this is one of the,
Yeah, that happened to me a couple of times too.
So
I
wait,
ended
did you
up
put
having
it
to
on the
look up-
outside?
I put it on the outside first, then I put it on the inside. And
Yeah.
then I started twiddling around. Oh, let's put the furnace here. Let's put the sconce here. So I had the sconce on the left and the furnace on the right. And I thought, oh, God, what else could it be? I'm trying everything else. And for some reason, the sconce had to be on the right and the furnace on the left. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, I ran into
The
that problem.
specificity.
I don't know if it's necessarily the building problems or like there's like a glitch or something that happens in that game because I know there is.
I went onto
There's-
forums when it happened to me, and a lot of people came across the exact same thing with LaRoche.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I passed that one without any problems. Like I didn't have to redo anything. It just like did it. So I think like
Yeah.
it's a random glitch that happens where it like forces certain things to be in a certain place.
Yeah, I didn't run into that one. but
Okay.
there were other ones that I ran into. Like when you're building the armory, where you have to place it like exactly on the wall.
Yes.
Like you have to put it up on there, or it doesn't count.
Oh, the second
Yeah,
block
it has to
instead
be
of
on
the
the
first
second
yeah.
block. Yeah,
Yeah, I noticed that.
or
Does-
it doesn't count it.
Do we want to start describing how this game plays, Craig?
Well, we're in gameplay, so we might as well. Well,
thought you said-
basically, it plays like
I thought-
you mean I don't know. Fuck. It basically plays like Minecraft. You're in a 3D world. You look at yourself from a third-person view. You move around, and you
If
can
the camera cooperates.
yeah, if the camera cooperates, you can go around breaking certain objects to obtain materials like wood and
I need
like
more
the
wood.
blocks of earth and sand or whatever is around.
Oh, yeah. I love how you could build with dirt.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes a lot of
That's
sense.
basically what you build with most of the time.
Yeah, I mean
And then
dirt,
you upgrade it.
earth, and clay, and then stone. You know, all that stuff.
He's very good with his hands,
yeah.
ladies.
yeah, he is. Until you build certain things that allow you to make tools, like the furnace allows you to make certain hammers or refined steels to make metal weapons and hammers to break harder and harder items to
That was cool, I
obtain.
thought.
To obtain better materials.
Yeah, I like the
Yeah.
upgrading in the game. I thought that was awesome. Like you could build stronger and stronger weapons as you went along.
Yeah.
That was my favorite part of the game.
So it basically is a sandbox game. I know we're liking it to Minecraft, but it is an open world sandbox game
Yeah.
Yeah.
with a little bit of role playing in it.
A little bit, but there's not the leveling system that is commonly in RPGs.
It's there, but it's different.
It's more like it's more
Leveling
like for
system.
it's
For
the-
the stuff that you're building, your
the
base.
town. Yeah, the town gets better like as you build more buildings and add more material, more
Yes.
items to it.
Construction is the key focus to the game,
Yeah.
but it isn't the entire game,
No.
which is
No.
where it differentiates from Minecraft.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So the aim is to rebuild the central town in each chapter with both the quality and quantity of the buildings and decorations contributing to the overall base level.
Yep.
Base level leading to level 5.
I think you only ever needed like level 4 at the max, but I always
That
went
was
up
the
to level
end.
5.
Yeah.
Yes.
You could
I
only
didn't-
go to level 4 in the last one too.
I didn't really notice there was much of a use for a higher level. I mean, honestly, the
No.
only thing that it did, I think, was give you more materials learned or like more recipes learned for stuff.
Yeah.
But,
I don't know. I feel like that was a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I know. I felt like maybe it could have been used to like upgrade the equipment of like your people to help defend the town or like help build walls or something to
Yeah.
help fight against the.
It was
The
more.
I will
enemies.
build a great, great wall.
Dude, I built a wall every
Oh,
time.
dude, 10
every
10
time.
blocks high. And it ended up
10?
screwing me in chapter 2, but I'll explain that when we
10
get to
blocks
chapter 2.
high.
Yes, 10 blocks high.
Feels unnecessary.
It was necessary.
So you guys actually built it stronger, like taller and stuff.
Oh
They
yes,
had lots of decorations.
on
and stuff.
chapter 1 and 2, and then by 3 I was
For my walls, I mostly just made them out of like harder substances, and
Yeah.
then put like the traps, like the spikes and stuff around them.
so
That's
ineffective.
pretty much all I did.
Did you guys ever resort to just building a bunch of pots and like putting them all over the base?
Yes, because it easily is one of the quickest ways to build a base level.
I resorted to that quite
Pots and
often.
pots and pots and more pots.
I can't remember what
I-
I did. I know that the treasure room, I spammed
Yes.
that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Because like the more treasure boxes you put into like the one room, like it adds, and you can like stack them on top of each other
Yeah.
for like a shitload of points.
Yeah, I just utilized the pots mostly and upgraded the structures to stronger materials.
Yeah, same.
You guys mentioned that some of the towners, the towners, Jesus
Towners.
Christ, that some of the people there wouldn't help. But I did notice that the higher the level god, the more they would actually utilize stuff in town, like the furnace. Because
Yeah,
it wasn't prominent enough until I got to chapter 4. And then when I got to chapter 4 and I left them be, I just was playing the game. And near the end, on the last area, I go to look in the chest in that area, and it's 99 healing creams for me.
Yeah.
I did notice that there was like the more people that you got, like
Did
the
more
further
stuff
you
too.
got, and there, yeah, like the more people started doing stuff.
Yeah,
as
I
well.
utilized that in chapter 2 quite a bit because they build the herbs for you. So I had like 50 herbs.
Yeah, those are useful.
Yeah, they were
Yeah.
awesome. Made the chapter way easier.
The
That's a feature I like. I like that they actually contributed to your stations and added stuff into the chests that you could use.
albeit
Uh,
very little, but
Well,
Yeah, and let's not forget
I didn't
the
think it was
fucking
little.
hunger system that this game has.
oh yes,
Because that
Yeah.
is literally the shittiest thing on the planet. I
yeah,
hated it.
I hated it too.
I hated it so much.
I
It felt
dislike.
unnecessary.
Yeah.
It felt like, hey, you know how we can add to the grind of this game already? By adding a hunger system that like makes it so you can only go and do stuff for a limited amount of time.
Yeah.
Unless you're carrying a fuckload of food, which takes up an item slot in your little belt thing.
Mhm.
which is more than enough. What is there, 10, 12 spots in it?
It's not enough slots.
Well, I would just build a
Um,
huge chest like as soon as I
Yes,
could. and
you
the
build
Yeah, I
a
did that
colossal
too.
coffin, and everything goes to the colossal coffin.
Yeah, but still, that's limited in itself. It only has 2. Like, I
How
don't
much
know the
materials
exact-
did y'all need?
I need an infinite amount.
Infinite.
It's so much.
I'm not sure how many slots that has.
Dude, I'm trying to picture it in my head right now, and it's probably
think it's
15,
50?
and then by 6, and then there's 2
15 by
pages
6.
to it. I mean,
And then
There's
well,
a
and
lot
then there's
of
the,
items in
So
this
it has
game.
90?
the equipment one.
90 per thing? That doesn't sound right.
I could be severely off. I'm just trying to picture it. But there's a lot of items in this game, but not nearly are as necessary. Don't mine clay for no reason, and you won't have any troubles.
Well, I mean, it's kind of hard because another part of this game is that it like forces you to pick up items,
Yeah.
and when you're using stuff like that really destroy items, like the bombs that you get in one of the
Mhm.
levels,
Yeah, you pick them
or-
up.
or using
can't
the
help it.
that spin attack liberally will destroy everything, or
Yeah.
even the cannons that you get in
You
the
mean
third
the
level.
link strike attack?
Yeah, the link
Oh, we
attack.
didn't even go into that. The sound effect sounds like exactly from Zelda.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it
does.
is the exact animation as Link's, but
Not
who
just the
cares?
animation, like the sound
Yeah,
itself.
he
sounded-
goes "Wha," or
pretty
whatever.
similar.
Yeah, it sounds
Yeah.
pretty dang close. But yeah, like when you're blowing up a large amount of area, like it's almost impossible to go past it without picking some stuff up.
Yeah.
And then it's a bigger pain in the ass to go and drop that stuff.
Yeah,
So,
I
I
hated
mean-
I hated how when you'd go and drop that it would just like take you out of the menu.
Yeah.
It was annoying. Like you could just stay in the menu and drop multiple things.
Yeah, I also didn't like how it gives you the option to look around your surroundings with like a bird's eye view,
Yeah.
but like you can't
The depth
look
on the
at
map.
everything.
Yeah, that's
Like it
true.
only lets you look at a like a certain little bit away from yourself, and then it like pulls you back.
Yeah,
You
there's
can't
like,
look at the whole thing, and you can't like mark an area like on that. You have to like get these orbs
Mhm.
that allow you to mark certain spots. So you have to like put on like with that spot, so you go back to it.
I actually
So it doesn't let you just like discover or like try to discover a spot by like
Yeah.
marking it.
Mhm.
You have to be there first in order to mark where it is.
Yeah, I also lost some NPCs in like coal, like because they come with you through the red
Yes.
portal, and if they
It
die,
happened to me
they're like
once.
stuck there, or if they like fall off a cliff, they're stuck. So if you
Yes.
go back, they're stuck there. They don't come
you
with
have,
you.
You have to go back for them.
Yeah.
That
So
was kind of annoying.
Chapter 3 did that exactly
Yeah.
for me with
So
all the
I lost the
bros
guys.
following me.
And I was like, oh no, I think I found a game-breaking glitch. Turns out you use
No,
the
they're
bird's
just-
eye view to find the characters.
Yeah, you use the bird's eye thing to find them, and then like you go over to them, and then I just had to use the chimera wing in order to bring everybody back.
Yeah.
But you have to like be really close to them in order for it to like work.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you still leave them behind.
Yeah, I thought that was annoying.
Yeah.
I know you're using an item specifically to bring the party back to town, but like it doesn't let you. It's like, nah, they
That
have to be
was-
right next to you.
That was one of the most valuable items in the game too.
Was the chimera wings?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I was always stocking up on those.
I did like that, even though there isn't gold in this game, or well, there is, but like there's not a purchasing system in this game. That it still keeps the when you die, you lose half your shit.
Half your shit.
It was
Yeah.
really annoying, but I mean, I thought that it was cool that it like kept the Dragon Quest staple that you lose
Yeah.
half of your stuff.
But then it goes against that and lets you reclaim the stuff that you lost. So
Yeah, it does let you go pick it back up, which is kind of nice too, because it like they realize that the grind is shit. So it's like, oh well, you can just go back there and get all your stuff back.
Yeah, just half the stuff that was in the bag, not the chests.
Yeah,
Thank God.
just
Yeah,
whatever you're
thankfully.
carrying on your person.
yeah.
So, inhabitants of a town will give the player quests in order to better their surroundings. And the completion of these quests furthers both the storyline and the player's ability to build new games. With fucking blueprints.
Oh, jeez, the blueprints are really annoying because
Yes.
it like when you start a new town, it basically forces you to keep the way that the town is, and you have to rebuild what's kind of already there.
Yeah.
So in that way, the game kind of tries to stifle creativity in a way,
Which is unfortunate.
which is really bad considering that's what the game is trying to enforce.
Yeah, like me building too big a rooms.
Yeah, so it's like, well, you can create whatever the hell you want. It's your imagination, but you have to follow these blueprints exactly. Otherwise, you're
Blueprints.
screwed.
Yeah. I tried to recreate the Trump Tower and it wouldn't let me. I
Yeah.
mean, come on.
Yeah,
Those are
and-
big rooms.
and you're supposed to create it in like in the town as it's shaped already.
Yeah. It's
Oh,
pretty
yes,
limited.
the light.
So like, yeah, so like there's there's like a boundary of light where it shows you how big or wide the town will be, and then
Yeah.
the town will already kind of have like broken down buildings that you're supposed to kind
Yeah.
of repair.
Yeah.
So you can't really. It doesn't really want you to destroy those and kind of make your own town out of like whatever.
Yeah.
It just wants you to fix the town that's already there, which
Yeah.
is kind of like. So basically, your creativity is meant to come from adding stuff to those buildings instead of like creating the buildings.
I think it's fine in the first chapter, but
That's
it continues through the next 3 chapters, so it's kind of annoying because you already know what you're doing, and it's like a tutorial every time. It feels
Yeah.
like.
Yeah.
It's really bad, especially in the fourth one, because the fourth
What?
chapter is really short.
It is really short, but that's the plus that I like. It literally hands it to you.
It
Yeah.
does, and
That's what I actually like because I really had no room for error in messing that up.
yeah, I did like that
So it
one.
was less
but
annoying.
It was like, it's still like, hey, the castle is broken down. You have to fix it in this exact way.
Yeah, it
Yes.
does stifle the creativity by
Yeah.
doing that.
Chapter 1, I ignored the light around my thing, so for the longest time, the base level would not go up. And I'm like, dude, I'm building like 50 houses here. What is going on? And then Craig had to message me, are you doing them inside the light? And I'm like, no. Am I supposed to?
Yes,
Because the game didn't tell you.
No, it doesn't. It just kind of like hints at it by there being the light.
No.
Yeah, I
No.
noticed that it doesn't tell you like directly what the rules
there's
of
like
the game are.
it doesn't really tell you. Like there's you can go into like a tutorial type thing, but I don't know if it covers that.
I
Yeah,
know
I
we
never
should have
looked at
played the
that.
tutorial, shouldn't
Yeah,
we?
I guess
have?
maybe, maybe.
It was optional though, so
I didn't
Yeah.
have any trouble. I mean, I built my shit inside the towns, so I don't know.
yeah.
I
did
did
for the most
notice that
part.
after you built to a certain height, though, that it stopped counting your stuff.
Oh
I think
yeah,
it's
for
at
the
2 levels.
Yeah,
Two
I think,
levels
I
was
think
the
2
max.
levels. Yeah, I built like a tower that was like 5,
Yep.
and I was like, "What
Jeez.
the hell?"
Yeah, I know.
It was a really big tower
That's-
too.
That sounds like a lot of grinding for material.
Sound like somebody's overcompensating.
It was when I wasn't really playing for this show. It was when I was playing for fun.
Okay.
So the grind wasn't as rushed
Yeah.
and annoying.
We all had different experiences while playing the game.
Plus, it wasn't really a grind as much because I had they have these great items that allow you to turn like regular earth tiles into whatever you have of that tile.
Yeah, that was
Padding.
So
useful
like
thing.
the cladding or whatever.
Cladding,
it's called,
cladding,
the wall
sorry.
cladding,
Yeah.
and then the floor cladding.
So much
So
quicker.
It turns like everything into like I turned it into brick personally for my stuff, which was
Yes.
great.
Yeah, me too. I did that too.
You were
It's,
lucky, Craig.
Yeah, it's easy for grinding out the points for getting higher level stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. You were lucky because you got to do this in chunks.
Yeah.
You did
the
not
f-
go 50 hours ham on
The
this
first
thing.
2
So,
parts, yes.
yes.
Uh,
So I think you probably had a more positive experience than me and Dylan just going full hog
Yeah.
for like 50 hours straight.
maybe, but I
It's
do understand
rough.
the grind because the third area was literally the worst.
And that was probably my favorite level.
Yeah.
I mean, it was interesting, but like the grind in that one was way worse than the 2 before it.
I don't know. I feel like level 2 is really grindy.
Because when in level 2, when you got the bombs, it was way easier. But in level 3, the cannons only made some things easier.
Well, you get the cannon and then you get the vehicle pretty soon after. So.
Oh yeah, the vehicle is interesting, but it didn't exactly help anything.
Well, I thought it helped a ton. That was
Really?
like the most OP weapon in the game.
I didn't use it for fighting anything except for
did.
the boss.
You're invincible when you're in it.
Are you really?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
How did I not know that?
I don't know. It's amazing.
I should have used that more.
Yeah. They give
Although
it to you
I
in the last battle too.
Yeah, I know they
They
do.
throw that to you.
Yeah, I only used that right before that boss fight.
Oh, okay.
Like that's the only time. I mean, I
that's
dicked
too
around with
bad.
it like as
The
soon as I got it,
Bashmobile.
but then it was
Yeah.
like immediately after it was the boss
Oh
fight.
man, you missed out.
I did.
That's probably why you didn't like the chapter as much because you didn't utilize the most amazing weapon.
Well, there's another vehicle you could get. It was like the mine cart, but I didn't use the mine cart.
I didn't mess
at
around
all.
with that. It was there, and
I-
I could see like the tracks and stuff,
Yeah,
but I
I
never
saw
played
the
around
puzzles, but I never went and did them for the.
Yeah.
Nope. I noticed all that was in the challenge mode, and so I said nope.
You didn't do the challenges.
No, I didn't.
I did a couple of the challenges, but I never beat any of them. One of the challenges was beat before a certain amount of days, and I
Oh,
never did
every-
that one.
Every single one of them has that.
Yeah, I know they do.
with it. Yeah, and they're also necessary for the platinum.
Yeah,
We're gonna go
which
diving
you know
into
we care
trophies.
about. So
the plat.
that platinum is kind of ridiculous.
It is. It is.
With the
I have
challenges.
changed every trophy except for the challenges.
Yeah.
So
You had every trophy except for the challenges.
I believe so. Yeah.
You should have just
Yeah.
like gone for it.
I checked.
I did. I had to hand
And-
Dylan back the PS4, man.
Yeah, me and Caleb had.
And
the
then
same
we'd be
amount.
getting a review
Oh,
in
you and I
March.
have the same amount.
Yeah,
Oh,
Jake
okay.
has one more trophy than we do.
Oh wow,
It was a combat trophy.
Trophy hug.
Yeah.
a combat trophy for what?
Oh.
Because I got
was
one for
like-
beating like a shitload of
it was like-
monsters.
Kill
Defeat
7 guys or
guys.
something with an explosion.
Oh yeah, I didn't do that
Yeah,
one.
we
You know
missed
what
that
you
one.
do, gentlemen? Here's a quick trophy tip guide for you guys who will play it along with us. Dig a hole and keep slimes in it. Lure like 6 slimes into this
Oh,
hole and then use a bomb.
That's
Oh.
smart.
Nice.
I know I don't like slime abuse, but
Did you find that out
it
on
had to
your
be
own?
done. Yeah, I figured that out. I'm like,
Wow.
come on, let's just trap them here.
Yeah,
I used to
lured,
trap things all the time in Minecraft. So
yeah, I lured a
Okay.
bunch of knights into a hole.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, because they were assholes to
Was
deal
it during
with.
a defense of your base?
That did happen once, and that was a mistake.
Yeah, I actually killed myself with the bombs a couple of times doing that.
I let a golem fall in one of my holes and a troll, and they just wrecked the shit out of my town.
Oh, the troll just doesn't care. He'll just.
Oh yeah, it fucked everything.
Did they pay the troll toll?
they,
You
I
gotta pay
paid
the troll toll to get in this boy's hole.
Yeah.
It's clearly soul.
Yeah. Let's talk about the bosses real quick.
Hold
So,
on.
what?
What about that day and night cycle?
Yeah, I wanted to talk
Every
about that.
5
Okay.
minutes?
I think it was 12.
Okay, it was 12, but it didn't feel like that.
Yeah, it was awful. I hated that part of the game. Just about as much as I hated like the food and hunger system of the game.
I didn't mind the day and night cycle, although it did bug me how dark it would get.
Yeah, it was hard to see.
Except
Although
for the-
you can use the fire stuff. You can get like the torches or whatever to like drop them for light. But like the light doesn't keep monsters away like at all, like it should.
That's the problem I had was with the
So what you're saying,
ghosts.
it's not
The
Minecraft?
ghosts.
the things that were flying around. I hated those things.
Oh,
I
yes,
died
that's the only thing you
so
see.
many
Craig is
times.
complaining about the light not being light enough. That's
Yeah.
a lie, because all I could see is fireballs coming at me everywhere I'm going. That I can see. It is not too dark.
And they'll follow you everywhere.
I did think that it was kind of weird that every single enemy just tosses fireballs at you.
At
Like
night,
the
yeah.
ghosts, the chimeras. I'm surprised Drakis weren't spitting fireballs.
They did.
They
So-
did.
What?
Yeah,
Which
did.
Drakis were spitting fireballs?
I think the
yellow.
golden ones.
Gold, yeah. Sorry,
Yeah.
gold, yellow. My bad.
I didn't notice those guys.
Yeah,
Mhm.
they were douches.
Yep.
They're douches. Okay, now let's talk about the bosses. So the first boss is the giant golem.
Yes.
And you defeat him by, you get these certain walls that you build, the special walls that were defending Caitlin or whatever the town
Cantlin
name
is the
Cantlin.
first chapter,
Yeah.
the first area you go to. We
Yeah,
didn't
so you
mention
get these
that.
special walls that you use to defend the town with, and so the golem gets, basically the town just disappears, and then the golem turns into a ball and starts rolling at you, and you're supposed to drop the wall. And so
It's
it
the
hits-
Cantlin shield.
Yeah, so it hits the shield, and then it like gets dizzy, and then you have to hit it with your sword.
Well, you have to hit it with the bomb first. So
Oh
it
yeah, you
falls.
hit it with the bomb.
Yeah.
and
You get
then,
taught how to make bombs, and
then it rolls into, and then you have to keep doing that until it dies. So it's very Legend of Zelda-esque.
yeah, you come
Yeah.
up with a unique way to have to take out the boss.
Yeah,
I like that aspect, but I didn't like that boss fight.
Oh, you didn't like that boss fight?
No,
I thought it
I'd
was pretty
always-
sweet.
I'd always run
I-
into the guy, or like when you're trying to place the bombs, you'd be too close to him.
Yeah, there's
So it's
a
kind of
little.
hard to judge it.
Yeah,
And the time frame is really short too, so
yeah, he
Mhm.
does get up pretty
he
quickly.
does.
I thought that was pretty sweet because I didn't expect that from this game, like at
Yeah.
all, and then it turned out to be a pretty interesting boss fight.
Yeah.
And
It
then
was fine.
like
I just
the-
didn't like it.
3 out of 4 of them are really great.
yeah, and then there's the Hell Condor, which
But
you
what-
take out with special
cannons?
crossbows.
It's
Oh,
you
was it
build
the
a
crossbows?
ballista. Okay.
Okay.
yeah, the ballistas.
First, I'll mention that once you're ready to do the final battle, we didn't even hold on. We forgot specifically how some of this works, because some of the characters will give you side quests, which are main quests. Let's be legit here.
Yeah,
it
they're
seems
not
like
optional.
they're
there's
side quests,
there's
but they're
really
main.
no such thing as side
They're
quests.
not
in this game.
optional, so
Right.
main quests.
So as you're doing this, eventually, you do all this for the characters, and then they give you items, and you go into somewhere and you build portals.
Sometimes they're useless items too.
But they're used to build the portals. Oh yeah, you're referring to some of the extra
Yeah,
ones they give you.
After you complete
But-
the quests.
What is the order again? Green, red, and then blue?
Blue, red, and green.
Blue, red,
Yeah.
and green. Each of these, you cannot go and build your way to anywhere you want in the map.
Oh yeah, you have to specifically have the portals in order to reach the certain islands.
What does it say when you try and build? Do you guys remember?
It's
you're
a blue
blocked by
aura.
magical force or something.
Yeah, it's blue,
Midget.
and it just
magical.
it
midgets.
just comes out of the water. No.
Yeah, it's a magical force.
So I tried. I definitely tried at the beginning. I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to do here first? And then I see something off yonder on the other part of the map, and my first instinct is, all right, I'm building my way across this motherfucker, and it wouldn't
I did
let
see
me.
another island, and I was trying to build onto it, and I was like, nope.
Yeah, I was disappointed by that.
So you end up building all of those, and inside of each of those, you end up on the other end of the portal. And Craig mentioned this. In the first area, when you have those portals to the other side, you get a chest.
Yeah,
And
right
that
at the
chest
beginning.
has the Omni globes for the area. And then you could place that Omni globe wherever to use it as a marker because the map system is shit.
Yep.
I would always just place it right by the portal.
Exactly. So I know where the hell to go home. Yeah.
If I didn't have those chimera wings.
I just always knew where the portal was, so I didn't need to use it that way.
Yeah. And so as you're progressing on those things, you end up building up the town's level further and further. And then near the ending sequences, after you've gained what portals and items you need to from each area, then the main person, it's usually the first person you come across, wants you to start defending because the monsters are going to come in and attack your town.
Yeah.
And they fuck your shit up.
Yes,
They
do.
just like plowing through you.
Did we even talk about like the flag that you have to place in the fortress?
I believe that's the end, right? After you've done all
No.
three, it's
Like when you're
Flag.
first establishing the place. You have to place a
shoot, yeah,
flag.
yeah. You have to do a flag to make center
Yeah,
of your hometown.
That's how you
Yeah.
save too.
Yeah.
Also, you're limited on your saves. I didn't really like that.
No.
Well, you'd get like 5 slots that you could
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
for
keep. You can keep
okay.
replacing
I
them,
thought you
but-
meant like the limited number of times you can save, and I was
No,
like,
no,
what?
that's unlimited. Just the spaces to hold the save data. It's only 5.
It's like this
Really?
game would be
Okay.
bullshit if you could only save like a limited number of times.
Yeah, with as grindy as it is.
Oh, it's a
That'd be
nightmare.
that would be a living nightmare.
Just leave it on like the old days.
yeah.
Oh,
So you end up doing these battles and defending until a final boss shows up, like the golem.
right.
But one of the things that took me surprise is the second that you trigger that battle, everything goes kaput except for your center town. The center town just basically lifts up and there's fucking darkness everywhere around you. And
Yeah.
shit just looks chaotic and you go, what the fuck? Cool. That's awesome.
The boss fights do make things really cool looking.
Yes. So there's that. Okay. Second chapter is what was his name again? It's the Hell Condor, right?
Yeah, which you
Yeah.
take out with the ballistas.
Yeah, in chapter 2.
That one
Chapter
had a good
2
story.
was Rimudar.
Yeah.
And
Rimmeldor.
yeah,
Yeah,
what goes
that
by
one-
the chapter.
That one I feel like had the best storyline for the
with the zombies.
with the zombies, and then the nurse that you have to like help cure stuff. And
You mean the sick remnants,
sick remnants, that you
which
have to, like,
totally
take care
turn
of.
on you?
Well, 3 of
Oh,
them.
God.
3 of them do.
I built this thing very interesting in my town for chapter 2 because I built this sick bay, and everything's kind of like off to the side from it, and on
Yeah.
top of it is my garden that you're forced to build. So
I never built.
it
a
was
garden after
enclosed. Okay. No,
You
no,
needed
hell
it-
no,
You
no.
needed it for the
Well,
seeds
3
at
and
the
4
end.
can't let you
Nah.
build gardens. So yeah, that makes sense. Chapter 3 and 4 doesn't let you build a garden, so
You can
That
get a
makes sense.
shovel and you can build the fences.
They don't give you a rake though.
You can build a garden if you want to.
oh boy,
Is basically what I'm saying.
tediousness.
Yeah.
Okay. But so I built it right on top. I created a roof, and the second layer of this thing was the garden. And the sick bay was closed off. So the second they turn on me, I'm in there with 3 of them, and once you zoom in on the camera,
You can see.
you can't see nothing. It is this camera can be a pain at times.
Yeah.
So I'm in this enclosure, basically stuck, just getting gangbanged by these zombies.
Did you click the right right stick down?
Yes.
Okay, because that
And it
zooms
zooms
it back
out.
on you. No,
It,
it,
but
like,
once
it
you're
closes in on
enclosed,
you, so you can see inside. And
right? But I'm still enclosed inside of. I get what you're saying, but
no.
I'm still enclosed in a room which has the beds, which has pots, which has the stools, which has the beds, which has signs.
So you
And
broke.
even if I'm in that inner part with the camera, I'm looking at pots.
So you broke a lot of crap too in the process, I'm sure.
Oh yes, I'm just swinging my sword. Am I hitting them? Am I hitting them? Am I hitting them?
Dang. That sucks.
So that kind of turned a bit into a dive. I do agree that Chapter 2's plot line is the best because if we look at Chapter 3's and 4's, there's really nothing. So
I saw it
Well,
coming,
four
though.
is
4 is the most
interesting.
canon to it, but
Yeah.
it's so short that it makes no impact.
Yeah, there was stuff in 4. We'll get to it in a sec.
Yeah. So I built that tower. Like I said, the garden and everything up to about 10 blocks. Herein lies the problem. You build a ballista to shoot arrows at the Hell Condor.
Right.
So you had to climb up.
No. Well, I had to climb up. There wasn't a problem. I was too fucking high.
So you were shooting over the boss.
I was shooting over the boss. So I had to
Wow.
restructure my shit to lower it low enough and build the ballistas at a lower level and find a way to reach the ballistas to shoot them.
You should have just
I
built it as
overcompensated.
high as it told you to, like I did.
Yeah,
And 6 blocks by 6 blocks high. It didn't specify
exactly.
any of
you
that.
can't be creative.
Yes, it
dude.
did. Yeah, it totally did.
No, it did not.
Dude, it totally does. It gives you a blueprint for those towers, and then you put the fucking ballistas on the towers.
I just put them on my base because I knew I
Yes.
could get to them fast.
I just put them on the lookout towers.
So I just built them like right next to each other.
I didn't build lookout towers. What lookout towers are you referring to?
the ones that they tell you to build.
I thought that was the first chapter.
Was that
Yes,
the first chapter?
that is the first chapter.
Oh well, that's what I was fucking.
And I put
using.
it was a weird looking one. Oh, in that front gate, I'm going to backtrack to chapter 1. Having to get those statues the right way in the right direction.
That was annoying.
Oh
that-
yeah, okay. So the fact that the game does not have a ability to just turn items is vastly annoying.
Yes, you had to turn your character.
And it
Yeah.
has to be exact.
I
Yeah,
mean,
you
Jesus
have to
Christ.
physically
We have-
maneuver your guy so that it like makes it so the item can be placed correctly.
And sometimes he doesn't fit, so you have to break what you just built.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
which
we
is
got
fucking
2 analog
bullshit.
sticks, a D-pad, start, select.
This-
Sorry,
th-
different
this game was-
options. The main touchpad because PS4. Sorry, I still haven't adjusted to a PS4 controller yet. Triangle, square, circle, X. 2 L1, L2, R1, R2 buttons, and you could click in L3 and R3, and you cannot do a fucking rotate button? No. Fuck no.
Well, this game was
Yeah.
made for the PS Vita, so there is
You could build two
some
different versions
leeway
of that
in
game.
the fact that it's just a port, but I do wish that they had put more effort into the PS4 version,
Yeah.
especially since there's not like a cross buy where like you buy it for PS4, you also get it for Vita or
There's not?
vice versa. No, there's not.
It does
and there's
feel
Damn
like
you,
a
and
mobile
there's
Enix.
game.
also no like cross save as far as I know, where like you can save and then play it on your Vita if you have both of the copies.
Yeah, not that I heard of.
So, I mean, it feels like they could have put some more effort into the PS4 one just
Yeah.
because it's like that, and it does feel like it's the Vita port.
It feels like it should be a mobile experience,
Yeah.
but none of us played it on that.
A 50-hour mobile experience? I'm sick of these mobile games being longer than some mainline games.
I mean, it is a
Like, it's
Japanese game. The
ridiculous.
Japanese people have a fetish for the mobile games. That's why all the Dragon Quests have moved to the mobiles for DS, because DS is like the biggest handheld system of all time.
But
And so, I mean, it's like a lot of the train commuting that they do that's the reason why those are so big.
Yeah, I feel like
Right.
they rely more on public
Um,
transportation.
They do, and that's why mobile gaming is bigger over there than here, and that's why
Okay.
more games have more oomph.
if
for them.
there's a quick time to save, obviously like a quick save or something like that on the fly, because I can imagine people missing the train if they don't have that kind of an option.
Yeah.
So if you're playing something like Builders and you're stuck in a cave, you can't quickly Chimera Wing out, go and save at the flag.
You can't just
Well,
save
the Vita
everywhere,
does
too.
have a sleep function,
Okay.
which
I've never played a Vita,
suspends
so-
the it's
okay.
like the rest mode on PS4 where it like suspends the game and then saves
Gotcha.
the battery.
And does Switch have something like that?
I don't know.
Okay. So if those types of things are in there, I'm all for it. I'd have no problem. But if you're quickly trying to, oh no, that the next train
The
stop.
3DS also has that
Okay.
Yeah, it does.
sleep mode. So
I would assume that the Switch does then.
Okay. I could see the convenience of some of that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I do think it feels more like a mobile game though.
Oh, definitely. I could see it being just Vita only. So
I think the Hell Condor fight was kind of meh to me compared to the Golem, just because like all you were doing was like running to each ballista until you hit it, and
I
then
didn't even run.
running to the next one.
I just
Yeah,
waited for it
it's-
to circle around,
yeah,
and then I would shoot it.
I guess that's one way to go.
Except
yeah.
he would throw like the tornadoes at you. That was annoying.
Yeah, that's
And
why I
then-
had like a
Ooh,
shitload of
yes.
ballistas, and that's why I was like running to each one.
And then the enemies would sneak in from behind too.
yeah,
So I'd have to actually move around. I couldn't just sit
Yeah.
there.
that's why I was running between each ballista to take him out.
So I would give this game credit for its difficulty, but a good way that I cannot cheapen it. I built like 15 ballistas. I'm like, oh, let me shoot like 3 and get them. No, you
I
can't
think-
do it.
I think that's part of the greatness of this game is that you can just like fuck everything with the infinite amount of stuff you can just do. Like,
Yeah,
I
you
built a
can-
wall of magic cannons in the 3rd chapter, and there
Yes.
was nothing that could stop me.
It was
Yes.
There
unnecessary.
was it was fucking unnecessary because like every single person in my town was like triggering these cannons.
You just needed the
Because
card.
like I built them on the thing where you can like activate them with the buttons. So like everybody was just like jumping on the fucking
Oh,
buttons,
that's
like
funny.
activating
Yes.
it for me.
That
and I
was
just like,
fun.
"Ah, take it!" And there was just like walls of fucking magic
Wow.
cannonballs, just like hitting the enemies.
I didn't think
Ah,
of that. That sounds
dude.
fun.
It was fucking fantastic. I think that there's some stuff like that make the game really worth it and really fun. Like the things that you can do is like adding the buttons to like activate like weapons or like
Yeah.
even lights.
What about
What was
grinding
pretty
for
sweet.
those
Just-
materials? Was that a fun aspect?
Grinding for those materials is not as fun,
No.
especially when they're rarer materials like fucking ruby and gold and bullshit that you can't fucking find.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I love how in one chapter it's predominant, and the next chapter you can't find any of it because it's different locations each time.
Oh, what was that blue one in the 4th chapter?
I think it was
started with Z.
Oh, Zircon.
Yeah,
I think
something
it
like
was.
that.
Yeah.
There was only like 10 in the whole chapter.
Yeah.
So
So
it
and
was,
you needed to save like 6 for the.
Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot to find that stuff.
Yeah.
'Cause it was in random spots just in the cave.
But I could go back through now and know where those things are and probably wipe the floor with it. So that like
What if it changes every time you play?
that would be a nightmare.
In a way, I think it would be better because then it adds to replayability for the game.
Oh.
Like a random.
But of course, I don't know why you'd want to when you have like after you beat the game, like if you have the Terra Incognita or whatever it's called,
Yeah.
where you can just like free play with all the recipes that you've unlocked.
Yeah. I kind of wish there was like a shop aspect where you could just go buy the materials that you needed.
I do think that would be sweet, considering like if it had a bartering system,
Yeah.
it'll trade you like 99 blocks of Earth for like this thing. or
They kind of
whatever.
teased the shop too with the dream sequence in the second one. I
Oh,
think it
Kinda
was.
did,
There's
yeah.
A small dream sequence.
Well, there's gonna
in
be a
between each
Builders
chapter.
2. We'll have to see if they improve on
I
any of our
Don't
complaints
remember
here.
how that tied into the game though.
The shop.
Yeah,
It's
the dreams.
premonition
Oh,
to
the
how the
dreams.
towns are going to be
dreams he
built.
was, the dreams he was having were like, he was remembering the heroes' memories.
Oh, okay.
yeah, and how the towns. I took it as
Because it was
the
supposed to
towns
kind
being
of like
built.
trick you into thinking that she had revived the hero.
Yeah, but she said at the beginning that he's not the hero, and I had that in mind still.
Yeah, I was like, maybe she's lying to him.
Yeah, Enix pulls fast ones like that. It'll turn into a contrived plot.
Yeah. All right. So let's
So
talk
I
about
understand the
chapter 3 a little bit now.
yes.
So the next one is actually 2 towns of Cole and what was the other one?
Galen home.
Galenholm. That's right.
It's
the
deserts.
twin cities of desert and snow.
Yeah, fire and ice basically.
Yeah, basically.
'cause-
Yeah. And so this one was kind of a long one for me. Just because like the desert area was kind of a pain in the ass because there's like a bunch of stuff you had to get to before you released the
Yeah.
chick Barbella.
Yeah, that's true.
That was really grindy. I did like getting the cannons in that one though. That was awesome
Yeah,
because
those
there
were
was
good
one
weapons.
part where you can unlock. I mean, there's a troll dude that's like behind like a cage of like really hard blocks that you can't break on your own unless you have
Oh,
like
yeah.
the highest stuff later on.
When you're gonna
Just like
But
steal.
I used the cannon to just like destroy a bit of
Yes.
it and then just destroy the troll because he couldn't get
Yeah.
past the cannon or
Yeah, I
he
did
couldn't
that
get
a lot.
past the wall. So I'd go in there and then I then I got the stuff from it, which was like added 5% attack or whatever to my dude.
That's
or
an awesome item.
yeah, like the attack bonus items and all that stuff. I really enjoy a lot of that those abilities,
Yeah.
considering all of your upgrades come from having to build new weapons and armor, and then occasionally building food items that have certain effects, which I did like that it had that, but I
Mhm.
didn't really like that it was meant for like the hunger shit instead of like for food for like health.
Yeah, I never actually utilized the combat beneficial food.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
I
know there was
it
one
gave you
that-
some pretty intense attack bonuses.
Yes.
I know there was one for defense, but that was the only one I came across.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't remember which one. Oh, it was I think there was the one muscle guy wants you to build like a spicy bunny corn steak.
Oh,
Oh, yeah.
yes.
That one
that
gives
is
you a
what
pretty
gives you
big
the
attack
boost.
boost.
Oh, I didn't know it gave you an attack boost.
Yeah, it restores your hunger by like 50% and
Yeah,
gives
that's
you,
why I would build it, but I
y-
didn't know it gave you the
yeah, it was
attack boost, too.
50% and an attack boost.
Wow.
Yeah, it was pretty awesome. I loved all those attack boosts. And so after you build up like everything for both of those, combine them, and then there's the whole storyline with Barbella and her dead lover, which was really weird.
I didn't get it too
Yeah, I
much.
didn't like it very
I
much.
was just waiting for the bros who are waiting for Barbella to come back and just
The bros were
completely
funny.
gangbanger, man.
I do
They
like
totally
the bros,
have
like
it.
the very heavy British accent bros.
I
Yes.
think they
That
were
I
gay.
go
want
not-
you to build them a bathhouse, which is the weirdest
Whoa!
request.
Yes.
I think they were gay. It kind of implied.
No,
that
it's
was
just
No,
what
bro
I'm
they
love.
pretty
They're
sure-
all
Yeah,
gonna
I'm
do
pretty sure
Barbella.
they all love Barbella.
I don't know.
They were really
the first
into
dude,
Barbella.
the first dude was like, he thought the hero character was into him.
Yeah, he did think that. So he might be bi, but like
Yeah, maybe.
he was really into Barbella. Like
Right.
they all were.
I believe there was a pun. There's quite a few puns here, but since it was so long ago, I don't remember most of them. But I remember, I swear it was one of the bros at the beginning that says, "Do you want to take a look at my tool?" Wait, we've only just met though. And he's
Yeah,
literally
there-
handing the guy the
there-
tool, like a shovel, I think.
There
That's
are
pretty
some
funny.
jokes in the game.
There's some
that are
adult
some
humor.
weird- yeah.
It's yeah.
Which I liked. I thought it was.
Nobody said
I thought it
tickle
was
thy
good.
fancy though, which
They did. In
They
the
did?
dream.
Flashback.
In the dream.
oh, did the shopkeeper dude say? Oh my
Yes,
god,
he totally
yes.
did.
I was like, okay, that's great. I love
Yeah.
it. I love that they said that because that's the funniest thing that I ran into in that first game. All right, so and then you get the boss fight that is the twin hands of I can't remember what their names were.
It was Mag Malice and Fin Fiend.
Ah, that's right. Yeah, so you get like the
Fire
lava
and
hand
ice.
and the ice hand that you have to destroy using the Bashmobile.
Yes.
Which is a fucking tricycle motorbike with fucking spikes on it.
It's awesome.
Which
Yeah,
takes a second to get used to the controls because
It
you're
does.
going light speed and you're just flying off because it's at a higher platform on thin amount of blocks and you're going around in a damn
This-
circle.
this was honestly a fucking awesome boss fight.
Dude, it's the
Yeah.
best one.
It was the best boss fight in the game. You basically you have a Mario Kart track here where you got to stay
That's
along
worse
the-
than Rainbow Road.
Yeah, it
It
is. If you've ever played, they still have the tournament modes, right? Where it's like the big circle and you have to like hit each other with
yeah.
stuff. Yeah. So
Yeah,
it's
almost
basically
everyone
like
has
the
that.
a tournament mode
It
one
is.
where you can like fall through the map and you have to like stay around the edges or like go along the shortcuts, defeating the enemies and then slamming into the hands at max speed in order to do damage to them. and you have to do that a couple times in order to get rid of the hands until they fuse into one hand.
Yeah.
Uh,
One hand to rule them all.
Yeah. The hand of Sauron.
Oh, yes.
So that was another cool aspect that I really enjoyed that boss fight, although it was kind of a pain going light speed and then ramming into something and then trying to go light speed again and then falling off the fucking
Or if you
map.
happen to get hit by an enemy.
Oh yeah,
then it
or if
takes
you
you out
get
of the
hit,
cart.
yeah, then you have to like get back on the cart. And I thought it was funny the way that the cart can go up hills.
Yes.
It's
I was worried it wasn't going to, and it just keeps going up and up. And I thought, oh, it's just going to bang and
Yeah,
not allow me
I
to go
wondered-
further.
I was the first time I got on that, I was wondering if he was gonna like ram into the wall and it was gonna break the wall.
Yeah.
But then he just like goes up,
I thought
like
it
he
would
was
be able to
climbing
jump.
stairs, and it was really strange.
I wouldn't want it to jump. That would break it. But I figured, okay, if this goes this way, it's going to ruin it. But it doesn't. It's fixed. It's not a problem. And considering how everything is never ground level, it's never the same, and you're constantly going up and down on blocks levels, that would have been the worst thing that could have happened in the game, is if they break it like that and it
Yeah.
doesn't allow it to go up blocks, but it doesn't. So
Did you
it's
guys
great.
ever press the button to go like super speed and then frantically try to control which direction you were gonna go?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it takes a
That's what
second
it's-
before he launches.
Yep.
Because like I was like, oh shit, I accidentally pressed it and he was gonna go flying off.
Oh,
and I had to
yeah.
like go
It's-
bash into the wall, so I stayed on the fucking thing.
Yeah.
That was an easy boss fight, though.
It was an easy boss
But
fight,
it was
but it was
easily
like
the
really
funnest.
hard to control, and it was the funnest. Yeah,
The
it
cart
was-
does a ton of damage too. The car.
yeah,
How about
it
the
was-
difficulty? Craig was telling me this game was difficult.
It can be if you get fucking swarmed.
Yes, tell us about
There
that.
was a part I tweeted out an image of like there was like one of the wizard guys shooting a fireball at me, another wizard guy off in the distance, and I had two of the like purple knight errant dudes jumping at me at the same
Ah.
time.
Was
So
that
they
level
were-
3?
I can't remember. It was either in the second one or the third one.
Okay.
I think it was in the third one actually because I was going
Yeah.
after Barbella.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
so
that area was really brutal.
that area, yeah, like, and you don't want to take out any of the dudes because you just want to run fucking past them.
they respawn too if you kill them,
yeah,
and you leave and you come back.
it's
they
weird.
respawn.
This game has like a sort of stealth system where like if you stay out of the path of them, then they don't come after you.
Yeah.
But if you're like close enough to them, then they'll like see you and then they'll come right at you.
And they'll pursue you too.
Yeah, and so like at this particular moment where I had like 4 guys on me at once, I just like did the
Yeah.
fucking I just did the fucking chimera wing and then just like teleported back to base before they could
Yeah.
hit me, and I was like, dude, this is like broken.
I got
How-
pretty
how
good at
amazing
dodging
that
them.
is.
I would like jump and then hit them and then jump away.
I did that too. It's the
best technique. You just do a little side jump and you break the game.
yeah, you just the game is pretty easy to try and dodge shit, but sometimes it's hard.
Yeah. it is.
Sometimes the enemies just want you and then they get you.
I found it really hard to dodge fireballs and stuff like that.
Oh, they're homing.
Yeah, you can't dodge them.
Some
Even if you jump to the side,
some fireballs you can,
they
but
usually hit you still.
eh.
It depends on how close they are, I think, though.
Yeah, it definitely does. One of the highest difficulty spikes, though, when I didn't understand what was going on, was the chapter 4 at the beginning when you're going into the castle, and it's like, hey, fight like 11 of these enemies, and I could not do any damage, and I was like, what the fucking shit? Like, how am I supposed to do this bit when I have a fucking stick?
Yeah.
And I'm trying to beat these skeletons that are not taking any goddamn damage. And then Jake was like, dude, just use holy water everywhere. And I was like, what are you fucking talking about? Holy water is
Everything
not
is
going to
dead.
the holy water isn't going to affect the enemies. I'm like, no, dude, on the fucking floating balls things. And I was like, oh.
Yeah, to get the
And
materials.
that's how I got the fucking iron. And it was like, oh, okay, this is much easier.
yeah.
Yeah,
you guys told me that
Chapter
ahead of
4
time,
is
so
the easiest thing ever.
Yeah, like I had no fucking idea. I was like, what the
I wouldn't
shit
say
is
that.
this?
There were some hard aspects of that.
Of
What did-
4?
Of
What
4,
did
yeah.
you run into that was...
Mm,
I'm
The
just curious. I
battles
was-
were kind of hard.
Okay.
from what
I
I remember.
guess since I had already
some
got
of
a
them
lot
for
of the...
the chests that the monsters were defending could get rough.
Yeah,
But
when
that's
you first-
optional, though,
When you
right?
first get iron too, it's not that strong.
Yeah.
There's still stuff
Yeah,
that can
there's-
kill
Right,
you.
but if
that's
you
better.
already know about the skulls, you can just completely wipe the map, putting holy water on everything, change every skull into a flower, and create 99 heal creams.
Yeah.
So that's what I did. That's what I
I-
did.
I
I
didn't
guess you
get
can say in a way
99
that I
heal
nerfed
creams.
it, but yeah.
Yeah, I
I went crazy with that since I knew what to do.
I
it
got a
out like
bunch of
that.
those throwing daggers that paralyze the undead. So it was like
Oh, I didn't use those.
Little
I
ninja
collected
they
them
skills.
still,
they
though.
did like no damage. It was like 6 damage, but they like paralyzed the undead.
Yeah.
So it's like I chucked so many at like this one skeleton to see how many it would take to kill him. It was so
God.
many. It took like 25 or some shit to kill this one skeleton. I was like,
God.
I think there was a dragon in the second or the third one where I just used those daggers to kill it.
the green dragon.
Yeah, the
Oh,
green dragon.
the-
It
Was that one
guarding
in the
something.
first? No, the fourth one.
Third.
It
That was
in
in
a-
third?
It was in a cave.
I could have
think it was
sworn
the
that was
third.
in fourth.
I don't know. All I know is I went bomb.
No,
it
it
just
was the
blew his
second,
shit.
because you were
Oh.
trying to find the seed, the thing for the seeds.
The
Oh,
seeds
dude,
of
I honestly
salvation.
can't remember what that green dragon was, but I do remember. I do
Yeah,
remember
that
what
was
you're talking
tough.
about.
You just bomb him.
Yeah.
Oh, there's another green dragon right before you get the altar to create the holy water.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think that I just ran.
that's
past
the one that
one.
I thought you were talking about.
No. I ran
Yeah.
past that one.
You
So
ran past him. He wouldn't let me past him, dude. He did the spin tail thing, and he like knocked me back.
Yeah, I
50
just ran
feet.
to the left when he was breathing fire.
You bastard.
so chapter 4 is Tangiel, which you first go into and everything's dead, and then you come across the princess frozen in stone.
Yeah,
And then you have
she's
to use holy
somehow
water.
turned to stone
Yes.
because she apparently cast it on herself, which is weird.
She
And it
kept
is the
herself
same
safe.
princess from the first game.
Yes.
She doesn't really
But
help at all.
I
either.
don't. Yeah, she doesn't help, and I don't think that she wants the D as much in this one.
No, she doesn't. She is not as horny.
She's totally gone
It's
dyke mode.
It's
disappointing.
because- It's because he's not the hero.
It's true.
So take this as a note, ladies. Women love take this as a note, ladies. Jesus Christ, I'm an idiot. Chicks dig muscles. Don't be a fucking builder.
Well, some of the builders had muscles.
Yeah.
Don't be an
Cool.
architect. Okay, there you go.
Yeah, that's
Architect.
better.
Yeah.
But they have money, so that's
One of
something.
the interesting things that I thought about chapter 4 was that you do run into the hero from the first game, and you fight him. And
Oh,
I
yeah.
thought that it was weird that you don't kill him.
Yeah,
just runs
that
away.
was
He has like a tiny sliver of health left, and then he just runs away. And I thought that maybe you would find a cure for him, and he'd help you fight the boss.
yeah.
But then he just never comes
no,
back.
he's gone.
He just fucks
It does-
off, and
it
I was
just-
like,
He was
that-
corrupted.
It's weird.
that feels like a bad ending to me. Like that could have been the best way. Like you redeem the hero, and you like save the world.
I don't agree with that. I think he was beyond saving at that point because he'd been corrupted.
Well, yeah, he like had changed, but you could have like found a cure or something, change him back.
Ben Skywalker. Can he be
I
changed?
don't know.
No.
I at
just-
least thought that he would like either help you or like die in the attempt, like in the final fight, because he
Yeah.
just like fucks off and like you don't kill him.
Did you like his design?
I thought it was really weird.
Yeah,
he just
me
like
too.
has an executioner hood with like a cape, and he's like
Yeah.
really buff.
Which looks weird in
He
the
was
art
also-
style.
he
They
was also
this-
a very easy boss fight
Yeah, when you use
Yeah.
the vehicle.
because I didn't use the vehicle at all. Did he just like he jumps at me and then he did like the
said-
spin and then
you just
I
said, "Fuck this shit! I'm gonna run him over."
I just ran him over. He can't hurt you when you're in the car.
Yeah.
dude, I had no idea.
So I
that you
took
could
no
do that.
damage from that fight.
Oh well, if anybody plans on playing builders, then just use the fucking.
Yeah, we got tons of
Bashmobile.
advice
What did
here
you
on this
do?
episode.
I used the super sword, the one that can't break, and
Okay.
I just attacked him.
That was
Yep.
a nice sword.
Yeah, the greatest
I
sword
wish
of all
there
time.
was more of that stuff that wouldn't break. I wish there was more diversity with that. because I thought it was a
like
cool
some
idea.
really special items.
Yeah.
I did like that there was special items, and I wish there was more
And-
ways to get them.
Every
Yeah. 'Cause,
single
like,
one of
there's-
those are fan service too.
Yeah, there's like some cool
The hero
artifacts,
items.
like you take less falling damage, you have more attack damage.
Did you guys ever
um,
find the one where you take no falling damage?
Yep.
Yeah,
Those were awesome.
yeah, I did love that.
Yeah, I had that in 2 of the 4 chapters.
Yeah,
And I
It really
I
helps.
utilized that a lot.
it was nice.
Mhm.
It was really nice to just drop in, because I remember in the second chapter, there's that part where you go inside the pyramid and then you get ambushed by a fuckload of dudes. I
Did you
didn't.
try and fight them?
I didn't even try and fight
I
'em.
just ran away.
I
too.
did. I didn't even run away. Like I built like a staircase before the fight happened. I built
Oh,
a
wow.
staircase all the way up to the top of the pyramid,
Yeah.
and then poked a hole so I could just escape. And as soon as
Why
that
did-
thing started, I just got out of there.
That's pretty interesting because
I had no idea there was
Right.
gonna be a fight.
that's awesome. Why didn't you just take the? Okay, it doesn't matter for you. Did you just take the exact same path on the way out?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it wasn't difficult. I ran to.
That's
so-
where I found
I
those boots.
I got the
You take no
special.
damage
yeah, I
from.
got the
Yeah.
special items from the pyramid, but then I just got the fuck out of there.
Yeah.
I
was
like the soundtrack for that. The pyramid.
Yes.
Yeah, it's really awesome music in there. It's just from like the first game, and I think a couple extra tracks.
Or
Yeah.
from 2
Um,
and 3.
Yeah,
They're
and
all
then,
Rearranged tracks, which we had already listened to in the mobile ports.
yeah,
I haven't
we have.
experienced them
So-
until this game.
that's probably why you enjoyed it more because
Yeah, I did like them. They were
yeah,
new to me.
After 50 hours, they get repetitive. But I cannot knock
I-
the game in saying that it's my personal feelings that I got
did
annoyed
like-
with it. They're still good.
I did like some of the special items that it gives you, like the slime harp
Yes.
that changes the soundtrack that happens to being like 8-bit.
Yeah.
Oh, I never
Um,
found that.
Oh, you didn't?
No.
It was awesome. It was a special item that you could get in the third, I think chapter 3
Yes.
is the special item that you can find there, and then I think you can also make it in the 4th one if you found the recipe.
Okay. Yeah, I was just trying to grind through it at that point. So.
Yeah, it just becomes minute.
Yeah, it was
Cool,
it was
though.
an awesome mix after being forced to listen to the soundtrack for a while, so it's like,
Yeah.
oh, it's a nice change up.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, for the items, the only way to increase your HP is to use life seeds. I came into a small eensy-weensy problem in Chapter 1.
Where you didn't use them at all.
I didn't use it at all. Here's the abrupt thing. Everything starts from scratch in each chapter.
Right.
I did not know this.
Mm.
So I just kept the life seeds. I didn't use them. I'm like, okay, I'll use them whenever because they fully heal you as increasing your HP. And I'm like, whoa, these are good fail-safe items.
Yeah.
Like,
that's
use
how I
it.
used 'em.
Yeah.
That's
And
how I
then-
used them against like bosses
And I
like,
never
the
came
particularly
across that.
hard waves.
I didn't come across that at all. And so I start the next chapter and they're not there. And I'm like, no. So I took care of the golem. I don't remember what the default HP is. Isn't
I
it
think
like
it's like 30.
30?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I took care of all of chapter 1 in the golem with only 30 HP.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
sick.
I made the game more difficult than it needed to be.
The game is already kind of difficult.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a surprise though. Starting the second level,
Yeah, I know.
blank
Because
slate.
you take so much time in building such
I thought
a beautiful
that
place.
it was
and
only going
then-
to happen that first time. I felt like maybe chapter 1 was tutorially and it was going to let you keep your shit, but then no. Every single chapter like resets, and then you basically just have to start over. Like you don't get to keep your stat boosts from like seeds. You don't get to keep your any equipment that you're wearing, like nothing. Occasionally, it'll give you just like one item from the last chapter to keep.
like the hammer.
Yeah, like the hammer or a fucking dumbbell from.
Yeah, that
in
was
I like the
fourth
wooden club to
chapter.
start off chapter 4. You just get this fucking it wasn't even a wooden club, was it? It was the stick, right?
Yeah, I think it was
Yeah.
just a stick.
The oak
The
stick.
the cypress stick.
I think it gave you both. I don't remember for sure though.
Either way, that's an interesting way to start chapter 4. And
Yeah.
nothingness, death
Yeah.
all around you,
yeah,
and
you
you're
start
fucking
fucking
stick.
naked and you have a barbell.
Well,
What the fuck happened last
in a-
night, man?
In a world of death and ash, all you have are underwear and a barbell.
I had the traveler's outfit, but it was the thing about
What
that though is
happened,
that when it
bro?
carries over, it still has like the damage that you've taken to the outfit.
What?
Yeah.
I didn't have the outfit.
I had
I spawned naked.
Yeah.
Huh.
And I will say
I
this
don't
is
know how you glitched
coincidence
that,
in
though.
Apple
Oh, wait, yeah, I
ending
did.
chapter 3
It was a
with the
different
bros
Okay.
who totally may or may not want to do you. And then the next chapter, you wake up naked in a surrounding field of death. I'm assuming something happened last night. I'm just saying.
Well, you leave in the mornings anyway after you celebrate.
Yeah.
Something still happened.
Yeah. Maybe. That's to the imagination though.
Well, when you start chapter 4, like the sky is all black too, so it's like nighttime essentially.
Yeah.
So I can see where he was like,
Oh, my ass. What happened?
why do I have this barbell?
Just trying to get him buff.
Yeah, you can't even use it for anything. It's just a fucking decoration.
Yeah.
Like you don't even need to use it for anything.
It's a consolidation prize from the ramming you
Dude,
took.
It only gives you like
That's a trophy.
it was like 5 to 15 points for towards your town.
Yeah, I tossed that pretty early on.
It's like, what the shit? This is useless. You can't even build up your town until like halfway through chapter 4.
Yeah, until you get into the next portal, into the red portal.
It was just fucking stupid.
Yeah. It was kind of funny though, so I can see why they would keep it just for the humor's sake.
In a way, yeah, but it's like there's no point to it
No.
whatsoever.
Nope.
Okay, so the rest of chapter 4 is basically you just go into you try to build the rainbow tier and get the ability to go to the castle to fight the Dragon Lord.
Yeah, you have to rescue some characters from previous chapters though.
Yeah, in the very Legend of Zelda-esque way, you have to find the sages
Yes.
who represent each of the previous areas.
There's a lot of parallels.
Coincidentally, there are 3 of those areas, which is very
Hmm.
weird for some reason.
Yep.
Yeah,
You'll
yeah,
re-get the same ones from Dragon Quest 1, those items. What was it again?
the rainbow tier, the
Tier,
staff of rain, all that stuff.
Yeah, that was a good callback, I think. I like
yeah.
that.
Well, I mean, it is like directly paralleling the first game. So, yeah, it was really cool. And then you use the rainbow tier to basically leapfrog your way to to the Dragon
yep.
Lord, assault his castle, and then it's very annoying the way that you have to like go through and then fight him.
You didn't like the boss fight?
I didn't mind it. It was kind of the first fight with the Dragon Lord before he changes into the dragon form was interesting because it reminded me of like Ico. You know,
Yep.
in Ico
You're
like
right,
that.
that one.
You didn't play? Have you played Ico?
No, I
Dylan?
haven't finished it. I played it.
Oh, it's very reminiscent of the final fight in Ico.
Yes.
Yeah,
Okay,
like
do you wanna-
like it's exactly like it, except for like he does clone shit, which she doesn't do. But like other than that, yeah, it's basically it's very similar, which is weird to me. You got to
Well,
take out the clones in order to shatter it, and then you go up and attack them.
Right. What happens in Ico basically is you got the sword, but this darkness is coming towards you. And if you are not being guarded by statues, there are 2 statues in the room.
Yeah, just like
You have to hide behind them
game.
and then
Yeah,
run up and attack her with the sword. And each time you attack her, your sword basically gets
yeah, it flings
Things
back to
off
the
of her.
very back of the
Oh.
the area, so you have to like
Okay.
run back and get it, and then
And
you have
time
to
it.
go and like hide yourself
Mm.
before you can get destroyed.
Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah. So you basically do the same thing with the Dragon Lord
Where you
in
like
sequences of killing everything in there and then
Yeah.
going up and attacking
kill
him.
his clones, then you shatter his shield, and then you go and attack
How
him.
did you guys fight him?
What do you mean? Oh, yeah, I assume that you just use the bash mobile.
Yeah. Yeah.
You fucking bastard.
God, I should have done that. You
You
just
didn't do
broke
it?
this game.
No, like neither of us
It's a
did
broken
that.
item.
That's
You're
awesome.
literally
I
invincible.
literally didn't even think about using it.
It's
Yeah.
awesome.
I was
It's the
like,
best
you know
weapon
what?
by
I now
far.
have this sword that is
Yeah.
unbreakable. I might as well use it. I didn't even think about using
Yeah,
the
the
fucking
vehicle
trike.
is better than the legendary sword.
Well, I mean, it should
It's
be.
called the
It's got-
Bashmobile, bro.
Dude, it's called the Bashmobile, and it's got 2 fucking lances like attached to the damn
I
thing.
know.
It doesn't seem like it should be that powerful though.
It's fucking
Like it just
sweet.
fall apart like
It's like,
Legos
it
or
is-
something.
That is probably the most unexpected item that I would have
Yeah.
like foreseen in the game.
In the game,
When
yeah.
I first got it, I was like, this is gonna break so fast. Nope. Invincible. Doesn't break, doesn't degrade.
God tier item.
And you get it later.
Chariot of the
They
gods.
give it back to you.
Yeah. Except for the last part, but we'll get into that.
They give it to you then too.
How so?
They throw it to you.
Yeah,
Art-
they do.
How'd you reach the dragon then?
When
Because
he
you're-
when he's when his arm is stuck on the thing or whatever on the
It's
bridge.
not for the dragon. It's for the enemies that he throws out.
Okay,
for
you still
class.
took out the dragon normally.
Yeah.
Okay, because
Okay,
dude,
yeah.
he's 50 feet that way. The motorcycle's great, but I don't think he's jumping shit and taking out the dragon and then getting back.
I
onto
never
the
used
blocks.
it when I had it. I always
Okay,
lost
see, that's
it,
where I
so-
was. All
That
right,
would be cool if you could build a ram.
the best way to take out Dragon
would
Lord
be
is to
sweet.
kill the people to get the shield by doing the little jump side move and just fucking everything up, because that kind of breaks the game too in an easy way. But make sure you're close to Dragon Lord as you're
Yeah.
defeating the last thing, because then the shields go down.
Yeah.
Don't be 50 blocks the other way.
I killed
killing
him
the
with
last
the
guy.
cannons.
Yeah, I killed him with the
did-
shield.
You
and the
nerfed it your
cannons.
own way, yeah. Just cannon.
Well, yeah, you get the fucking magic cannons, and then you're like, they gave me like 3 of them, so I lined them up, and I just started launching each one after another, because he was like over in the distance, like
Yep.
spitting fire up in the air.
Yep, I
So
did
you can
that.
just like launch him at him, and it does like 100 damage to him each time.
Are we
you
talking
can
about
do
the
it.
dragon or the Dragon Lord?
the
The Dragon Lord in his dragon form?
dragon
Oh.
form, yeah.
Oh, yeah, in the dragon form. I'm still
Yeah.
talking about the other, the
Oh,
first
yeah.
boss part.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah,
If
yeah, the
I-
second
If I
part,
had
everybody
a cannon,
does that.
I would have totally used it. Then too.
Okay. Which you didn't. Okay, that's where I was getting confused. Yeah,
I
that's
used
how
the-
you take out
Dude,
dragon.
honestly, I used the cannon wherever I could as soon
Yeah.
as I got the
Yeah.
thing. I kept 2 of them for mobile use.
Mobile use.
You could take down like the mini bosses too with the cannon.
Yeah,
You
dude,
just
that's-
get somewhere where they can't reach you and just shoot the cannon.
yeah, dude. The one, there was like one of those the
The
Cyclops,
Cyclops,
dudes
yeah.
in the ice place.
Yep.
I built like a wall, and then I started launching them at him, and he couldn't walk past the wall.
That's what I did
He
too.
wouldn't walk past the wall, so and he wouldn't like attack it because he was still trying to come at me. So it's just like hitting him
Broken
with the fucking
animations.
cannons.
Yep. And you do get that Cantland shield again to block the dragon's attacks.
Yeah, when
Yeah.
he's trying to bite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's another method of dealing damage to him. So
I did do that a couple times, but I did
Yeah.
take him out with the cannons.
the cannon was the big one for me too.
Yep.
The cannons.
Did you guys like that fight?
I thought it was okay, but it was
Yeah.
really annoying.
Yeah.
Especially how little time you had to build the tower in order to avoid his bullshit flame attack.
Yep.
And then you still take damage from it because you have the fall damage because you don't have an artifact that like allows you to avoid damage from falling. So no matter what, the game deals damage to you
Yeah.
at that part, but it still gives you health items, but it's still ridiculous that it's like, hey, now you have to build a tower that's high enough that you take fall damage if you fall off of it.
I didn't
but
like that
you
aspect.
have to do it in order to avoid the flame that'll do way more damage.
But somehow you could still beat the game without this method. I never successfully built the tower. I didn't know how high I needed to build the tower.
It was
so I
like-
just said
it
fuck
was
it
a
and didn't do
lot.
it.
4, I think.
I built it like 5 or 6.
It could.
Oh wow! See, I was building it at 3, and I'm like, fuck it, because I was able to sustain. So I was
Yeah,
using
I
healing
always
items,
had
and
enough.
I beat it.
Yeah, I had
without-
enough healing items to like
Yeah.
recover every time I didn't work
Right.
it. But
So every
it
time I was
was-
fine. You could beat it without ever. Every single time you could
It's-
take damage
it is
from him
almost
and still
impossible
be fine.
to lose that fight. Yeah, I
Well,
would say, because
I'll go
They-
into that in a minute.
they toss you enough healing items that I don't
it
think it's
shouldn't
possible.
be a problem.
Yeah,
So the problem isn't with the dragon itself; it's with the enemies that it spawns.
Yeah,
when
some
it
of the
spawns
enemies
the
are
red
really
dragon
bullshit.
and the green dragon, I almost died.
I didn't. They
was-
didn't spawn.
That was
Oh,
crazy
that sounds like
difficult.
bad RNG there.
That was bad.
Dude, I didn't get any dragons.
That was hard. It was a
I
difficult
would
fight. I didn't
imagine.
have the vehicle, so I couldn't ram them. So I'd have to just jump and hit them and then retreat.
Dude, I never had any dragons. He summoned some knights and some of the mage dudes, but
Pink Knights, yeah.
yeah, but I
That's
didn't get
lucky.
any dragons.
Yeah, it was brutal.
So you had dragons on that small platform?
Yep.
That's
And they do the
awesome.
spin and they
Oh.
shoot fire. So you just have to pick
Was
a
it 'cause
side.
how
That's-
long was
that's
the battle
harsh.
taking you? Was it getting like worse as you went along further?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then it's probably because it took Craig 5 minutes, but it took Dylan
Yeah.
15.
But they throw you better
And then-
items as you go too.
Okay,
Yeah, they do.
but I'm thinking probably time had something to do with those dragons appearing for you.
Well,
Okay,
could've been.
maybe.
I feel
I'm
like the fight
either
took
that-
10 minutes total.
For
it's
both
not-
forms.
Yeah.
Yeah, probably about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad, but it was annoying. And I did almost die from those dragons. Just
I
because
bet.
of the limitations of the place where you were fighting.
I know that fucking tiny little bridge platform was
Yeah.
sick.
Yeah, it was annoying.
Yeah.
All right, so the next thing I guess is the final cutscenes.
Which I do not remember. Do you guys remember?
Uh,
'Cause-
I do remember there's like the party that you have where the goddess tells you that you no longer have enough time to stay alive anymore
Yeah.
because you used all your life force fighting the Dragon Lord.
That kind of came out of nowhere, too.
She did tell you that if you tried to fight the Dragon Lord, you'd die.
Yeah, but that was
And
I
the
think
only
it's 'cause
reason
he
that
kept
you
building
survived is
shit.
because you had friends who
they do
also
show
helped
up
you
and
fight.
yeah.
Yeah.
But
I
she
didn't think-
helps you.
Yeah, she does.
The goddess does.
Yeah, Rubus. So yeah, then and after that, then you have like you wake up like the whole thing was a dream, and
Oh, yeah. I didn't like
I didn't
that.
understand what was going on at that point. Do you remember that, Jake?
Vaguely. I think I do remember being pissed off at
Like
that time.
It cheapens
the
it, I think.
yeah, like one of the big burly guys.
You wake up in his bed.
No, like they're building stuff, and he's like, wake up from your daydream,
Yeah,
or
he's
whatever,
just,
and
like,
come help us
dozing
build,
off.
Master Builder. So
Yeah.
He's a professional.
I think he didn't die because of his life force. I think he was dying from all of the building,
I
more or
have,
less than the Dragon Lord itself.
I have no idea what that was supposed to be.
I don't know either.
Because like the game is based on the alternate choice, but then he like wakes up from a dream. So is it
so
like-
everything's still in fucking
is it-
chaos.
So is it like is that him seeing the future after he's dead, or is that in the like his memory of the past in the Dragon Quest 2 or Dragon Quest Builders 2? Like that is like one
we
of
not
those
know
two
Builders
things.
2 is coming.
We
Like-
also don't know if it took place, if the choice was no or yes. So who knows? Like what the story was based on.
do you
It's
mean?
based on
No, I mean
him
like
saying yes. The original.
when you wake up,
Erdrick.
it doesn't make it clear which decision was made at that point. So it
Yeah,
could have just
I-
been like an
Oh, you
alternative.
mean which
could've just been, like,
version that the hero chose?
Yeah, it could have just
Oh
been
yeah,
Erdrick?
I guess.
it could have been the hero.
I don't think they would retcon it to be the original Dragon Quest 1 when the premise of it was the alternative timeline. I think he
I
still
don't think we
chose.
know though.
I don't think we know, but I'm
Yeah.
assuming that he still said yes to the Dragon Lord, and this builder guy is
They
still
did call him the
in-
Master Builder still, so I mean,
Yeah,
like,
Well, the
Is-
point I'm making is that they left it really open ended.
they did, yeah, and it made no sense.
There's no point to it.
No.
Like,
'Cause, I
why
mean,
is
like,
that
he
even
just-
there
he-
in a
he
plot that
dies
doesn't
at
even
the
matter?
end, and then all of a sudden it's a dream, and it's like, what the fuck?
I also thought it was messed up that she implied he was basically a zombie.
She did basically say that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You're a zombie,
know.
and all the women want you.
Maybe that's why he's so ugly, because they say that he's ugly like throughout the thing.
Dude,
they're
he-
like,
he
they're always
does-
like he's so ugly.
He does have a face like a potato.
They said that.
It's yeah.
I don't
Like every
remember
chapter
that.
they would say that.
I do remember the big burly dudes making fun of you for like not being like buff and good looking.
Oh, yeah,
but,
they
like,
totally
I don't
are
remember
on
any
your
of the other
case.
people like making fun of you.
Oh, they do.
That's funny.
Yeah, it's LaRoche. LaRoche with the red beard, that fucking ginger, totally gets on your case. And tells you to build shit that doesn't fucking end up working.
He has political aspirations.
Political aspirations.
He's like trying to force you to make him mayor.
Yeah, it's like, I am the mayor of Kentland. Do what I say.
Yeah.
And then everybody just accepts it because, like,
No,
he fucking
there's
says
one or
it.
two people in the town that fucking hate his shit. I remember this. One
Well,
of the
that's because they
characters
lived
hates-
there or lived with him before or something. And
Yeah,
they don't like
that's
him.
why
but,
they
like,
went off. And
But
you-
because he has the builder under him, like he's the mayor again.
Well, he has that book too that he found.
Oh yeah, the fucking book that he won't let you look at
Yeah.
because he's a dick.
it's the naughty mag.
Yeah, that's really all it is. It's just got dirty pictures.
Anything else left to say about gameplay?
I don't really think so. I think we covered pretty much everything.
I got one thing, and it ties into me playing Minecraft. One of the things that annoyed me in Minecraft was, in order to build things, it had to be inside of your box inventory. Like, it had to be within the ones you were holding in your bag. As long as it's in a chest in your entire hometown, or a chest period, I believe, when you are building stuff in the furnace, armory, anything like that, it recognizes you have it and you could build it. And then instead of
Yeah.
having to make one at a time, you could easily press triangle and build as many as you can with the supplies you have for a
I
quick
did
select.
like that, although I wish that you could select the number that you wanted to build.
Right.
Because like sometimes you wanted to build a certain number because like it requires you to have say like 20 of this one item for like a certain build, and you can either make one at a time or you can make like 100 of them, and you don't need 100 of them, so it's like
I never noticed that feature. That would have been helpful.
you didn't notice? Oh, like in the bottom corner where it says you can like build stuff, it says press triangle to build as many as possible.
So you went individually, like each healing cream.
Mhm.
Ooh.
Oh, that
I
would
didn't build that
would have
many
been
things
rough.
at once, though. So
Right,
it wasn't that.
so-
I built
of a
like
deal.
when I did it, it was mostly to get like a bunch of iron ore or like as many wood as possible,
Yeah, that would have
or-
been helpful.
or
with
as
the iron
many
stuff.
like brick claddings or like a bunch of those at once.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
stuff like that, or the holy water, in order to get like a shitload of those.
I just had that one townsperson build that for me.
The holy water?
Yeah, they just put it in the chest.
I guess you could do that, but you can also just make it.
Yeah.
It's
Either
so
way,
much
if
quicker
I ever
with the
needed
bucket and
extra,
just-
I would just go to the chest. So
Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude, I did not understand the bucket at all the first time I got it.
I had to look that up. Too.
I was like,
had-
what the fuck does it want me to do with this goddamn bucket?
you have to stand underneath the filter to get the pure water.
Dude, I had trouble building the water itself in Chapter 3. Like, it wanted me to build the clean water fountain area,
The purifier.
the
Oh,
purifier,
yeah.
and I had such a trouble trying to get it done. It was another fucking blueprint nightmare for me, trying to like adjust it the way they wanted it to.
Blueprint nightmare.
Yeah, that's a good way to sum up this game.
The blueprint
The
nightmare.
blueprint nightmare.
Yes.
That's a good episode title.
Those blueprints were a pain in the ass. Because, like, they won't go away until, like, you build the thing. And you have to build the thing in order to move on.
Did you
Yes.
guys ever accidentally remove the blueprints?
Yes. And I had to try and find it.
Yeah, it won't let you build it like with the stuff already there. It won't let you put the blueprint back in the spot.
Yeah, you have
So
to,
you
like,
have to tear it
destroy
down.
everything in order to build it again. Yeah.
Yeah,
God,
that's
that
really
game
annoying.
has so
At least-
many issues.
And
So
at
many,
least
just
it
like
gives you like a blue confirmation thing
Yeah.
with the thing once you put a block in the right place.
You know, I don't think we've really mentioned this a whole lot. We've pretty much been giving it like positive stuff aside from a few negatives, but this game is like
there's a
really
lot of negatives.
polarizing in the fact like it has a lot of really cool and fun things about it, but then it also has like accumulation of like a fuckload of little things that'll just piss you the fuck off.
A lot
Just
of
like-
design flaws.
Like little glitches, the camera, the fact that you can't really mark anything on the bird's eye view. The bird's eye view itself is kind of a pain in the ass.
Yeah.
The not being able to select a certain amount of stuff to build. Like just little things, like the grind, even like every little thing is just like fucking you in its
Yeah.
own little way, and
Yeah.
it just
So if we were to ever recommend this game, I say take it in chunks by chapters and don't go full hog. Like do a chapter 1 month and then wait a whole month before
Well,
you do another
you
chapter.
wouldn't even have to wait a month. Like I would
Okay,
recommend
maybe
at
a
least
couple
playing
weeks.
like a game in between each chapter because
Right.
like, or at least a game in between each chapter for like 1, 2, and then like 3. You can just play 4 right after because 4 is relatively short. But
Yeah.
like, as far as like between 2 and 3, you definitely want some space.
Yeah.
I
Take
feel
a
like
small
it was
break.
built to be played in short sessions. Like
Yeah,
the
and I think
average
that's
mobile
why
game.
Yeah,
they-
it definitely was because like that grind is like more. It's more annoying than it is in like a Dragon Quest because like in a regular Dragon Quest game you at least get the bonus of like,
Accumulative stats.
yeah, you get like better stats, you become stronger for it, you get more gold, you can see the results really quickly. Whereas in this game, like it takes forever to get like one certain item that now allows you to continue the grind slightly easier.
Yeah.
It takes you forever to get the like metal hammer that allows you to break harder surfaces and things in order to get certain items that allow you to build better and better stuff. So you have to build the better and better stuff in order to make the grind quicker.
I don't think we
But
talked
it's-
about like how when you go into different portals, different materials are available to you, and usually they're better materials.
Yeah, that's usually how it like keeps up the grind. Is like
Yeah.
the first area gives you better stuff than like the base place that you're at.
Yep.
Then the second,
Bronze
the
to
red one is the
iron
next
to
tier.
steel.
Yeah, basically, it's selected tiers. The monsters get slightly harder, tougher, but so does your
Well,
equipment.
I would
so-
say more frequent.
That part of
yeah,
the
more
gameplay is
frequent in
balanced.
some place.
Combat
yeah.
is balanced.
It's balanced in a way. I mean, a lot of the monsters still like are tanky as shit. Like unless you're using the like attack boosts from like food and artifacts, and you have like the best weapons. Your
How
damage,
often did you do like a actual attack weapon, like a sword, as opposed to like the same like sledgehammer or still hammer you used with the
I
bricks?
preferred using the swords over the hammers because they
Me too.
swung faster.
Yeah.
You can.
I
can-
just fuck shit up with the sledgehammer.
do-
I had
the
to keep making them, but I
the
never.
hammers. I used hammers exclusively for the like farming items because like it was way better than obviously the sword.
They don't degrade as
But-
fast.
That is true.
As weapons, they're okay, but they only have like 5 more damage than the highest level sword that you can get.
I think
And the
their
swords
range is
swing a
bad,
lot
too.
faster.
Their
Range is bad, period. I don't think it matters
Yeah.
with sword or hammers. They both, the range is just trash.
I think the swords were
And when you-
slightly better.
Okay,
not
Yeah,
it's
the
still-
swords felt better.
And then the knockback. Oh boy, that was a little fun.
Oh,
Like you-
yeah,
you
enemy
get
knockback.
Yeah, you get disabled temporary for a second, and you could actually start to get chain attacked.
Oh, we didn't talk about like the paralysis and like the status things. That
Oh my
hinder
god.
you.
Okay.
Those were annoying.
There was a fucking I don't know I can't remember which enemy it was. I think it was like a ghost or some shit in the 3rd chapter, and it just like nuke sleeped my entire party of the beefy
Oh,
dudes
yeah.
and me, and we couldn't move.
Yep. They
I
have
was
to hit
getting
you.
slammed with fireballs from like 5 different chimeras after that. They're just like
Yeah, that
nuking
chapter.
the shit out of my guys. And getting hit after being asleep doesn't wake you up like it does in, I don't know, every other fucking game in existence. So you
didn't
just
have that
get
problem.
you get
There's
fucking
qu-
nuked.
It's kind of a
for, like-
50-50 shot in games now that I've noticed. Is
Yeah.
that either you sleep or you wake up. It's never been more or less on one side anymore. Half the time it will keep you asleep, and
This
half
is
the
for,
time
like,
it'll immediately wake you up.
You're just asleep for like 20 seconds. and
Right. So
there's-
this is
and
one
you
of them
just
that
get
you
fucked.
sleep.
Yeah, I think if they touch you directly though, you wake up.
I don't remember that. I don't think I ever got touched directly. I do remember getting nuked the fuck out
Yeah.
of by like a shitload of fireballs.
I never got hit by fireballs, but they would like come up to me and hit me, and then I would wake up.
Yeah,
So it wasn't that annoying, but it was annoying waiting for them to come over.
Well, the sleep also has like a ridiculous range. Like it has like they show you where the circle where the sleep
Oh,
is
yeah.
gonna hit,
With the wyverns.
and if you get tagged even a little bit, you're just asleep.
Yep.
And it's bullshit.
It's hard to escape those.
It is bullshit, and I couldn't do it, dude. I could not get away from like half of the sleep attempts. It's sick.
I had more problems with the paralysis stuff.
I didn't get paralysis as much. I did get poisoned a lot in the one area where there's like a shitload of like there's like the lake of poison, and then there's like the
Yeah.
bodkins that shoot the poison arrows at you.
Yeah,
or
chapter
whatever.
2.
Yeah.
Because nothing is but poison in that entire
which-
chapter.
Which one had the fucking crab on top of the mountain of the
Oh,
poison
yeah.
lake where the bodkins were?
Yep.
Was that chapter 2?
Yeah.
That was 4.
It's a chapter.
No. Yeah, 4.
Was it
'cause
chapter 4? Because that was the most bullshit thing on the fucking
Really?
planet.
I couldn't kill
Yes.
that one with the
Okay,
vehicle either.
So that the
Ah,
fucking crab knocked me off the mountain 4 times.
Oh.
4 times. And when you fall off that mountain, it's instant death. So I died, lost half of my shit, came back, climbed up the mountain again, started attacking him, and you have very limited space to move around on top of that mountain. He summoned like 3 more little crab dudes, and then he just fucking slaps me off the mountain again, and I died. And there's
Oh, okay.
you
Now I
can't-
remember. It's a
Yes.
really small platform. You jumped off to the sides, and
Yep.
now I
And
remember
if you
that.
had
yeah.
even had a sliver of health after surviving that fall, you would have just died anyway because of the fucking poison lake. It was, it was the most.
I don't think it was that bad.
So
but
I,
okay.
I fell off
most
a
bullshit
couple of
thing.
times, and I didn't die. But when you climb back up, all of its health is back.
All
Yeah,
its
of
health is
course.
back. Yeah, so you have to fucking go again.
So I did use the vehicle
Ah.
there, and when you hit the crab, he launches off the cliff. He survives, of course. So then you go down, and when you get there, you're like hitting him, and then he just wanders back and disappears, and then he's back on top of the cliff,
What?
and all of his health respawns.
That's awesome.
That's bullshit.
So
I hated
the
that
one
fight.
drawback from using the vehicle is that fight.
Fucking
I
crab.
fucking remember that goddamn crab. That fucking
Ugh.
bullshit douche.
Yeah, I didn't like that fight.
Because
It
you
was
get
unfair.
Yeah, you get fucking like you get paralyzed by the bodkins, and they also poison you on your way up to the fucking
Yeah.
crab dude, who summons more little crab dudes, who also then can easily knock you off because
Yep.
you have like 5 blocks of space to move around, and he takes up like 3 of them.
Yeah, I think I used the bombs to kill that guy.
I don't remember what I used. I think I just slammed him over and over again with the sword because I was pissed off.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So to get the orichalcum or whatever it's called, that material,
Or
Yeah.
you have
lithium.
to use the bombs.
Yes.
Yeah.
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 So I had spare bombs, and that's what I used on him.
Those
Yeah.
bombs are fucking useful.
Yeah, that was a good item overall.
All right, I think that covers pretty much everything for gameplay.
Yep.
We have anything left?
The design. We'll just notice that it's a Kiriyama in 3D, and the game.
Kiriyama.
Yeah.
Akira Toriyama.
Akira Toriyama.
All right, there we go. Yeah,
And
basically,
it looks beautiful.
it does. It really looks great. I didn't have a single problem with the designs, other than maybe they could have added some more of the enemies, because it was basically just more of the enemies from 1. There
And
were a
then 2's
few.
recoloring skins.
Yeah.
There wasn't even like there wasn't even like 2's enemies. There wasn't the fucking like bat dudes, the Batman mage dudes,
Those
there
cats
wasn't-
were there though. The
the-
cats.
the werewolves.
The one. Yeah, those guys that
They were in
confuse
the
you.
first game though.
Yeah, but they were reskinned too in this one.
Yeah, a couple of them.
Referring
were.
to 2's reskinning of the colors.
Yeah.
I feel like they could have added more of the monsters, considering that they had the ability to, and
Well.
considering how many areas there are in the game.
Right.
I think they were drawing it off of the first
I
one.
know
so
they
it
were
was
trying
limited.
to, but the third game also comes before the first one,
yeah.
and since like that was the prequel, and this
But the
is a game
species
that's
have all
newer,
been
I mean,
decimated from all the grinding in 3.
But it's fucking monsters.
They don't
man.
exist.
The monsters rule the world now. You could have added. You could
Different
have even,
species
You could
do,
have even
yes,
added
but
more
not the-
monsters. Like I did like that they added some new monsters. Like there was the crab dude.
Yeah.
There was the hero that had been warped. And then there were a couple other things.
The snail.
Like,
I like the
thing.
boss
the
designs.
snail thing, I think, was in the first game as well.
Okay.
The bosses had the best
Looks sweet.
designs.
Oh,
the mini
yes.
bosses too.
The bosses were sweet, yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, I kind of wish there was they had added some more of
Yeah.
because running into like 5 different colored Drakkies like in a game that's far
50.
newer than
Yeah.
Dragon Quest 3 or 1, you know, based on that specific world, you could have added some more stuff.
Yeah, I feel
Especially
like-
since you're traveling around the entirety of the world and not
Oof.
just like where one took place specifically.
I feel like we've had a problem with that in every game except 3.
Yeah, 3 had the biggest variety.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't know. It just kind of, I realize that it's a callback, but at the same time, it feels kind of cheap.
I feel like it had more options that they didn't really
Explore.
explore.
Yeah.
But the design was good overall. The blockiness I didn't really care too much for, but I can understand why it was that way.
The
I just feel
blockiness,
like at
the,
least
of
not
the actual
materials.
blocks.
Yeah.
Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
they
it's
weren't-
supposed to be like Minecraft.
Yeah.
And it's supposed to like exactly
I
like
don't
that.
feel like it was necessary. But still, I understand why they did it. I just think it could have looked better.
So you mean you could have like they could have added more shapes
Detail.
to it?
I think
Yeah.
there's a lot there. Like there's a lot of things that aren't just necessarily blocks.
Yeah, like
the beds look fine.
Yeah, well,
Other
that's like the material. That's like stuff that's already made, like stuff that's meant to be like that. The
Yeah.
blocks are just the building materials.
One thing specifically that I didn't like were like the cliffs and stuff. They were just all white. It was so boring to explore the cliffs.
Oh yeah,
Oh,
It
the
was like
top
the
chalk.
cliffs.
Yeah.
the chalk,
Chalk,
stuff.
yeah.
Yeah. I don't know why chalk was such a big thing there.
know.
You don't make anything out of it, did
No.
you? Like,
And
I don't think I made anything out of chalk.
Sands too, like glass. You could
Well,
make windows.
yeah, you got at least glass.
That was like it.
Chalk
'Cause
is just fucking
windows.
chalk.
Yeah,
Doesn't give you anything.
there was obsidian.
Can't
too.
even use a whiteboard.
Obsidian was a good, strong material.
I use that for walls.
Yeah,
Yeah, dudes couldn't get past that.
yeah. You just use the cannon.
The
and
little
collect tons
the
of it.
hammer dudes would get really fucking pissed off
Hammer
because they
dudes.
can't break through it. They're like, "What the
I
fuck?"
hated those guys when they'd come through and like break all the
Oh
stuff.
yeah,
in
when you
your-
have like weaker shit.
yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah,
like the castle wall and the brick stuff.
Yeah,
they go
they're
right through.
they're
it.
the reason that I immediately was like, "Okay, I need better shit."
Yeah, that was annoying to have to rebuild that. But
Purple flagstone, I think, was the first thing I got that fended them off. So
yeah, but back to design. I think the enemies and the characters were really well designed, but I didn't really think the environments were that great. Like the stuff that you build looks nice, but the material that you build it out of just looks like a block. I feel like
so
they
you
could
wish
have
they
done
could have added more detail
Yeah.
to the environment outside
feel
of it
like it
looking
could've
So
like
instead
a
of-
block.
better. I
Like
feel like it could've looked
RPG
better.
Maker 1, you want it to be RPG Maker 12.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes, more advanced.
I agree.
So
with
you
that.
wanted more detail on the grass instead of it just being green.
Yeah.
All right, I got
Or
it.
like the plants where you just like throw it and it's just green on the blocks.
Yeah, or the ones that just add moss for like no fucking
Yeah.
reason. I don't
Well-
even know why that was a thing.
I don't either.
That you don't even do anything with moss blocks.
I guess it was for aesthetics, but really it was just like green recoloring, so it didn't do much for me.
Didn't do
Yeah.
much for me either. So
All right,
Alright.
is that everything we got?
I believe so. Any final thoughts?
I'm good.
Do you recommend this game or do you not? In which platform?
Ugh. If you really like Dragon Quest and if you like Minecraft, I'd say give it a go. But
It
like,
really niche.
there's- yeah, it's fun, but at the same time, it's really annoying in bits, and it's not a game to be played long term, like all at once.
Yep.
Like most people
It's-
play like one game and then they just stick to that game until they beat it.
yeah,
usually.
that's my philosophy. Don't do
At least
this.
that's what I do. A lot of people like even intercut with other games, but like this game is definitely not to be played as like one chunk.
Yeah,
Um,
for sure.
And so that's kind of a problem for the game. So that's one kind of downer where I'd say probably you can avoid it. I would like to see the second one though.
Yeah.
I mean, we're gonna have to play it anyway eventually when it comes out. but I'm really hoping that it like focuses more on being a PS4 game
Yeah,
instead of just being a port from a handheld system.
me too.
I noticed that you can go underwater in the trailer and you could build a hand glider.
You watch the trailer.
Yeah, I watched the trailer for it. I didn't go
Hand glider.
into Builders 2 thinking, I'm going to have something spoiled.
Hand glider would have been awesome. Hand glider.
Yeah.
That would have been nice to jump
Yeah.
off cliffs with instead
Yeah.
of trying to. Like,
So we'll see if
slowly
they fix it
climb
or
down.
not. So
It's like Breath
They-
of the Wild stuff, though.
Yeah, there's basically Builders Breath of the Wild.
yeah.
I wouldn't mind that. That would be
That would
cool.
be really interesting if it
Yeah.
was like a combination of those two games.
Oh, that would be such a big game, though.
Yeah. Could you
That would take
imagine Breath
forever.
of the Wild remade as this game?
Oh God.
I
Why?
think it would be better.
Okay,
So-
so if we got nothing else to add, I guess that's it then.
Yeah, that's it.
Final thoughts?
And my final thoughts is exactly with Craig's. I do not recommend this game unless you have that specific niche for Dragon Quest,
Mm-hmm.
or
don't like
you
the way you
enjoy
pronounce
building
that.
things creatively. Which I think your best mode would be, rush 3 to the chapters and then go to Terra Incognito or whatever the fuck the name of it
I
was.
I can't remember exactly what it was. It was
To where
Terra
you get
something.
all of it because
Well, you don't
there's-
get all of it. You get the recipes that you unlocked, and if you you get more recipes if you do all the puzzles and if you do all the challenges.
Yeah.
And there's also DLC, of course, that you can buy.
What?
Yeah, that's DLC.
there's specific block patterns and stuff. Same way with
Yeah.
like Minecraft.
The one
But
that
I
My
did
game
not
came with,
see
like,
any
a
DLC,
code.
so I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
Day
Mine
1
came with the code.
edition comes with slime block sets.
there was like gold blocks too that you could
There's
use.
that too if you want, but it's purely aesthetics.
Okay, I bought the downloadable version, so I had no idea there was even.
Yeah, it's just aesthetic bullshit.
Yeah.
Huh.
But in the Terra mode, you can basically build your house and share it online with other people. So that could be kind of fun if you really are into that kind of community that Minecraft has.
Huh. Okay.
But other than that, find it quite cheap. Don't buy it new.
Yeah, I wish
and
there
just-
was like an online thing so you could play with more people.
Oh yeah, we totally would have
Partying up and being able to build stuff, and then like having people try and come and knock it down. It's a sort
Oh,
of mobile type.
You want a tower defense game?
No, not like a tower defense game, but like it's an open world thing where you can play with people,
Yeah.
build your own little towers thing, and if some people want to, they can try and destroy it.
I think
Civilization.
that would be cool.
So it'd just be like like an open world sandbox. It would basically be exactly like Minecraft because that's what Minecraft does. People,
yeah,
if,
multiplayer
if
can come
everybody's
in
on
and-
the server, then they can go and destroy your shit if they want to.
Yeah,
So
doesn't sound fun, but yeah.
I
sounds
think
fun.
it would be kind of cool to have a mode like that for
Okay.
Dragon Quest Builders.
Get more of a community too.
Yeah.
I think a
More
tower
people
defense
interested.
in Dragon Quest Builders would also be okay.
Maybe.
I think there's a lot you can do with
There's
Dragon
enough
Quest.
there that like they have the ballistas, they have the cannons, they have like that you could get like people with bows like in towers and stuff. Yeah, I
Until
think
you
it would-
allow for a bash mobile in the multiplayer and it just breaks it.
yeah, the fucking Bashmobile.
I apologize. We fucked up again. This is going to be a bonus episode because we cannot record this thing right. And good luck listening to it.
Welcome to another episode of the Puff Puff Hour. I'm your host, Caleb Craig. I'm your host, Dylan Ronald.
And I am the sexiest host alive, Jacob Wright.
That's just not true.
No.
I can't even imagine a universe in the
He does have very nice puff puffs, gentlemen. he does, which is why the logo looks exactly the way it does.
It's true.
Everybody is inspired.
Yeah, the artist was definitely inspired by my top house. So
Was that just a coincidence, or
for
does
what?
he follow the show?
Oh, he listens to me at UFF. He's done work for UFF before as well.
Yeah. Tremendous guy, only the best. Is the greatest artwork.
What was his name again?
Stollis.
Yes.
He's great.
Yeah. All right.
Are we just gonna discuss the logo now? Let's go for it.
Yeah, let's do it.
Why? It's no fun.
Because it's awesome. We now have a logo. What do we think of it?
We do have a logo, but at the point of this release, they would already know about the logo.
Yes.
Well, we can at least promote the guy that did the work for us.
Yeah. Okay.
Link will be in the description.
For sure.
All right, yeah.
Go send him work and get him work.
Yeah, that guy.
Ton of revenue.
It's good stuff. Yeah, he asked me he drew me as a girl before, and I was like, no, dude, if you're gonna draw me as a girl, you gotta make it Jessica.
Yes.
And then he did.
It turned out great.
It's awesome. My hair can be seen flowing in a small little bit underneath the helmet.
And you captured
It's
my
awesome.
curliness.
Oh yes, the Jew fro.
The nice,
Yeah,
the Jew fro.
It's not that fro.
It's not froey.
Froey.
Dude,
That is a word.
Yeah,
It's
okay, it's
getting
not
there.
that froey.
It's getting there.
I think there was another point in time which was more Jew froey.
Well, not the picture that I sent you.
Oh, well, not that picture.
Unless he did some research.
Yeah.
Whoa! What kind of pictures, man?
The kind you're thinking of.
Wow.
Yeah,
Well-
Dylan did some work in the night. You know,
Yeah.
So what would be the equivalent of
Down low.
on the DL.
carpet matching the drapes, but only in reference to the hair, not the color?
What? Oh, you mean like the style? So it's got like
Yes, so you got
fro.
Yeah, pew fro.
No comment.
That would be.
It's a little
I'm not saying I
personal.
want to see a dick with like a fro. Well, okay, yeah, I do want to see a dick with a fro, but like I don't.
Like the curlicues, the curlicues are wrapping around the head.
Yeah.
So do you or don't you?
I don't want to see the dick, but I do want to see it with a fro. So it's kind of like a scale.
Well, you can commission.
Like, do I want to see the fro on a dick more than like just seeing the dick?
It's about time that Joe gets paid for his artwork.
Nah, dude. No. It was just terrible. I don't know if you guys saw that dick dragon that was in the nude Clint notebook. But
Did you
that
guys
thing,
say
that thing haunts my nightmares, man.
So veiny.
Dude, it's not just veiny, it's fucking terrible looking too. Like, I don't know what like fucking nightmarish world he lives in, like to draw that shit. Alright, yeah, anyways.
That should be the logo.
Where are you guys at in Dragon Quest 3? Since we are not reviewing that today.
It's done, man. Come on.
Oh,
I'm on time.
you fucking got it done.
Yeah, I got it done.
Oh, well, I'm just starting. So, yeah. It's gonna be a while. Oh, dude, I got fucking Persona 5 to play, dude. That thing's a fucking 100-hour game. I'm gonna try to beat that thing.
So then you should have
400
beat
hours.
the 30-hour game first.
I did. I just beat Nier Automata before that.
Which 30-hour game?
I was like, which one of the thousands that I'm currently playing? Yeah, I just started, so I made the mistake of crossing the Devil Bridge like immediately and getting fucked by like 5 pro things.
Ooh.
Yeah. That was fun for a level 1 character.
Got to do a lot of grinding there.
Yeah, I noticed immediately when I got jumped by like 5 slimes.
You got taken down by slimes?
No.
You do not get
the slimes.
jumped by slimes.
Dude, the slimes, like, in a group of 5, when you have, like, 20 health, is dangerous.
It's like getting
Alright.
jumped by the gangs from West Side Story. Come on. Like, they aren't doing any damage.
Well, the slimes aren't exactly snap dancing, either. I mean, they do 1 damage to you. There's 5 of them. They attack every turn. Even if you take them out, like, 1 at a time. It's fucking brutal. Like, this game so far has had, like, the most encounter rates with, like, at least with the most monsters.
It's a high encounter rate.
Because, like, there was only, like, 3 in the last one, right? 3 monsters on screen?
I think there was a good one.
Yeah, I think you can get 4 or 5.
God, now I can't remember anything since I started 3.
Yeah, there's a huge gap between these episodes, people. It's probably about a month in between each one.
Yeah, dude, like fucking 3 though, like immediately getting jumped by like 5 dudes. That's like later fucking 2 shit. Like immediately getting jumped by 5 dudes.
It gets more fun.
Oh, I believe it. Fucking like, oh, there's 5 final bosses on screen at once.
Yeah,
No.
final boss slimes.
Dude,
Yes,
yes, the god slime. Dun, dun.
Gang rape. Gang rape. Clearly it's gang rape to Craig, because that's so difficult.
Dude, the fucking crows? Oh, dude.
Well, crows, yes, but you said slimes.
Well, the slimes in like the very beginning area, like right after you leave the castle. Like I was like roaming around the castle and then I got jumped by like 5 slimes. I like survived the fight by like the skin of my balls, but like, dude, now all I can imagine is fucking slimes like dancing
And clicking.
fucking, yeah, their mouths. They have to click their tongues because they can't snap, and just like the image of that is entertaining as fuck.
Death by Puff Puff.
All right.
Yes.
Now,
Oh, yes.
okay, now we need a video of like slimes like dancing to the like West Side Story thing, like snapping.
Make it happen.
Somebody wearing the slimes are wearing like leather coats.
How in the world are you gonna? Okay.
We just ended it.
How about you, Dylan?
I'm collecting the orbs.
Okay.
So I'm pretty close to the end. Like 10 hours.
Okay.
hours away.
Okay. I'm not saying nothing.
10 hours away from the end. All right. 30-hour game. It's
Yeah.
good stuff to look forward to.
20 hours in.
Dude, this fucking you're not playing the mobile one, right?
No.
Are you having problems in the mobile one where like if you tap the fucking screen, like it's like an inch below where you're tapping?
Yes. Yes.
Oh my god, I fucking hate that shit. It's been doing that to me since the fucking second game.
It's the touch screens, man. It's touch screens.
Dude, it was fucking brutal because like I tried to use something in 2 and it was like, oh hey, you wanted to use this healing item instead? And I was like, no. But then I got fucked immediately because I tried to use something that I wasn't supposed to in the part. Like,
This is why you hook up a Bluetooth controller
Dude,
to it. I was considering it.
buying a
But-
Bluetooth controller for
No,
your
just do the
phone is the
PS4.
most retarded thing I've ever heard.
Just do it with the PS4 controller. You can Bluetooth it.
Do what you gotta do.
What?
Yes.
It's your phone.
It's a universal Bluetooth. Yes.
I have never heard of this.
I even do it to hook up the DualShock 4 to my PS3. No vibration, but I'm not masturbating, so I'm good.
Yeah, well, I mean,
Because that's what you use it for.
yeah, that's the only thing that vibration is for.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
That's why the
That's why-
analog
yeah, that's-
sticks are the perfect space between.
It all makes
I'm
sense.
sorry, what?
Yes.
Are you saying that it's that wide? Is that what you're telling me right now?
Are you
Yeah.
picturing it?
Are you picturing it?
I had to, like, immediately. I was like,
It's
what?
about the exact
It's like
perfect
you said, like,
size.
so I was like imagining the controller, and then I immediately imagined a cock going into the controller, and then like growing outward to reach the fucking sticks. And I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
It's the exact different size between put them between your puff puffs.
Okay, that would be a little bit more space then.
How wide is the angle?
I honestly have no idea.
Okay. You let me know, honey.
Nah,
Okay.
just no.
No. Okay. So,
So we're going to talk about a little bit of news that we have right now.
Yes.
For Dragon Quest.
we have got a shit ton of news since the last recorded episode.
Shit ton. It's
And as far as Dragon Quest news goes,
Yeah, I guess for Dragon Quest, because there's literally nothing, especially here. But Dragon Quest 11 is coming out, guys. We're going to be playing. It's going to be great.
yeah, an
It's
actual
coming out
console
for
one.
The US.
It's been a while.
Console, yeah. And fucking 3DS for some reason.
Yeah.
I can't. I don't understand why they would
It's-
fucking do that.
If there's a PS4 option, then what's the point?
Yeah, like if you can play it on a fucking console, why would you dumb it the fuck down to play it on a fucking mobile version?
Because that's I disagree, guys. I think with Japan's mobile scene.
Well, okay, they like
The
their mobile
3DS,
games,
yes.
but to dumb a game down that hard, like,
They're
they
not
had to
dumbing
basically-
it. They built 2 different games.
I know, that's what I mean. Like, they had to make 2 different games of the same game just so they could put it on a fucking mobile thing, and I think that's retarded.
Is it coming for the Switch though?
I heard it was technical problems right now.
All I know is PS4 and
That's
3DS.
disappointing.
Like, that's what I saw the trailer for, the last trailer, but they could announce something, like, soonish for Switch. But I still haven't heard anything for that.
No Switch left.
Dude, there's nothing for the Switch.
I know.
You bought that thing way too fucking early.
I'm aware of this.
Never buy a
Mario
console.
Kart 8, it's like that Wii U purchase was a mistake.
Never buy a
You?
console in the
For me.
first
For me.
year,
For me.
people.
I
Never
still
buy in the
only
first
have
year.
2, well, okay, I have 3 games, but still, like, 2 games that I bought.
It's got like
Because
10
it gave me like Legend of Zelda with like free, so I was like, okay,
That's pretty sweet. That's a good game.
yeah, it's a good one.
Just gotta finish it.
Yeah, I'm at the.
Well, there needs to be a Dragon Quest on Switch,
I'm
right?
gathering the
Yes.
the Triforce pieces. So.
Yeah. That's the.
Zelda podcast failed. Let's
the
go,
part that
gentlemen.
makes that game slow the fuck down like crazy.
We can incorporate it. a little bit.
Oh, you're gonna try to.
I'm definitely gonna try to.
What, make this the Legend of Zelda podcast?
No, I'm gonna make references to the Legend of Zelda.
Oh, okay.
That's
We're
just
gonna
how
make
I am.
references to fucking everything
Exactly.
constantly.
Everything is available
Yep,
for
right.
us to discuss on this podcast.
That's right.
But mostly.
And if I looked
Yeah,
at this,
mostly Dragon Quest.
right,
It's the focus.
if I looked at the sales
Yes,
correctly
Assassin's
for
Creed
this, it's selling more on the 3DS than on the PS4 in Japan.
For the Dragon Quest 11?
Yep,
Why? That thing looks
surprising.
amazing on PS4.
it does.
it
but
does. Both look amazing. I looked at
understand
it.
that, like they ride the trains a lot. Like I know that that's what they do, and that's why mobile is like a huge thing for Japanese players. But like fucking, I can't understand like why you would like if Pokemon, for instance, was on a fucking console as well as a fucking
Not gonna happen.
like
Not gonna happen.
on the 3DS or something. Like what would you go for, Dylan? I'm just
Console.
curious. Yeah. Because if it's on the fucking console, why would you choose the fucking shittier version?
I'm gonna play it at home either way, so might as well play it
But,
on the better
okay.
looking version.
Okay,
Better
I will
controller.
quickly get into 3 million cells already for this thing in Japan. That's crazy.
For total on both systems?
Yes.
And it
That's
just
pretty
barely came out too. Like a
Yeah,
couple weeks
it-
ago.
It was the 11th. Is that right? Is that when it came out?
I don't know about Japan release dates. Whatever. But why I think the 3DS one should exist is because of a feature they've apparently put into both versions. And that's a password system. Since it is on different
Okay.
if it's on 2 different consoles entirely, right? A Nintendo one and a Sony one, okay?
Yeah.
Instead of worrying about save data, you can ask it to give you a specific password. You copy the password down like old school Dragon Warrior, which we didn't get
Yeah.
because we had save states, but you could take that password and put it into the other version of the
it's
game.
Transfer between the versions. Yeah,
It's a transferring thing.
That is cool.
That's pretty amazing.
yeah. But god damn it, dude. It's like,
And then, what? Go ahead.
I don't know. Like, that, god damn it.
And then what makes the 3DS version cool, apparently, is you could switch to an old 2D style that isn't like moving 3D ways. Old Dragon Quest style, where you just move brick by brick. Sorry, square by square. Like you're playing an old original one.
So it caters to like the whole
Even
fans
8-bit, too.
series.
I
I kind of like.
So we're talking about 3 different games
That's
here
kinda
almost.
Cool. Doom 2016 did something similar where it allowed you to like place the gun in the middle of the screen like the original Doom games were.
Yeah, and you
That's
sucked
pretty
that game
cool.
off sufficiently, so...
Yeah, that's because that game is fucking awesome.
Right, so give this its fair due.
Did we promote that in the last episode?
Doom 2016?
If not, Doom 2016.
Yeah, guys, Doom 2016 constantly. Every day. Also, in other news, we have Dragon Quest 1 through 3 coming to 3DS and PS4.
It's
At least in Japan.
Yes.
I want them here, which fucking sucks, especially since we just started this thing. And if we had it on PS4, could earn trophies for these fucking things, it would be awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
For
Because
sure.
I totally will play 1 again if they release it.
And-
And possibly 3.
For
You know, I don't
trophies?
know yet.
Oh, that's
Definitely.
But 2, I'll probably just be like, you know what, 2, I'll leave you alone. I'll leave you alone, 2.
Yeah.
And since you guys seem to hate the mobile things, I'm still going to announce 3DS will be getting Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3 now.
That's what I said. Said PS4 and 3DS.
Well, I'm not listening.
Yeah, fuck you.
Once again.
So
no
1 through
Switch.
9 will be on 3DS now. That's
No
crazy.
Switch, though.
And
Yeah, dude, no Switch left. Like, they fucking...
That's frustrating.
I think they're waiting for that,
I'm pretty
service
sure-
that they're doing,
Yeah.
or whatever, the
online.
to
The
do that.
inferior online that you have to pay for.
Yep. For like their also their like older games that they're doing, like the SNES service or whatever the fuck that
That
was.
part's cool.
It's cool, but at the same time they have like nothing for it.
They don't have
Games that
virtual
they can
console,
already buy on the virtual console,
which doesn't exist on the Switch yet.
which probably won't since they're doing the fucking thing they're doing. It's
Yeah,
like PlayStation
yeah.
Now, how they only have the PS3 games on there.
Yeah, I don't like that either.
Yeah. So what's gonna happen? So you got to keep your old your old Nintendo, fucking consoles to play those virtual console games.
And then you'll have a reason to buy Wii U.
I guess that just became my reason.
There
Fucking
you go.
buying old games.
right. I'm pretty sure there is a niche site on porn called Switch Love.
Really?
I don't know. It has nothing to do with the Nintendo
That's
Switch,
pretty
but I'm
obscure.
pretty sure it has something to do with trannies.
Oh,
How did you come across
yeah.
this?
Why do you know about that?
I don't know. I'm just assuming there is. You think Switch Love? Well, ding, ding, ding. We have a
God
winner.
damn it, dude. That's
I'm gonna
terrible
look it up.
joke. Fuck you and your JoJo.
JoJo.
Yeah, that's totally what it was. Fucking terrible joke. It's a JoJo. Alright, so yeah, the Dragon Quest 3 being on 3DS, so 1 through 9, that we'll probably be playing like mostly on the DS, right?
3D, yeah, DS. 3DS thing.
I'm thinking.
That's cool.
I'm thinking about whether or not I want to play 4 on the DS or continue it on through mobile, because like mobile game, the on the phone it goes through to 6, then it has 8 on there too.
Your call.
But then-
I bought a
But
3DS
then
for this
on
podcast.
DS, I have to play 9 anyway because it's the only fucking way to get it.
You can
And
borrow
then-
mine.
And then I gotta play 7 and 8. So and the 8, I'm also debating on whether or not I want to play on fucking PS2 or the 3DS version, because the 3DS version has new shit.
Yeah, I'm going for 3DS for sure.
You are?
How much do you listeners care about streams? All right, we'll decide that for Dragon Quest 8.
Yeah.
But
Didn't you want
we-
to stream it if for on PS2?
I'm debating that. I'm truly debating that
If-
because 3DS we ain't streaming shit. But that'd be way down the line, so no
Dude.
worries, guys.
I want them to bring it like, okay, so if they bring it to the PS4 thing, you know how they're doing that PS2 on PS4.
Yeah.
If they bring Dragon Quest 8 PS4, I'm fucking playing it on PS4.
Trophies.
Yeah, trophies.
We all will.
Like I
Yeah.
fucking like extra shit. 3DS is great, but trophies.
Yeah, I would do that too. It'd be cheaper. Be like 15 instead
Yeah,
of 40.
dude. If Nintendo had like its own trophy thing, then it wouldn't fucking matter because then I'd be playing it on 3DS, new extra stuff,
Yeah.
and then fucking
But-
stickers or some shit.
Okay, we bought 4, and Dylan went ham on 4, 5, and 6 for the DS.
Yeah.
Why the hell would you pay for it again?
Yeah, I'm sad that I have to open those because they were sealed copies.
Oh, you got fucking sealed copies?
Yes!
Yeah.
Sweet damn, dude.
Dylan is awesome,
Dude.
people.
Yeah.
$100?
Expensive.
How much for all of them?
100
For all of them?
for all of them.
Oh, okay.
You gotta steal.
That's not
It's a
as,
steal.
yeah.
That's
Okay,
why I
that's
bought
what I
it.
was like. That's not as expensive as those.
eBay does not sponsor us, but yeah, go check out eBay.
Even though Caleb doesn't believe in eBay for some weird reason.
Fucking Amazon, dude. I want to go to no shady eBay.
Amazon, the third party for Amazon is just as shady as eBay.
I don't trust the third party for Amazon.
I don't trust the third party for anything, whether it's eBay or Amazon
Well, that's like,
or Craigslist.
yeah,
Craigslist.
yeah. My list.
Yeah, I know, right?
It's fucking.
I guess that makes sense for all the singles on the website.
Yeah, they're looking for waves.
Filipino singles.
Oh, that's for Joe. I put that up there for Joe. Wants them tiny, not white chicks.
Well, you're a good friend for doing that.
I know. The best friend. Best friend anyone looking for a Filipino chick could have.
He's the best you'll ever get. The best you'll ever get.
That's right.
All right. Well, I know we mentioned Builders 2. Like, I ain't seen anything from Builders. But I watched a gameplay video of Builders 2, and that hand glider looks fucking awesome.
There's a hand glider?
Yes, there's a hand glider.
Honestly, I didn't know the second one was coming out until you told me earlier.
Right.
Like, I played Builders. I'm most of the way done. I think I have like one city left.
All right. Are you going to start it from scratch, or are you just going to count the thing
No.
done when you get to it?
Okay. Early review, the game is fucking repetitive, so I am not starting it from scratch. Like, seriously, it has like 4 parts. Every part is the fucking same.
So what do you like do in the game? I don't even know.
Basically, you
Build!
Yeah, you
Self-explanatory.
build shit. Yeah, you like. Basically humans have lost the ability to build. Fucking retarded.
Okay.
But and you're the only one who can, so you're the builder, and you have to fix.
Bob the Builder.
Yeah.
Get it, fix it.
Exactly, dude. You have to fucking like.
Wait. What's the character's name in that?
It's just nameless hero.
Okay, we're naming it Bob.
Bob the builder. All right.
Builders.
Yeah. So basically, you just have to build the towns again because like they get destroyed like from the monsters taking over because like humans have lost their ability.
What is this slime going to knock
Whatever.
over?
Sounds like Sim City.
Slimes.
Slime City.
Slime City.
It's pretty. Like,
That'd be a way better title.
the gameplay for like fighting and stuff is pretty sweet, but you can't level up or anything, which sucks. So you basically get all of your damage and resistances from like crafting your armor and weapons.
So you're saying it's Minecraft?
Yeah, it's Minecraft. It's Minecraft with Dragon Quest and not the children. Well, I guess
Oh.
not.
On today's episode, we find another set of listeners for Craig to offend besides Final Fantasy X.
Dude, fucking Minecraft. 4 and under.
I guess. I've never played Minecraft, so I don't have an argument.
You have
I
me
haven't
play
played
a
any
4-year-old that
either, but
actually
I've
knows
played
how to
Dragon Quest
craft
Builders.
these things, and I'll tell you it's an intelligent 4-year-old that knows how to do that.
Yeah, it's fucking good.
Up the name a little bit.
Well, my nephew.
That doesn't necessarily mean you know how to craft it.
Yeah,
There's still mechanics in the game that you have to figure out. It's not like it's built
Punching
for a
trees.
fucking 4-year-old. No, actually figuring out how to build specific things like a furnace, make a compass, make the map.
It doesn't just do that for you.
You still have to put them in the right spots.
But you have to put them in specific spots?
Yes. Have you never played Minecraft before?
No, it sounds retarded.
Never.
You just have to have the materials for Dragon Quest Builders.
Okay.
Sounds way
all right.
better.
Alright. Whatever.
Yeah, Dragon Quest
Sounds
Builders is way better than Minecraft. It's super repetitive.
Random opinion by someone who hasn't played the game.
Yeah, that's right. It's better. Better than a game I haven't played, nor will play.
All right. So do we want to discuss the outline of all these games and what we're going to play?
The games that we're going to be playing,
Yes.
because we're only playing the ones that are coming, that have come to the U.S. and have come, or
Yes.
are coming.
Because there's a lot. Yeah, that was a very intelligent speech.
What?
Articulate to the T.
Yeah, I lost it a little bit there.
You're one of those people that just keep talking and you're not really sure what you want to say
Silence
until you finish
I have to fill the fucking
words.
silence because you two fucks don't know how to speak.
I know exactly how to speak. I just don't like talking over other people too often.
Say tortilla for me, Jake.
Tortilla.
No, dude, it's fucking tortilla.
Tortilla.
Tortilla. That's how you
Titties.
fucking say that word. Okay?
All right. You're becoming Joe with the grammar police here.
Yeah, you're fucking
So
shitting
you
on
gotta
me,
keep
so-
that. You gotta keep that. At least it's a better response than your mom.
No, dude, your mom
Because
is the
there's a line.
ultimate comeback.
I even come up with better comebacks against myself in joking form than when you throw something.
No, dude, your mom is the ultimate comeback.
It lacks intelligence.
How? It's a fucking classic.
Because you're unable to come up with something articulately to attack me on.
Let's just say it's a playground classic.
It is a playground classic,
Fucking
but it's
the
not
ultimate
that.
classic.
It lacks intellect.
No, it
Period.
doesn't. You just say your mom, and then you automatically think of an insult towards your mom. That's when you say your mom to somebody.
Is that-
it's not really an insult? You're just saying your mom, and then they immediately think an insult towards their own mother. So they're really insulting their own mother when all you say is your mom.
It's a lack of creativity.
No, it's fucking beautiful. You use their own creativity.
But you
against
use
them.
it as a fallacy to everything.
I know, it's perfect.
It's
You
lazy.
can't throw away the classics.
I'm just
Because you
trying to
cannot
say-
come up with
Fuck
anything
you.
new.
Sorry, Caleb.
Asshole.
Dude.
Ever.
All right.
That's why it will never go out of style.
So
Everyone.
we're obviously going to be doing everything in the main series that is not MMO.
Oh my god, dude.
Why is
Okay.
10 titled 10 instead of online?
Well, I have the same problem with Final Fantasy. 11 to 14 should just be online and then online too.
Yeah. So no 10, guys, unless they actually release it here in English.
Which would be
It'll be
fucking
in-
awesome
Yes.
if they released it like on the Switch or something.
Switch love again.
Yeah, Switch Love.
Hashtag Switch love.
They can remaster it.
I don't want to know what trend.
They ported it to the Wii U.
Oh yeah,
for the-
Jacob.
for the-
It's not a thing.
Ah,
What's that
we're gonna have, make it be a thing.
Oh, you actually looked it up? Oh
I
my
did.
god.
Damn it!
Well, I wasn't talking.
All right,
Looking it up.
Oh.
we need to corner the market on this.
Okay, well, all it will be is it'll be like a dude in the middle, and then the two it'll be like two chicks who slide up and down on the entire time. That's what Switch Love will be. To mimic the control.
And not
of the Switch.
switching between an Audi and an innie.
Well, no, because
Switch love to me.
If we're mixing the console and the porn, then you gotta have.
Oh, that
two
has
chicks.
nothing to do with the console.
Dude,
Switch love.
and then one chick slides up and then gets replaced by another chick, constantly. That's what it'll be.
That's an interesting idea. Switch love to me is when you are dick out, no problem, and then in 3 seconds you decide to tuck it in. And it looks like a vagina. That is switch love.
What? Wouldn't that just be? Oh wait.
Because you're switch. Oh, Jesus God, dude.
Should we just tell Dylan what a Fudanari is?
Oh, does he not know what the Funari is?
Remember?
Oh, yes.
That's basically what Switch Love would be.
Yes, it is.
That it already exists.
I totally said I didn't know what it was because I just wanted them to describe it to
Oh,
me.
so you do know what it is?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Yeah.
Dick out of vagina.
Yeah. That's Switch Love right there. Think you're gonna get something, and then you get a mouthful of sausage.
Oh, love.
Okay, what were we talking about?
Dude, I don't remember something about transgender porn.
No, we were discussing what games we were going to play, gentlemen. Wow.
Yeah, it took a weird turn.
Well, okay, yeah.
Right.
So Dragon Quest 1 through 9, and then 11 will be our 10th one, unless they magically port as 10.
Right.
And then there's the Monster series,
Yes.
which is Joker and what?
It is Monsters, the original Game Boy Color. Monsters 2, Joker, and Joker 2. For some reason, we don't get Joker 3.
We
Okay.
don't deserve Joker 3.
I guess not.
I don't think
Bad
it's
US
any
sales.
of them.
Oh, preconceived
Wow.
notions?
Okay.
Dude, okay, I saw the DS cover for it. I was like, I don't want to play that at all. This was before this was before we were doing the Dragon Quest podcast. So I had seen the cover of
DQM thing?
Yeah,
It does look shitty.
Yeah, it's fucking, or at least the Joker ones. I was like, I don't want to play this. I was looking at it. It's like, oh, that's cool, Dragon Quest, and then no, I have no interest in it, and I now have to play it.
My
Invade.
ignorance was mostly why I didn't want to play it. Wasn't familiar with Dragon Quest.
Well,
Pretty recently.
I mean, it might be a fun game, but it did not look good.
Well, I'm willing to give it a chance.
It looked like pure capture monster mechanics, which we'll get
Fucking
into an interesting thing
Pokemon.
later. Yeah.
Alright, that could be.
Pokemon is like so heavily inspired by Dragon Quest, though. So
Yeah.
Like, right? Of course?
Yeah.
We'll get into that. Hold on,
Okay,
guys.
yeah, that is
We're
that
gonna-
is a thing that
we
we had
brought it
to
up
look
in a couple of episodes already, so it's like not a big surprise.
Okay.
It is, yeah. There's the Hero series, which for some reason one of the slime series is called Heroes, Rocket Slime, so we're throwing it
That
into the
sounds
Heroes.
fucking awesome. Is it about a slime who is also a rocket ship?
I have no idea, but the cover
Or a
and what I'm
slime
seeing
that shoots
looks awesome.
rockets?
I don't know, man. I
Dude,
don't know.
if it's a fucking slime that like turns into some kind of like slime robot, starts shooting
Oh, it
slime missiles out of its shoulder pad things, that would be fucking awesome.
any change mechanic like it's a Kirby game, I'm on board. Like the slime can change into all these
Oh,
different
that's
creatures like
sweet.
Kirby.
Well, the cover shows the slime being launched, so
Okay.
hopefully that.
So it's like Angry Birds with slime. Dude, why did nobody do that?
That's cool.
Angry
Birds with
slimes.
slimes, yeah.
Angry slimes.
Sounds fucking
Why? Because the
There's so many different
slimes
ones.
are.
Yeah, there's so many slimes. There'd be like Slime King, Metal Slime, fucking She Slime, Needle
Because
Slime.
slimes are too cute and adorable to have angry faces on them.
No, you just
That's
fucking
why.
launch them.
They don't have to be angry.
Yeah, you can
slimes.
just launch them.
So Happy
Be like,
Slime is
why
the
not?
name of the game.
There'd just be slime slingshot.
Slime sounds like a puzzler game.
I like that title.
Slime slingshot.
It's kind of hard to say.
Yeah, dude.
Hey, Slime's lives matter, man. T-shirts coming soon.
Oh my god, that'd be awesome.
Hashtag Slime's lives matter. So we got Heroes and Heroes 2,
I have the first one.
which totally looked like
a little bit. Yeah, it's totally a Dynasty
Dynasty
thing,
Warriors.
but it's got like weird. There's like certain parts that are kind of tower defense, but
and the world's greatest cleavage by Jessica from what I've seen in the demo.
yeah, she's like in both
my
games. So
God.
as soon as we beat 8 and then move on to like those games, you're gonna have all the Jessica you want.
Oh,
Assuming you like Jessica as much as Jake.
I've seen her a few times. She's alright. She's a video game character.
I think she's Jake's waifu.
Oh, I'm sorry, kid.
Yeah.
I'm offending you.
Yeah, you
No?
can't insult his waifu.
I guess not.
Coming after you.
Better than Tifa.
Oh.
Yes.
For cleavage? Or just like boobs in general?
Overall, not only boobs, but personality
just like
and voice.
overall,
Dilly dally, shilly shally. All right.
Okay, yeah, you know what? You're right. You're right about
It's
that.
not even.
Jessica is fucking awesome.
And there's the boob reduction in Advent Children, so that's just a huge negative 50 points.
Well, I mean, they can't have somebody with like fucking triple D boobs.
Well,
like,
then why
jumping
did they-
around like they do? Fucking
Why
not?
did they do that in 7 then? Okay, logic gone.
I have no idea, man.
Right. Exactly.
Oh, Advent Children came after, so unless they're gonna like use their boobs, as
Right,
fucking
so-
part of her move set where she's like slamming dudes, which would be awesome. Fucking like whip those things out to like.
That sounds like a weird anime.
Or just a competition. There was an actual competition where women take their big tits and they smash beer
Oh my
cans with
god,
them.
you guys! I can't
So-
remember what the name of this movie is, but there was a movie that Joe and I watched where there was like a
Of course Joe watched it.
A cyborg. There was a cyborg chick, right? She fucking removes her boobs from her body. What? Puts them together, and then throws it like some kind of fucking football, and it goes like beelines for this guy, and then fucking like explodes his head. It was like, it was the greatest thing ever, and it was on Netflix, and I think it's gone now, but I wish I could show that to literally everyone in the world.
You don't remember what it's called?
I don't. It's fucking, I I can't, dude. I can't remember. But like, if you look it up by like some like the scene that I described, you should probably be able to find it because I can't imagine that being in anything else.
That reminds me of Archer for some reason.
It's chickremovesboobs.com.
Cyborgs and Archer.
Oh yeah, Katiana.
Yeah, Katya and fucking what's that guy's name? Oh my god, it says his name. Barry. There we go.
Oh, yeah.
Barry.
He says his own name like 50,000 times. How do I forget that?
Because it's probably been a while since you watched Archer.
It has been a little bit.
Is he even on the current season?
Season 8, I think, is coming out or out. I've seen up through season 7.
Okay. Yeah, me too.
So I'm waiting for Dreamland.
Okay. Yeah, I think that's the kind of. I think it's out now.
I want it. I want to see Dreamland.
Archer's awesome.
Yeah.
Have you seen Archer?
Yes. Up to like season 5, I think, before they started changing the name. Last section is Other, which is Tornico. Yes, Other, because they're kind of like
this other spin-offs.
They're kind of like
not really main.
Yes.
Main quest or main series.
Yeah.
Spin-offs.
Yeah, they don't have their own specific names really to them. And it's Tornico, which is apparently a dungeon crawler.
That
Similar.
should be interesting.
It'll be interesting. It's a PS1 game.
PS1 dungeon crawler.
Yeah. So it's Chocobo Dungeon. It's basically the same series over there in Japan. They kind of like made a couple FF ones of the dungeon crawlers and then a couple Dragon Quest ones. We only get number 2, not 1 and 3, but we get number 2. And it's Tornico, who's apparently a character in 4, which we have no fucking idea about yet. And it's supposed to be his own game.
Well, that's coming up soon, though. After 3.
We're going to go straight to that.
After 4?
Well, I don't know how we want to. We'll discuss how we're going to order if y'all get tired of the main series or not. There's Builders, obviously, and then Builders 2, whenever that comes out. And Dragon Quest Swords on the Wii.
I don't know how I feel about that one.
I don't know either, but I have already
wanted to play that.
I bought it.
I heard it was terrible.
Too bad I bought it. We're playing it. I already wasted $12. Well, then quit with the preconceived notions. It's like the sixth
You have
one.
to have the preconceived notions. 'Cause
No.
then if you get proved wrong later, you can be like, all right, I was wrong about this game. It's fucking awesome.
When has that ever happened?
Never. For me.
For you?
Yes.
Because he's already having preconceived notions, and no matter how awesome it is,
because I'm
he
fucking
assumes
always right.
No, he assumes 10 is bad, so he's gonna have a
Because
bad
it is.
experience with it.
It's terrible. I've already played half of it.
Okay, to the 3 listeners left listening, I apologize.
It's fucking terrible. It's just how it is. You gotta face facts.
So you knew Parasite Eve 2 was gonna be horrible
Yes.
after playing PE 1?
Yes. Because I started it immediately after PE1. So it's like, you know what? I don't really like Parasite Eve. I'll start Parasite Eve 2. And that was a fucking mistake. Because then I had to play it afterwards. And I was like, no, this is awful. I had to play through the game.
So the preconceived notion
review
didn't,
of that on fucking Nuke Planet.
assuming it was good, made it even worse.
I didn't assume that it was going to be good. I just really liked Parasite Eve, which was okay. It had interesting mechanics that I really liked. But
Until you have 160 bullets in one gun. Yes!
and then you like fuck the world. That would be amazing if you could have that.
With the gun.
Yeah.
But there is... Okay, go ahead.
No, that's fucking Parasite Eve 2 is terrible.
Okay, then I will
notions are correct.
I will put this into time
100% of
cancel.
the time.
When Nude Clan does Silent Hill 2, what is your preconceived notion about Silent Hill 2 based off Silent Hill 1? We'll put this in a time
I did
capsule.
say that I wanted to play Silent Hill 2. I
Okay.
have no preconceived notions about it yet. Although I do.
You cannot have any preconceived notions.
It was spoiled for me. So I know.
Oh,
I know.
that kills
I know
the
the way
whole
it- yeah.
fucking thing.
I know the ending of the game. So
Okay,
It's
but
it's
That's
supposed
all
to
I
be.
heard.
The second one I've heard is the best one. So.
story
spoil it.
storytelling wise, it's the best.
Okay.
3 is great gameplay, probably the best one, and 4 is the scariest. So it depends on what you're looking for in a survival horror game. Because 4 in like creature design and its actual environment, whoa. The room is
Why can't they just like get it right? Combine all those things.
2, 3, and 4 do get it right. It's the rest of them that are the problem when they disband to Team Silent. That's what the fuck happened to wrong.
Like, they like one specific game has like the best of one thing.
Well, that's my opinion.
Okay.
Some people
It's
like 3's story more than 2's because there's a lot more there, and maybe 2 rubs away a lot quicker after you know the ending and everything else in it. So honestly, 2 is not a universal opinion about Silent Hill being the best one. Because some people still claim OG, like Silent Hill 1 is the best one as far as
I can't.
scariness because it's survival horror.
So it's
I
like
can't see
Resident
that.
Evil in that way.
The first one wasn't scary.
Back then,
It was-
I predate the...
The fucking
Back when
the
I
frog
played
shit
it-
was interesting, an interesting mechanic to cover up their fucking inability to have great graphical power. But,
It's just as apparent in 2.
yeah.
And that is an early PS2 game. So, it's a lot of fuck.
Is that all we had for our extra or random Dragon Quest games that we have to play?
Yeah, that's pretty much it. That's the whole.
wait, no,
like,
there was that one.
This is what
Yes,
interesting.
Okay, so there is a Wii game that is basically Mario Party, Dragon Quest characters, and
I
Final
wonder-
Fantasy characters.
But kind of Monopoly, not necessarily Mario Party, but
Yeah.
it seems like Monopoly elements
It's
too.
Fortune Street.
That one, okay, so in the American release and the Wii release are both, it's Dragon Quest and Mario characters.
Does that have Final
But the
Fantasy characters too?
PS2, no, they removed the Final Fantasy characters for the Wii and the,
That's lame.
That's probably the only way Nintendo could get it licensed here.
yeah, but the PS2 one is strictly Dragon Quest characters and Final Fantasy characters. So, what we were hoping to do, which we don't know yet, is we were hoping to have a crossover episode with UFF doing the Dragon Quest Final Fantasy
Ikadai
board game.
Street.
That's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
And it isn't like a full game we have to worry about. It looks like party.
Yeah, it literally will just be like a board game that all just fucking play. Plus, we could stream it since we basically have to play it on a PC, like because it's
or in
region locked because of it's Japanese only. So we also have to fucking find a way to translate it. Just get
Yeah. that's
Fun.
cool.
That
So
would be
that's
that'd be
why-
half the fun is playing blind for the first time and trying to understand the Japanese thing.
We could like stream that shit too, which would be great. So I mean,
Oh.
yeah, it's like it's
That'll
something
be
to
fun.
possibly look forward to.
Have we discussed this with UFF?
A little bit with Caleb
Okay.
after we found out what it was.
Okay. Well, we'll get back to you on that one.
If not, we'll totally just play the Fortune Street, the American version. So,
The
we can
lead
still invite them to
version.
play with us.
yeah, I guess we could still invite him to play it, but it won't happen.
So either PC or import a PS2 from Japan, or find a way to mod a PS2 to play imports. Maybe we shall see.
We can look at
yeah, something. Wait. Wait.
Buy the game first.
PS3's
Don't pirate it. PS3.
PS3 still has region lock, right?
Yep,
God damn. I know PS4 doesn't, and then we could
I know.
the early PS3s. Wait.
There's a PS.
Oh, good lord! Yeah, talk about a pricey thing. Let's find a PS3
Do none of us
that's
have the original
non-pricey.
PS3?
Mine white-lotted on me,
Yeah, mine's dead. He died.
God damn.
Yeah.
Fucking Sony there.
and I lost
They
all my
releasing death killing updates.
It lasted a long time. 7 years.
Yeah, that's where they did that though.
Better than
Because like
Xbox.
one of my PS3, my last one, totally died, and it was after an update.
Really?
Yeah. So I'm pretty sure that they killed my PS3 on purpose so I'd buy another one.
Okay,
Fucking assholes.
right.
Conspiracy theory, but still.
And there's an interesting story to go with my Y-Lod. I bought the memory card to get all of the memory card converter thing to get all of my old save datas off the memory cards onto that PS3. So I lost everything from PS1 to PS2 to PS3 data about 5 years ago.
Oh, dude.
I
Yeah.
still have my hard drive, but basically everything is lost.
Yeah, they fucking locked that thing up so tight. I looked into finding a way to recover it. And no.
Dude, that hurts me hearing that.
Yeah.
You know, all the same things.
Yep.
I had PlayStation Plus though. So
Oh,
Like,
ha, ha, ha.
on, yeah. It's telling Jack to do that shit.
Well, now that I don't have to worry about a Y-Lot because Slims are built so much better, every week or 2 weeks or so after I beat a new game, I'm copying the save data to a USB flash drive, and it's all on there.
That's a little.
It takes just as much time to copy the data to a USB drive as it does to upload it to that cloud. In and out, copy, done.
doesn't it like automatically?
Yeah, it does it automatically whenever you save.
Okay,
Pretty sure.
Yeah.
fine. Y'all saved a few seconds. Wow.
right.
Is it worth the $7 extra a month?
If I'm getting free games, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, then it's for the $7 a month for the free games, not just because of the cloud.
Yeah, I'm also not paying for it because of the internet.
Well,
yeah, like applications. I mean,
free games.
Yeah.
Right.
Well,
Oh, let's get going on that. Yes.
Rented games, yeah.
basically.
But still, I mean,
Until
like,
you
not-
lose
not
it.
paying for the thing, so.
But the
But it's
trophies
only
are
like-
free, so.
Yeah, it's
I'm
free
okay with
trophies.
that.
So
And yet you're still behind.
behind what? In plats, maybe, but fucking trophy.
Everything.
God.
Plats, golds, silvers, bronze, grand total,
How
level.
many trophies do you have?
I believe I'm sitting around 6,000 plus.
Oh my god, okay, yeah, you're totally good.
Yeah, I'm a third of that.
But
I'm like
The-
34,000, or 34,000.
I will put the PSN chat in the. I will put my PSN ID in the episode description if you guys want to add us. If you guys want to add us,
Yeah,
and maybe at one point we'll see if we can, like, yeah.
I need more friends.
No. Ain't no question in that,
To
buddy.
admit there, Dylan.
On PlayStation.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay.
Just to clarify.
Yeah. Clarify that. Lie to yourself.
Okay, there was something else I wanted to bring up, but I'm having a brain fart here. You guys keep discussing. I'm gonna try and think
I
of
know. So when are we going to release episodes?
when they're done.
Done? I don't know if
We'll try and.
yet.
Oh, yeah, okay. So, like, our schedule is kind of fucked because how we release games, or how we...
Whoa, we're a company.
How we play games.
There may be an app that I'm creating called Craiger, which is a Caleb Craig soundboard.
Okay, fuck you.
Hopefully here soon it will get approved on Google Play. I'm gonna start making this come tomorrow.
Sounds like a dating service.
Craiger.
It's like a short version of Craigslist, only the single section.
There you go.
Right. So I'm pulling drops, so I will wait till Craig gives approval, but maybe we should get it up on Google
fuck you.
Play.
Go fuck yourself.
Aw, I'm doing it now.
No. Like, unless you sell it for like $1, and then I get that $1.
Royalties.
Yeah. I need all the royalties.
That's fair.
Then I'll accept it. Especially if you get like a good wet scream.
That would be
Oh,
a cool drop.
Yeah.
I would like that one.
right.
That fucking glitch one that I have, the twice.
I may have that. I might have that one already.
I had to show Sophie that because it was so funny. And she laughed too,
Like,
with no
fucking-
context.
Well, the context is that I fell through the fucking level and died.
It kind of self-explanatory there,
Yeah.
showing him in his weakling status.
Yeah, I was just like, watch this. I didn't say it
Dude,
was
that
you.
game was physical fucking pain. Okay.
Oh, now I remember. All right, you guys been talking.
Okay, but yeah. So
PS Plus is a joke because of certain aspects of it. The rental thing pisses me off. Sorry, we're going off the same thing. It's basically any game you get free. The second you stop the service, you no longer have access to it. But then here's the kicker. Here's the kicker. Even if that game goes on fucking sale later on, it's technically under Plus membership, and you can never full out buy the game ever
Yeah,
again.
that's true.
Yeah, but you can get the physical copy.
Some games aren't physical.
Yeah, like PS1 games.
Well, PS1 games
On
never
PS3.
show. They never show up under PlayStation Plus exclusive though.
Oh,
I'm talking like indie games, probably for Vita and
Well,
stuff.
nobody's gonna fucking like want the indie games. I mean, there's a few, but like, I can't imagine you wanting to like
But if something is
specifically
on,
buy a fucking. Oh, what was the one that was really bullshit that they added? I can't remember. God damn.
but if you want to buy that thing for $1, as you still should, and be done with PlayStation Plus, you should be able to do that. But no, it's on a
but
terminate
you can also
rental
get
fee.
it on fucking Steam if you have a laptop. They can play it indie.
You're assuming a different platform. I'm talking about Sony being fucked up with Plus. Steam is better, yes, undoubtedly.
Yeah,
I'm just saying how
most
Plus is
people
wrong.
aren't going to stop paying for Plus, though. That's the thing. They're trying to fade out the PS3 Plus, I think.
Why they don't release a lot of great games for at the end of the year, which you guys are getting? I'm looking at the games.
There's some, but they're only releasing indie games. It's been perfect.
Right, and then next week, after they release it free for Plus, the next week after that, it's a flash sale for $1.
Yeah, I've seen that.
So
Well,
you're
most
just
of those-
getting
most
fucked.
of the games that's released on for free. I'm not gonna buy. Like I already had Just Cause 3, and it just went on. And it went on.
But you're
free.
still paying for them. You're
Well,
paying an
yeah,
equal amount of
you're paying
per
for 'em,
monthly
but, like,
installment.
But you're paying for them and you're renting them, which is fine. But you're also paying for the internet service. You're paying for the ability to have fucking online cloud storage, which updates instantly. It's fucking fantastic. And then you fucking can play those games and then be done with them, even if you don't want to subscribe anymore. Then you don't have to worry about owning a shitload of games.
It's still
that you fucking aren't gonna play anymore.
but it's still under ownage. You go look at my list of downloads; they're still in there, the same as if you purchased them. So it's not like you're clearing out the list that says 600 items purchased. It's still in there. So what are you talking about?
Can you delete them
freaking-
though? Because I know after I've downloaded some games a few times, I can't download them again.
That's weird.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
I could be wrong.
Sony's just removing stuff from your
That would be
downloads list.
bullshit, honestly. If you download something too many times, they fuck you.
I believe they used to exist.
With the shared account stuff, like as a way to deter that.
Well, it's their own fault for being like, hey, you can put this up to like 5 PS3s.
Yeah, I'm pretty
But it
sure
used
they
to only-
implemented a limit.
It used to only be
it
like
was
3.
5. No, dude, it was 5 first, and then they moved it down to like 2.
Okay.
Yeah, I had that issue so, where I couldn't download some games
Because they were on too many.
else
Yeah.
downloaded them.
You were already on sharing accounts.
Damn it, Sony. All right. Anyway, so we were discussing. We got all the games done. Yeah.
Yeah, but for
yes.
our releases, we're going to do them pretty much as they get done.
Yeah. We got other
so
things.
We don't have necessarily a set schedule, which is unfortunate.
We're doing the Godzilla way of podcasts.
We're going to try and do them as quickly as we can. At least I will.
Oh, really? The person who didn't beat it?
Okay, I still have Persona fucking like as a guillotine like over my head right now. So if I didn't have Persona, I would probably have it done because I had played Nier Automata also like immediately.
So what we're saying is,
30
Nude
hours.
Clan is a higher priority. No worries there.
A little bit, yes,
Yeah.
but still playing the games since they're on mobile. I can also play them at work, which is great.
Tremendous worker here.
Yeah, tremendous. At least until like fucking Dragon Quest 6, if I like go that way. I have full game like work. But yeah, like so they'll be released.
What kind of work allows you to do such things, man?
I get done with my stuff pretty quickly,
And you just got to
I can
sitting
kind of
time.
sit there until
Okay.
they give me more stuff.
That's fine. I do homework at work, so I can't give you.
Oh,
too much
fucking
back.
Schweiss literally just watches me stream. So I mean.
I do that. Too
That's his job,
sometimes.
is watching me stream.
Huh.
Yeah. It's fucking, I don't know how he gets paid for that.
Sounds like a good job.
Yeah, the best job in the world. Watching me stream is great. But
Great
yeah, so
entertainment.
we're gonna try and release as quickly as we can for beating the games. We're not gonna try and set a schedule that we're not gonna keep.
And if it gets too long in between episodes, I have specific special episodes planned, and I'll try and
like
come
the
up with
one
more.
right now where we don't have a review, we'll have if most of you probably will listen to UFF also, our Ultimate Final Fantasy show, where they do occasional spotlights on specific people who work on the series and had influence.
So Hori will come soon, and Toriyama will come soon. Yeah.
Stuff like that. So that would be fun.
Sugiyama. Yeah.
Like the 3 people who work on like every game.
Yes, it's a cohesive team.
Yeah,
they don't
it's
switch
great.
it up too often. Whether it's a good thing or a bad thing, we shall.
Well, at
see.
least I don't think they switch it up for main series. I think those 3 are always on main series.
Yeah.
At least I think that's.
I don't know. Our
For the
Dragon
side
Quest
stuff,
knowledge is not
For
that
like
great.
maybe for like heroes, they stick with that one too. But like I can't imagine them doing side stuff as well. Probably just people trying to sound like the oh god, fucking music guy. God, I'm forgetting. so
Isn't it
many words
Sugiyama?
right now? It's fucking it's Sugiyama.
Sugiyama.
Yeah.
I'm not good at Japanese names,
Alright,
people.
Something.
I do too.
Forget names and
I
words.
forget like sentences. That's why I'm quiet.
Forget whole sentences.
Yeah.
I was gonna say something, but I forgot our conversation.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. So, we tried to look up. We had an interesting discussion earlier, me and Caleb, before recording this.
I don't even remember how we started arguing about it either. Like something about Pokemon, and you're like, "It's not even the first one that did that shit." I think I can't. But anyway.
That was saying I was watching Dragon Quest Monsters. We was discussing the Monsters
yeah, okay,
section.
yes. And then you're like, it was before Pokemon. I was like, it's 96 Pokemon. I was like, how do you fucking know that?
Yeah, no, everything Pokemon.
Yeah, I fucking know all 800 something Pokemon. So
Oh. So you could recreate the College Humor clip where he's like,
I know,
gotta catch them all, and I gotta get out of here, please leave. You know, the College Humor one?
yeah.
Oh god, alright. We're gonna put you to the test here. We're gonna draw every Pokemon that looks like a dick, because they all look like dicks, and see how many you can name.
There's only a few that look.
Only a few!
Yeah, there's only a few that look like dicks.
I can't tell the difference between a Joe drawing a dick and a Pokemon drawing. A
Yes,
lot of
you
them
can.
look like dicks. A lot of them,
No.
especially the later generations. Later generations, yes.
I don't know.
Maybe not the original 150.
Fucking their trio that looks like dicks.
Yeah, that one.
Or really, really oblonged looking nipples. Those are some funky looking nipples, too.
Yeah.
On a brown chick.
For who?
The trio?
That's
Oh, sorry, Diglett. Whatever. I don't.
Diglett and Doug Trio. Yeah,
Whatever.
those are noses, dude.
I'm not so sure about that, man.
There is a nose Pokemon.
Oh yeah, fucking Nose Pass, and then the one that has the mustache.
Probopass or something like that.
Well, they started running out of ideas, and you could easily tell, especially with the fucking ice cream cone.
I
And its
don't agree.
goddamn 3 evolutions.
Where do we
agree with
draw the line, though?
Well, you don't like the ice cream cone?
I don't think it's that bad.
Dude, it's a fucking ice cream
But
cone.
the fact that you said they're running out of ideas.
But they've
Like,
never
dude.
had many to begin
There's
with.
one that's literally baby keys.
There's one in the first generation. It's literally
go.
a Pokeball.
Yeah, that's true. That's true, though.
Right, so if we're talking original, I can name a lot in the original 150 that's just boring and just, wow, Rattata looks like a
Yeah,
fucking
there's-
rat.
Yeah, there's some
And
easy ones.
It's
There's lazy ones, and you gotta admit there kind of has to be.
Mr.
Not every
Mime!
single one can be.
one I personally love because he's great, psychic. But no!
Mr. Mime is creepy.
Yeah, Mr. Mime's fine.
In the cartoon, it implies sexual deviant behavior with Ash's mom.
Also, yeah, it implies that he's not his dad, so that's kind of weird.
I never thought of it like that.
Yeah.
Dude, like the fucking XY, or no, it's Sun and Moon series.
Yeah.
They basically retconned it so that Mr. Mime is the reason that they go to that region.
What?
Yeah, I don't know how he does it, But like, and he's like sunbathing with Ash's mom, so it's like fucking creepy as shit.
Wow.
That is pretty good.
Okay, that's not where my references are coming from. I'm referring
No,
to
I
the
just recently
for the
saw this.
Pokemon movie
So that makes-
where he's basically being the mom's bitch by doing all the housework.
Oh, yeah.
Off
He
of
does
that,
Does that.
Yeah.
I assumed that he was hooking up with her. I mean, those hands must really work wonders.
I don't know.
Invisible.
I thought it
walls.
was more that like Professor Oak was sending Ash on these adventures for some alone time.
Yeah, for Professor Oak.
How
That
many?
makes more sense to me.
Professor Oak, Mr. Mime, and Ash's mom.
Okay, that's stupid. Shit.
3 Pokeballs, a Ouija board, a scrunchie, and a Doug Trio.
Switch left.
God.
That's the amount of items there. How many Pokeballs can fit?
Oh, God, dude. I didn't want to think about that.
Please don't activate inside vagina.
Oh, they would explode and shit. Oh. Yeah, dude. No.
What were we talking about?
Oh, we were talking about the origins of monster
Okay, yeah.
capturing. So basically, the first one was Megami Tensei.
This took a lot of research, and if we're wrong, point it out.
Yeah, please correct this. But like, as far as I can tell, the first one was Megami Tensei. It's the one that you could originally like recruit some kind of monsters to help you out in battle.
By capturing them.
Yeah, but kind of like the how in Persona you get like different personas by like getting them and adding them to your. It was kind of like that.
Yeah.
And then the next one after that was Dragon Quest V. So Dragon Quest V also had the ability to recruit monsters. I don't know if you had to beat them first. We'll get to it eventually, but I know that you can recruit monsters. And then after that was Lufia 2.
Yeah.
Which I think had a capture system in it. Where you had to capture monsters in order to add them. And then after that is Pokemon. So there's 3 games before Pokemon made it like the main thing.
Yeah.
Like a deck.
And then right after Pokemon is fucking like Monster Rancher, Digimon, fucking literally everything.
And
All
like
the things
blew
I
up.
like. I like all of those.
Fucking Tamagotchi shit came out. Because
Oh,
of that
we
shit too.
won't. Oh, God.
Fucking Pokemon ruled the world.
For like 2 years it did, I would agree. And like last year. Last year was
It blew up. Wow, Pokemon Go. Phenomenal. Yeah. But it was a pretty interesting trying to find research on this. It was crazy. But Pokemon seems to be the first one that centered its entire gameplay around that.
Around the monster capturing,
Yeah.
It was just an element in like some of the other ones. Not even like a big one for it seemed for some.
Yeah. All right.
Anyway, anything else?
So now for the interesting small discussion part of the episode, which like we haven't been doing already, is can Dragon Quest pick up steam here in the West? Like we've been getting a lot of news lately. It's celebrating a little past 30 years of an anniversary. And is this going to pick up steam?
I think with 11, yes.
I think so too.
Especially since it's releasing both on PS4 and 3DS. Like, I can imagine that blowing up pretty heavily. Especially since, like, it's going to be... They stick with traditional gameplay. And it being a traditional RPG on a new console looking as good as it does.
And on mobile.
What?
And on mobile.
Oh, yeah, and the fucking
Oh, you
mobile
just-
shit. Fucking yeah, dude, that still pisses me off.
Poke,
Let's make a
poke, nod,
shittier
nod.
version to go along with the game.
Preconceived notion number 7 now.
Dude, it's stupid. Why would they do that? I hate it.
Sensing a theme.
But yeah, okay, I can imagine that it would get bigger with the release of 11. I don't think Dragon Quest Builders really did anything for it. Neither did Dragon Quest Heroes. I think that Dragon Quest Heroes maybe should have been released after 11 because I mean, it's not super big here, and I guess with the re-release of 7 and 8 on 3DS too, get some stuff going, especially for 11.
And all the iOS, Android releases over the past couple of years, making sure every one of these things are playable.
That's true. I did get those for cheap. But like the first game was like $1 and then the second one was also $1. It was like on sale. It's great.
Yeah.
That's
The second one, $1 too much.
yeah.
I'd buy that for $1. No, the fuck you wouldn't.
Well, I did. So
I paid $4.99
for $1. $1 is okay for that price.
I guess.
Our version was probably slightly better than yours.
I wouldn't have played it though if I didn't have to.
Agreed. But would you have played it even if you didn't have to, not knowing what it was?
No.
You wouldn't have attempted it at all?
No. Dragon Quest 1, yes.
Yeah, Dragon Quest 1 is sweet.
But not two.
I'm gonna blow that game till the end of time.
Yeah, you might have another chance, too.
I know, if they bring that fucking like 1, 2, and 3 to PS4 over here, that'd be great. Especially with the fucking trophies and shit.
And if they do it before 11 releases,
Oh,
it just
dude,
continues to build the hype.
Yeah, that would be amazing. That would definitely bring some steam over, and then they can release some of the other games that they haven't released.
Yep.
Maybe start doing 4, 5, and 6.
Bring them over for the DS because that's what I fucking love to do. I want the Dragon Quest games to be on console, but then I'm like, you know what? Let's release them only on DS.
If you look at the sales, it seems geared to mobile here only.
Well, that's
They
because
don't
they
sell
only
like
made them
hotcakes.
on fucking mobile over here. God, dude, it's like
What?
Let's take this game
No.
and let's only
Okay,
put it on
wait.
mobile or DS, and that's it.
How many is that applied to? It is only applied to the Monster series.
And
Well, actually, yeah, Monster
all the
series.
original series.
No,
Well, a good chunk. They were on NES.
nine. You're talking mobile.
Nine
was DS.
Yeah, 9 was DS.
1, 2, and 3 are NES. 3, sorry,
Yeah,
1,
but
2,
they
and 3 are
moved them all
NES.
to fucking like DS and mobile platforms
Later
and that's
on,
the only
right,
way
that-
they've really gotten money, especially since
For
like.
US, yes.
And then fucking 7 was
Because
on
it's not gonna-
was on PS1. Was
Right.
that released here as on PS1?
Yes.
Yeah, it was.
Was?
And like I said, 4, 5, and 6 were SNES. So it's only later
Let's say
ports.
SNES.
SNES. So it's only later on that they've been porting these. And if that's the only way it's going to be able to sell, because you're not putting them on main consoles because it clearly doesn't sell here in the States as well.
They didn't even do it when like backwards compatibility was a thing. Like they fucking didn't put Dragon Quest 7 on the PSN store. It probably is on the Japanese ones, but they didn't even attempt it over here. And I think that's part of the problem is that they like never really. Like the first ones didn't really sell that well. We discovered that with 1, how they had to basically give it away for free in the magazine.
Yeah.
But like,
We need to.
They didn't really try to get it big again. They just kind of left it, let it be until they were like, oh yeah, Dragon Quest 9 is going to be on DS. Like not even going to attempt to make it on a console again, like at all.
Right, that'd be interesting because it did pick up steam for a while. We'll need to do a history on this. But 2, 3, and I swear up to maybe even 5, it was selling extremely well, even here in the States. And for some reason, it started teetering off. But I agree with you, as successful as 8 even was here in the States, sales-wise, it makes no sense in why you put 9 on a mobile platform.
Yeah,
I'll agree with you on
It should
that.
also have been on console if they were going to do that shit that they're doing now. Fucking 11.
What
Agree.
year did it come out, though?
8 or 9.
When did 12 come out? Final Fantasy 12. Because they had the
Oh.
demo for that.
It was Final Fantasy 12, that's 06.
And it was.
Or
Are
early
we talking
06.
9?
No, Dragon Quest 8.
Okay. When did
On the
9
PS2.
come out, though? Because I think it might have come out at, like, the peak of DS's popularity.
Yeah, I think it did.
So that would make more sense
That-
as to why they released it on that. Because it's so
yeah,
big
but
in
it
Japan.
also should have been on top.
2010
God, for
Okay.
9?
for 9.
So it was, like, right before the 3DS.
Right before the 3DS. Oh, that's unfortunate.
Yeah, no, right?
That would have been great on 3DS, especially since they just now 7.
Well, you can play them all on 3DS anyway.
Well, yeah,
First
you
couple.
can. Well, now it's Japanese players. will be
Hopefully,
able
they
to
bring them
fucking-
over.
I would hope so too, especially since 11 is coming out. I think that'll give them enough steam to be like, at least if not before 11, then after, if it gets good sales, then they'll be like, oh, fucking, we'll do it over here too.
I think it's kind of amazing though that you could potentially play every game in the series on the DS. The 3DS.
That is great.
Yeah, it is good. It's good for this. It's good for the series. It'll get more traction that way. For
I think so too.
Japanese players fucking love their mobile shit, so that's probably part of the reason why they moved them onto mobile too. Because Dragon Quest is also fucking huge.
Yeah.
So like combining the mobile and Dragon Quest seems like the perfect idea, but also I wish that it was on console.
I don't know. I like it on mobile. I like
I like games on mobile, but I also
could have
like
Both worlds.
I like the console. So
Agreed.
this thing where you can like transfer your save through password between PS4 and it's kind of cool, but I don't think anybody really wants to buy the game twice just so they can do that.
How trophies?
You never
are
know.
That too,
Oh,
That's gotta be some kind of fucked up shit.
yeah.
Because then you could just like steal somebody else's password after they've done everything, and if you just put that password in PS4 and it just gives you all the trophies.
That's true.
I only know this is news information. I don't know how it's implemented or worked. All right, don't hold me responsible.
All right, now I want to see if that's possible, and then that would be like the easiest platinum. Like, hey guys, copy this fucking password and you'll get my platinum.
But I think the lack of sales, honestly, for here in the States is why they're reluctant to make bigger budget titles come over here to the States.
Bigger
Because-
budget titles, they can't
like-
get much bigger than the actual main series. Though.
9
It's just
doesn't look...
unfortunate that 10 didn't come over here, but
There's no way I was going to pick up any goddamn Steam on the Wii, let alone
it
being
would've been
Dragon
a
Quest.
huge Wii game though. Like like fucking MMO on Wii, especially one.
2011, 2012. That's when Wii was like. That's when it was going out. It was dying at that.
And well, they tried the fucking Dragon Quest Swords, which definitely seems like something that they should have put out after Dragon Quest X was on the fucking Wii already.
Yeah, that's.
Because
Well,
like that, like why would they put a spin-off thing on the Wii if they're not gonna bring like the big thing that would draw people to buy that spin-off thing?
Dragon Quest X, August of 12.
Wow. That's pretty
Of
late.
2012.
Like at that point, most of the casual gamers that jumped on the Wii,
We're gone,
Yeah, they were
especially in the
gone.
U.S.
it was just a trend. And it faded at that point.
I'm all for you. I
They
agree
still
with
look
you
good for
that
Wii U,
they need to do
at
it
least.
to Japan.
Yeah. Like right when the Wii U came out, if they had that, it would have sold tons.
Because it actually would have been a worthy game to play on it, yeah.
I do
Well, there's some worthy.
hope it picks up steam, but like I don't know when it dropped with sales. Like that just doesn't seem right. Especially where like they kept the classic style of play. Like maybe that's what fucked them. It's like Final Fantasy Evolved, where like, they kept the classic.
I think the evolutions were more subtle than Dragon Quest.
That's true. Dragon Quest has been around longer, so it tried to like keep its style, also like moving forward with certain other things.
And I could tell between 1, 2, and 3 how they started to do that slowly without alienating somebody with some wrench in the plan like FF8.
Like how they implemented the party system and then like the item use system.
Classes starting in 3.
Yeah, they got the classes. The fucking party planner palace or whatever the fuck it's called.
You got that far.
Putting in the ship. Oh, yeah, that's very far.
No, I'm not that far. I just know
It's almost as far as Everett.
So it's halfway.
I guess, if you want to view it that way.
Everett's halfway.
You know, I can quote you that
But everybody says
Everett.
it's halfway.
No,
Every time
okay.
I mention Everett, they're like,
But I can quote you in episodes of other tremendous podcasts that Everett is the final boss. So how can that be
that's true.
halfway?
I guess that's true. Everett is the final boss. That's really dumb then. If you
So
get-
then
if
Dark
you get-
Everett later on,
Dark Party
spoilers,
Planning Palace,
is like the super
like,
boss
at the end. Yeah, he's a hidden super boss. Obviously.
on your linear path, because 10's quite linear, but it's on the linear path of post-game content,
Yep.
is Dark Everett
It's all extra hidden shit.
on a random blitzball water tournament.
That does sound terrible. Anything involving blitzballs sounds terrible. You know what's great? Dragon Quest doesn't have shitty minigames.
Actually,
Not that we're aware of.
3 has good mini games.
Wait,
Wasn't what-
I haven't played any of the minigames yet.
Yeah, they like dice rolling.
No, that's
Does yours have
I didn't come across it, so it may not exist.
So you can maybe go try it.
It's like it looks like a castle kind of. Just on the main map.
There's a lot of areas
They
in
just have
3
castles.
that look like castles.
There's a couple at the beginning of the game.
Okay. I'll look into that and see if I'll go back and do that. We kind of, I believe, skipped over that aspect in 2. There was this random game with tickets, with Tomba tickets, I believe they were called, that you would do a roulette wheel.
Oh, I totally didn't do that. You Dylan?
I don't think that was in my version. But
Yeah, I remember that being in there. I don't know, but I remember doing it. It was so small, so insignificant that I clearly forgot about it for the review.
Oh, that makes
And-
a great minigame.
And from what I know, exactly,
You don't fucking hate it till the end of time, and it's a great minigame.
right? And I remember
remember it, so
Yeah, and it's also not a bad one.
and I remember as far as mini games go, 8 with capturing creatures seemed great. I didn't do much into it when I was playing it, and the casino slots in 8. Those I had no problem with, so we'll see.
wait, the betting on monsters one? Did you mention that one?
The what?
You bet like on monster battles?
Yes.
That one's awesome.
Yeah. So I'm all for those ones in 8, but I guess we'll see how the rest of the mini games work in the series. Hopefully they are tremendously better than Final Fantasies.
Yes.
There's only a few that hold the test of time.
For Final Fantasy?
Yes.
Which ones?
A lot of the ones in 9.
That's an okay one.
Gold saucers.
Basketball.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that one.
Oh, arm wrestling. No, 9's got Cartographer and Chocobo Hot and Cold.
Yeah, I only remember the fucking the frog capturing
See, frog capturing, that was fun.
and
That was cool.
Card game, Triad, or whatever.
Tetramastered. Don't disgrace Tetramastered with Triple Triad.
And then they're gonna bring 8 and
I
9
don't fucking remember what they're called. They're all the same.
PlayStation 4. They brought 7.
Yeah, I know. Where's that HD with trophies?
I don't know. I mean,
And something really flash enticed me to play those.
have you never played those?
I tried to play 8. Couldn't do it.
They totally should bring the Steam versions over.
Yeah, they should.
They should also put Dragon Quest on Steam. That would
Oh,
probably-
I did look that up, and there's nothing but Heroes, I believe. Heroes is on this.
Steam?
Don't
That
quote
doesn't
me.
make fucking
Do not
any
quote me.
sense.
Do not quote me. Okay, I don't know,
Let's
but
put a
either it's
spin-off game
that-
involving main heroes on a system that we've never released a game for.
okay, it's either that or there's none. All right, either way, it doesn't look great.
It should totally go on Steam. That'd be amazing.
I don't know if you have the thing on iOS and Google Play. I mean,
Yeah, that seems strange that they wouldn't have it on Steam if they have mobile options for it. But I guess the mobile aspect is the focus.
Well, they could even port the DS ones over, or even like the original ones. Like you could easily put like the Final or Dragon Quest 7 or Dragon Quest 8 even. Like those would easily be put on there. Or Dragon Quest 10. You know what? Let's just port that to PC too.
there you go.
That'll get people playing fucking Dragon Quest 10.
Actually, put an MMO on a PC where it belongs. Yeah,
Instead of a
probably.
fucking way and their goddamn shit internet.
That's true.
I don't even want to know the connection signal pertaining to the sensor board.
It's bad.
Yeah, dude, Wii is fucking awful for online connectivity. I tried a fucking Mario Kart game once, and it was the worst thing in the world. People were literally skipping over the map.
There were so many cheaters in that too. Like they didn't have any way to monitor online. So
What? You can just hack your fucking way everywhere in the fucking online play of any Nintendo game.
I was pretty into that Mario Kart 8 or 7 for the Wii.
Is it 7 that was on the Wii?
Oh wait, no, it was 6. It's just Mario
Wait, no.
Kart Wii, but it was the 6th one.
And then 7 was on the Wii?
Yeah.
Yeah.
7 was on
Because, like, I'm pretty sure
3DS.
8 is...
3DS was the Mario Kart 7.
Oh, that was only on 3DS?
Yeah. That one had good
Okay, I'm way behind. I didn't know numerical order mattered with Mario Kart games, but Double Dash is phenomenal. All right. Double Dash
Which
is
one was Double
underrated.
Dash?
GameCube,
Oh,
you have
where
2
there's two
cards.
Yeah, I remember that, but which number would that be?
The one before the ones you guys were just mentioning.
Why do you do this to me?
Maybe
Because you're
5.
fucking, like, Nintendo guy. Why do
I
you
think-
fucking not know?
I think it's 4.
It'd be only number 4 only?
Yeah.
Damn.
So there's Super Mario Kart, Mario Kart 64, GBA Mario Kart, and then Double Dash.
Wow.
What's with them putting, like, fucking things on handhelds and not consoles?
Well, they put it on full.
Wait for the game or for the GBA one?
Well, no. They did two
Well,
different
that's
versions.
it's only. Oh, there's two.
Oh, so Craig's gotta hate it.
Yeah, it's a different game.
God
so-
damn it, dude! I fucking hate that shit. I hate it all. I hate everything. Fucking. Fuck.
Because you cannot like the best of both worlds.
No, I can't. I want it on to be like one thing.
Guess what? It is your choice as a
That's it.
consumer to not buy 2 versions. You know that, right?
Yeah, but I have to because they basically tell me to buy both versions of Pokemon. I'm like,
But
okay.
you don't.
Oh,
I have
God.
Just borrow mine.
After I got gypped for Christmas that one year, as soon as Gold and Silver came out, I told myself, not again. Never again. And I haven't touched Pokemon since.
Okay, yeah, I haven't bought both in a while. I'm sorry, what now? Fucking background people talking about a Craig Christmas album.
Oh, yes.
Why do you guys want me to have so many like products?
For Christmas.
Oh, yeah, well, we're going to print off stickers. Yes, we have this idea. The awesome photo of Caleb Craig and his tremendous Puff Puff.
Yeah.
We will make stickers of that specific drawing because the one of me and Dylan is just, it doesn't even compare to the sexiness that is Craig.
That's right.
And he will autograph each sticker before we send it out.
Why
It'll
just-
be like sending a portfolio picture to a studio.
Why stop at stickers though? Like, why not put out a calendar?
Well, I think
Featuring Ignacia.
I think that was a Nude Clan thing.
Yeah, it's
That we
Nude
wanted
Clan.
to make
It
a
should
sexy
be.
calendar of me.
It should be. Should be a thing.
Should be, but I don't know.
The 12 months of Craig. No, just deal with the photo in 10 minutes. Bring all available costumes. Here's this wig. Here's this outfit.
It's too much.
I'm sure Cameron will have plenty of ideas for you. Spank bank. Yes, spank bank material.
I don't know about that.
I don't know. I've seen the feedback from Nude Clan. There's a lot of people into it.
Dude, there's way too many people into it. Like, how many people want me to dress up as a chick? Like, it's fucking weird, man.
Well, they're gonna.
But you rolled with it for the idea for the logo, so you clearly enjoy it to some extent.
Okay, yeah, that's true. I don't mind it as much as I thought I would. Yeah, totally Candy. I'm also a woman.
Candy Craig.
Don't respond to me.
You are
Candy Craig. Hear me.
Caleb. You are Caleb Craig posing as Candy Craig, posing as Beatrix cosplay from FF9.
That sounds too interesting.
No, sorry, not Beatrix. I am wrong about that. Correction segment. Queen Brainy. There we go.
No, dude.
I'm dark eye makeup and
As a
everything.
woman, I'm not as ugly as her. Don't toss me into that same pool. That's disrespectful.
Silence, Quinniquin. Silence.
Okay, I'm okay with that, honestly. Corner Quest, fucking awesome.
All right.
Getting that boss.
We gotta see you eat live frogs.
I wouldn't even eat that shit prepared professionally. I'm not touching that.
I'm so lost. I have no idea what.
Have you not played Final Fantasy IX at all?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, he eats frogs
Okay.
a lot.
Okay.
Yeah, there's like an entire minigame about you catching frogs. So
That's weird.
it is a little weird.
But now I know where it's from, so it makes a little more sense.
He's also the best character in the game. Yeah. There's like a giant tongue, and he like totally fucks everything with his blue magic.
It's kind of like.
Oh, I was waiting for you to say fucks everything with his tongue.
Well, he probably does. It's the ultimate transgender being, because he's both, and at the same time, I don't know exactly how that's supposed to go.
Do not label him with a gender. He is cisgender.
No, dude, it's
He is
fucking-
gender fluid. Do not piss
No,
off
dude,
the
in the manual, it fucking says he has no gender.
WXYZ community.
Yeah, he has no gender, dude. He's both and none at the same time.
Is that
So
what
it's a
the
Ken
device
doll?
has?
It's both and none at the same time. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a Ken doll.
Ken doll, he's smooth. Oh man. Alright, do we have anything else?
Oh, I believe that's it.
Alright, you can follow me on Twitter at Obsidian Law.
You can follow me at Wandering Flame.
And you can follow me at DROM.
Yeah, and
Oh,
you can
yeah.
go to our eventual website of Puff Puff Hour.
No, it's
That? Where's it?
puffpuffhour.geekdomentertainment.com. It's a subname.
Oh,
So
okay.
that should be up.
That's what it
Or
is.
a lot of other different platforms. We will have a Facebook page.
A possible
Puff Puff.
Twitch.
And YouTube.
YouTube will be up.
It's all theoretical.
iTunes, which iTunes is okay. Stupid reviews. Stitcher and Google Play. Just type in Puff Puff Hour. You should be able to find us.
Welcome to Amusement Sparks, the theme park design show. I'm your host, Andrew Spahn, and with me today is Jacob Wright of Puff Puff Hour, the Dragon Quest podcast. How's it going, sir?
It's going great. How about you?
I'm glad to be here, glad to be talking with you. Dragon Quest is an awesome series, right up there with Final Fantasy.
Some may say it's even better.
Some may say that. The flavors are certainly different. The art style's different. For me, I hold them both very dearly in my heart for different reasons. Like, I don't know.
Agreed.
Dragon Quest to me, I love it feels more pure and more like wholesome, and there's that Akira Toriyama artwork, which you just can't separate from the series itself. Like, I don't know, if you love his artwork, this series should have a special place for you as well, or if it doesn't yet, you gotta try it out. But just the world is so cool. Like, it's almost a little bit fairy tale-ish and fantasy, and I don't know, the characters, there's so many cool little vignettes in this series. I feel like Final Fantasy is like about kind of convoluted, complex, dark plots, and then Dragon Quest is more like kind of simple main storyline, and then a bunch of really cool, interesting vignettes that you encounter along the way. But what are your beliefs or thoughts about why Dragon Quest is special?
Well, I mainly think it's because of the purity of the RPG, like you say as well.
Mm-hmm.
It knows what it does, and it does it best more than any other RPG series, because it takes high fantasy and just tells a simple story, keeps simple mechanics, doesn't try and change it up too much, which some may disagree with, thinking that it doesn't try and be innovative, but it knows what it does and is very, very good at it.
Totally. And comparing this versus Final Fantasy, I feel like Final Fantasy, each game is so different in the art direction and the style and the setting that it wouldn't make sense to do one shared universe theme park. Like, that would have been a little too much to ask for, I think, because it's clearly set in different worlds. Whereas Dragon Quest, there are kind of different trilogies within the main series, but they're all a lot more cohesive. Like, you could see these all taking place on the same planet, maybe throughout the generations, but they're at least sort of in the same setting-ish.
Yeah, it's definitely just high fantasy, medieval times. Yeah, whether it's the Zenithian or Alfgard trilogy, and yeah.
Cool. So, in doing this for a theme park, is there a certain trilogy you want to start with, or a certain game you want to start with, or just kind of mash up all of our favorite parts into one amazing land?
It's definitely a big old mashup.
Sweet. I feel like that works really well, like I said, for the Dragon Quest series. But yeah, for people who are not super familiar with Dragon Quest, in the US it started out as Dragon Warrior. The first game you got free with a subscription to Nintendo Power. That's kind of how I think it got into the hands of a lot of people was, I guess they expected it to be a bigger smash hit right off the bat, and so they printed a lot of cartridges of the first game and then ended up having to give them away, basically. But
Yep.
I don't know, introduced a lot of people to the RPG, the JRPG, that is, Japanese role-playing game in the 80s. And yeah, it's a series that's continued on and on and on, and Dragon Quest XI came out, was it this year? Maybe last year.
Last year.
That game looks amazing. I haven't played it at all yet. Have you played Dragon Quest XI?
Yes, I have, and I beat it. We're just
I was
waiting
gonna
on
say-
getting the review done. It's fantastic. If you are into any traditional JRPGs, it follows the format, but it makes a lot more things streamlined. So you actually can see one of the key staples in Dragon Quest, which I've always known it to be unique, is when you go to a status menu, you can't see when you can level up. You would always have to go into the churches and talk to the priests to see how much it would take to level up. Dragon Quest XI just wipes that. No, you could see how much it takes to get to the next level just right there in the menu.
Cool. So they're maybe adding more modern amenities to the series, which has usually more traditional mechanics.
Right.
And that's cool. I've heard it's just amazing. Like it's kind of like the best of what Dragon Quest has to offer, and the graphics are just amazing. It's so cool.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
definitely took the same cel-shaded thing that Level 5 did when they commissioned them to develop and do 8. So
Right. Yeah, it looks like what 8 felt like at the time. Like when 8 first came out, you're like, these are the most realistic anime-style graphics I've ever seen. But looking back, it is a little pixely. It
Yeah.
looks like a 3DS game, kind of. No offense to 3DS games. And 3DS is actually a really important console for the series, isn't it?
the DS/3DS era, yeah, definitely. They ported nearly everything, including like 6 imports that still haven't come over here
Right?
from the DS/3DS era. So that entire series is now just based off of buying a 3DS, and you can experience most of everything it has to offer.
Would you recommend that over all the mobile versions?
I have not played the mobile versions
Fair
except
enough.
for of 1, 2, and 3 because they obviously aren't on the 3DS, but I don't know which ones are better.
It seems like playing it on mobile would be a pain. Like, I mean, I realize it's nice you can take it with you, but you can also take a 3DS with you.
Yeah.
I don't know. I feel like the form factor of a 3DS is so much better for RPGs than mobile. But they are available on mobile,
Yeah.
which is kind of cool. Like, you don't have an excuse to not get a Dragon Quest game, really.
Exactly. 1 and 2 are short enough for them to be suited for like the phone. But yeah, 3
That's a
was
good point.
pretty darn massive to play on the phone. Not gonna lie.
Mhm. Can you tell us about Puff Puff Hour? Like, what do you guys do over there, and like, what could we expect from the show if we want to tune
Well,
in?
we release episodes infrequently because we're trying to get all people together to record an episode. It is hurting cats. But we are attempting to go through every Dragon Quest related game that was released here in the States, possibly trying to play a couple imports if there's a good English ROM.
That sounds awesome.
On an earlier episode, you had Ultima Final Fantasy, which is part of a
Yeah.
huge Geekdom Entertainment set of shows that we have, and Dragon Quest is one of them.
It's awesome, and I like what you guys do to the Dragon Quest world is a lot like what they do to the Final Fantasy world. Like,
Right.
kind of getting, like, appreciating it, going through and describing all the pieces, but also giving honest, opinions and feedback about what's great about it and what is maybe not so great about it and what's different from this game versus that game.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, no holds barred commentary.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I like podcasts like that where there is an obvious starting point, like it's kind of in the name of the podcast or at least the subtitle of the podcast. But then, it can kind of go different directions from there. And for me personally, I tend to get more enjoyment out of a podcast about a video game than playing the video game itself sometimes. Like, just that conversation and thinking about more like what it means and like the things that humans notice about it is more important than the work itself sometimes.
Definitely. No, when it comes to JRPGs, I feel that way exactly.
Yeah, I get so much joy out of listening to your guys' show and Ultima Final Fantasy and various other podcasts. But I don't know, it's such a cool medium, and JRPGs are so evocative to me and like inspire my imagination. Like when I was a kid, not that I wasn't allowed to have video games, but I had to buy them myself.
Right.
So a lot of times I'd go to the like used video game store, and the game I was saving up for was gone because I only had one copy of whatever, and so I would just buy the guidebook instead because I'm like, well, I've got this $60, I'm gonna buy the guidebook for 10 or 15, and that'll be almost as good as playing the game. And I'd read through and look at all the dungeons and all the artwork and all the items. And then sometimes I'd be like, I got enough enjoyment out of this, and like it gave me ammunition to go play in the woods and like pretend like I was this character, that I don't even need the game now. I can just go buy another guidebook or something.
Huh.
I was a weird kid, but hey, it was a fun childhood, all right?
Well, some people do prefer that with storytelling and not necessarily enjoy gameplay in most games, so whatever floats your boat.
Want to do a theme park? Like,
Definitely.
I'm stoked about this. Like the world of Dragon Quest, I just want to go to. I want to live there, at least for my weekend or my spring break or whatever, at a theme park. But yeah, where do you think we should start? What would be like maybe the first thing you see when you enter through the front gates? What would you like to put up there?
Well, you have to first, with Dragon Quest, one of the early innovators of a job class system, you have to dress up and you have to be able to pick what type of job class you're going to go as throughout the park.
Mm-hmm. That's awesome. And could you explain like the job class in case there's anyone out there who like this is their first time hearing about that system?
Well,
A job system.
definitely, you have your base character and you decide what type of class he's going to be. So that can alter their armor, their weaponry, what kind of accessories they may wear. And the further you level them up in the specific job class that you do pick, you can learn abilities that are tied to that job class. So obviously a priest would be holding on to a mace or a wand, and they'll be able to learn healing spells.
Yeah, so it's just a way of making each character a little bit more different and giving you an advantage over certain parts of the competition and giving you like a well-rounded party. So yeah, it's pretty common RPG trope, but it's a cool way to like start out the adventure. Like, who am I going to be today? I love the idea too that this allows you to separate yourself from reality. Like, the best theme parks I think get you out of your element and out of your own body almost. Like there's some parts where you kind of lose yourself, whether you feel like a kid or you feel like a character in this world. Both of those are amazing things to do once in a while, when you don't have to like go to work that day. You can just have fun. Getting into a specific role in a specific job class, like, I think that's a great way to start out. That's awesome. And dressing up too tends to get people, into the spirit of things.
Definitely, because the way that the characters are all designed to be quite unique, and you put in a medieval setting, everything in the park definitely has to have a more practical effect instead of like everything being big screens and putting everything on a visual display. It definitely needs to be lived in, similar to like if you were doing LARPing or a big event like going to New Zealand and seeing how they preserve the sets of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, wow, that'd be cool. But yeah, that kind of vibe would be really cool. Like if we can make it feel as natural as possible. And there is always the option of using like people's smartphones to do things related to the theme park or related to like their character's party. That could be your menu.
I have an idea for this.
Let's hear it. Let's go for it.
You definitely, there are mini metal stamps that are hidden on the side of buildings.
Yes. Can you tell us about mini metals real quick? That was one of the main things I had in my head too.
Mini metals are just various items. It's an item that you find and start collecting in order to go to another island sometimes, or just a house, to turn them in. And you'll receive some of the best equipment that is in the game.
Yeah, was there a game, I haven't played, I forget which game it's actually from, but there's one where you can, if you get like mini medals of a certain character, I think it was from Dragon Quest Heroes 2, you can like turn into that like monster. Is that a real thing, or have you had experience with that game?
I have not touched the Heroes games yet.
Okay, they seem really cool. I actually haven't played them either. Just I watched a playthrough of the second game, but yeah, basically just those mini medals give you access to things that are not easily available. You have to get the medals to get these rewards. So I think that's awesome. Yeah, and you're thinking have them hidden throughout the park, like scavenger hunt style.
Yes, and when you grab all of them, you have to grab them all. You can't miss one. You're able to go to the front of the castle, and they'll lead you through a backdoor entrance, and you'll enter the Puff Puff room.
There's an ongoing like gag in the series that they're using these slimes, which are these really cute, adorable monsters, and like rubbing them against the character's head. That's the Puff Puff in the Dragon Quest world, and we could definitely do a lot of stuff with slimes. I mean, maybe there's like less rare experiences with slimes where you can have like that kind of thing, but it's such an odd gag, especially if you're going to actually do it onto like an actual human guest. Oh boy, we're gonna have to check with like human resources and make sure our lawyers are okay with this.
It's not a deserted like island somewhere, man. We have no borders, no government involvement here.
We're setting up the theme park in the middle of the
uncharted
waters.
It's definitely gonna be no government involvement because of an idea I have for another ride we could discuss later.
All right. Well, that sounds good. We did get into the idea of having the big like castle. Like, are you picturing that as being like a big icon of the park, like the Disney castle style?
Yeah, quite
setup?
Similar. It's the castle from Alefgard, the main one
That's
that
awesome.
Erdrick is from.
That sounds great. And speaking of Erdrick or Loto or whatever, there's all kinds of sort of legendary figures and legendary heroes in this universe, and in each game you take the role of a different character. But when each person walks through the park, do you want them to like they pick a class? And I'm assuming that they kind of are starting their own adventure in this world. They're not necessarily taking up the position of a specific pre-existing character, but rather making a new one. Yeah, so it'd be cool to have references to all those legendary characters, and the main characters from every game can either be a walk around character, or there can be statues of them, or rides or experiences based on an interaction with them too.
Definitely, yeah, because you kind of what sets Dragon Quest kind of differently is it is a completely blank slate. You kind of have voiceless characters. It's just an open protagonist for you to be who you want to be with them. So a couple have come from royalty, but for the most part, they're kind of like blank slates. And in the case of like Dragon Quest 3 and 9, the entire party is blank slates for you to just do whatever you want with them. So I think taking that kind of approach would be best for the park.
Yeah, that's a cool idea. Something else I thought was really neat is the storyline of Dragon Quest 3. Like, in the first two games, there's this really important figure, and then at the end of Dragon Quest 3, you find out that basically you're that character. I think that would be cool if maybe, I'm not sure if this would be done through like the mini medals or some other elite experience that not everyone gets to do. You actually find out that like you are this character. Like, I don't know, maybe when there's a new game coming out, Dragon Quest 12 is about to come out. Towards the end of the experience, there's like some kind of reference in the story that like they send you to a new location just as like wrapping up your character's story in the theme park, and that is actually the beginning of Dragon Quest 12. Like,
oh wow,
we could have some references to like and like tie-ins to the upcoming series, which I think would be kind of cool.
That would definitely work. I think that'd be cool.
I think it'd be fun. Maybe as like a really exclusive achievement is like, I don't know. Maybe what I'm picturing, I guess, is that when you're about to leave the theme park, like you've booked a 3-day visit. It's the end of your third day. They kind of give you like, I don't know if it'd be a book or like a little video or something that tells like an overview of your character's progress, and then like they lived happily ever after kind of thing. Like, here's how the story would continue from here.
That could work.
I think it'd be a lot of fun. Like, a lot of Dragon Quest is the quest. There's also dragons,
and trying to find your way.
Yeah. So a lot of it's about kind of adventure and like traveling around this theme park. And even if it was more like a traditional amusement park where it's kind of just a lot of rides, you could still have little quests, which are, take this item from this roller coaster over to that roller coaster, and then, take this item over to that place. Like, just giving people like little quests could make it feel like there's more of a purpose, and we're not just going on all the rides. And
You
then
have to go ride all the rides in each section, maybe like 6 sections, to grab the 6 orbs.
There you go. Yeah, that's a cool idea. And then that can give you access to, other types of games, and we can kind of structure it so that the average park guest has a pretty good, like, enjoyable day where they do a few rides and then they get to, like, go eat lunch and then do a few more rides. And, we, like, set up a general, what's the word? Like a path that you kind of have to take to complete the storyline that paces nicely with the regular theme park visit day.
Yeah.
Critical path, that's the word. Like, you can, stop and do every little tiny thing if you want to, but for the average park guest, it's like, here's kind of the general route they'll want to take. I think it'd be kind of cool to plan that out. And maybe it could be different for people who are there at opening versus people who get there at noon. We could start them out kind of on a different path so that the lines don't get too long in one given area. Like, if we expect all of our first 3 hours of visitors to be at this location around this time, and then everyone coming in for the next 3 hours should be in this location at that time. Do you think we should split them up by class? Like, should there be like a little introductory area where you learn how to be your specific class? Or should it just kind of be, here's just the entrance, go have fun?
Here's the entrance, go have fun. We don't want to be discriminatory towards the priests.
That's a good point. Fair enough. I like that. Cool. So I feel like we've got kind of the basics down pat. What attraction are you most excited about, or where do you want to start?
Well, first of all, to connect all these, you have to walk across rainbow bridges.
Oh, that's really neat.
And if you don't want to, if you're disabled, you can't walk across the rainbow bridges, you could easily go ride the Starlight train.
Nice. What is the name of that, like, gigantic airship thing from the second trilogy?
The Zenithian, the town.
Do you have anything that you want to do, like, with that? Because I feel like that's so evocative.
That's the hotel.
Oh, dude, yeah.
And the hotel, similar to like the monorail stuff, can just drop you off at the front entrance during the beginning of the day and pick you up at the end.
Wow. Okay, yeah, that's
hotel in the sky.
That's really cool. Whoa. You're saying you want to have like 6 different areas of the park? How would you like to divide those up?
I have no idea. One of them has to be like a blacksmith area. So one of the things with Talun Tornico is that he is a merchant. And so he does a whole bunch of item gathering from each like cave that he visits and turns around and sells them for a profit. But we're not going to have you do that. You have to be his apprentice. And you have to start smelting down all the weaponry that he gets to create new ones. And so it's an experience of how you figure out how to be a blacksmith through smelting. And you have to create weaponry for him to sell.
That sounds cool. Like, that's a cool introduction, and that way it kind of makes sense that they don't get to keep the weapon. It's like, well, no, I'm actually selling this. I'm just having you make it,
No, you'll do all my work for me. You're just an apprentice.
Yeah. That's cool. And there's also the alchemy pot, like a kind of a way of crafting, basically. Would you want to include this in this area or do that somewhere else?
I think it would work in this area.
Yeah, because I do like the idea. Like, that's a cool thing in the whole Dragon Quest series is getting better equipment over time, leveling up, getting more loot, more items, and then getting better gear and being able to beat more bad guys and progress further. Now, I don't know if we want our park guests to be brandishing weapons or not, physical ones, but we can do some sort of metaphor for that, I think.
Be foam swords.
Yeah, foam swords are always an option. Like, maybe that's like a little bit more premium of an option. Like, you get to keep a foam sword, or they could just be rentals, I guess. You get this for the day, so don't break it. It could also be digital, which is not nearly as fun, but you could have, the person's phone act like their menu, and you can like equip different items, and like, I know that we want to kind of keep it more natural and like really thematic, but if we wanted to have like screens, like maybe have an area that's like a coliseum or like a PvP type area where you can go battle other players. We don't want to actually necessarily have like sword fights, but we could do it in more of a digital way, like a turn-based combat from your phone type thing.
Definitely.
Which, that
And
sounds
you-
kind of dorky, but it'd be fun.
You get to pick out the monsters that you do because one of the spin-off series of it is Dragon Quest
yeah.
Monsters, and so you could pick out the monsters to battle into the arena there at the Coliseum.
That's a really cool idea. Because, yeah, there's a little bit of a Pokemon-ish, monster collection. And we could tie that in with mini medals, too. Because a lot of times they depict specific monsters. So you can get, like, rarer versions of that monster or something to battle with and train them. Like, you could do some sort of Pokemon Go-ish.
Yeah, and there's daily tournaments, and
Oh, yeah.
some people just show up to just compete in the tournament and then go home.
Yeah, I mean, that could be just like a fun recreation, for people who are locals. Like, oh yeah, we're just going to stop by, from 5 to 7, there's a tournament or whatever.
Yeah, it's the local Magic
Instead of-
tournament.
Right? That sounds cool. And then you could tie it in with, like I said, whatever the newest game is. Because there's always, subtle variations on the rules. Like, does this game have the job system, or how does combat work a little differently in this game? We could kind of update the rules to go with the current game that we're peddling,
Well, the food court definitely has to have, a whole bunch of a unique cuisine, because a lot of the worlds that Dragon Quest creates is based on real life locations. So you would get a taste of whatever location you wanted to go to based on that kind of food. So it'd be a eclectic thing of foods. From Russian to Italian.
That sounds awesome. I mean, getting that international flavor, like... Yeah, that's a great idea. I think a lot of theme parks benefit from that.
But as a requirement, all of them have to be puns.
All the menu items.
Very punny.
Yes. It is a super punny series. Like, there's always those kind of groan-worthy titles, and some of them which are actually pretty cute, but... The game just has so much flavor to it, like not even just in the food, but in the characters and in the culture of each different town. There's so much cool stuff to see, like just taking in the culture. Even if you weren't taking the role of a character, just going through and visiting all these places would be so cool. So adding that with the food and with you taking the role of an actual character and going on quests, like there's so much to this park already, and we haven't even technically designed like an attraction yet. But I think it's just got so much potential, man. It's awesome. What do you think about the dragon presence at this theme park?
That definitely has to be the main roller coaster.
Oh, that's cool. Would you want to have like the Dragon Lord be a villain here, or just have dragons, like a few different dragons?
See, I'll go with the unique spin. The Dragon Lord is huge, gigantic animatronic, and you're the one actually on the dragon, and you're trying to take out the Dragon Lord with the dragons. Now, I know open flames in an amusement park won't go over too well, but you're trying to take out Dragon Lord with the dragons.
That sounds super cool. And would there be multiple dragons? Like
maybe like a figure 8, one set of roller coasters going up and the other one's going down. And whenever you reach the up part of the figure 8, they're the ones that are breathing the fire. And so that the lower dragon is well away from it. And so
That's a smart idea. It'd be cool, too, if maybe this is one of those more hard to get to, like, prestigious experiences. Like, you have to have sort of befriended or, like, tamed a dragon somewhere. Because we could have them, maybe in the four corners of the parks, there are different dragons, and you can go complete a quest to, gain favor with them. And so then you can go battle the Dragon Lord, and if
define them in one of the corners of the building in order to accept the quest, and then you have to go back to him to complete it.
You get a ticket to go on that exact dragon or whatever.
Yeah.
I don't know how you do the exact setup, but you get to ride on this car because you've earned it. Like in the storyline, this is the dragon that you are fighting alongside.
Yeah, definitely, because there's the Tomba tickets. You can, the ones for the mini games, and I believe Dragon Quest 4. Yeah, you just receive a ticket similar to that to go over to the
That's cute.
dragon.
Oh man, should we do like a casino type
Oh yeah,
area?
it's definitely full legal gambling,
Yeah.
and it's an open area that anything goes. So if you get mugged and robbed and pass out, we don't care. We'll provide you with an inn to rest, but we also take half your money.
Yeah, it is kind of a sketchy world, isn't it? Like, you can't really trust all these cute, charming characters. Yeah, because if you get knocked out in the wild, you wake up in an inn with half your money.
Yeah.
Like, what? What happened to me last night?
Yep.
Oh, that's funny. Okay, that's cool. Just like every game has a casino. Is it every game? Every main series game?
I believe except 9 and 1. 1, yeah, definitely 1 and 2.
Yeah, but that's like, it's just a cool little flavor. Like some fun things you can go do. And yeah, you can have most of those experiences, I guess, would be like sitting down experiences. Like that's where you can get some air conditioning, maybe,
Yeah.
rest your bones. That sounds really fun, and you could also have some rare prizes to give away, whether that's like sort of legendary gear or just more tickets to like go to other prestigious experiences.
Oh, the cost. You would have to spend like $1 million in order for you to get to buy all the exchange tickets in the stands and stuff to get a liquid metal sword.
That's awesome.
Because Lord knows those are expensive.
Yeah. There's always like that top tier gear that everyone really wants. It's like, I don't know if you technically need this to like beat the game, but it is hard to get, so let's try to get it.
Yeah, let's spend all our money at the casino.
Yeah.
It actually works as a metaphor for real life whenever you see the prize things and the freaking nickel cades and
even in like an arcade, it's like, oh, look at that, Nerf gun that's like a sniper rifle. I need that. I need the translucent Nintendo 64. I know it costs twice as much as it would to just go buy one, but I want to win all the tickets.
purple one.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I was quite fond of that one. Even though I don't like the Nintendo 64, the color palette for that was cool.
Yeah, I just like the translucent 90s plastic was so pretty. It was so cool. It's awesome. That was just like a cool trend that I can't get rid of. Like, I'm starting a new job in a couple weeks, and I was just thinking, like, I was picturing my like dream office, and it would be like brightly colored translucent plastic. Every electronic would be like, see-through orange and like see-through blue, and I'm like, this is gonna look like a little girl's room. Like, I don't think I actually want that for my like real adult man job office, but in my heart of hearts, that's what I want. But I feel like I should maybe go more professional color scheme.
No, you're good.
Yeah, maybe my home office will be translucent plastic, gummy bear beaming. Oh boy, should we do like each NPC can also have like a unique quest, like NPC meaning non-player character, like basically a person who's inhabiting the role of someone living in this world, just standing there, selling bread or whatever. But maybe if you approach them and ask, is there anything I can help you with, or some kind of cool thematic, maybe Old English style way of phrasing the question, they can give you a quest if you ask for it. It'd be kind of a cool experience, because that's something I love about RPGs, is that, especially JRPGs, it's like you feel like such a part of the community because you can go through and talk to every single person. They're not too busy to talk to you. They're available to speak to you, and half the time they have something they want to give you or ask you to do in exchange for something. So you're just such a cool, transformative, powerful force in the universe where you just walk down the street and people come to you asking for help. Like, that's so cool. Like, there's such a neat sense of community in that. So it'd be cool to recreate that in real life.
I live in a state, Utah, that has this place called Evermore, and they're working on something that's a complete, like, questing and interacting with the people. So I've been to it. And, yeah.
That sounds really cool. Dang. I was just thinking that when I said we could do that in the real world. I was like, what if that's an idea for, like, a community? Like, you're building a little, like, I don't want to say commune, but, like, I don't know, a housing development where it's like, just be open and, like, hang out outside a lot more and give people quests.
Oh, yeah. Give them a purpose in life.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if that works really in modern America. There's not that many beasts that need slain or, exotic herbs that you need to go gather or whatever, but when you're a kid, it kind of feels that way. So you can just live here in this theme park and grow up being, the hero from Dragon Quest.
Pretty much.
Be kind of interesting. Okay, so we have dragons, we have quests, we've got a lot of Dragon Quest stuff. What about like specific rides or attractions? Are there any specifics that you had in mind?
I thought of two. One is there's a gigantic octopus fight when you are boarding a ship. You're trying to travel to the other side of the island for the first time. So you have to be in a pod that's constantly being dunked because each of these pods are in the end of the tentacles.
Cool. And it like goes in and out of the water?
Yeah, and it's freaking out, and you're going all over the place.
Wow.
Dunking you. And,
dude, that sounds really cool.
Yeah, submerging you.
And is it in the game, is it a monster you actually like defeat in battle?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Because that was what I was thinking about for different rides would be those kind of like larger than life monsters. Like that would be cool if those combat encounters are recreated in a ride that's maybe more of like a cinematic type experience. You know, in the game a lot of the times it's just turn-based. You know, you hit me, I hit you, you hit me, I hit you. But with, you know, special attacks and everything. But it'd be cool if it was a little bit more action-packed and felt more like you're actually in the real world fighting this thing. Even though it's on a roller coaster ride and, you know, you're strapped into a vehicle, but at least give you the motion and the energy and the excitement of a real battle with the giant Akira Toriyama designed monster. The Dragon Quest monsters are such cool creatures, and, you know, they're full of puns and full of cute little clever designs. Like, I don't know, it's such a cool.
That's why I think
cool
it'd be
universe.
a way better geared one for someone who's trying to, an adult, to live out their inner child, and you could obviously bring your children there too. So
Right. Oh yeah, that's awesome. That's awesome. What was your other coaster idea?
all right, I do not like much of Dragon Quest VII.
Ooh.
It's way too long. It's 100 hours plus.
Yep.
So my idea would be you're handcuffed to the ride that never ends, and it will play an annoying song similar to "It's a Small World After All" on repeat for 100 hours.
But it goes through the whole story of Dragon Quest VII, like
What story?
every little side
What do
quest.
you mean? You're stuck on the boat, just traveling back and forth.
It's like you have to watch a Let's Play, you know, real time while this annoying music plays over top of it.
Just on repeat. And
Oh,
you can't
man.
get out because you're handcuffed to the ride.
Yeah, you have to go there. If you like violate park rules or something, you get sentenced. All right, you go beat Dragon Quest VII, and then you can resume your fun. I hope you had tickets for tomorrow too, because you had to pay 2 full days admissions to complete the attraction.
That's being quite modest.
Well, yeah, I guess you're right. That's if it's fast forwarded. What are some of your favorite moments from Dragon Quest, from any of the games, like that you would want to be replicated here, or that you think would be a cool thing to actually reenact yourself?
There could be a marriage ceremony, like we could actually perform
Yeah.
marriages similar to Dragon Quest V, with the main hero deciding which
Yeah.
character he wants to marry. Bianca, by
That's
the way,
cute.
that's canon waifu. Just gonna put that out there. She's the best
Fair
one.
enough.
Devora is just like if you like being bullied around, like
Right? That's a cool idea. We could even have sort of like I don't want to say matchmaking, but like help you build a team. Like, not that you have to reproduce with them, but like if you're going to the park by yourself. But if we need to like set up a party, basically, you know, you're just the priest going by yourself. It's like, well, it'd be better, you know, if you're with a party of people, we can set up some story reasons why you're connecting with other people and going on the adventure with them. It'd be kind of interesting. That doesn't exactly connect with choosing a spouse, I guess. But hey, maybe if you play your cards right.
yeah.
Yeah, you meet them. You know, your first date is there because that's where you met them, joining your party, and then you end up getting married there a few years later. I like it. It'd also be cool to do sort of some sort of record keeping of what each character's story arc is. You know, what dragon did they interact with, which monsters did they defeat, all that kind of stuff. And you give them the little summary when they leave, and then they come back the next year, and you get to add on to that story. And it gets to be a little bit like, is it Dragon Quest V, where you play as the same character throughout their life?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. So it'd be kind of cool if you could do a montage, you know, especially if you visit this park throughout your life. You know, your first time going there as a kid, then you go there like after you graduate high school, and then you go there again when you have kids. And you can do like a, you know, little montage of like your character like aging. Like, I think that's one of the sweetest things about Dragon Quest V is looking at the little character, wearing the same outfit, but growing up and his stage in life changes, and it's kind of sweet. It's kind of sentimental. Like, I feel like Disney could totally do that if they maybe spied on their guests a little bit more.
Lord.
Where they would have
You don't
have
think
footage
it's bad
of you.
enough already? Yikes.
It is. Okay, you'd have to opt in, I guess.
Here, put this ankle monitor on your wrist, basically, and we're just going to scan your vitals. Good Lord.
If you want to download the app, you have to give us your GPS coordinates, and so we'll be able to track you with the cameras, no problem. Maybe it's an opt-in type of thing. It'd be cool if we had some interactive features, like depending on what weapon you have or what type of item you're carrying, you can get through certain doors, or kind of like the Wizarding World of Harry Potter wand system, something like that, where magic users can get through here, or if you have a certain kind of weapon, you can break through this door, or if you have a certain stat.
Thieves have to have the master key.
Yeah, I mean that's pretty straightforward. Like, that would definitely work. But it'd be cool if there are certain class-specific missions, like certain quests that you can get assigned as long as this type of person is in your party, because you'll need them to do something sort of solo at some point. It'd be kind of cool. Like if there are guilds that can give you certain quests. So we've got food, we've got adventure, quests, parties, exploration, the hotel. I mean, we got a lot of cool stuff already. Like, this has been a pretty quick experience, but I feel like because Dragon Quest is maybe a little bit more streamlined in a lot of ways compared to Final Fantasy, where there's so many like nuances and complications, I feel like maybe this theme park or this world is more ready for a theme park than the whole of Final Fantasy. You can do a specific game like we did Final Fantasy X. I feel like it translated pretty well. But I think in Final Fantasy you have to zoom in a little bit more, whereas Dragon Quest you can kind of just hit pulse on the blender a few times and you've got a theme park anyway.
Right.
Yeah. Cool. Yeah, I feel pretty happy about this one. Maybe we could include some alternate like end game things, like really rare experiences you can do, like where you get a piece of equipment named after you, or like some kind of legacy type things,
or you get a face off against a specific boss who's trying to take over the world, because one of the main themes is these big out of nowhere kind of bosses that are trying to take over the world.
We could do it like every summer there's a new ultimate villain. You get an alert or an invitation to come back and help defeat the next world ending catastrophe.
Yeah, Malroth is defeated and here comes Stark.
Right. There's always a new bad guy around the corner, either pulling the strings on the previous bad guy or just, sensing a power vacuum and jumping into that spot.
Mortimer would be the end of the year event, because Mortimer is just this huge, gigantic pain in the butt. It's like X-Death of Final Fantasy.
That's kind of a cool idea too. If we had a revolving cast of villains, you could have the same like ride experience. This is like the final boss coaster, and in the center of the whole coaster like layout, there's a giant like animatronic or a giant screen or whatever that is the bad guy, and we just kind of switch out the projection that's going onto it. So maybe there's one for like humanoid shaped bad guys, there's one for more monster shaped bad guys, and we can just kind of switch back and forth between the two.
Yeah.
What about a Dragon Quest Builders area? Now I'm starting to like think about some of the spin-offs. Dragon Quest Builders is probably my favorite Dragon Quest game. Like,
oh wow,
I just love that kind of gameplay. Like, it's sort of like Minecraft-ish, but it's very flavorful for the world of Dragon Quest. Like, I don't know, do you think we should do an area that has that sort of element of building a village up? Because I think that gameplay loop is really interesting, but it might be hard to do with a massively multiplayer experience. It is hard to translate that into the real world unless you're using like augmented reality or something. Like, have you seen Minecraft Earth?
I have
trailers for
seen a little bit of it. Yeah, I believe I saw one trailer for Minecraft Earth.
I'm so excited for it. Like it's just an augmented reality. Like you can look on your phone and like see your build in the real world. It just seems like such a fun thing. You can build on the same piece that other people are building onto, and like it seems like a really cool idea. But we could do something like that where, although I don't want to use like a phone necessarily, but it could be something digital, where it kind of, you're looking at this. I don't know. It sounds kind of dumb, but you could definitely help contribute resources and contribute, items that you find towards rebuilding a village. And then instead of actually having to have blocks and that whole thing, because that logistically seems hard to do. Like, I think that's why there's not a Minecraft world where you're actually building stuff. It's hard to like actually recreate that in the real world. But it could be digital though. It could be like, here's the progress that you're helping us make. We need, 3 more of this material, and then this house.
Yeah, work, slaves, work. Rebuild the town.
I mean, if you think about like what you're actually doing in most JRPGs, it's kind of not necessarily demeaning, but like it's pretty simple. It's like, go hit this thing with a sword until you get enough items and take them to this person and give them the items, and then go smash that thing and bring the items back and give them to this person. It's a lot of work,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Considering hardly anybody else is out there doing it, the entire world is in peril.
Yeah, they need
monsters
just you.
are stopping trails and paths from items to going to other places. You are the sole reason the economy exists anymore.
That's true. Wow, that's a good point. You're like reestablishing trade routes and, delivering messages to long lost people, and there's all kinds of like goofy things that you're doing in JRPGs that could just be solved by more technology or more infrastructure. If only we had a train line, we wouldn't need any of this other stuff.
Exactly.
Or automobiles. Those would be nice. But yeah, it's kind of
everything must travel by hot air balloon.
Right. But it is fun to do all those quests and to be needed for these little things. But yeah, they just don't translate to the real world that well. I definitely think it'll feel like a game if people are coming to you with all these things that they need. But it does feel good to be needed in a JRPG. If your character wasn't there, the world would not make much progress.
Yeah, and a lot of the focus, because of how simplistic Dragon Quest story is, these side quests do flesh out the characters and the towns and the whole overall setting of the games that works well with the theme park, as opposed to some other JRPGs where it's so story driven and focused. You're literally just going from checkpoint to checkpoint.
Yeah.
And not really caring about what's going on in the towns.
Totally true. And yeah, I would love to translate that sort of like little fairy tale vignette system. Like, you get to a new little area and there's like this kind of self-contained smaller story, and you get to experience like, I don't know, 5 to 10 of those per day, depending on how many roller coasters you want to go ride on. I think that'd be so fun. And maybe you could even incorporate some of those into like the queue area. Like if, once the line gets to be a full hour at this theme park, they kind of activate the little storytelling vignette that happens in that town.
Oh yeah, there are people that are going to be coming out there in character costumes, second that the line shows up, and they're going to be performing essentially stage plays without needing a stage.
Right.
They'll just be performing for the people that are in the line at the queue.
I think that sounds awesome. Or there could even be a stage. But yeah, however you want to do it, I think that'd be so fun.
And then have the queue be, around the stage.
Yeah, so you always have a decent view. There's always something to be looking at. I think that sounds awesome. Because a lot of times, a third of your day at the theme park is just standing in line with your friends talking. Which is good. It's nice to socialize. But if you're in character and in costume, it might be more fun to interact with that fictional world a little bit more.
Way better, yeah.
Yeah, dude. Awesome. I feel satisfied with this park. How about you?
I am as well.
If you guys have enjoyed what Jacob has brought, and Dragon Quest in general, go check out Puff Puff Hour. It's a cool show. I like what you guys are doing. I hope you have a continued success, and I'm excited to see your coverage of the spin-off games, too, in the future.
Thank you very much.
Oh, dude, I just had one more thing pop in my head for the theme park. Rocket Slime, there's like these sort of like mech battles back and forth where you're launching items at each other. That would be such a fun mini game. Like, maybe there's like a conveyor belt system that's just bringing in new items, and you have to go grab it and go like stick it into a cannon, and then someone else is aiming the cannon and firing it at the other mech, and like that could totally be PvP. Like, you know, we need 3 to 5 players in this mech and 3 to 5 players in that mech, and you're just gonna be like launching random stuff at each other, trying to like hit the targets, almost like really huge scale laser tag without moving around. Like you're running around inside the
You gotta
mech.
hit the specific parts of the tech, and you're just using like foam blocks and stuff.
Yes, and like different shapes of foam blocks where it's like really awkward, and you have to like try to figure out how to launch it the best with your cannon. I feel like that would be so fun, even as its own attraction. Even regardless, like I don't know, that if I saw that at like a carnival, like I would just spend the whole day doing that game because it just sounds so fun. Even if it's just like slingshots, like it doesn't need to be that fancy, but just like launching stuff at another group of people sounds so fun.
Yes, it does.
Oh, that's great. Awesome. Well, thank you for tuning in, everybody. If you'd like to find more about Amusement Sparks, we're on Kuyomi on YouTube, so Cuyomi. There's all kinds of stuff on there. Amusement Sparks on Instagram and Twitter and Facebook, and then amusementsparks.com. Where can we find more about Puff Puff Hour?
We could find us at Puff Puff Hour on Twitter, and we have various Facebook pages, and our main website, puffpuffhour.geekdomentertainment.com. And come check us out if you are into Dragon Quest games or any JRPGs in general, and you want to experience a new type of series that isn't Final Fantasy.
Thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Jacob, for being here. That was a hoot.
Yeah, it was. It was fun.
Welcome to the Puff Puff Hour. Today we're going to be interviewing Sack Chief.
Yes. Someone who is very prevalent on Twitter that seems to know a lot more about Dragon Quest than any of us.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, thanks, guys. It's good to be here.
Yeah, no problem. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, of course.
Be pretty good to know about the whole Dragon Quest community since we've kind of been in and out of it here and there instead of really being fully involved in things and news and all of that. So
we've dabbled.
A little bit of dabbling, yeah. Trying to get into it. Yeah. So tell us all about yourself, Sack Chief. What got you into Dragon Quest?
Okay, so Dragon Quest. I first discovered the series actually when I was in elementary school. It was when I tried out a demo disc that actually came with Shonen Jump magazine. They had a magazine in America before.
Right.
Oh, right, yeah.
Right, and in one of their issues, they had a disc that came with it, and that was actually my first exposure to the series because I was pretty young back then. So I never played the NES titles, and I was not exposed to that. So it was 8, which was my first game in the series. And then after that, I pretty much started tracking down all the games, and I played them one by one. And up till now, I've pretty much played every single game in the series. But 8 was my first game in the series, and I just really liked how alive the world felt inside the game, and it just was very captivating for a PS2 game at the time. So yeah,
your first one was 8?
Yep.
That was actually mine too. Like
Same.
when I bought it and it had a demo disc for Final Fantasy 12. So yeah, I remember playing that and then the demo for Final Fantasy 12 a lot.
That still seems wrong to me. Like it should be the other way around.
Yeah.
In hindsight, but back then, you got to look at it from marketing and sales point. FF is way more prevalent for you to be, oh, look, here's the demo disc for 15 and type 0.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, my first one was the first Dragon Warrior game on NES, which was decent.
You know, when we started the
show.
Yeah.
So my
Dylan
difference
was a full-fledged virgin.
Yep. Yeah, my experience was a little different, so.
It's a good one to start off with.
Yeah, I liked it a lot.
Oh yeah, Dragon Quest 1 is a really great game.
But the one that follows it, not so much.
Yeah.
What is your thoughts on Dragon Quest 2?
Okay, my thoughts on Dragon Quest II is an unpopular opinion. I actually think it's better than the first one, to be honest.
Wow.
You hurt
Okay.
You hurt me.
I really like how it's like open world and it's like mysterious and you have to kind of explore a lot and talk to a lot of people and you can get kind of lost in the world. I really like that, actually.
It is a lot more open. There's a hell of a lot more map going from 1
Yeah.
to 2.
Yeah, that's true.
There's definitely that.
Yeah, my biggest problem with it though is the difficulty, especially near the end. Struggle
Yeah,
a
it's
lot.
pretty bad.
Yeah. The balancing just is way off in that game, I feel like.
So have you gone through multiple versions of like 1 and 2? Have you done the mobile ports or have you just gone strictly NES?
So I actually did not play I own the NES version of 1. I own the Game Boy Color versions of 1 and 2, and I mostly stick to the Game Boy versions because they're a bit easier to play, you know, with the menu system and everything.
Okay.
I own the mobile ports. I haven't really played much of them. I played all the Game Boy versions. I own the NES version just for the collection, but it's mostly the Game Boy versions I'm a fan of.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. No need to torture yourself. Unnecessary.
Yep.
So what one is your favorite? Is it
Uh,
5, 8?
It's 5. 5 is my favorite, the DS version.
Yeah? Why is that?
It's mostly because of the story and the way that they make it so that the world ages as the game goes along. I think it's really great how sort of characters get older in the game and they have these complex relationships with each other, and the fact that the party chat in the game is very deep. So if you talk to your companions, they always have something unique to say. It just makes the world of the game feel extremely lived in and realistic. And I just really appreciate that portion of Dragon Quest V most of all. And it's a very fun game as well compared to the others.
Oh, for sure. I
Yeah.
love that
Yeah.
one too. I'm actually teetering between that one and 8 is my favorite. Little bit of a spoiler there.
But well.
So what would you say is your top 3 Dragon Quest games?
Yeah, what comes in
Out
that
of
third place?
all the ones that you played, which apparently is all of them.
Including 11. Top 3 would probably actually be number 1 is 5. Number 2 is 11, actually. I think 11 is my second favorite Dragon Quest game.
You getting us hyped up, man.
Yeah, it's a really great game. And my third favorite is actually 7 for the PS1.
Boo!
Oh, dude.
About to shoot fire at you, man.
I
Explain
like 7 a
yourself.
lot.
Okay.
I like the
Man.
puzzles. I like how mysterious it is. I like how strange it is. I don't know. I just like how weird it is, Dragon Quest 7. And the fact that it's a really long game also
All right.
helps a lot.
All right, let me ask you this. When you were playing Dragon Quest 7, did you play it over the course of months?
Or
I played
years.
it I played over the course of months, yeah. I mean,
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense to me because we played it in a shorter amount of time and we just got nothing but repetition out of that game. So it was just oh, God.
it has its issues though. Like if I go back and play my old save file, I will have no idea where to go next because it doesn't tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Have you played the 3DS version?
I own the 3DS version and I've played quite a bit of it, but I haven't really finished it yet.
Have you noticed the differences between that one and the PS1?
Yeah, it's more streamlined. It's made more for a modern audience, it seems.
Thank
And you
God.
prefer the PS1?
I kind of prefer the PS1 just because of how weird it is. I don't know. It's like I like how I like how the 3DS one looks, but the PS1, those puzzles at the beginning, they're just they really make you think. I appreciate that a lot in the game.
What kind of puzzles? Because we didn't really have much in the way of puzzles.
Like the 2-hour intro section when you were getting through the first place to get to the room with all the portals and stuff.
Where you have to match the colors up.
Match the colors up and find and you have to write stuff down and think about the riddles and stuff and get the 4 armor pieces and line them up. I just really thought that was it was like the game Myst kind of. Like you really have to think and you really have to write stuff down and you use outside kind of keeping track of everything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I just thought it was really cool.
I get that from an older game standpoint, on where
Mm-hmm.
everything wasn't just laid out to you in a linear way. I could see how some people might enjoy that. Not
Yep.
my cup of tea, but
I will say this though, I really enjoyed the class system in that game, more so than any other game, including 8.
8
With the level up, with the leveling up is what I mean. Yeah.
It's a cool class system. It's my favorite class system out of the series as well. The way you can change classes for all the characters, they still have their personalities. I think that's really great.
Yeah, costumes are cool.
It is one of the better job systems in like any game series I've ever played.
I actually enjoyed grinding out the class systems in that one.
It's second to a specific game, but
and it really helped for the last part of the game too.
Phenomenal. Final Fantasy Tactics. That's the best job system ever.
It's true.
I haven't played that one, so I don't know.
So, is it just strictly Dragon Quest games that you play, or have you found love into other RPG series?
I like a lot of JRPG series. I've played a lot of them. Like, if you name one, I probably have played it, but it's mostly Dragon Quest that I'm a fan of. Like, that's like my main thing, sort of. So I've played all the Final Fantasy games. I've played Chrono Trigger. I've played mostly Super Nintendo stuff, DS stuff. I've played Game Boy stuff. I have a pretty big collection of JRPGs. So yeah, JRPGs, visual novels. Those are my main two things, really.
Okay. Lufia, because Craig seems to really be into this Lufia and Breath of Fire stuff.
Yeah, I've played the older ones of those.
Did you ever play the Game Boy Advance one, Ruins of Lore, for that?
I haven't played that one.
Craig's got the biggest heart on for that game for some random reason.
It's because I'm the only person who's ever fucking played that game. I swear to God.
Make it classic.
I mean, it is to me.
Okay, Resonance of Fate is a classic.
I mean, it might as well be. Like, nobody played it.
Aren't they pretty rare games, though? Isn't that the problem?
For the Lufia games, I think the first two are. I don't know about the Game Boy Advance one.
Because I've never seen them out in the wild.
I saw it at my local comic shop once, and it was really expensive, which is why I didn't pick it up.
Yeah,
the Lufia for GBA, yeah.
It's definitely
really?
off-putting with the price.
God damn it, I don't have my thing anymore. I want... That hurts. Fucking Nintendo
So
needs
I'll
to,
ask the stupidest question. Who is your waifu? Who's the biggest girl you have a crush on Dragon Quest?
In Dragon Quest? Oh my god, I gotta think about that. Hold on a sec.
All right, you're good.
I never thought about that before.
You know, I think I think, you know what, Jake? I think I've personally moved on from Jessica to Jade from 11.
Oh, okay.
Well,
we'll just have to wait and see.
I'm with Jessica.
Yeah?
Yeah. I haven't played 11 yet, though.
I haven't played all of 11, but as far as I'm into it, yeah.
Okay, if I told you my 11 waifu, it would spoil the game. So I'm instead going to just say Jessica if I pretend 11 doesn't exist.
Okay, all right.
So your real waifu is from 11.
Yeah.
Okay.
Gotcha. So have you? How should I ask this the right way? As far as the design goes with Akira Toriyama, did you come across Dragon Quest first, or was it Dragon Ball Z that you?
It was Dragon Ball Z. I was I must have discovered Dragon Ball Z when I was like a toddler, like watching Toonami, like before I could even read. Probably.
Yep, that's me,
Caleb. Yeah.
Yep. Grew up watching that Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z.
Yeah, of course. But if I'm more of a Dragon Ball fan or a Dragon Quest fan, I'm probably more of a Dragon Quest fan.
Okay.
I'm more devoted to the series, but yeah, Dragon Ball. I've been like into that stuff since I was like a little kid, like really small. So yeah.
You get to see that new Dragon Ball Super Broly movie.
Yeah, I did see it in theaters actually. I saw it this week.
I just saw it today, and it was fantastic.
You guys all saw it, or just?
Just me.
Just Caleb.
I've never seen anything Dragon Ball related. I do plan to, but it's just quite an overwhelming thing to get into, especially when Game of Thrones is in April. So, you know.
You can make time.
Yeah, you have plenty of time.
I've just seen a couple episodes of Dragon Ball. I did read the manga of that one, and Dragon Ball Z I saw a little bit of, and Dragon Ball GT I saw all of.
Oh, GT hurts me.
They used to have it on Toonami, so I was into that when I was a teenager.
So I love all the designs for the most part. There's a couple that I find stupid, honestly, as far as some of the characters. I'll admit that. But how do you feel about some of the designs being reskinned in some of the games? Like
You mean like people saying that the Toriyama can only draw like one face, like that kind of thing, or?
No, I'm not getting on Toriyama's case. I'm saying from when they put him in the game, they're like, "Oh, we're gonna keep the same design, but this one's green, blue, red, yellow, purple."
Oh, like the monster designs,
like monster designs, right? Like
Yeah.
the original.
Yeah.
Okay, so I thought that was a little goofy during the NES version, but I get it because like maybe it's data or memory constraints they had for it. But if you think about it, isn't there a little more variety than most RPGs? Most RPGs aren't like Pokemon with like 400 like different monsters. They're usually just the same thing but different colors. Like you'll see it a lot. Like how many monsters do like for the most part I think it's okay. That's that there's only like 20 or 25 different monsters, but they just give them different color variations. I've never really had a problem with that, to be honest.
Okay.
Given how small the first game is, I don't really blame it for any of that. But 2 is a little harder to forgive. But yeah, like a lot of other RPGs do it. They can't really have like a ton of different creatures. Unless, you're Final Fantasy 13 and then you just reskin, like, the 5 monsters that you have in that fucking game.
It's more than 5, but
no,
sure.
dude, it's only like 5.
Does anybody actually care about that one, though?
I don't think so.
I tried to play it.
Anyway.
I always stop. I try every time,
Me
and
too.
I always stop.
Me too.
All right, so which monster is your favorite designed one?
My favorite. Okay. Ironically,
give
my
us a
favorite.
list. Let's go with like top 5 here. Then make it a little easier for you.
All right, let's see. Let me think. The number one monster is the fat rat from Dragon Quest II. You know that?
Okay.
Yeah, I remember the fat rat.
The fat rat. Okay,
Like a tank.
that's the number one monster right there. Let's see. Number 2. Let's see. The hipster from Dragon Quest VIII.
Oh yeah.
The hipster was that created before hipsters were even a thing, or were hipsters a thing by the time that came out?
I don't
PS2
think so.
era. I don't think there were hipsters really
No,
in
it was
PS2.
definitely the emo scene thing coming in.
Yeah,
so hipsters, weren't around
hipsters
there
was a
yet.
little after that. So yeah, that's
Yeah, not too many Starbucks were out in circulation yet.
Well, I think there's always been hipsters. They've just been more on the down low until recently.
yeah. But were they called
What? Because they were
hipsters?
swimming around in
'Cause
their
they were
father's
hipsters.
ball
We're-
sack?
we're-
They didn't exist yet?
Was it more just like people who were into retro things? I don't think there was like the term hipster during that time.
So
I
maybe
really don't
Dragon
know.
Quest.
So Dragon
invented it.
Quest VIII just predicted hipsters.
Yeah,
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, sweet.
maybe that's what it's based on because it's pretty obscure reference.
That's right.
It's pretty hipstery.
Maybe it existed in Japan culture first.
It's a vague monster in Dragon Quest VIII. All right, so we got the fat rat and the hipster. What else?
Fat rat, the hipster. I like the slime a lot. I think the slime is a brilliantly designed like creation in general.
Very iconic.
Yeah.
It's so easy to draw. It's so like you immediately see it, you immediately think that's Dragon Quest. It's like an icon. It's like for gaming and for JRPGs and everything, it's pretty high up there. So yeah, slime I put up there as well. Number 4. What would number 4 be? There has to be something funny that I and I'd probably have to say the King Slime.
Yeah, King Slime's great.
Very useful for
Yeah,
level
very-
grinding.
It is. It's
No,
pretty
it's
cool how they
King Metal
all
Slime.
combine.
We go
Well, even
metal.
the king slimes give you a decent
We
amount.
go fucking metal.
Top 5 creatures, like only slimes.
All
Got-
the different
Got
like
king
she
slime, knight
Ugh.
slime, she slime, metal slime, slime.
The Mott Slime. And
slime.
okay, number 5. Number 5 is probably the Platypunk from.
Oh yeah, I remember those platypunks.
Yeah, they're kind of cool. I like them.
Sounds familiar.
They're the platypus dudes that are. You remember those guys?
From which one?
They have platypus dudes in a few of them.
It sounds familiar, but I can't think of it right now.
I'm shocked
Uh,
you didn't pick the Mole Man from Dragon Quest VIII and be like, Get up, let me touch myself, James Brown. Yow!
I like the Mole Man too. He's pretty good.
All right, well, I don't know if you know this about me, but I'm a pretty big Nintendo guy. So what are your thoughts on potentially having a Dragon Quest character in Smash Bros?
Rumor mills.
All right, so I've been making a lot of jokes and stuff about that on Twitter about Erdrick maybe being inside of Smash Bros. I think it would be really incredible. I like Smash Bros. I don't play it a lot. Like I'm not like obsessed with it, but if Erdrick came out, I would become obsessed with it. Like,
yeah. That's what I love about the series. Like, it can introduce people that wouldn't be exposed to those kinds of other series. Speaking of the Smash Bros. Series.
Yeah, I don't think a lot. Go ahead.
Yeah, I think definitely a Dragon Quest character deserves to be in it without a doubt. Like, there's no reason it shouldn't. Like, Dragon Quest 3 is like such an influential NES title.
Exactly.
It's a 10th best-selling NES game of all time. It's on the chart.
Wow.
Yeah, it didn't have to be pushed out the door with copies of Nintendo Power for one.
Yep.
It kind of almost hurts to me that they're picking Erdrick instead of just like the hero from 1.
Yeah.
I like the design of the hero from 1 like a lot better. Like I like his armor and everything. Like Erdrick's like spiky haired kid with a sword and cape.
Well, it's definitely inspired from the first one, so it wouldn't be that bad.
Oh yeah, Team Erdrick or Team Lodo?
They're the same guy though.
So which is the better name?
Okay. I like Erdrick. I think the localization team.
Me too. Yeah.
they made nice changes. Erdrick is a name I can get behind. You know.
Yeah, agreed.
So something else that would be included with a DLC character would be a stage, because every DLC character from Smash Bros is going to get its own personal stage.
Right.
So, if you had to pick like a specific setting for a stage, which one would you pick from any Dragon Quest game?
Okay, so if the character is Erdrick, it would probably have to be something from the original trilogy. So it would probably have to be either Alfgard or Charlotte Castle, right?
Mm.
So I think Charlotte Castle would be pretty cool with like the Dragon Lord. He could be like a stage hazard in the background. Maybe there can be
amazing.
like, yeah, that'd be pretty cool. It could be like really demonic looking. I think that would be pretty neat.
Yeah, I agree. That would be awesome.
I'd like the castle in ruins from 8 when it's all covered in the thorns and shit.
Mm-hmm.
That would be sweet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's definitely has to have some kind of boss from one of the games. So I think the Dragon Lord. Magus would be a good one.
Yeah, Dragon Lord would probably have to be it though, because like it's kind of like the whole of Dragon Quest. This is like the dragons. You gotta have the Dragon Lord in there.
It's even in the name.
I know.
Wow, amazing, mind blown.
That's right.
Yeah, I already bought the DLC, so whatever comes, I'll be satisfied with. Having Joker in it was amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet too.
That was surprising, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard it from Jake first, and I didn't believe him, so I had to look it up myself.
I saw it on Twitter. I thought it was a joke. I thought it was like a fake tweet. I was like, yeah, right. He's going to be... Why would he be in it? He's a PlayStation character, and then he's in it, right?
Yep.
Well, that's because they got to have that mobile version of P5. Which
for Switch. That's been rumored.
Yeah. They got to do that every time, man.
Well, what else is coming out on the Switch? Dragon Quest related.
Builders 2.
And also 11.
Oh, yeah,
11S.
The bullshit version of 11.
I haven't been keeping up on that. You probably have. Is there anything new to S besides the voice acting? Like, is it anything that the US is getting new with it?
All right. So basically, aside from the voice acting that Japan's getting, Yuji Horii has confirmed that we can apparently get married to different people besides... there's multiple marriage options. That's all I'll say without spoiling the game. You can get married to somebody.
Okay, so it's going the same route that all of 5's plot was, an 8's alternate or ending. It's definitely going for full waifu status. Okay.
Yeah. I don't mind that.
In DQ11 though, marriage really takes a back seat. It's not part of the plot at all. It's like really on the side.
Okay.
So it doesn't make much of a difference to the game at all, really.
So in 11S, they're gonna port Jessica in just so you can marry her. All right.
Yeah.
Every single time.
Yeah.
Hey, that would be cool.
Every future Dragon Quest.
If they get the original voice actress to do Jessica's. But I'll get into that on the Dragon Quest 8's review.
Well, I played it for 3DS. I never played the PS2 one, so I don't know what the difference
Voice acting
is.
seems a bit off, doesn't it?
I don't know.
What's
Oh. They redid the lines, all of them except for Jessica's, for the 3DS version of Dragon Quest 8, I noticed. Because Jessica's voice actress didn't get me nearly as hard when playing, and I'm like, something's up here, man. Something's up. And it ain't my penis.
You sure it's not just impotence?
That's always on the rise.
Jessica cures that.
I don't think impotence is on the rise.
You don't think so?
No, I don't.
So, how do you feel? We know Dragon Quest has always had the three main people. Do you think it has hindered them or made it phenomenal that they've always kept with Hori being producer, writing the story, Sugiyama doing music, and Toriyama doing the design and art?
And is there any other game series that has had the same guys doing the same game for 30 plus years? There's never been a series like that, right?
No,
I don't think so.
They switched it halfway through FF, so...
Right. So it's crazy. I think it's amazing that the same guys are making the story, the art. It's consistent. It feels familiar. You know, when I played Dragon Quest XI, I knew what to do. Nothing was new. Mm-hmm. It was amazing. It was just, I think it's really great that they keep the same team going on. And really no other game has ever done this. Every old school franchise I could think of has always passed on the torch to somebody new. But Yuji Horii still working on the Dragon Quest games, even though, you know, he's like in his 60s now. Mm-hmm. It's pretty awesome, actually, really.
Yeah, it just feels like there's a lot more love put behind the series than a Final Fantasy game, for example, like a modern one.
Yeah, it's like actually their baby instead of just like, oh, it's just this guy's turn to make a game.
Yep.
Yeah.
They seem to be caring more about making a new game from a personal standpoint than dragging Dragon Quest name through the mud because it's a copyright. Like, we got to put these things out, you know, twice a year, like it's FF or Call of Duty.
It feels like a cash grab, kind of. I don't think that's something Dragon Quest would do.
They've had their spin-offs for other ideas that I think Hori's wanted to do, but they haven't milked it, I don't think. What do you think?
Different ideas?
Oh, as far as like the milking or different ideas that they've done for the side games. You've played all the monster games, right?
Right. So there's not really much milking going on, to be honest. Like, there's not... How many monster games are there? There's 3 Joker games. There's 2 on the Game Boy. They're really, even the spin-offs are pretty tame, to be honest.
Yeah.
Like, they barely come out. When a spin-off comes out, it's still a pretty big deal.
Yeah.
Right.
And some spin-offs are actually really good, and I would rank among my top 10 games, even including spin-offs like Rocket Slime, for example. That's a really crazy good game. It's very fun.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited for that one.
Yeah, we got to review it.
Which of the spin-off games are your favorite?
So Rocket Slime is definitely my favorite spin-off. It's without a doubt my favorite spin-off. It's such a great game with a lot of charm to it, and a great sprite work, great gameplay. It's really fun. And then after that would probably be the Monsters games. I think the Monsters games are really fun, and they really transfer over the sort of Dragon Quest charm to like a Pokemon kind of style thing.
But is it better than Pokemon?
The thing about Pokemon is a very, really crazily deep RPG. And when it comes to monster taming, nothing really beats Pokemon. Pokemon has like 600, 700 plus different monsters.
Oh, there's also 800 something now? 800 plus?
Yeah.
The new gen on the rise, almost hitting 1,000.
And, you know, there's competitive stuff. There's like this this deep EV training. You can make every monster different. Pokemon, I feel like, it has unlimited replay value. You can play that game for like years and years and never get bored of it. It's like really an incredible game.
You should see Jake's face right now. He's cringing so hard. His experience with the series goes up to
He doesn't believe
Gen
in the
2.
Pokemon.
Yeah. So he's only played up to Gen 2.
Gen 1 and Gen 2. After that, it just... I don't know.
He doesn't understand the subtleties of Pokemon.
They're different every time, dude.
I like Gen 4 a lot. I think it's a good generation.
Yeah, Gen 4 had really good starters, too.
I would say the best out of any, actually.
And
Design
you know what?
wise.
Yeah. Because freaking, well, I don't. Maybe not Infernape. Infernape's like
Infernape's my
maybe.
favorite one.
Really?
Yeah.
Over Torterra? Torterra's awesome.
How many fire types are in the main series?
It's tortilla shaped like a tortilla.
In the main playthrough of that game, how many fire types?
In
four.
4? Oh, there's like none.
So it's safe to assume you're just as big a Pokemon fan?
Yeah, I think so. Pokemon, it's really hard to top. It's really took the whole RPG formula and just turned it on its head and just made something really crazy out of it. So yeah, I do like the series a lot.
Okay.
If you had to recommend one for Jake, which one would you recommend?
I already played gold, silver, red, blue, and yellow. Is that not enough?
No.
No, it's not.
There's so many more.
They've improved so much since then. Missing out.
I think Platinum is probably my favorite one. I think Platinum's really good.
I haven't played Platinum. I need to play that one.
I like that one a lot.
Do you have it?
I do have it.
You should let me borrow it.
I will do that.
Good.
Next episode review.
All right. I'll get it in like 5 months then. Sweet.
So as far as Sugiyama with the music, what is your thoughts on it?
The political aspect of it, or just how it's the music sounds and all that.
No, we don't
Whatever
need
you
to
want to
get
talk
into
about.
Yeah, I don't want to get into that much.
So that
we could
you know,
talk
the
about
non-
the
the
Hyuji Mori
non-political-
thing and him divorcing from his wife and marrying one of the dev team from Dragon Quest IX, right?
Yeah, one of the ladies from who was promoting the game he married, he's like dating her or something. I don't want to
did
slander him
not
though. I
know
don't know all the
who cares?
details.
Yeah, the whole point was we don't need to discuss it
Yeah,
as
yeah.
I bring it up.
Okay, so ignoring all the controversy, Sugiyama's music I think he has some good tracks, but some of them get a little bit boring sometimes. Like in 11, I feel like in 11 he reuses a lot of tracks from the old games, I guess for nostalgia. You'll be hearing a lot of tracks from 4, 3, like 2. There's a lot of reuse of tracks in 11, and I think it's a little bit. He had very little involvement with 11. It seems like there are a few new tracks, but it's mostly old stuff, which I noticed. My favorite Sugiyama track is the battle theme from Dragon Quest III. I think it sounds really awesome.
Okay, yeah. Quick caveat: have you played? I know it never came here to the States, but we all have alternative ways to get these games. Have you played Dragon Quest Theater Rhythm?
Yeah, I have it actually. I hacked my 3DS so it could play
Good.
Japanese games.
Same here. I may
Yep.
have all the imports of the games that don't come over here, like the Monsters 1 and Monsters 2 3DS versions. I have no
Yep.
idea how I'm going to be able to play them in Japanese, but I got them.
Yeah,
Good.
homebrew. If you have a 3DS, you owe it to yourself to hack that thing. It'll open up a lot of possibilities, including with Japanese games. So
Or the
So, yeah,
go ahead.
the rhythm is pretty fun. I like the rhythm a lot. It has like orchestral versions of all the tracks, and it's like a really good beat rhythm game. I like it a lot.
Yeah. I've never listened to any of Sugiyama's music that wasn't in orchestra form. Because I've always played the US version. So be interesting if I were to go back and actually listen to all the soundtracks how they used to sound without an orchestra in them. So
Did you not get that one harp in Builders that made everything all 8-bit?
No.
Oh, really?
no,
Oh,
I never
okay.
found it. Yeah, what is your thoughts on Builders?
Builders.
Yeah.
Okay, so I bought Builders 1 as soon as it came out, and it's really really charming if you just played the first one like right before it. Probably I'd say it's like it's really for Dragon Quest fans. I feel like it has a lot of references to the original, and the music's the same. It has all these. It's really like made for retro fans. I felt like, and it was really cool. And like the whole Minecraft thing. I like Minecraft, but I feel like Builders is definitely an improvement over the Minecraft sort of formula because it actually has a story and it has like a world you can explore that's pre-built. So I do prefer Builders over that kind of title, and I like Builders a lot. It's a great game.
It is. There's a few nitpicks I had with it, but pretty good. Maybe like the whole face in the right direction when you're trying to build thing, but other than that,
Right.
pretty good.
Yeah, I like the Bashmobile. It's my
Oh,
favorite.
Yes, I need to make that cover song, people.
Yeah. Bashmobile's sweet. I enjoyed Builders, but I didn't really care for like having to start over every time you started a new chapter. That's one kind of downside to that game, I feel like. If you could keep some stuff, when you moved on, I feel like that would be better because you don't have levels or anything in that game. It's basically just like you have to rebuild everything in order to get to like a point where you can just fight shit instead of just like everything progressively getting stronger and better. It just leaves you basically starting at level 1 again until you get to the end of the game.
That was a little annoying, yeah.
It makes it feel really episodic in that way.
So
Like
don't
they're
play
all
it in
their
one sitting.
separate scenarios, but I would prefer it to just keep it consistent the whole way and keep your stuff.
Yeah, chapter 4 was fine, I guess, because it was short. It was basically just going directly to the boss fight, but
4 is better than chapter 2. Chapter 2 is the worst one.
Which one had the zombies?
I think that was 2, wasn't
That was
it?
2.
That was my favorite one.
Where you have to find the cure for people? Yeah, that was a
Yeah.
good one.
That was my
3
favorite.
was kind of a meh one for me. Although that one did have the Bashmobile, so that was kind of cool.
The boss fights in that game are awesome.
Boss fights in that game are awesome.
I wish there were more. Hopefully in 2.
Yeah, we gotta play that Builders 2. When does that come out?
I don't know. When does it come out, Sec Chief?
It's out in Japan already, I believe. It's already out.
Those
It's already out in Japan.
bastards.
I think the Switch is region free, so we could import that. I don't know how it would be text wise though.
I think I'm gonna grab that for Switch instead of PS4 this time.
Oh yeah?
Yeah. I feel like it would be better as a mobile-ish game. Than
How do
as
you
a
feel about using the
stationary game.
Bashmobile and bashing it into the left eye hand? Is that one
The
of the
Bashmo.
Yeah, the Bashmobile.
How do I feel about it?
Yeah. Was it not like the most awesome thing in all the builders?
Yeah, it is. It was pretty funny.
I liked using it on the old hero, bashing him. Made that fight so much easier.
I never used it on that guy.
I didn't even think to at the end. Like, why
I
would
basically-
you pull it out?
I basically just had like a shitload of cannons in that game that I just carried around, and then I'd place them, and then I'd like destroy them when I needed to carry them again.
I was a Bashmobile guy.
I'd abuse the shit out of those cannons.
Get places way faster.
So have
Which I
you gotten a
appreciate.
lot of people into Dragon Quest? Like in your personal life or on Twitter? Or
I have a YouTube channel, and I do some Dragon Quest content on there, and I've gotten a lot of people interested in it. I've done reviews and videos and stuff on it.
What's that channel's name?
It's just Sack Chief, just
Sack Chief.
my username. Yeah.
All right, check
Oh,
that
yeah.
out,
Yeah,
guys.
everybody go follow him there.
Yeah,
And
we'll
on
definitely
Twitter-
follow you.
At Sack Chief, right?
Yep. I like 11. I'm pretty sure I sold a lot of copies of 11 for Square Enix, so they can thank. Yeah.
They can thank you by localizing the 3DS version, right?
Yep. I like that.
I think the whole fucking community would like that. Because I saw the extra content that the 3DS version has.
Oh,
And I'm
I'd
like, how are
them-
we not getting this?
I'd like them to just bring 1, 2, and 3 to PS4 with trophies. That's what I want.
I would love that.
Platinum the shit out of 1.
We're all obsessed with trophies, so usually we'll get the versions on
Which
the
is pretty
PS4.
funny coming from Nintendo guy here. Yeah.
I wish they
I-
had trophies.
I want it to be like the mobile port just on PS4. That's all I want. But
I
with
would like that
trophies.
too, because I haven't
Yeah.
played that version.
The mobile port's a good one.
I've heard.
It's nice. It's beautiful.
Should go back through those.
In due time. So what Dragon Quest do you actually hate?
If there is
Which-
one that
if
you
there is
hate.
Which one do I hate? I wouldn't say I hate 6, but 6 is not exactly one I would go back to anytime soon. It's a good game. I like all Dragon Quest games, but 6 is probably. Oh, you know what? If this counts 10, I'm not such a huge fan of. I played a little bit of 10.
Oh wow.
The whole MMO thing, though, it's not really like my thing. If they made it in like in English, I would probably be interested, but in Japanese, that's not really much.
How did you manage to play 10?
It was so complicated to play 10. I had to get a VPN. I had to get like a translating thing. I had to like translate all it was more hassle than it's worth. I was only doing it for a YouTube video, and it was just so much work to get it working. It was just ridiculous.
Damn.
This episode is sponsored by Personal VPN. Go get one so Google doesn't trace you.
Yep.
Future Skynet.
Future Skynet. Oh, gee.
I mean, they're close enough, right?
Well, yeah, kind of.
They just need to merge with like a few companies, and then they totally be Skynet.
Was Square Enix not enough for you?
No, they just need to like if they take over like Disney.
That's what I was thinking too.
Google takes over Disney, and then like Elon Musk company, and then
Tesla.
like and then like Amazon, and then Google's just everything.
Yeah, they'll build that moon base.
Yeah, they'll build a moon
And then
base.
attempt to blow up the sun.
Send back
get into
sci-fi.
Send back Terminators to kill John Connor or whatever. You know, that's yeah.
Yeah, that's the plot of Terminator. There you go.
Yeah, it is. I remember. Well, wait.
No.
No, the first one was to kill Sarah Connor.
Yeah. Get it right. That's
Terminator 2.
Yeah,
the greatest sequel ever.
It's a really good sequel.
All right. Is there anything else that you would want to say about Dragon Quest?
Anything else I want to say about Dragon Quest?
Is it
If
better
anybody
than Final
lis-
Fantasy?
is it better in is it better in Final Fantasy? Yes, it is. It's better in Final Fantasy.
All right.
Shots
Okay.
fired.
Let's do some lists here. What's top
fan of lists.
top RPGs? Yeah, I love lists. Let's go
All right.
top 5 RPG series.
Top 5 RPG series. Okay, number 1 is Dragon Quest. Number 2 is Pokemon. And number 3, that would be, let me think. Which other ones do I like? I guess, okay, Chrono Trigger's not really, it's kind of a series, I guess. But
I mean, there's
I'll
2
put that.
games there. Yeah.
Yeah, so number 3 is Chrono. I like enough of what I've played from them. Number 4, it's probably one of the weird games that and Nisa makes. I like the game Hyperdimension Neptunia a lot. I'm not
Nice.
unironically. So that's my number 4. And
those
number
are pretty
5's
good games. They have some good gameplay.
Yeah. They're good. I think they're underrated. They're very underrated. They're like comedy games, you know.
Yeah, they have decent comedy and they have pretty good gameplay.
Yep. So yeah, I like those a lot, and I'd say Final Fantasy is number 5 for me.
Shots fired.
Yeah, we have another show on this network called Ultima Final Fantasy. There are
That's cool.
counterparts.
Yeah, those guys would love hearing that. Anyway, okay, so how do you compare Dragon Quest to like the other series? Like what separates Dragon Quest?
So what separates Dragon Quest is, first of all, it stays very traditional to what it is. It doesn't try to do any crazy stuff or like try to make things weird, like anything like that. And it's always been consistent, right? It always has the same team. But what makes it really special to me is the fact that the world of Dragon Quest, the characters and the NPCs feel very realistic, and the writing inside Dragon Quest is very, very good compared to most RPGs, in my opinion. And the worlds do feel a lot more alive. Actually, I would put Persona high up on my list as well. I think I put that actually higher than Final Fantasy, to be honest, because I just remember
Fantasy,
that.
huh?
Yeah, because for Persona, right, that game is something similar to Dragon Quest. The way the worlds feel very realistic and they feel lived in, and the characters feel realistic. And I don't know, that's just an aspect of RPGs that I really appreciate. So yeah.
And you happen to find them all punny, right?
I like the puns.
Yes, very punny.
Well, that's part of the charm of Dragon Quest. So.
Yeah, that's how it keeps its whimsy.
Yep.
So do you have a top 5 favorite consoles, since we're doing lists?
Good
All right.
lord.
Consoles.
Top 5 favorite consoles. Okay, number 1 console. Are we including handhelds or?
Yeah, any console.
Okay, that's really hard. There's a lot of consoles.
There are. Yeah.
Okay, in no order, the top 5 would be the Super Nintendo, the DS, the PlayStation 3, and I like the Vita a lot because, you know, Persona 4 Golden's on the Vita, and so is Danganronpa and a lot of crazy JRPGs. I've played so many JRPGs on the Vita that I can't even keep track of them. It's really insane. And let me think, what else is my top? The DS also had a lot of hidden gems. That's why I'm keeping it up there. And I would say the PlayStation 2 as well.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd say mine's pretty similar to that. Maybe not the Vita. I've never owned that one.
I like the Vita a lot. I'm a big Vita fan.
Vita is pretty sweet. I just wish I had more stuff.
It exists. You just got to get all them damn imports.
Yeah. All right, so let's do favorite character.
Oh, how do you
Top
feel
5
about
characters.
the turban? You said 5 is your favorite Dragon Quest.
Yep.
How do you feel about the hero's design wearing a turban?
It's cool. It's neat.
Okay.
He looks like he looks very rugged. You know, like very.
And who did you choose to marry?
Favorite what?
Who did you choose to marry? Did you marry Deborah or
Bianca.
Bianca? Okay.
That's the right choice.
That's the right choice. Craig would
Lies.
disagree.
Lies. Who's
From a
Deborah?
story standpoint, yeah, it's supposed to be Bianca.
Okay, yeah. So top 5 characters, and then let's do bosses as well.
Top 5
Dragon
bosses.
Quest.
There we go. Dragon Lord, Dragon Lord, Dragon Lord.
Fuck yeah.
Okay, so top 5 bosses. Let me think. Then I guess in no order. This will probably just be all the final bosses, wouldn't it? But I like the squid from Dragon Quest VIII, Calamari, because of the puns.
Yeah. I love
That-
Calamari
that
too.
was his, that was his name. What else? There's also Bjorn from Dragon Quest V, which is a very difficult boss. I like that boss a lot. There's the Dragon Lord, of course, is one of my favorites because it's the one that started it all.
It's
It's
the Dragon Lord.
Yeah, the Dragon Lord. Let's see. I like the final boss from Dragon Quest VII, the true final boss.
I did enjoy that one too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's a great boss also. And
You like that flaming tiki head from 7 as well?
yeah, that's a good one.
Fucking bizarre.
Uh,
Like the 6-stage fight for Sorrow the Manslayer. All the different forms. That was not right.
wait, you didn't love that?
No! It's like 6 or 7 stages. Like, playing it was a pain in the ass. I like the idea, but it was a pain in the ass.
That's the point, though.
Yeah, it's supposed to be a pain.
This
in the
isn't my
ass.
final form. This
Oh.
isn't my final form.
I hope you better not play that Kingdom Hearts 2 then.
Yeah, I play Kingdom Hearts 2.
Yeah, the
just
fucking
haven't done
ending is
Final
like
Mix.
8 fucking forms.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous. Like 3 of them are the same. I mean, it is, but it's ridiculous.
But yeah, how do you feel about that Sorrow fight?
The Sorrow fight. I like the Sorrow fight because I do like a challenge a lot. I think challenges are very very rewarding. So I actually really like it when bosses are extremely difficult and have a lot of different stages and make you feel like, I finally did it after winning. So I'm a fan.
So, do you like the Dark Souls series?
I like the Dark. I do like the Dark Souls series a lot. Yeah, I'm a big fan of that too.
Nice.
Glutton for punishment.
Which not Dark Souls. Which Dragon Quest do you
Wait
think
a
is the
minute.
hardest?
Which Dragon Quest is the hardest? Gotta think about that one too. It's probably 2, isn't it? Wouldn't 2 be the hardest one?
I would say.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, it's 2.
Started 2 and then got attacked by 20 slimes in the first fight.
Oh, that's great. The
It's
RNG.
fucking bullshit.
Yeah, he got killed by slimes.
I mean, you fucking start a game level 1, you can do 2 damage at max, and you're getting slammed up the asshole by fucking 5 slimes. It's like that one meme of the 5 black dudes and the tiny white chick on the couch.
Piper Perry.
It's horrible. It's a horrible RNG right there. You don't encounter 20 monsters at once until later in the game. But the first step out of the castle, hey buddy,
I was okay
here
with
to
it.
take half your money.
What money? You're at the beginning of the game.
I had 200 gold or something, but I didn't have 200 gold after that fight. Couldn't run away. They didn't want me to. They wanted my money. They mugged me. That's exactly what happens in Dragon Quest. They just mug you. It's not actually killing you.
They had to establish dominance over you.
I know. I don't like it. I'm glad
Beat
they
you
added.
up and then just mug you. It's New York. They don't kill you.
I'm glad they added banks in Dragon Quest, so you could just like deposit your gold. Because fuck losing half of your gold. I don't like being mugged in Dragon Quest.
It's an okay sort of punishment. I mean, imagine if you die and you go to the main menu like in Final Fantasy.
It's a great thing. Like I'm glad that it doesn't just like make you
game overs.
reset the shit and like you get to keep all your levels, but at the cost like half your gold. It's honestly a wonderful punishment, but at the same time, it's like, hey,
Craig's gonna find a way to still
go fuck yourself. But yeah, it's good stuff.
All right, are we done with the list, Craig?
Well, we didn't get the like best character designs or favorite characters. There's plenty of good characters to pick out of Dragon Quest.
There is. Mainly all of 8's cast. Yeah.
That big Ryan.
Ragnar McMotherfucking Ryan.
Yeah.
I like him.
I'm gonna turn that into a t-shirt. Ragnar McMotherfucking Ryan.
Fucking Pink Knight.
All right, so top 5 character designs in Dragon Quest. I like Elena from Dragon Quest IV, how she looks.
Soviet Russia.
That's right. Okay. It took me a second to remember who that was, and I was like, oh yeah, okay.
The white privileged princess, as you once put it.
I think that was me.
Oh,
okay, I was like, I don't remember saying that.
I got some backlash from that. I kind of regret it, actually. I was wrong on that one.
Were you though?
Yes.
Yeah.
She's not.
It wasn't that bad.
Anyway, continue.
It wasn't
Sorry.
that bad.
Yeah, she's okay, the Russian princess. Best character design, the bunny girl from the bar that you hang out with.
Nice.
The blonde one.
The blonde one, yeah.
She has to be blonde.
And
yes,
the long-haired brunette.
Yeah, the one that was dancing inside Dragon Quest VIII, that one.
Oh, yeah.
The puff.
The fists in front, just waving them up and down. The like pom-pom with the cheerleaders. Yeah.
Yep.
Can't you interrupt them? Don't they get mad if you interrupt them?
I don't know. I never interrupted them.
If you get on the stage, they do get mad at you. They tell you to sit down.
Yep.
Hey, we don't touch in this titty bar.
Saying Hooters.
It's puff puffs.
Yeah, I know.
All right,
So we are named
Elena.
Puff Puff Hour.
Yeah, Elena and Puff Puff Chick. All right, who else?
All right, who's next? The female protagonist of Dragon Quest IV.
Okay.
So,
okay.
So
I think you get to pick the gender in that one, right?
Yeah, you do.
Oh,
Yep.
yeah.
Okay.
It took me a second to figure out what he was talking about.
I think
too,
the
but I was
female
like,
design
yeah,
is
okay.
better.
just give me 1 second.
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, maybe.
Don't look at me like that, Craig.
I'll look at you however I want.
I need
Bitch.
your lustful looks. Can't have this.
Sorry about that.
You're good.
No worries. We have the magic of editing, so it's all good.
Yep.
Do we?
All right.
Yeah, because I know what I'm doing.
All right. Number 4. Let's see. Let me think. These are all just gonna be women. What the heck?
Oh, I don't think any of us are complaining.
No, you're good.
All right. Number 4. Jessica Albert from Dragon Quest VIII.
Oh, yes. Low cut purple top. Weirdly
Yep.
pigtails, which are my thing, but
Does she have an alternate costume? I can't remember.
oh, there's plenty
In
of
the
alternate
3DS
cons
ones, yeah, you can.
Right.
There's like a bunch of them.
in the original. So.
Well, yeah, I know, but they added like way more in the 3DS one. Two? I thought they added way more.
Oh, I think it's just
All right, and let's see. The best or the number 5th one would be I guess Jade from Dragon Quest 11.
Yeah.
I like that one too. It's my profile picture right now. PCN.
Right, right.
PSN. Sorry.
Is it Jade?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, it was free for PlayStation Plus.
I know, I grabbed him.
Yeah, Dragon Quest, they put up the avatars for free on Christmas, I think it was.
Yeah, yours is Gerald.
Gerald. You mean Geralt?
Geralt, that's right. I haven't played the Witcher games, so
Okay.
All right,
it's forgivable. I haven't played the Witcher games.
I know, but it's
is it
still
the
just
fact
like
that she's a
Geralt
dragoon with
is
the
a weird-
lance add anything to it, or is it just her design on its own?
I like her design in general. Actually, I like Veronica's design also, like with the hood and stuff.
Okay.
It'd be one of those two.
All right.
So you don't care about any of the dudes then?
Nope.
Not even Turban Man from 5?
5 Madison. That's his name, right?
I mean, I think it's whatever you name him. But yeah.
There might be a canon name though.
We give them a canon name sometimes because in Dragon Quest V, if you name yourself Erdrick, then it does let you actually.
okay.
But the thing is, then the dad, when the baby's born, the dad suggested the name Madison. So we took that to mean that that might be his canon name.
Oh yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
Right.
Yeah, I guess he does do that.
Yeah.
I like his design a lot, though. He looks really cool, with, like the rags, and he looks kind of like he's got some experience.
Rugged. It's been a hard not life for me. It's been a hard not life for me.
10 years a slave.
Yeah.
As a fucking statue, yes.
And
I gotta make that.
No, he's
gotta make
literally
that
a slave, isn't he?
Yeah.
Dylan did. I'll
He
send
started
it to
as
you.
a slave
Yeah.
and then was a statue.
Yeah.
10 years a slave and then 8 years a statue? Sequel.
No, that's just Get Out.
Oh my gosh.
I haven't seen that movie. I don't get that joke.
Well, you should watch it. It's a good one.
All right. Well, anything else?
Do you have any questions for us?
So you guys have played all the Dragon Quest games, or you just keep going through them one by one, like just kind of discovering them? Is that like what the
Going through one
You guys are
by
doing-
one. We've been
Right.
starting with the main series. We did sidetrack with Builders, but our next episode is doing Dragon Quest VIII's review right after we get done interviewing you.
Yeah,
I'm looking forward to that.
before starting the show, I had only played 8 and 1. So playing the rest has basically just been discovery.
That's pretty great.
It is.
Yeah, I like the podcast a lot. I'm a big fan.
Thank you.
Well, thank you.
I'm
Yeah,
glad
of
you were
course.
able to achieve your dream of talking to me specifically.
Of course.
You have no power in this podcast, Greg.
I have all the power. What are you talking about?
Me and Jake will team up and veto you.
I am the podcast.
Yeah, and definitely all of our listeners, go check out Sack Chief's YouTube page and go follow him on Twitter. He seems to be quite knowledgeable and awesome.
Yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks.
And thank you for taking time to interview with us. It's a great interview. We really appreciate it.
Yeah, of course.
All right. Have a good day.
All right, you too. Bye. Thanks.
Bye. Welcome to A Puff Puff Hour, a Dragon Quest podcast. I'm your host, Dylan Rominger.
Jacob Bryant.
Caleb Craig.
And today we have a very, very special guest with us. Who are you?
Hey
sir?
guys. Hey guys, this is Liam Land from Dragon's Den and the Dragon Quest 9 New York City meetup.
Yeah.
Awesome status. Yep.
Thanks for having me on the podcast.
Yep.
Yeah, no problem.
Thanks for joining us.
We need content, so I mean, whatever.
Yeah, absolutely. We were gonna run out of games eventually, right?
Yep.
Almost to the end.
Almost. For the main series.
We're
but-
there. Yeah, we're there.
Yeah, but then there's all the monsters and the slime series and everything. You got plenty of stuff to play.
That's true.
Keep it going.
So, what are you here for today, sir?
I guess I'm here to talk about some DQ9 multiplayer.
Yes.
So you guys just would have wrapped up the DQ9 story mode, right?
Correct.
How did that go?
It went.
It went.
It went, yeah.
It went significantly better than 7. I'll say that much.
Oh, okay, yeah, I can see that.
A lot smoother, a lot faster.
You know, 7's just really lengthy, so
Yeah,
That's true.
What is
yeah,
your
I
opinion
think-
on 7?
I was really excited when it came out for PlayStation, and then I played it. And it was just really long. It's a long haul.
You lost your love for it every hour. that it went on.
Absolutely, yeah. The repetition and everything, I really couldn't get into it. But I still supported it for 3DS, and I like the 3DS version better because I think they improved a lot of the pacing. But it's still, yeah. I know you guys played. You guys would have played the 3DS version, right?
Yeah, we did.
That's right.
Yeah, that's so.
Sadists.
Yeah. So if you thought that was a long haul, the PS version is even worse than that. But yeah, so I guess I first became a Dragon Quest fan when I was 10 years old.
Really?
And I saw Dragon Warrior being played at a friend's birthday party in like 1989. I was like 10.
Dang.
Whoa.
And yeah, so I pretty much immediately bought a copy. And then when all the sequels came out, I started playing those. I loved 3 and 4, especially 4, with all the chapters and the characters and everything.
Yes.
And the music was just fantastic. And then yeah, I used to watch the anime show with Abel. And it used to like feature the music from the games, and like you'd hear Dragon Warrior 3 music and 4 music.
Right.
Even before those games had been released in the US, you could hear that music in the anime.
Oh,
Oh, that's cool. Do you
yeah,
still
back
have
in
a
like
copy
90
of the anime? 'Cause I'm
I
having trouble
have-
finding it.
Oh yeah, I've got a crappy VHS version of the dub. Yeah, I think that's really all that survived at this point.
Nice.
But yeah, there's some fan subs going on of the series that should be completed relatively soon. I don't know. They've done a lot. But yeah, so then I guess there was a long dry spell with no releases for a while. And then Dragon Warrior just kind of became something I used to play as a kid. And then news of Dragon Warrior 7 was being released, and I started to like research it again and get back into the fan base.
Yeah.
I joined the Enix forums when I was in college to kind of chat about the game somewhere around like 1999, 2000. And that's when I found out about like the fan translations of DQ 5 and 6, and I was like, oh well, I gotta play these before 7 comes out.
Right.
So yeah, so I played through those in college and loved them. Even 6. I know you guys hate 6. A lot of people hate on 6, but I actually like the non-linear exploration of it.
Well, actually, in my
for a change.
rankings, I put 6 above 7. So you got to talk.
Oh
about
yeah, I
that
could
too.
see that. I could see that.
I don't hate 6 though. It's just not as good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that.
It's the most subpar of a great series.
But in the actual booklet for 7, there was this advertisement for Dragon Warrior 4 remake for PlayStation.
Right, yeah,
and the
on the
whole
back.
fan base was like flipping out when they saw that. And we were so excited, and then it was just like a huge letdown when it got canceled and Heartbeat left the gaming industry or went on hiatus forever or whatever. And
Didn't they like use a lot of those same assets for the DS release?
they did, yeah. It's pretty much a port graphically, I think. but you had to wait like 5 or 6 years for that, and we didn't know that was coming.
Right.
But yeah, back then there was just such a huge resurgence because you had the remakes for Game Boy Color coming out. You had all the fan translations of like the Super Famicom games we didn't get. A guy named Silk Wizard actually created Dragon Warrior Online, fan-made NES-styled Dragon Warrior MMO.
MMO, huh?
Yeah, it was released on the Beyond servers like 10 years before Dragon Quest X would be released.
Oh. Wow.
So yeah, it was really interesting just hanging out with people on the NX forums and people I still know today, and logging on to Dragon Warrior Online and playing this little like 8-bit MMO with people, and it was crazy fun at the time. And then so my wife is actually from Japan. We met in New York City, but she was on work assignment. And it was just kind of weird timing. So in May of 2016, I booked a trip to Japan to go to the Dragon Quest Museum in Tokyo. And then like a month before my trip, I met my future wife in New York, who was from Tokyo or living in Tokyo at the time. So then 2 days after we dated for a while in New York, 2 days later, I'm flying to Tokyo to go to the Dragon Quest Museum and meet up with my future wife. So yeah, it was just weird, the timing on that. It was like I booked the trip 3 months before I met her, and then we're like courting at the Dragon Quest bar in Tokyo.
That's cool. Was she as big of a Dragon Quest fan? When you met her?
No, actually, it was kind of funny. She didn't really know what it was. So I had to, I was explaining it to her, and she's like, oh, she kind of like understood. She's not really a video game otaku or anything.
Okay.
But I was, when I was explaining it, I was like, kind of had to, it was just weird explaining what Dragon Quest was to a Japanese person. So I just explained it. I was like, this is my Japanese culture.
This is a cultural event. It's like a national holiday. Like,
yeah, oh, absolutely. Yeah. Well, I think it's just if you're in Japan, she knew what a slime was, and she kind of generally had a sense of it because it's everywhere in Tokyo. It's kind of hard not to walk by and see something Dragon Quest related, or not visit Tokyo and not see at least something.
Oh yeah, I've seen a lot of photos of the merchandise, and everything's just got Drakis and slimes on it, like cans of
absolutely.
soda pop and
yeah, even just handwritten advertisements. They'll do like a crude drawing of a slime on it just to get your attention.
Paper plates and
yeah,
paper napkins and
yeah, and they have they've got a lot. They've got bars dedicated to Dragon Quest. They have 2 different cafes. Artnia is like, it's all done up like you walk in and like the whole left side of an arching wall is just Dragon Quest merch, plushies, and all sorts of toys and clothing and everything. And then the second half of that wall is Final Fantasy.
probably
and then
doesn't
you
sell
can,
as well.
You'd be surprised. Yeah, DQ is a huge draw. There's definitely a culture for Final Fantasy in Japan too. You see at the Square Enix Cafe in Akihabara, they definitely have more FF merch than DQ. I don't know, maybe it's for because it's so popular worldwide as well.
So, were there any burlesque shows and puff rooms? I mean,
plenty of maid cafes. I have not seen any DQ burlesque. It's the first time I've heard it, but I'm sure it exists.
Oh, what better?
It's on the down low, though.
It's going to be Jake's contribution to Japanese society. It's Dragon Quest burlesque shows.
Yeah, with the bunny girls. Come on, how is that not a thing yet?
Well, one of you guys is getting engaged, right? You could have a DQ themed bachelor party. Just all head over to Japan.
Yeah, that would be fun.
Craig can dress like a slime.
King Slime. Thank you very
King
much.
Slime.
Oh yeah, you got the crown. Where's the crown?
Oh yeah.
But yeah, so I guess Silk Wizard's Dragon Warrior Online was the first time I'd ever played a multiplayer Dragon Quest. So when DQ9 came out, I was definitely interested in checking that out again, but it was restricted because it was local multiplayer.
Right.
So did you guys get to play any of the multiplayer together, or play any of the story mode together?
No.
No, we didn't.
We don't go together anywhere. I did some of the maps since you lend me that cart. I did some
Oh,
of the
yeah,
maps on its
absolutely.
own with my own characters, and it was pretty cool.
Yeah, no problem. A lot of those maps, any of the ones that said NOA on them, like any of the boss maps, the legacy boss maps, are actually from launch events that happened in New York that I didn't go to because I was still playing Dragon Quest V.
But you
I
did
had
know the
to.
community of people which got you the maps.
I eventually did, yeah. But I missed out on all this stuff. So one of the guys that we multiplayer with, there's probably about 5 or 6 main guys that go to the meetups. A few of them kind of tapered off, but initially the first launch event, I got this from RPG Wizard, who was our resident fact finder. He just knows so much. It's just incredible. He's a wealth of knowledge. But there was a launch event that took place in Rockefeller Center that just basically took over Rockefeller Plaza.
What?
Yeah, like a whole section of Rockefeller Plaza was just like outdoors. They had, you could find photos of the event online and everything, but they had demos set up where you could play the multiplayer because it takes like an hour for you to unlock multiplayer, at least in a speed run in like an hour 15 minutes.
Right.
So on the day of the launch, nobody's going to be able to like tag or do any of that kind of stuff. So they had over 100 people showed up. The first 30 got to get Yuji Horii autograph.
Ooh.
So Yuji Horii was there. For some reason, he was only signing the first 30 games or the first 30 people. I think, yeah, right. I was talking to RPG Wizard about that, and I was like, wait, is that because of like 30 unique in tags for your game? Is that what he was going for? But I'm not really sure. I really don't know why he only decided to, because I met him last summer at the Dragon Quest XI panel, or not panel, demo in Anime Expo in LA.
I had no idea that even happened.
Yeah, he actually did a couple of conventions out there to promote DQ11. He was signing everything. They told you like he'll only sign
merch that you bought there.
Merch that you bought there. But then when he got there, he's like, "No, I'll sign anything." So like people were bringing copies of Dragon Warrior, like Dragon Quest copies from the Famicom copies from Japan, and I think one guy might have even got a tattoo. Like he had Yuji Horii sign his arm, and then he got a tattoo of it.
I like video games, but
yeah, right. There's a limit, right?
Yeah. Especially tattooing someone else's name on your body. that don't work out for any couples either, by the way. Just gonna put that out for people. Don't like have each other put your names on there.
I mean, you might as well have a gaming icon do it if you're gonna have anyone do it.
Yeah.
I did run into Soma QZ out in LA, and he has a slime tattoo. So there's quite a few people in the community that have DQ tattoos, because when they were promoting, I think it was Heroes, on the social media sites, Dragon Quest, the official account was asking for people's tattoos, and they were sending a bunch of stuff in.
Nice.
But yeah, so the launch events, you had over 100 people showed up. So RPG Wizard sat online from 1 a.m. to about like 1 p.m. when the event started. So he sat there for 12 hours, camping out. he just barely scraped by to get one of the autographs from Boy. He said that he was like the 11th person there, but people were holding spots, and Nintendo's not very good at policing that. So
That sounds like
They,
them.
they seem to be good at policing everything else pertaining to their games and IPs. Why not that?
yeah, touche. I guess they're not really paying attention to the line outside the store.
Huh.
So yeah, the local multiplayer, you had like 30 people showing up to these events. So after the launch events happened, there was a series of GameStop and Best Buy launch events where people could actually go and tag, canvas tag with each other and share maps and everything.
Right.
And then Nintendo World after the launch event started Tag Mode Tuesday, and so that's just getting people to come to Nintendo World. You could access the DQVC and then get a shop download, and play multiplayer with each other. And so that started, and they didn't expect it to go as long as it did. But probably about 3 to 6 months in, we were still doing it. So they just basically kind of like stopped promoting it and just let us have it. And so we've been having semi-regular Tag Mode Tuesday meetups for the past, I guess, 9 years now, almost 10.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, lately, a bunch of us have families now, so it's harder, like a long commute. It's kind of harder to meet up, but
Right.
we'll have people come from all places and just want to meet up, and we'll and we'll just kind of gather. I'll gather the troops if we can get someone to come to New York and play multiplayer with us. So that used to happen more often, but yeah, we've had like Platty M3 came up from Florida. He was on vacation and he just stopped by and played multiplayer with us and did some boss battles and everything. It was pretty awesome.
Yeah, it'd be unique. Meet some new people that are just as much Dragon Quest fans as you are.
Yeah, I've never met so many fans until in person until DQ9. Absolutely.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And then it's great to see them as well. You go to the conventions now that we've got a bunch of major releases coming out between the Hero series and Builders and DQ11.
Oh yeah, it's definitely blown up in the past year and a half now.
Yeah. And just to see people playing these demos and enjoying them and getting excited. A lot of people that I talked to who played Dragon Quest XI for the first time loved it.
Yeah. It's a good one to start now. You're getting into the series.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, maybe not, because now it spoils you to the other ones. The quality of life improvements.
Well, yeah, you can't go back to like traditional like
It would
slow
be
turn-based
harder,
system, but for the most part, I think it's a good one to start on through. And the amount of blown up that Dragon Quest has had, and like I said, the past year and a half has been insane. And it's a good thing we created the podcast when we did.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. What do you guys think of Erdrick and Smash?
Oh boy, here
I
we
think
go.
it'd be great if it actually happens.
Is that a loaded question?
It's definitely been a point of contention I've noticed all over Twitter. Like,
Yeah.
each
Absolutely.
respective fan base has just been going nuts. My
Oh,
opinion
yeah.
is Dragon Quest fan base is fine. Kingdom Hearts fan base is fine. Final Fantasy fan base is fine. I think it's the Smash community which is toxic because all these fans of Smash are now going against each other for it.
Yeah,
Right.
I think it's Smash that's toxic.
I think it just
Yeah,
comes
yeah.
with the competitive nature of the series. with
Probably.
Smash.
I mean, there's always people in every community that are like that. But if they do add Erdrick, that'd be great.
I would buy it.
I've only played like one Smash game 10 years ago, but maybe I'll give it another try and play it with these guys.
I think I'd prefer like just the nameless hero from the first game, though. Just like that classic armor look, the horns and everything. I don't know. I think they're which.
I think they were using the design from 3.
Yeah, I think it was the design because that is Erdrick. So
Yeah, it is Erdrick.
yeah.
I saw someone suggest the slime, but
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know how that would
I think
work.
he'd be I think he'd be a little limited in moves.
Unless he could just like turn into every other version of slime for
Oh
attacks.
man, that would be awesome.
Then a down smash
metal.
would just be like just dropping on somebody as King Slime.
That's what his
King
B
Metal Slime.
moves are. He just switches to a different slime
Yeah.
every time he uses those.
Green would be
That
healed
could
so
work.
that you
Metal
can,
Dragon Slime and
Yeah.
yeah.
and each time you could only heal like so much with the power, and it would reduce your percentage bar.
Yeah,
Some people do have moves like that.
that could work actually.
Yeah.
That'd be pretty unique.
Well, anything's
wouldn't
better than
complain.
people suggesting Steve from Minecraft. So, good lord, people. I don't even play the game, and I think it's retarded. People and some of their suggestions, but it'd be a good thing. Why
Yeah,
not?
I think so too.
Hori and at least Enix, since Square clearly is involved now with the ownership of Dragon Quest in a way, but Hori's kind of been extremely loyal to Nintendo, so I don't see why. What's his name? Who does Smash? I'm not well versed in this.
Shoot.
Fucking Sakurai.
Yeah,
Sakurai would not be in communication with Hori and trying to finally get Dragon Quest represented, because almost every Dragon Quest game has shown up on a Nintendo platform.
That's true.
Quite a few of them, yeah.
Yeah, I think people are just mad because they think it's going to take a spot from somebody else.
Yeah, definitely.
I don't think that's the case, though.
I think there's a heavy competitive nature where people think that if Erdrick is in there, that Sora will get bumped out or something like that.
I don't know why Sora would be on there in the first place.
Oh, shots fired.
Fucking well, no, it doesn't make as much sense in any way. I mean, friggin' Dragon Quest has been there for a while on the Nintendo consoles. They only have 3 Kingdom Hearts games, maybe, on Nintendo consoles.
Yeah,
Got
I think so.
Chain of Memories and Dream Drop Distance.
358, I think.
Yeah, that one too.
It's fucking stupid ones.
I haven't played them, so I don't know.
They're stupid.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Yeah, okay, good.
I'll be open to anybody in Smash. Why not?
Really? Even Steve from Minecraft?
All right, goddammit. No, not Steve.
I mean, you asked for it.
No, I didn't say it.
What do you think about them adding Erdrick in Smash?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. That's...
No, I'm all for it, especially if it's going to bring popularity to the series.
Oh yeah,
get more games released here.
Yeah, usually somebody shows up in Smash, it gets more popular. So
yeah, I mean, I'll take anyone from Dragon Quest, Erdrick, Luminary,
fucking Yangus.
Yeah. When they introduced Bayonetta 2's price, for the game, it just went skyrocketing. It was like $80 at one point, just because she was announced in Smash.
Damn.
Wow.
Because people wanted to get familiar with her, I guess.
Oh, yes. Get very familiar.
Up close and personal.
Yeah.
But yeah, what you were saying with the growing popularity, maybe they'll get off their ass and port over the 6 3DS exclusive to Japan games. Right?
Maybe.
Yeah, we'll see.
Or at least bring 10 over.
There's that.
Some
Yeah.
capacity.
Oh man.
Oh yeah.
So
ahead.
yeah, there is some 10 news lately. The IP ban was lifted, and I don't know if that was a mistake or what, but there are people now playing DQ10 without the need for a VPN.
Yeah.
Oh. Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, you still have to kind of
Translate
if you don't
everything.
if you don't read the language, it's gonna be pretty tough to communicate and
It's
understand what the hell's going on, because apparently
what the fuck am I doing? How do I attack?
Google
Smash
Translate
Mix.
is not very good with that.
Could you imagine trying to play that game with Google Translate? All right, what am I doing now?
Just run around everywhere and I'll figure something out.
Fucking
Sometimes some of them-
2,000-hour experience.
That's what they are anyway, because some of them with MMOs, they could still like tell you what to do, but then you got to show up at the right time, and you still got to figure out where, why, when, how, the point of existence on Earth, and then you could finally do the quest. I don't like MMOs.
That's funny though. I'm on Instagram and I've got a bunch of like the majority of the people I'm connected to on Instagram are Japanese Dragon Quest fans. I don't know why. There's just a ton of Japanese Dragon Quest fans on Instagram that aren't on Twitter, and all of them share their DQ10 screenshots, and it's just them hanging out. You know, they're not battling or anything. They're just kind of like chilling.
Chillaxing.
It's their PlayStation home, I guess.
Yeah, absolutely. So yeah, I want to do that. I want to just get into the game and just kind of hang out and see what it's about. And I have very little experience with the battle system, even because all the screenshots are just people hanging out. But yeah, it looks amazing, and it's crazy popular over there. They had a mural of screenshots of the game, of people's screenshots that they submitted, or if they just not really sure how that worked, but the whole thing was this giant mural of Dragon Quest characters, a mosaic made up of tiny little screenshots.
Oh,
Did it
awesome.
actually like form a bigger picture?
Yeah,
Like,
oh yeah.
on the outline of a slime or something?
Yep. Yeah, the slimes and different monsters and characters from the game.
That's cool.
Yeah. It's actually kind of hard to photograph because there's so many people there taking pictures. You couldn't get a clear shot, but
Right, yeah. A whole bunch of people always wanting to butt out in front of you. You're trying to get a wide screenshot. Yeah.
right.
So what exactly is the Grotto system?
The grotto system is it's basically a system of seemingly endless bonus dungeons. So you guys didn't do any of the grotto treasure maps or anything like that?
nah, I didn't do shit.
Main
the game,
campaign
though,
and I
right?
was done.
Yeah, that's basically. I was like,
yeah.
I'm gonna fucking plow, and then I did.
Yeah. I've heard that the entire story of Dragon Quest is pretty much like 30% of the game and then like 70%. But I'd even say it's probably even higher than 70% of the content is just bonus, because the grottos are it's so there's so many of them, and pretty much every time you beat a grotto, it's 100% drop for another grotto. So
Yeah.
Jeebus.
yeah. So if you're trying to discover all of the treasures from that particular grotto boss, you're just kind of plowing through grottos after grotto and like generating like tons until you fill up your maps, and just have to start getting rid of them.
Yeah.
But after a while, and a lot of the stuff was figured out before the game even got to America. It was figured out in Japan that there were special maps that the game was set up, and I think it's RPG Wizard told me it had something to do with the way that the game, the way that the actual DS hardware is interpreting the game. Sorry if I'm butchering that one,
No.
but that
Don't worry.
so
You pronounce
essentially,
things wrong all the time. It's not a
essentially it's because of a flaw with how the DS hardware interacts with the game software. There are special maps that'll do things like they'll generate a floor with a specific floor with like all Metal King slimes on it.
Oh wow.
Or another one will have a floor, with all gem slimes on it or something like that. And so it just makes gold grinding a lot easier. It makes level grinding a lot easier. So that's why you'll see people with like level 99 gladiator
Right.
and like level 99 paladin. And then in the post game, you're allowed to actually reset your level to 1, and it'll give you a little +1. It's called a revocation. And then you can basically just grind up to 99 again. And the more times you do that, you can do that up to 10 revocations in one class, in a single class. And you can, that'll actually help you generate higher level maps. So like the more revocations you have, the better chances you are of generating like a level 99 map.
Wow, that's cool.
And that'll have harder monsters and typically better treasures. So there was one particular special. It wasn't really special in that it didn't have a glitch on it for any type of monsters, but it did have 6 rank A and 4 rank S chests. So it was very popular. It was called the Kawasaki Locker map. And it was distributed. It was called that because it was distributed at the Kawasaki train station in a locker, where the person just put the map on their game in canvas mode and left it in the locker, and people like word got out, and people would just like walk by. So that's how the map was distributed. But like that type of thing is really unfortunately only possible in Japan. First of all, I don't think we have lockers at any of our train stations. Especially not, now, but
one with like a charger cord in it, be like keep it.
Oh yeah,
like how?
I'm not really sure.
Because
that's a really good question. I have no idea.
Great on battery life.
Yeah, right.
In 3DS though.
I guess if the DS is closed, it could probably stay on for, I don't know, quite a while though.
Yeah, 10, 12 hours. I'm thinking.
Yeah, maybe. And then when enough people got the map, yeah, I don't know how that works. That's a very good question. So yeah, the word got out.
Cords through the vents into the outlet. Like you see this huge cord coming from one of the lockers.
Right, into another locker with a battery in it.
Only in Japan.
Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, definitely only in Japan. Like you could walk down the street with your DS in canvas mode and be trading maps with random people walking down the street. You couldn't even do that in Manhattan. And maybe within the first month or two of the release, but not,
especially like the first day would be your best
shot.
shot.
Absolutely.
But
I think that was a feature on the 3DS, but I never used it. I
can't
even remember what it's
isn't
called.
that
Street Pass?
Yeah, Street Pass. That's, if I'm not mistaken, I think.
That's true.
Making Dragon Quest IX's this multiplayer feature is what influenced Nintendo to create the Street Pass.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, I'd read that as well. That's a really interesting statistic for people who've never heard of Dragon Quest, but they love the 3DS and Street Pass and everything. That functionality would probably not exist or not the way it is today without Dragon Quest IX, without the inspiration for it.
Hori becoming godfather to yet another thing.
Yeah. That's another notch in the why Dragon Quest is important for the all the DQ haters on the Smash forums.
Oh God, yeah, I know, right?
Getting back to that.
How can there be DQ haters? Like they've obviously never played one then,
or they got stuck playing 7.
No, yeah, that's absolutely true. I got into an argument with somebody who was like, "What is this DQ? I just found about it. I found out about it last August, and have never played it." But
well, when it's not like a huge culture event, like I can name like 7 or 8 other RPG series that are more prominent here in the States. So I guess if you weren't around a huge gaming community or something like that when you were growing up, I could see how you kind of and given the age of the person
definitely
was talking to, he could be like some 17-year-old and
absolutely would.
Well, he probably would have heard of 11 by now.
I better
it was pretty big, so.
Yeah, I could see that. If he said August, then he probably, DQ11 came out in September. He probably saw some news about it. It was like, this is a thing. But yeah, so the that's essentially what the grottos are. They're just long bonus dungeons, varying in length, with different treasures on them and different bosses at the end of each. And that's one aspect that you can play endlessly in multiplayer. And the other aspect is legacy bosses. So there are 13 total legacy bosses in Dragon Quest IX.
I did one, I think. Does the
Which-
Dolmagus map count?
Yeah, absolutely.
Nice.
Yep.
Second I said the Dolmagus one, I'm like, all right, I got to do this because Dolmagus is
yeah.
awesome.
He is. Good villain.
So once you beat the legacy map, you can level it. You can choose to give the experience back to the boss, and that levels them up, and then they get slightly harder as you go along until you get to 99. 99 Nocturnus is the biggest pain in the ass that you will ever fight in TQ9.
Yeah. What makes him hard? Is it harder than...
3 attacks. He's putting your people to sleep. His damage is massive, and his HP is huge.
Gotcha.
So he's a douche.
He does more damage when you're asleep too, right?
I don't remember, but probably.
I don't remember that.
Oh,
I just think to take the damage as it does. I don't look at
Yeah.
things like, oh, this one was 66. I'm asleep. Oh, it does 70 now. I just pray to God that I could wake up from sleep and survive.
yeah.
There's also I guess there's some distinct advantages to actually playing in multiplayer. I guess mainly from the different scrolls that you can get in the game. So if one of you has the Thief's Theory, it gives you a chance to steal an item automatically at the end of a battle. So if all 4 of you have it, then you have 4 chances to steal something at the end of the battle. And if you steal something like an orb, something that's valuable for alchemy, then you all get it.
Nice.
Then there's the shield scroll. So there's only one shield scroll, like the thief scroll, per game in single player. But if you're playing in multiplayer, all 4 of you can have the shield scroll, which means you can block critical attacks.
Convenient. It's good.
Minstrel's Manual, it gives you the Gritty Ditty ability, and that's like 1/2 of an oomph for the entire party. So if you have 2 of those, then you can oomph the entire party in basically 2 battle rounds.
Wow.
Or 2 attacks.
I love oomphing the entire party.
The Armamentalist album is the 4th scroll for elemental attack and defense for the entire party, which is really helpful, especially when you get to the higher level legacies, where you need to kind of defensive force, because if Orgo Demir is raining down fire on you, you may want to use a defensive force for flame for something like that.
So who are all the legacy bosses?
Oh, man.
Just name as many as you can, quick. You have 5 seconds.
All if I can.
It's all the ones from the series
All right.
that were painted.
Well, there's 13
Estar,
now.
see if I
That's
can
why
do
it's...
Dragonlord, Malroth, Baramos, Zoma, Estark, Sorrow, Nimzo, Dulmagus, Mortimer.
Fucking Mortimer.
Fucking Mortimer!
Yeah.
Who do you feel is the hardest
Rapthorn.
Dragon Quest boss in the series? Is it Mortimer?
Hardest boss in the series?
Yeah.
Probably Nocturnus.
Okay.
Yeah, Dark Dream from 6. Yeah, that was a pain in the ass. In 9, yeah. Though, yeah, 11 in the post game has some pain in the ass. Yeah, Heroes, they really ramp up some of the difficulty where it's just crazy, when you get to I definitely rage quit when I got the Zoma in Heroes.
Oh wow.
Yeah, it's
so
just
Heroes. Wait, Zoma's the bad guy for Heroes?
Yeah, towards the end they have some bonus bosses at the end.
Oh,
You can
okay.
fight. You can fight Zoma, Nocturnus, and Atlas, and they're supposed to get progressively harder. But by the time I got to Zoma, I was like, "Oh fuck this! No way!"
Makes me really
Yeah,
want
it
to
was
play Heroes right now.
giant pain in the ass.
Calm your horses, Craig. We'll get to it after Rocket Slide.
And then you go to YouTube and you look to see, how are other people doing it, and it's just like people are like, "Oh yeah, it's easy. You just do this." But yeah, I don't have that much patience or apparently dexterity. But yeah, it was a fun game. I didn't play 2 nearly as much, but I was in Japan when it was released, so I didn't get a ton of time. My son was being born, and
Getting in the way of
yeah,
Dragon Quest.
yeah. I have a whole stack of games from like 2016, 2017, and backlog of games from when my son was born. I still someday maybe
when you have kids, the backlog just gets
the backlog gets massive. But yeah, what I love about DQ9 is just the flexibility with it. It really is most flexible and versatile game of I think that's been released to date. I mean, I haven't played 10, but there are certain things about DQ9 that are even more flexible than 11. Like
oh yeah, by far
full cosplay support for every character. There's visibility into the RNG, like I wanted to mention
people can manipulate it quite easily to get specific things to show because they kind of run on a pattern.
Yep. So
people go in and out, and okay, if it's this and this creature on the side, you run to the corner, and automatically metal slime will show up there.
What?
Yeah, I've seen some of the speedrun techniques for this, and people are beating it in like, 11, 12 hours? Dragon Quest 9?
Damn.
It's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a couple of things that are like that for generating strength seeds. So you got these like characters that are just completely roided up, and just
I love that.
Yeah. Other things like that. Those are really hard to pull off. The timing on them is really difficult. But there's also a Hoimi table, and chest timers. You could time the exact moment that you need to open a chest in order to get a specific drop.
Wow.
You could use a Hoimi table to predict when the 2% drop of a grotto boss or a legacy boss is going to happen. And so there's all sorts of things like this that again, this was discovered in Japan even before the game got to the US. So by the time it got here, there were already people like Yab and other folks were translating. Yab's DQ9 tools is the site that I use most often because it translates all of the helpful tools that you would need to kind of trick this RNG if you were looking to 100% the game.
That's good. Because, I couldn't imagine just dealing with things like 1% or 2% drops. Like, have you played some of the Monster Hunter games before?
Not yet.
Okay,
Backlog.
Well, what they do, especially things like multiplayer, is when it's not the main story, you can literally go into like a Rathalos fight, which is one of the creatures, and there's like a 2% drop that you can get a red Rathalos eye. And that's 2% chance starting from scratch every time you go to beat a Rathalos, and sometimes that could be like 20, 30 minutes. And I just, the drop rates, like, for like a Final Fantasy game, 13 to get a Trapezoidon is like a 1% drop rate. And I hate shit like that.
Monster Hunter also does some bullshit stuff where you have to cut off certain limbs, and then it's a chance, like, after that.
Yeah, cut off the tails of Rathalos and Raytheon.
Yeah, Dark Souls does that too.
Yeah.
With the 1% drop chance too.
So for
On top of
people...
With that trident.
Oh yeah, the trident.
Yeah, fuck that noise.
So for people to figure out in Japan how to manipulate this before the game even came out here in the States so that people could deal with it when it came out here in the States is amazing, and thank God for those people. For the people who did play back then.
Yeah, I wonder if it's like the developers or if it was just somebody.
Oh, the whole development team just
They have
leaked
mercy.
the RPG files and
I don't know how else
Coding.
somebody just went in and just reconfigured the RNG. It's entirely possible. I don't know. I bet you RPG Wizard would know that.
yeah.
But yeah, it's amazing what they've come up what they came up with to do. You could even use one of the Hoimi tables to predict what the shop items were going to be in your DQVC shop download, which unfortunately is now lost due to the server issue, the server
Yep.
going down.
Well, I'll just stick with the Afro Puffs. You know, that was in the shop when you handed me the cartridge, and that definitely
yeah.
helped out in the playthrough. And my entire group
There's-
of people had afros on them. It was great.
There's a brown afro and there's a red afro.
Oh, I
so
definitely gingers have
get-
no souls,
you get
so
choice.
I went with brown.
Did I mention I'm a ginger?
Oh.
No, I'm kidding.
Well, there's a certain host on our network that,
Oh, I didn't even nothing like that, but
that will take offense, and he's going to listen to this episode.
who cares? So yeah, you had mentioned the 100%. You can't really get 100% anymore in this, can you? Because there's the
Not-
stuff
not-
that are locked out and lost.
Yeah, absolutely. There were some DQVC shop exclusives. There were 32 total between weapons, armors, accessories, and items. So only, I think, 6 of them were shareable out of the 32.
Damn.
Yeah, so you can't get any of that anymore unless unless you were to use a save editor or action replay codes, which tend to be run on the buggy side. A lot of people swear by AR, but I've seen a lot of panicked posts on forums for looking for how to undo bugs that come up from using AR, and it's kind of hard to know which are the clean codes, which are the safe codes.
Oh yeah, it's a random shot in the dark with some of those. If people just
Yeah.
really want to fuck with somebody, it'd be no different than telling you to go in there and change the name of a DLL, or no, just go ahead and change the value of your registry here in your computer to 22 instead of 1, and boom, you're fucked.
Yeah.
So I can
Yeah.
see action replay codes, just someone having a field day, and enter this one, and
Yeah, totally. Because I've done a lot of that DLC updates using the save editor and an NDS adapter plus to rip the save file off of the cart. And I did get someone panicked who AR'd their game, and they couldn't get Erin in the Quester's Rest to talk anymore. She just stopped talking, which just loses access to canvas mode and some post game quests. And there's other games, like there was nothing I could do for that. I had to reboot the game for her and update the DLC that way. Yeah, there's other things that are just stop, it halts your progress and you can't get any further. So I just try to stay away from AR, and it's just that unless you're absolutely sure you know what you're doing. And there's definitely those people who have gotten into arguments online about that. If you are absolutely sure, good luck, and I hope there are no consequences.
yeah, proceed at your own risk.
Yeah. Still accessible but difficult to acquire. The 30 unique in tags at this point. We're so far from the launch that it's really difficult to find 30 unique players and tag with them.
I bet.
Even if you're in a city at this point, I mean, it's difficult to find someone to multiplay if you don't live in a city with a centralized population.
Yeah, around the fucking boonies.
Yeah, I mean, I live
Sand people.
an hour and a half north of Manhattan, and if I didn't work in New York City, I'd never be able to connect with anybody on this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not really an option in Utah.
Yeah, besides the three of us doing the
Yeah,
podcast,
just
I'm not
us.
sure if there's anybody else in Utah that might have played a Dragon Quest game.
Yeah. And you guys live close enough, and you still didn't try it.
Yeah,
Yeah, I
that's
know.
true.
Just a couple miles north versus a couple miles south, and we still
Right.
didn't get together and do it.
But hey, there's always after the podcast. You guys, that you have plenty of time to connect and try it out. It's a lot of fun. Tackling legacy bosses together, because you each have your own character. You're a different class. You can stack up your party based on your needs. We usually play as 2 gladiators, a priest and a paladin, because the priest is going to have omni heal.
Yep.
Yeah.
2 gladiators for strength, and then the paladin is going to have
Blocking.
night watch ability. So the night watch is the coup de grace. If you can night watch and then you combo it with forbearance, you can night watch the entire party. So nobody takes damage.
Wow.
Yeah. Man.
Yeah, so there's a lot of
specials.
Yeah, there's a lot of really cool combos, and that can be fantastic if you're in a high level legacy boss fight like a Nocturnus 99.
Yeah, it might be the only way to take care of it, right?
Yeah, those are just like a godsend when they generate, when the code generates. The gladiator has a tension boost. He can either boost to 50 or 100%, and then you can combo that with a falcon blade and blind man's biff, and that will what's the cap for that? I think it's like 4,099 per hit.
Wow.
So you could generate like roughly almost like just under 10k of damage to. Usually that's like a guaranteed win practically, and then against any legacy.
Oh wow! So they're kind of all close to under 10k HP.
Well, I mean, considering you've been doing damage on them throughout the whole battle until the coup generates, except if your timing is not right, if you have 100% tension, and then the monster disruptive waves you,
Right.
then you lose the whole thing.
That's a given in
Yeah,
any Dragon
that's a
Quest game.
collective
Just
groan. Collective groan amongst the multiplayer group when that happens. And then for some reason, Priest is more valuable than Sage in this game, because Priests get Omni Heal and Sages don't.
Yeah, I noticed that. It was weird.
weird.
Like,
Yeah, it's weird.
thankfully
It's
I
the
looked
opposite
that
of
up before I changed, vocations. Like, this one doesn't have a healing spell. Like, what the hell? So I
yeah.
just kept one of my characters on that instead.
And Sage requires the most experience points to level up, which is also kind of a pain in the ass.
Huh.
So it's the opposite of DQ3 in terms of useless.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I love the Falcon Blade Falcon Slash combo, because it hits for 4, caps at 199. If your gladiator is at a certain point strength wise, the strength actually compensates for the weakness of the sword.
Nice.
So you get some serious damage. I think it's somewhere around like maybe level 60 for gladiators. Their strength's like good enough to actually see some real damage, and maybe warriors probably around level 80.
Right, and then you're, of course, doubling it because it is the Falcon Blade.
Yep. Yeah, and then you can, if you had something like a Stardust Sword, one of those, something alchemized within that family, the Stardust Sword, Nebula Sword, or something like that. If you Falcon Slash that first, that'll give you 2 chances per attack to drop defense. So you can kind of, we do a lot of that where we'll start off our gladiators with the Stardust Sword, or the Hypernova Sword, and once he's dropped defense twice on the Legacy, then we'll just switch to Falcon Blades and Falcon Slash away.
That's good.
Then there's the Claptrap. I don't know if you guys use this ability at all, but it's essentially it's like a bitch slap.
Oh yeah.
So it's like completely out of character. The hero will just run up and just slap slap the legacy boss or slap the monster in the face. And I think the damage cap on this one is something like 9,999 or something. It's something crazy high, which means that you can combo it. So if everybody in the party clap traps in a row, it's like 999,999 like in a row. It's
glove
just
slap, baby glove slap. I don't
yeah.
crap.
So we used to do that just to mess with like we played with this guy Destructor 526 from Brooklyn, and he used to hate that. We would do the claptrap and just destroy a legacy boss in like 2 rounds, and he used to just get so pissed at how cheap that was.
He was a purist. Like, we can't do this. Okay.
We can be better, guys.
Feels wrong. Be better.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's anything better than just bitch slapping Mortimer.
Yeah.
Fuck that guy.
Just make sure you do it in the right order.
Yeah.
First you got to bitch slap his left hand, because that's the one that regenerates.
Or you, like, high-fiving him before you, like, lay down the law.
Great. So, I noticed that Dragon Quest IX is the only one that's like exclusive to the DS. It's not shown up on any other platform.
Yeah.
What do you think the odds are that they're going to remake it? I believe they were talking to someone. I'm not sure if it was Hori himself, but they were interviewing someone.
That's a really good question.
About 9.
Yeah, I've definitely been hearing buzz about that. I don't know if anyone's talking, but I know the fan base has kind of been talking about that a lot. I saw some posts on Reddit about it a few times, just people asking for it. I think it's a great idea as long as they fix some of the problems with it. And one of the major problems with the game is that the content is locked and it's dependent on a server that's no longer supported.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that's a huge problem, because the content's there on the cart. You just can't access it. So there's really no even need for a server to unlock stuff that's already on the cart. The cart. The fact that that's not supported is just absolutely ridiculous. So that would be the first thing I fix. But yeah, if they do remake it, a lot of the glitches, a lot of the positive glitches and RNG stuff, that's probably going to go away, unfortunately, because a lot of it is dependent on the DS hardware and how it interprets the code. And that's just not going to work. I mean, that doesn't even function properly in an emulator. I've seen some people saying, why doesn't the Hoimi table work when I play it in an emulator? And it's because the speed of the emulator and how that interprets the game is different than a DS.
I'm just hoping that it gets cleaned up, because we've obviously gotten, DS kind of like remakes of 5 and 6. Obviously, there's the PS2 version of 5, and we got 3DS. We've had 7 and 8. When I was playing 9, honestly, it didn't look that good.
No.
Because, especially the cutscenes. So,
yep.
I'd like to see that redone again. More than like 120p resolution.
Right. Where the characters actually have hands instead of like flippers.
There's that. Or one expression instead of, I just ate mushrooms and my pupils are the size of jelly beans.
Yeah, I would love to see an HD remake of this again, especially after playing a ton of 11.
Oh yeah, just remake any of them in the engine used for 11.
Yeah.
Yeah, the graphics of 11 and the crisp, clear image on the PS4, and then going back to the DS and just seeing how pixelated and crappy it looks, unfortunately. It's still super fun, but yeah, just running around and just you notice it so much more if you play any modern game and then go back to it.
Okay, well, Dylan actually found an article here where they were talking to executive producer Yu Miyake, saying that they introduced tools, convenient tools, that shed light on the development, and they're figuring out a way to reproduce tag mode. So it looks like 9 and possibly even 10, an offline version, will be coming to smartphones.
Oh wow,
Yeah,
smartphone.
wouldn't be my first choice.
I don't know if that was saying 10 was going to be on smartphones. They just were talking about an offline 10. But yes, 9 may be coming to smartphones. That'd be an interesting way to go about it.
If you could make a Street Pass style connection on a smartphone, that would solve a lot of problems with like the DQ9 canvas mode, which has to be set in canvas mode in order to connect. If you could just do it autonomously, like while you're playing the game or while the game is not even on.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I've
been since you were the one that did hand me the cart for all the maps and stuff. To transfer all of that is a pain in the ass.
Yes, absolutely.
So
that's why the guy just left it in the locker. He's like,
yeah,
he didn't want to.
Fuck this.
Yeah. Just happened to like disconnect, unfriend you from the list, find you again to add you back into the friend, just so I can get a new map from you. It's wow.
Yeah, I mean it's not meant to be all done at once. It's meant to be like slowly collected over multiple meetups. But yeah, to do it all at once is a giant pain in the ass.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean the beauty of DQ9, not just the versatility and everything, is just I love the multiplayer. I love the boss battling and everything. There's the camaraderie with the group, and it's something I've never experienced before in a Dragon Quest game, and it's one of the reasons why I really want to try 10 and hope an offline mode would be great. I'd love to see an MMO come out for it, so then we can all of us can just go hang out and chill.
Yeah.
Yeah, if they released an English one for the Switch, it'd be great.
Yeah, I think there's might be a game to play too, but we could just go.
Hopefully.
But yeah, I just wanted to give shout outs to the New York multiplayer crew, RPG Wizard, Deca Blue, Cyrus, Drova, and everybody who's ever come to tag mode and hang out and play DQ9 with us, and anyone who wants to, feel free to just get in touch with me on the Den, and we'll put something together.
What is your Twitter handle?
Oh yeah, Priyamu Celestrian on Twitter. Please feel free to hit me up, unless you're arguing against Erdrick and Smash.
Oh, there we go.
At which point, there's a brick wall I can introduce you to share your arguments with.
Your face will meet it many times.
So you ready for some rapid fire questions?
Oh, okay.
What is your ranking from best to worst of the Dragon Quest games mainline?
Okay. It's kind of hard because 11 is so vastly different from the classic series.
Amongst 5 and 8 right now. In my head.
Yeah, right. But I mean, if we, I guess my favorite of the classic series is like 4, 3, 5, and 6, and 9, and 1, and then like 7 and 2 are down at the bottom.
Man, what you got against 1?
1 is great, but it's also very simple.
Yeah, play it on the NES and then get back to
Yeah, I mean, 1 is probably the one I've played through the most, just because it's such a it's such a
you just start and finish it in the weekend and
yeah, totally, just a quick game to pick up and play. 4 is great, but 4 is interesting because you have the chapters, and then when you complete a chapter, you miss that character, and I always thought that was interesting. When I'm done with like chapter 2, I'm like, damn, I really liked Elena's chapter, and now I have to wait
I know
for a big chunk of the game to get them back.
And if I could do Ragnar, then you're like, fuck, I want him back.
Yeah,
but it is a good thing aside from Maya and Melina's chapter, you pretty much go to each chapter to almost an even better character with a different setup. So, Elena's, and then you go to Ragnar's, and then you get to do Tornico's. That's fantastic.
Yeah. Tornico's you actually have to like put work into an actual job, which kind of sucks. It's a little bit of a slower start.
Slower start, but I'd love the hell out of that. Like, I
Yeah,
don't know.
it
it's
is
just
cool.
so goddamn unique at the time.
Absolutely, it's cool to like have your own like build up to your own shop and everything.
Yeah.
But yeah, that part where you're just working and just getting crap pay, I'm like, fuck, this is too close to reality.
So, who is your waifu for Dragon Quest V?
Well, I had to play through all of them. I would probably say I like Nira.
Okay.
But I that's probably just because I've dated a lot of Debras.
Deborah.
Yeah, it's pronounced
Yeah,
Deborah, man.
New York is full of Deborahs.
Yeah.
But
Have you seen the trailer for the movie?
yeah, absolutely. That's one of those things that I think is going to really help with just gaining popularity in the West.
I hope it's good.
Getting that movie here.
I hope
I'm sure it will be.
I hope it's not like any Final Fantasy movie. That's my hope.
Or
Like
any
the one
video
that
game
practically
movie for
bankrupted Square.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Spirits Within was
Well,
okay. It's
hindsight,
okay,
Spirits
but
Within's actually
nobody
pretty great.
wanted to watch it. Dragon Quest, I hope gets love.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, they're definitely reaching out to it looks like a DreamWorks movie.
Yeah,
So
new
I think
audience.
they're definitely trying to kind of expand beyond Akira Toyama. I'm
The
surprised.
charm of the designs for everything, I think, will capture a lot of kids and
Yep.
bring in a lot of those kind of people.
Yep, and we just have to endure all the How to Train Your Dragon Quest jokes.
Yeah.
Yeah, the way that
I've
it
seen that
looks.
about like 1,000 times.
I haven't, so this that's new to me.
I just block it out.
Well, the art style and like the characters when you look at them in the trailer, they look like it is just straight out of. How to
Oh,
Train Your
absolutely.
Dragon.
Interesting.
So I've seen
Yeah.
some people kind of like mixed reactions by it, but one of the things I personally feel as being a fan of both FF and Dragon Quest, Final Fantasy changes too much with each one and doesn't stick to a formula. Dragon Quest always sticks to such a formula that sometimes it doesn't capture people. This could be a good thing to capture a new audience, that they're willing to change things just maybe a little tweak just in the movie, not even a main game clearly, because they didn't with 11, but they're willing to try this movie and maybe change a little bit of things up and not do Toriyama's artwork to see if some people can catch on to it.
Yeah,
think
I
it's
could
a
see
good
that.
move.
I think so too. And even Japan was shocked that they didn't use Toriyama. And big
Yeah.
uproar over there too.
I saw some people like it's traditional over there to like use old voice actors for things, and it doesn't look like they're doing that either for things. So I saw some people making a fuss about that.
They hired. Sorry, what was that? They didn't hire voice actors. They hired regular stage actors or
No, not
movie
stage.
actors?
This is like old veterans. Like over in Japan, I've noticed that they have like not like one or two specific people they go to, but if there's veterans in the industry for voice acting, they almost kind of are the ones given to get the job in the first place. Instead of just like handing the reins over like to a newbie in the voice acting thing.
Seniority kind of thing.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So it's a good thing.
Yeah.
Well, do you have any questions for us?
What's your take on Sylvando?
Fucking awesome.
Great character.
Yeah, he's awesome. He steals the show as soon as he's introduced.
Absolutely. Yeah, what the Soldiers a Smile parade.
Yeah.
When
It's
you're
gonna
walking
be
towards...
fun talking about that on the 11 review.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's. I've seen a lot of interesting conversations, mostly topics that get immediately closed. 'Cause Because he can be a little divisive depending on what your politics are. But yeah, I think he's great. It's like DQ hasn't really had a character like that before, and he's not only that, but they also made him a badass swordsman.
Yeah, he's
So
with his lineage.
Yep.
so if you like hate the character, you think he's if he's annoying to you and you don't want to use him, that's fine. But you're at a loss now because you're not using a character who's doing like a heavy amount of damage and can heal you.
Hey,
with
he's got
dance, like a
fucking
mob.
great support abilities.
Absolutely.
It's fantastic.
hustle.
Fucking hustle dance, the greatest healing move of all time.
Yeah. He also helps you summon metal slimes.
Yeah.
The
Which is
wheel.
amazing.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't see how anybody could like say, "Oh yeah, I don't like Sylvando," but that Eric is a great character.
Yeah.
Fuck Eric.
I don't hate him. I just think there's more.
It's the
interesting
lesser.
characters.
Yeah, it's the lesser of the cast. That's all.
He's awesome.
Lesser,
in combat.
like damage wise, or just character wise.
The character development, the amnesia.
Oh yeah, I hate the amnesia part.
Fucking amnesia. Yeah, like I don't even.
There's really no point to it.
I don't get the amnesia part. That makes no sense to me at all. And it only lasts for like 2 seconds too. They're like, just fight a boss and then you're done.
It's just conveniently stealing from you on the ship.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm just conveniently eating all your food there. You know, it's found you guys.
You looked wealthy. So.
Yeah. Yeah, you seem nice.
I'm just gonna
I'm just gonna steal from
Scurvy,
you.
yeah.
And he's Eric the Viking.
Yeah, that was a weird twist.
Viking slave.
I went into that cave and they didn't say shit to me, and Eric was in my party.
Well, there was a couple of times where the hero could have said something and didn't. Like the hero, the
Luminary.
the luminary who doesn't speak could have said, "Hey, that's King Carnelian. He's actually kind of the guy we're looking for."
The Helen Keller, the mute.
He speaks as a
Yeah.
child, so what happened?
Oh yeah, I don't
I
know.
know.
Something traumatic.
Yeah, something
Beat as a
dramatic.
child or something. Be like, quit talking.
Yeah.
And then he hasn't said a word.
He saw his future self, and that's what happened. He's like, "Oh fuck, dude, that hair."
Got
Yeah,
some
the haircut. Oh.
PTSD.
What are my future trunks?
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much.
Yeah, basically.
But yeah, he could
After
have warned
hyperbolic
everyone.
Time chamber.
And when it comes to Act 3, he could have warned everyone about what was going to happen.
Yeah.
History repeats.
He could have done stuff. Like, hey, where'd you get that fucking demonic looking sword?
Yeah.
Like after the credits.
Eyeball.
Oh well, it's probably nothing.
It's like, oh yeah, well, so that sword's pretty great. Yeah, it fucking is.
All right, so next interesting question. What do you think about the music that Sugiyama does?
You mean does his politics affect my enjoyment of his music?
No,
it's
just-
it's just the
Okay.
music. I mean, do
Yeah,
they?
because-
if
No,
they
I
do,
noticed some people, have
I-
complained that he keeps using the same music or that it's of lesser quality. Like, do you think
Okay.
he should? Do you like the music staying the way it is as it is? Do you want him to go more experimental? Does it annoy you? Do you love every
Yeah.
minute of it? What?
So he just turned 88, so I realized that his compositions are probably just not as solid as they used to be. So I think that's partially why. I don't know if he has the stamina to like write all the music that would be required at that age.
Yeah.
There were a few things in like there's the All Trades Abbey music in DQ9 is just the theme played at double time, and that annoys the hell out of me. But in terms of reusing the music, as long as it's good music, I don't mind.
Okay.
Yeah.
You okay, Caleb?
yeah, I'm fine.
Okay. I personally would like a little bit more like variety. If there's gonna be like new towns, like you could obviously keep all the more traditional things.
Yeah.
Obviously with the level up sound, but if you're gonna introduce like 8 new towns, can you not like do like more than one new piece of music?
Right. Yeah. I mean, definitely, the soundtrack for 11 was not strong. I mean,
It's
Yeah.
probably the
disappointing.
game's weakest point, to be honest.
Yeah.
I would like if they had some people work with him so that they get more variety, but they get the Dragon Quest feel, kind of.
I think he has for a number of years been working with a writing partner just as someone who might take over eventually in his passing. That's what I'd read that somewhere, but I don't know how much feedback that person gets. Or
Right, or if he's even credited.
yeah. Or I mean, how do you stand up to someone who's like an icon in the gaming industry? And say like, hey, I think we need to change this note.
Hard to do.
True, especially when he
Right.
like copyrights his own music.
Yeah.
Right.
So, what is one thing that you hate about Dragon Quest?
It's a strong word.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Didn't take long to find one.
Yeah. Unblockable death spells in Roan in Dragon Quest 2. That is just
It's Dragon Quest 2.
giant,
I mean,
There
Yeah.
we go.
giant pain in the ass. I wasn't crazy about the Bashmobile either. Like the controls were
oh
wonky.
man, you just made an
I like-
enemy of Jake.
There,
Um,
I may be working on
it's
something
too
special
good.
that
It's too
has to
good.
do with the Bashmobile.
I love
Oh,
it.
you're
It's
working
too
on. You're going to create your own Bashmobile.
No, not quite. Something else.
No. I think if the controls weren't so wonky.
Yeah, there is a
Yeah.
little bit of
That's fair.
weird controls.
Yeah, like they give you the Bashmobile, and then almost immediately you have to fight a boss fight with it, and it's just like, what the fuck is going
Like stay on top of the platform and bash into the fucking
Yeah,
eyes.
and
Have fun.
I just kept falling off the platform like an asshole, and
Yeah.
couldn't get back up. Or you get back up, and then you get swatted back down. And but yeah, just the play control for the Bashmobile. There's not a ton that pisses me off about Dragon Quest.
That's good.
But yeah, little things like that.
Like how we rank the things he brought up were like the lower tier ranking games. The builders in 2.
Yeah.
So
All right.
they're there for a
Well,
reason.
Well,
If you could-
Builders shouldn't be like ranked among the main series because it makes it look bad. But Builders is still not that half bad of a game. They just got to fix a couple things up. Like,
Yeah, I got to play the demo for the second one, and it looks like they fixed a lot of the open world stuff.
yeah.
Thankfully.
Or like the fact that hopefully you don't lose all your stuff.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah.
amazing
Yeah.
to not lose all of my
Announcing.
shit every
Yeah.
5 hours.
Yeah. I noticed they implemented a hand glider for flying and underwater exploration.
Ooh.
That sounds good.
Yes.
That's one of the things we wanted.
Bashmobile
Water.
Mark II.
The sub.
Yeah.
Bashmobile sub.
The submobile.
Yeah.
We all live in a yellow submarine.
Oh man, no. Okay, what they need to do is put like the Batmobile in there, and then just like
my
it can
gosh.
go in the water, and it's like now a sub, and then you can just like fly off stuff, and then be like the Batplane.
It's like a Draki instead of Batman. Though.
Yeah, it'd be like a Draki, the Draki-mobile. Fuck yeah, dude. Now I'm into this idea. I need a Batman Dragon Quest crossover in this way.
Well, that would be awesome, actually.
I know.
I'd be into that.
Sounds fucking amazing.
Lego Batman
It's like-
crossover. Somehow
Oh,
get
man.
Recreate like
Copyright.
Arkham City inside like fucking builders. Your
Oh,
dude's
go
wearing,
for it. Yeah,
your dude's
I've been
wearing
seeing
like a fucking Draki outfit.
from all the awesome people that I follow as part of the Dragon Quest feed for our Puff Puff Hour. I've been seeing people with the demo, or I'm not sure, is the game already out in Japan? Yeah.
Yeah.
It is, isn't it? Yeah, some of the things people have been creating in it. It's pretty awesome, like the Port Valor from 11.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
It was
nice.
completely
Yeah.
redone with bricks
That's awesome.
already. Like, yeah,
Oh, damn.
pretty awesome stuff. So I'm sure someone is going to make your Batmobile out of
Fucking
freaking
gonna do
builder's
it.
block.
Well, if they don't, he can.
Yeah, I'm gonna make Gotham City. Are you kidding me? I'm gonna find.
there's a-
I'm gonna find an object that makes it eternally nighttime around my city, and then that's it.
I'm
gonna
living in a world of darkness.
fucking
Have your parents died in a fucking alley?
the trick is gonna be getting like the light, the bat signal. I need it.
Okay.
It's gonna have a Draki on it.
There's got to be like blocks that are transparent. You can like walk all the way up to, and if you're looking from a distance, you can't tell that it's like blocks holding up the bat signal.
Oh yeah.
That's probably what
Oh,
it would be.
You probably don't even need to do that because you could just build a platform and then break the platform down and just build something in the air.
There is that.
That's true.
Oh yeah.
Way more time consuming, but yeah, there's that. What would you like to build?
What's that?
What would you like to build?
I was doing this in the first one, so I would build like a really fancy like I'd have a castle or whatever, but I'd try to build like a room for myself that only I could use, and all the villagers kept going into it.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they're
And, like-
assholes. They don't care about anything.
Yeah. So I was like,
use
fuck
your
this. So I built it so it's ladder accessible.
Oh,
So
that's smart.
yeah, I guess that's all I want is just my own space in the
Yeah.
castle. I mean, I'm building the damn thing. I should have my own space.
I know, right?
All right, if you could remake any Dragon Quest into like any other genre, which one and which genre?
Oh, genre. Okay, I thought you were gonna say if I could remake any Dragon Quest. I guess it would be 4 in the style of 11. But
Oh yeah, that'd be good.
I guess if DQ could have its own fighting game, then maybe people wouldn't be complaining as much. Complaining as much.
Oh, that'd be sweet. Honestly, I'd enjoy that.
Jessica would triumph all with the whip.
Jade.
Dude, fucking
Yeah, that's
sexy
a
beam,
good
man.
question. Jade versus Jessica, who's everybody's
Jade.
new wife.
Jay would win in the fight, but come on. It's Jessica.
Nah.
I'm changing to Jade.
Yeah, dude,
It's the
Jade.
voice actor.
Jade's taking over.
Yep.
Jade
Yeah.
wasn't even having fun in the bunny girl outfit, so she can't be that fun in the sack.
Well,
She's
later
more
on, she gets
dominating.
She's a modern girl. You know, she gets creeped out
Yeah,
by
plus-
the
plus-
creepy old men.
plus-
Plus, she
Good
has
for
the
you.
ability to turn
But-
into the bunny girl demon whenever she
Exactly.
wants.
and you can get that costume. So
It's
she always
great.
wears it.
Yeah.
I'm not into
It's perfect.
dominatrix things. She'll beat me up in the bedroom. Like
Jessica won't.
Yeah,
No,
she's got the
she'll be a lot
fucking
more
whip,
sweet.
man.
it's purely aesthetic.
She's got
It's
the
not-
whip and the
it's-
sexy
She's
beam.
not actually whipping me, but it's
She's
the
more
look.
of a dominatrix than fucking Jade is.
I don't know.
But that's a great moment though, when you complete that quest where like the old man just wanted to see Jade in the bunny
Yeah,
outfit,
I love
and,
that
and
one.
she's just not having it. She's like, God, get this guy away from me.
The quest
Yeah.
is called A Rush of Blood.
Yes. Perhaps to where.
Oh, you know where.
Yeah, that was the great part.
They had a lot of fun with the puffs in this too, in 11,
Oh yeah,
Oh,
finding all
God.
the different women's and the different
Yeah.
puffs.
and like
Women's?
yeah.
They weren't all womenns.
Well, I know. There was one where it's like one of those muscular
Spoilers,
dudes.
Yeah.
It's fucking
Oh,
great.
yeah, yeah.
Dad, yeah.
It was her dad that showed up.
And they were like, "Oh, congratulations! How was it?" It's like
He didn't.
it was
I don't wanna-
fine.
I don't want to talk about it.
Yeah, it's like I'm just gonna pretend it was great, so the next guy can get fucked over.
I like that they wait outside for him to come back.
Yeah.
So they-
it's always like Jade
Curiosity.
asking who how was it.
Yep.
I like
Yeah, that one with the guy giving you the puff, the bullhead helmet guy. That goes back to the third game. That was like the first time I think they did Puff Puff in an English release.
Yeah.
And you're in Asaram or Asheram before you go to the pyramids in Isis. Which is kind of a weird name in retrospect for a DQ town, but you're in Ashram and you get tricked into going upstairs for a Puff Puff, and it ends up being a dude.
I remember that.
But really, the eighth Puff Puff, the one in DQ 8 with like the two slimes, that's just hilarious.
It's the best part in the whole
Yeah.
series.
I like the one in 11 where she like ties you up.
Yeah.
And you're just bungee jumping
Oh,
into the clouds.
In the cloud. Yeah, that's probably my favorite from 11 too.
Yeah, it's awesome. Didn't expect it at all.
Yeah.
It's completely out of left field. There's like a Rab in the magazines.
Oh yeah.
I read it for the articles.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a lot of great moments like that where the magazine just pops out amongst a crowd of people and everyone are just like looking at them.
Yeah.
That happens a lot. There's what's his name? The hero Hendrix reaction to Sylvando.
Oh yeah.
You two are acquainted.
Oh yeah. He thinks you're fucking gay with him. It's like, what?
There's a lot of really some subtle and some not so subtle gags like that are great in DQ11.
I feel like they ramped it up in 11.
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, I loved it.
There's a lot of good humor in 11, yeah.
Good humor in all of them.
Well, I mean, yeah. Fucking 9.
At all during 7.
Yeah, 7. Yeah, 7's.
Well, yeah, that's true. I didn't laugh at all at 7.
9 didn't really have anything either, except for like a lot of puns.
Yeah.
Or
Right.
like the names of everything.
Yeah.
Patty and Selma.
Oh, yeah.
There's like Simpsons puns in there. They had a Metallica, the boomerang ability.
I wondered if that was meant or intended to be a pun.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes. I love that.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Oh.
Well, I think that's all we had for you today, really, unless you have any more questions for us.
No, I'm good. I appreciate you having me on. It's been fun, guys.
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah, definitely.
All right. Anything to add, Jake?
Someone going to the bathroom back there?
Yeah.
Nice.
I think we're good.
I just wanted to call that out so it wasn't like I'm people think I'm in the toilet doing the podcast from the John.
We stepped away for a moment.
Yeah.
Not so subtly.
That's true. You never know. All of us could be on toilets right now.
Yeah.
I am.
No, Caleb just isn't wearing any pants as usual.
Yeah.
Helps him perform better.
I mean, I did Nude Clan earlier, so I mean, you can't do that quote.
Well, it's been awesome talking to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Thanks for the awesome insight into Dragon Quest IX, because we didn't
do any of that.
Yeah, we would have missed it.
Yeah, something that people in 2019 had never really, unless you have a history of knowledge of it, you could just bypass it and never know anything about the history of it. So,
yeah,
pretty cool insight.
Thanks.
I'll probably play it again if they release it on the phones and see how that plays out, and then maybe try some multiplayer on that.
Oh yeah, I'd definitely be.
Cool.
able to
I'm
do that
hoping for a
myself.
Switch port, though.
Of course.
That would be preferable.
Yeah. We'll see though.
Why not just both? Come on.
Why both though?
So that
Yeah,
the
I
300 million people with phones will be able to just connect seamlessly.
Switch is getting up there.
It's
Sales.
There's some Switch sales, okay? Some, but to compare the two.
Well, if
Good
they
Lord,
release
Dylan.
that,
I
there will
don't.
be-
I don't think there's gonna be 300 million sales of Dragon Quest IX on phones. Just put that out
no
there.
way. That'd be
I don't
cool,
think.
though.
Well, we can always hope.
Yeah. You could always hope
Um,
that Dragon Quest gets like a lot bigger, but
Definitely check out the grottos though, or so at least battle a legacy boss together. It's a ton of fun. I highly recommend it.
I do want to try those legacy bosses, at least on Dragon Lord.
Those are random though, right? Or
No,
you
it's-
can manipulate it.
I have the map.
Oh, you have them.
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, let's do that then.
Yeah.
Let's give it a
Cute.
try.
All right, I guess we'll do sign-offs here. Do you have a sign-off for us?
Not really. I got to think of one. Keep on questing.
That's a good one.
All right.
Well, mine is
That
Quest
too is
on.
that.
Welcome to another episode of the Puff Puff Hour, a Dragon Quest podcast. I am your host, Caleb Craig.
I am your host, Dylan Rominger.
And I'm the most important host, Jacob Wright.
You fucking wish. All right. And today, since we did not have builders done, Dylan.
No,
I take come on
full
now. That's not
responsibility.
fair to me.
Yeah, I take full responsibility. What
you
happened
take
is
full
my
responsibility.
Yes, my cheap ass didn't buy a PS4 just for this game.
Yeah, so there you go.
Dylan was nice enough to let me borrow this game, albeit I beat it in 3 weeks and got it done. That meant he had no time to work on this 50, probably 60-hour game.
Maybe more than that at this point. I'm pretty deep into it.
Yeah. How far? Where are you at in builders?
So I'm in the first chapter, and I've already put at least 15 hours in, which is pretty ridiculous for a 4-chapter game.
Jake, how long was the first chapter for you? Because like it was honestly long enough ago that I have no idea how long the first chapter took
I
me.
can't remember once you've synced 50 hours into something, you completely forget. But it was the longest chapter to me.
Yeah, I went online
to
see.
I felt like 2 took me the longest.
Okay, I think by
Okay.
2 I had everything on in each chapter after that. Just got quicker and quicker. I beat chapter 4 like that.
I also did dick around a lot in that game, and that might be why everything took me so long. So that's
Yeah.
why maybe my time is skewed on how long it took me to beat it.
What time? It's another one of those games that doesn't show you your total time.
Yeah, this is a rough
Yeah.
estimate for me. 15 hours.
How many portals are you in?
I have the green portal. So,
Green. That's it.
yeah, I'm in the
Okay.
boss
Wait, the
prep.
green is the last one though.
Yeah, it's the
Oh,
last
yeah,
one of the
yeah.
chapter, so I'm getting ready for that golem.
All right.
Yeah, so
That's good progress.
it's
It will be done by the end of the year, Dylan.
That is
Yeah.
a majority
go.
of the game.
That's a
so
DROM guarantee. It'll be
D-ROM,
done by the end of the
D-ROM
year.
Entertainment.
Then we will have a second episode this month. That's great. Okay.
Yeah,
It's tremendous. It's the best.
Did
If
you
things go
start?
right.
Did you start Dragon Quest IV yet, Jake?
Not yet. I have this other podcast called Muff the Mobile UFF of a 50-hour Final Fantasy Dimensions game that I got to beat first. And then I will start Dragon Quest
50
IV.
hours of a
That's
mobile
what I've
game.
told. Yeah, that's what I've been told.
That is pretty crazy.
Yeah. And maybe 100 games on the hog, so I'll get to Dragon Quest IV soon enough.
Only
The hog
100?
for the Nude Clan. Yeah.
Yes, Nude Clan. Great podcast.
All right. I have done 1 chapter of Dragon Quest IV.
Yeah,
It looks
well,
like you got a lot of
it's-
catching up to do, Dylan.
it
Let's
was
get it done.
pretty
yeah,
grindy.
that's a lot of stuff to do.
I think I have 3 hours
Oh, wow,
Am I
that's-
in it right now?
I could probably catch up to that.
Well, actually, it's
If you don't
probably
play
like
it
3.5.
anymore.
Although I do feel like I grabbed every extra item I possibly could during that run.
Huh.
I explored pretty much everything.
I'm curious how the chapters work then. Maybe it's a way shorter game than.
I think it gets longer after they meet up.
Okay.
I don't know, but for the first guy, it was just one guy, and then he like meets a monster that you can like tag along.
The how long to
Gotcha.
beat was like 27 hours.
Yeah,
I was
it's
looking at
it's
that.
a shorter one.
So it's not too bad.
It's longer than the first 3, but still shorter than the later ones.
Yeah.
It's shorter than Builders. That's for sure.
If the
I've been noticing quite a few of the Dragon Quest games claim to be shorter than Builders. Like 7 and 8 seem to be the only ones that look like they're longer.
7 and 8 are the only ones that I know for sure are like gonna be at least 70 hours for us. And one of our listeners on Nude Clan did play Dragon Quest 11, like the Japanese one. So, and he told me that it took him a long time to beat
No,
that
I
Dragon
think he's
Quest
100%ing it. I talked to him. It looks like he's 100%ing everything.
Yeah, but he said he had over 100 hours just from beating the story.
that's a lot.
And I don't know how much of that was done doing grinding and extra stuff, so
Well, that's what we're building up
find
to.
out.
So
well, I do want to do
building up to Builders.
Oh, I do want to do some extra stuff in the games that I can, because now we're getting into the ones where like there is gonna be extra stuff to do. I don't think we had a whole lot for the first 3 games.
not just the medallions.
Yeah, not just
yeah,
the
let's
mini
get all
medals.
100 of those.
Yeah. So yeah, today our topic is Yuji Horii. We're doing a spotlight episode on him.
Yes.
You said we have some news first, Jake.
Some news for Dragon Quest that is irrelevant to the United States. 'Cause
Ah,
we get
fantastic.
screwed.
That's the
Yes.
only kind of news I feel like we get.
Yes. Okay, Square Enix has announced the Jump Fiesta of 2017
Right.
in middle December, which will have Dragon Quest Builders on the Switch, which thankfully
that's
we
cool.
are getting. Dragon Quest Rivals, it's
Dragon Quest
updated
Rivals?
stuff. Rivals is apparently already out. It's just updated content for
Is
things.
it here?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, then we
But
don't
it
have to worry
apparently has
about
already reached over 10 million downloads. So I think Dragon Quest is still pretty popular over
it. Wait,
there.
is that a mobile game?
Yeah, it's a mobile game.
Oh.
Probably like the Brave Exvius type stuff.
You know, I wouldn't mind something like that for Dragon Quest over here.
We'll see. Like I'm willing to give it a shot, but I'm not losing sleep over not having it here.
Yeah, true.
Kind of like 10 right now with me. Because something about MMOs and
Yeah, it's
a long branching story just doesn't get it done for me.
Well, I
I
mean-
feel like there's never going to be enough there.
Well, I mean, like having a mobile game to pass the time with one of a good series that we're discovering would be great.
If there's actual story content there, yes.
Yeah, if there's story content.
Yeah.
Well, it depends a lot on the gameplay, I would say.
I
If
think
it's worth it, then yeah.
I
If
think
not,
Dragon Quest wouldn't skimp on the story though.
Well, I
mean,
don't know.
their stories would still be simple, I would imagine, but
Yeah, like the ones we played to this point.
I don't think there's
The U.S. may never know.
yeah, we may never know, so we don't have to really care.
Yep.
Unfortunately.
There's Yoshino Dragon Quest, which I have no idea. I didn't even look this one up, but it's apparently another one. Tekake Dragon Quest Scan Battlers, man. What is that?
Stand
No,
battlers?
Scan Battlers. I cannot.
I was like,
Blah.
whoa.
So
Like
I guarantee you, go grab a card. You're going to put it
JoJo's
into
Bizarre
this huge...
Adventure up in this bitch, like a little bit.
Yeah.
It sounds like Toys to Life to me.
Hmm.
Yeah, like the scannable toys, like amiibos.
Oh, what was that one PSP game that they had like forever ago? It was the Invisibles, I think.
There was that.
Remember that one?
I don't remember that.
Oh, yeah,
one.
there was you could scan like barcodes or some shit, and like it would give you special creatures.
When
to-
they're
to
iToy
use.
Pets too. Stuff like that.
There was
too.
there was like an
that.
iPet thing, yeah.
And then what was it? Lord of Vermilion on PS3. You would actually put in cards into the thing and have it scan it.
Oh, I don't know about that
Remember
one.
that didn't take off.
That could be
but
a
I
cool
think that's
thing.
what that is. Probably put the cards into the actual
Yeah,
arcade machine in Japan and.
That must be a bigger thing over there because
Oh, yeah,
none of those things have ever taken off over here.
Right, yeah. I think it's like that because it's similar to that Dragon Quest Road game that we had saw that was on arcades.
Oh, okay.
I didn't even know there was an arcade Dragon Quest.
There's
Yeah.
a couple.
That's awesome, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, just the screen. You're just basically moving along a road and you're just slashing, hacking your way through. Kind of like a Wii-looking game.
So it's like a beat 'em up. That's what it sounds like.
Kind of
A
like
first-person beat 'em up, maybe.
Okay.
yeah,
Okay.
kind of like
I can
the
picture that.
traditional like Silent Scope and old arcade rail shooters type of
Okay.
thing. That's what
Yeah.
that looked like. And the biggest news of all, Dragon Quest X Online for the Wii U, PC, PS4, and Switch. Extra content for it.
We might see that come here if that's the case.
There better be an announcement.
Yeah.
I'm mixed on that because it's like I've seen the guys over at Ultima Final Fantasy play those MMOs, and I've seen it drain them, and the idea of doing that hurts me. But
your soul.
Well, we are
but
different.
I do want to play it because it is a main
Okay.
line.
Just because
Game.
the number claims it's mainline, this is my problem with 11 and 14.
Yeah,
I will play it eventually one day, probably when 11's server is shut down and I have no way to play it. That's when I'm going to play it. But it shouldn't be numbered. It should just be like Phantasy Star
I know
Online.
it should have
There-
just
there
been
should-
called Final Fantasy Online and then Final Fantasy Online 2.
I don't think we necessarily have to beat it. I just think we should play it, or at least try it out.
In Japanese.
No. If it gets a
Okay,
port.
see, yeah, we're not playing Japanese games.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
Right. Which I will actually get into here. We have a awesome new listener. What was his name? That is trying to convince us to play Dragon Quest Caravan Heart.
Oh, that's right.
And I had brought up that I was considering it an episode ago. What are your guys' thoughts about it? There is a English ROM translated since it never came out here in the States.
Which one? It's a continuation of one of the games.
I believe so.
Do you know which game?
Probably 5 or 6, I think. I could be wrong about that. I don't have the full information.
Well, we'll have to look at it again and figure it out. If there is an English ROM, what system was it for?
Game Boy Advance?
It's for Game Boy Advance.
I think that's doable. It really
Yeah.
just depends on like what the length of the game is, because it is extra.
Yeah, it's an extra game that they.
And our priority is the main series.
No, we're playing every Dragon Quest game that was released here in the United States.
Yeah, but the
I'm
priority
looking at
is
the
the main
price
series.
of the Tornico game, and that's very baffling for a game like $80 on eBay. That's great.
Yeah, I did look at that. That's ridiculous.
It acts as
I'm
a
sorry. Does that say that there is a Tornico 2?
yes. The what is it called? The Mystery Dungeon series that spans both Final Fantasy and Dragon Quest over in the States. They're called Tornico, the ones that are Dragon Quest. So there's 1, 2, and 3, and we only got number 2. So we can thankfully skip 1 and 3.
Unless that has a translation too.
Yeah.
But it apparently, Caravan Hearts acts as a prequel to Dragon Quest 7.
It's a prequel to 7?
Yeah.
I guess we have to play it after 6 then, if we're going to play it. I wouldn't mind playing playing that. What do you guys think?
I'm down.
Yeah, I think it would be okay. But like, what is it like lengthwise? Is what I'm wondering.
Probably
would
20
there-
hours.
would
I
there be
highly
enough-
doubt that it would be as long as Dragon Quest 7.
Would there be enough there? Is what I'm wondering, or would we like have to combine it with 7?
I think we could do a whole episode for it. Doesn't seem like it would be super long.
I kind of feel like we're gonna have to break 7 up too with the hours it's gonna take to beat that one.
7 is going to be a long one, especially if we're going to do the side stuff,
Yeah,
or at least some of it. I plan on doing as much as I can before the episode.
yeah,
Same
Yeah,
with
for
8,
sure.
and I'm gonna.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
gonna-
doing everything for 8.
Yeah,
That's a
I'm looking
guarantee.
up what I can do for 4 while I'm playing it. See how much extra stuff there's in that one, so I can do those.
yeah. I think generally that's what I try to do.
So, all right then. I guess we will play Dragon or Caravan Heart.
Yes.
Okay, we'll have to add that to our list.
Yes.
The ever-growing list.
It's not that bad. It's like 22, 23 games right now.
Is that including Dragon Quest 11?
I don't know.
Because I think it was
Go
23.
check out
and
our
I think,
website for the official
and
count.
I think that was before.
and I will add Caravan Heart in a little bit.
Sweet.
All right, that sounds.
We
sounds
have
good.
a couple of reviews, gentlemen. Yes.
Oh, we have reviews now?
I know. We're really taking off. One review.
We're moving up in the world.
Yep.
That's
we really
right.
are. All right. I do not care where any of the reviews come from. You could review us on Twitter, the website, iTunes. We're on Google Play, Libsyn, obviously, which
Google
hosts
Play,
our stuff.
unfortunately, does not have a way to leave reviews yet.
Okay. Either way, I don't care about iTunes and Apple's
iTunes and
conglomerate.
Apple's.
Yes.
Can send it to us on Facebook
Could-
even.
Yeah,
That
I
would
know.
work.
There's a Facebook page. There's an awesome Facebook page. You should check out. It's literally blank. But
Well, now it's not going to be now that you pointed it out.
I know, right? So wherever you want to leave a review, let us know. I will find it, or you can link it to me, please, and I will gladly review it. This is not an
You
iTunes
will review the review?
Yeah,
Yes,
we're
I'll
going to
review that.
critique it.
There you go. Yep.
Spelling in this is abhorrent.
It's like reading fan fiction all over again.
You're
Oh,
very
man.
used to that, aren't you?
Yeah.
No, it's kind of dead, right, Craig?
Yeah,
it's not
it's-
surviving.
Well, it
It's-
lives on through this
Oh,
with the
jeez.
constant plugs.
Yeah, in some ways.
Yes. It's still getting more downloads than this show.
Oh, that's disheartening.
No, it's sexy.
All right, get on to the review.
All right, the review on iTunes is from Blue156. Don't know why it's not your full name here, buddy, but hey there, it's Hail Blue156, longtime member of Ultima Final Fantasy on the forums.
Yeah.
I remember this guy from the beginning. 5-star review. I always enjoy the antics of these guys. If you enjoy Nude Clan and UFF, just go ahead and download it. You won't be disappointed.
Thank you.
Thank
Yes,
you.
thank you very much. Great review.
It is a great review. And it
Tremendous.
plugs Nude Clan and Ultima Final Fantasy. It is like a trifecta right there.
Yeah.
You mean Joe's Therapy Hour, the podcast?
Sometimes it can be, unfortunately.
I wonder if he's ever
But
going to
for
hear
the most
that.
time, for the most part, it is a fantastic show.
Completely ruined the Persona 5 review. The other review is on puffpuffhour.geekdomentertainment.com, our official website right now. And it is from Irat. And he says, first review ever, 5-star all the way. What can I say? It's Dragon Quest, one of my many favorite JRPG series. I wonder what the other ones are.
Probably
It is
Final
second
Fantasy
to
and
Final Fantasy.
The other big ones.
I love how you guys are playing through all the games. I have played and beaten half the games. All right, got a jump start on us. Both English and Japanese.
That's
Yeah,
dedication.
He speaks Japanese. He played 11 that way, man.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
awesome, though.
Dragon Quest 7 is one of my favorites, followed by 5. I just want to thank you all for doing this podcast. I know it's an odd review, but I have never done a review before.
Well, that's all right. It was a good review.
Yes,
Yeah, we appreciate it. Thank you.
very much so.
We enjoy the asterisks instead of the stars.
Yeah, that's for sure. The asterisks.
And if you guys want to
Asterisks.
review this podcast at 1 star, I don't care. I won't actually go on a rant about it.
You're gonna rant about the
I
review?
No, I will not go on a rant. It's
Oh,
a Joe
okay.
reference. Okay,
Well,
never mind.
We got to review the reviews according to Jay.
Yeah. We're gonna review them. Remember?
Now we're not going to get any more because
Yeah.
people are going to be like discouraged.
We gotta critique every little thing.
Yeah, so time for the true highlight.
the
The
true
spotlight
highlights.
of Yuji Horii.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Yuji Horii. He was born January 6th, 1954.
Oh, by the way, we're reading this specifically off a piece of paper.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have time to memorize things. So it's just going to have to be like this. Anyway, Yuji Horii, born January 6th, 1954. He was born to a family of glass artisans on Waiji. I'm sorry, I'm terrible.
Hold on. What is it? Okay, so it's
I'm gonna probably butcher these, so I apologize in advance.
Awaji
Awaji.
Island of the Hyogo Prefecture. All right. Okay. So helping in the family store during the summer when he was young, he alternated between wanting to be a cartoonist or a lawyer, deciding by high school that being working in manga was a more practical idea. No, fuck you. More practical idea than legal affairs. Horii's traveled to Tokyo during his third year, and in his own words, barged into the office of Go Nagi and requested to be made his assistant. After being politely turned down, the young Yuji considered his options and decided to circle of manga enthusiasts under the assumption that working a regular job and being an artist would be too difficult, and that being a student would allow him to draw as much as he liked.
After graduating high school, Horii applied for admittance in Waseda University in 1972. During his time at Waseda, I'm sorry if I'm butchering this, by the way, Horii would join the University of Kenkyu Kai, serving as an editor and writer for a biannual magazine called Waseda Man. That's interesting. During university festivals, he would help gather funds for the magazine by drawing street portraits for 50 yen.
You draw street portraits? That's
Apparently
pretty
so.
sweet.
That's pretty cool.
Are you pretty sure that they didn't have all clown hair and drive doom buggies?
Either way, that's
I
pretty
swear
cool.
every single person who I have met that was outside doing drawings has always tried to put somebody into a doom buggy.
Like caricatures.
The caricatures when they're driving. And
Literally every caricature I have ever seen has somebody on a skateboard. So
okay.
I guess it depends on the artist.
Due to the nationwide protests of students of 1972, as well as the murder of Dashiburo Kawaguchi, who I have no idea who that is. Maybe we should have looked this up. The administrative staff of Waseda effectively shut the campus down for an entire year. This abundance of free time allowed Horii to build stronger friendships with his classmates, many of whom would go on to enter the entertainment industry and hire him to write articles for their magazines.
It's like Persona 5 style.
Yeah.
He's building his friendship strength.
Yeah, he's building his social links.
Yep.
He would work as a professional freelance writer during his 6-year stay at Waseda, producing content for a variety of avenues such as a daily newspaper, Sakia Sports, and Kasura Bushi's Six's television program, Itzazura Kamara di Daseniko. His focus on freelancing was also influenced by a serious motorcycle accident in his 4th year in college that ruptured several internal organs and prohibited anything more strenuous than operating a typewriter. It took him
Jeez.
6 months to recover.
Holy crap.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. That's pretty interesting.
It's a hell of a wreck.
Yeah. I love his ambition in basically barging into the offices of saying, okay, just hire me as your assistant. And they were being nice and just, no.
I will
I would have
be
kicked
your-
him out of that.
I will be your fucking assistant, okay?
I know, right? I want to get this man coffee every day. Every day. Tea and crumpets. In early 1981, Hori read an article in one of the magazines he wrote for that detailed the upcoming rise of microcomputer systems and how it expected to change daily life. He had considered himself very competent in mathematics. I've heard that he is very smart in math.
I could not consider myself competent in mathematics. So that's impressive.
He decided to end up buying one. After reaching the limits of the built-in word processing program, he began to explore capabilities of the machine, teaching himself as he went along. The idea of creating a game of this dawned on Hori as he played through the various bits of software that was available at the time. One of his
Wait,
first...
making a game of what?
He was trying to teach himself code by the free programs that was inside of there. There was free games.
So he
that
wanted to
saw.
make a game
Yeah.
out of learning how to code.
This man is a lifetime learner, it sounds like. He's
Yeah.
always trying to push himself.
And
What it
such
sounds like.
as an early Nomananchi's Ambition title and a licensed Star Trek game.
A licensed Star Trek game?
Yeah, I don't have any information on what game it might have been, but trust me, nobody's
Does it
played
say,
it.
Did it say like what the time frame was for this? I think I
Around
missed it.
early 81, 82.
So pre-NES.
Yes.
A
Interesting.
pre-NES Star Trek game.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Star Trek games
Ooh.
are bad to begin with, but pre-Nintendo,
You know,
I
that's
don't even
true.
wanna
I
know.
don't think I've seen... Well, there was one, I think, that's supposed to be okay.
Okay.
I don't know anything about that.
The most realized of his early efforts of making game was Love Match Tennis. Sounds like my kind of game.
Love Match Tennis?
Yes.
What is that about?
I don't know.
Obviously tennis, but like, is it nude tennis?
No. Do you not know tennis?
What?
Do you not know tennis?
I know tennis.
Tennis
Okay.
the sport.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not
It's a
tennis
sport.
like
Well, what's the
Tennis
love
shot.
match portion is what he's getting at.
love is the point counter before you actually are doing the matches.
Okay.
Before you start scoring points for the first one to come to 7, you do 10, 20, and 40 love.
Okay. It sounded like a
then
dating sim to me. That's why I was confused.
That is what it sounded like to me too.
Yeah, I could see that. And it's from Japan, so
Yeah.
every single...
It was questionable.
We just needed to clarify that.
Yeah. Which Hori would enter into the Enix-sponsored programming contest he was reporting on in 1982. Which he could have easily had a reporter bias like we do nowadays, and, oh, this game's tremendous, it's only the best. And he's the one who made it. And he's the one reporting on the news article.
Yeah. This game is the greatest game of all time.
Live from Washington Post, this is the best game. I'm not doing any fact-checking, but it is. Much to his surprise, he discovered he won second place when he arrived to report at the awards ceremony. It was there that he met Koichi Nakamura,
Dun, dun, dun.
founder and current president of Chunsoft, whose door-door...
Chunsoft.
Yeah, Chunsoft. Chunky Soft.
I don't know why that's so funny to me, but...
It sounds like a knockoff brand name for the chunky soup.
Chunsoft.
Yeah,
I guess.
the Chunky Bowl commercials. Yeah. The game called Door Door had won first place. The two became fast friends and decided to work together in the growing world of entertainment software. Hori's first success at Enix was the Portapoya serial murder case, which I will give a shot. It seems pretty cool, so one of these days I'll play it. A screen-by-screen adventure game that tasks the player with unraveling the mysterious circumstances of a violent murder in an eponymous seaside town. The title proved to be a watershed moment for the young Hori, gathering him well-respected Enix and strengthening his relationship with Nakamura.
Well, that took a dark turn.
What do you mean?
The story.
Oh, yeah. In 1983, Enix sent Hori and Nakamura to Applefest.
There we go. That's
Applefest?
better.
Applefest.
That's more cheerful.
A trade show hosted by Apple Computers in San Francisco that allowed attendees to sample new business software.
Okay, that makes more sense because I was thinking like a apple orchard.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? Why?
So I should have probably went Apple Copyright Fest.
We're not on the same page here.
No, that was, I was like, why would they go to an orchard?
Because
Like,
I thought the same thing. That's why I was like, oh, that's cheerful.
okay.
It was here that Hori encountered his first RPG wizardry. Having never encountered a game like this before, where success depended on strategy and thorough planning rather than quick reflexes, Hori became enamored with the seemingly endless mysteries of the game that he had purchased it on the Apple II immediately upon his return to Japan, just to play the game. That's a console seller, right? That's what we call
Apparently.
a console seller.
Well, it was.
Gotta play that wizardry now. Apparently it's great.
Yeah, on the Switch.
Yeah, on the
On
Switch.
the Switch. I don't know. Are you sure it can run full graphics of wizardry on the Switch? I seen its specs, man.
I don't know.
Well,
They should try either way. I need
it'll
more
take a
games
lot
to
of
play.
coding and a lot of downgrading in the frames per second. I'm not sure if it'll even go 60 frames per second.
Well, Mario Odyssey does. So hopefully other games are capable.
In 1985, Portapoyo was ported to the Famicom, greatly improving the machine's software library from a handful of obtuse titles. This porting success gained Hori further recognition among the gaming community, prompting him to be inaugurated in Weekly Shonen Jump's Famicom Kamiken periodical. This bi-monthly article was on current games and trends. When Hori sent in his own article, he was quickly hired as a staff writer. I don't know about that.
That's interesting.
That is.
Here's my opinion of the games. Oh, you get a job.
Right.
That would be great to happen to me.
Yeah,
just
we
be
would
like-
all be employed in
Just
gaming
tell
industry.
everybody how I feel about Bounty Hunter, and then
No,
I
but
immediately get a
I
job.
think he got the job because he made his own game. That's what I'm.
Yeah, I
getting here,
guess.
Like, oh well, I made a game. Well, you get a job here at IGN. Was the game good? Doesn't matter. You get a job
it
at
was a piece of
IGN.
shit, you know.
All right. From this connection, Hori would put his college education to good use and use his writing skills to various mangakai in the magazine as he worked on his games. Eventually meeting acclaimed artist Akira Toriyama at that Shonen Jump New Year's party.
Oh man, it begins.
So it's
on the new year too. That's
the
awesome.
big three.
Together.
Yes. It's like Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman. It's the big three.
Rodman.
Yes. Are we going to name Horace or Kerr from the Bulls? Really?
Well, Kerr is the reason why they won the championship that year.
One championship. The other one is because Jordan pushed off Russell. I'm a longtime Utah Jazz fan.
Yeah. It's true. Sorry,
That
Caleb.
game was completely
Sorry to leave you out of the sports
game
talk.
6 is
All I know is Michael Jordan and Larry Bird.
You know the Hornets, though.
I know Huey the Hornet.
the horn. Okay. Anyway, what I find
Good enough,
interesting
I
is
guess.
how he was a game creator, and then Nakamura was a game creator, and just randomly while he was at doing his various news jobs is how he met both him and Akira.
It's fate.
It's
It
fate.
is
Yeah.
predestined.
That's why we're here today, because of this meeting.
Yeah, I know,
This
and it's been the
fateful meeting.
same big three throughout the entire series.
Well, they did basically create every RPG after the first Dragon Quest because of the influence that it had.
Yeah,
That's true.
I'm
yeah.
seeing. I see Phantasy Star branching out and doing a lot more different things, but I do need to get into Phantasy Star to see a
Fantasy
lot more.
Star
Was
is
doing
hard
a lot
to
of different
play.
things. But it's different. It's not like
Oh, I know. I've played him before. It is very different.
yeah. With the success of the Famicom port proving that a slow game can dominate the sales charts in an action game market, was it really an action game market back then?
What was the
Really?
year?
Around 1985, 86.
That was like Super Mario Bros. Year, so
Is that action?
I guess the trends were going that
There's-
way.
From what I've seen, there hasn't been a lot of RPGs that were developed at the time. There were a
Right.
few, like a very small amount.
So everything else is action.
So basically, everything that would like require, they didn't really have genres.
Yeah, agreed.
So anything that required like reflexes or anything was basically an action game.
yeah.
That makes sense.
Hori and Nakamura agreed that the timing was right to begin development on the Famicom's first genuine RPG. After a lengthy process of convincing Enix supervisor Yukinobu Chida of the project's potential for success, the unnamed project was given the green light to begin development with Hori as sole scenario writer, Nakamura as lead programmer, and Toriyama as illustrator. Instead of a common wizardry clone, the two decided to combine the best aspects of both the aforementioned series and its chief competitor, Ultima.
Dun dun dun.
And
Ultima Wizardry was born.
Yes. And eliminate the largest design flaws of both in the process. To accomplish this, it was decided to use the simple menu-driven command system of Portapoya, the first-person battle screen of Wizardry, and the bird's-eye view map exploration of Ultima. Coincidentally, acclaimed composer Koichi Sugiyama had filled out a consumer response card packaged on the back of Portapoya and was quickly approached for the possibility of composing the music for the ambitious title. Accepting the challenge, Sugiyama meets with the team and begins his composition work, even going as far as to play the scores on his piano over the phone for group approval.
Wow.
Dedication. Hey guys, listen to this.
And an 8-bit, right?
Yeah, while he's on the piano, they're like, we can't quite hear it.
He's
Can
on
you
a
play that
piano,
again?
piano and a car phone going through a tunnel.
It sounds like composition. I'm pretty sure he got the merits on that based of what he had done for TV commercials and TV shows apparently before Dragon Quest work. So they probably looked at his credentials and been like, okay, yeah, he's pretty freaking suitable. And I know that Sugiyama was already a trained composer at that point. And he wasn't just one random person that showed up one day. He actually had a repertoire of getting music done. So, all right. Hori's approach to design is cohesive, condensed conveyance of information. It's his philosophy, a result of his experiences as an amateur manga artist. The difficulty in balancing the amount of information being presented to a reader with the limited amount of page space available was greatly influential to the man. And Hori found his experiences with such spatial limitations to be analogous. I don't know why I can't.
Analogous.
The data limits. Yeah, I know.
Analogous, dude. If Joe had heard that, you would not hear the end of it for the rest of your life.
I think you should keep saying it. I like it.
Always leads straight back to anal.
Yeah, I
To
guess
the data
so.
limits of early computer software, he admits to requiring a long time to build up motivation to begin in the first place. Prior to Dragon Quest VIII, Hori would write every line of dialogue for his games, even down to nameless NPCs.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well,
It's pretty
there's
interesting.
not much story in the beginning, so I mean, that wouldn't be hard to do.
Yeah, plus we don't originally have the Japanese games themselves per like translation of how little it might have been versus when it came here to United States NES,
Right.
and then versus what we have when we played the mobile.
Right.
I cannot judge any scale for that of how much was actually done, but we'll see for like 4, 5, and 6, and 7. Yeah, leading up to 8. It says so.
Leading up to 8?
Yeah, leading up to 8.
Ooh.
See, so that's crazy.
There's
to
a
me.
lot of dialogue in 7 and 8.
Yeah.
Like a lot.
Well, good thing there's voice acting in 8.
Yeah.
Other works. I had completely forgotten about this for years, but he was a supervisor for Chrono motherfucking Trigger.
Oh, wow.
The big three of that was obviously him, the big Gooch,
The Gooch.
Sekaguchi,
Yeah.
and
I keep-
Akira obviously did the designs for Trigger.
I keep forgetting that that Schweiss calls him the Gooch.
It's awesome.
I didn't even know he did that.
Oh, you didn't know that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, man. Yeah. They
We
call him
have
the Gooch.
one non-UFF listener dropping the mic.
Well, I don't listen to it either, but I was there for when they started calling him the Gooch.
So do you think he? We've all played Chrono Trigger in this room, right?
I played some of it, yes.
Oh, Craig, what the?
Caleb.
I do need to
Okay.
beat
This
it.
is strictly
Some of
for
it?
Dylan. Then,
Yes, some
how
of
do you
it.
feel about him being supervisor on Chrono Trigger?
Well, the game turned out amazing, so I'm good with it.
Yep.
Literally the only bad game that I've seen from him so far is Dragon Quest II.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah. Well, it's not that hard when you can only mention 3.
Yeah, and
Four,
comparing it to
sorry.
Chrono Trigger doesn't even hold up at all.
Yeah.
That game's a masterpiece.
So yeah, you take probably Hori. I can't say Hori in his prime because I don't know much about the series yet. So we'll be the judge of that later. But that at that time was definitely the Gooch's prime.
The Gooch's prime.
Yes, right around 4, 5, and 6. of
His
Final
prime was
Fantasy.
working with Hori.
Ooh.
Dun, dun.
Okay. All right. Hori currently heads his own production company, Armor Project, a company that has an exclusive production contract with Square Enix. The contract was established with Enix before the company merged with Square, which probably makes sense on why nobody's been able to switch up the formula for the 3. And Enix probably likes it that way, or they don't dare change it.
Dare change Dragon Quest?
The big 3 for Dragon Quest.
Oh,
Like
yeah.
they've been doing that with FF, and everybody, new game. Oh, we got to change everything up.
Yeah.
I think it's because of the the production company that they have with Armor Project that they might be the ones in control versus Square Enix, the ones in control.
Yeah. Plus, like with those 3 guys, Dragon Quest being as popular as it is in Japan, there's no way they would break up a team that consistently gets sales like that.
Yeah.
There's no way.
So we have some trivia here. Hori describes himself as a mischievous and finds shocking and surprising players to be one of the most rewarding parts of his career as a game designer.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, that makes sense because, like, at the end of Dragon Quest 1, there's the choice to choose between, like, sharing the world with the Dragon Lord or, like, choosing to fight him.
Yeah, that's awesome too that they give you that choice at the end.
It is.
Which-
That is honestly one of the reasons why I love Dragon Quest 1 so much.
Yeah, and it ties in really well with builders too.
Yeah.
That choice.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. The
It's the entire plot outline.
yeah. There's one choice.
Though admittedly his skills have deteriorated since his college days, Hori draws a slime as part of his signature when signing autographs.
Nice.
I'd be for that.
I need to get his signature on something.
On anything?
Well, yeah, pretty
Okay.
much anything. Preferably a game, though.
Not a
If
body
you're-
part.
If we're
Not your forehead?
I would like maybe Dragon Quest 1 to have him sign.
Get it on your arm, and then you can get a tattoo.
I need it. Thing is, though, like I'd have to get like the Japanese one because like I don't care for the cover art for the Dragon Warrior.
Are we just
The
talking
first one?
Yeah, for the first one.
That one's awesome.
It's
Are
not.
we talking US?
Yeah, we're talking U.S.
Yeah, the Green Dragon and the Warrior. That's awesome.
It's okay, but I prefer the Japanese one.
I
Not,
disagree.
it is not a bad cover. I just don't think
Plus, it's called
ties-
Dragon Warrior.
I know that
Yeah.
that just Yeah,
And there's a
so-
dragon and a warrior. It's pretty straightforward.
Yeah, it's straightforward. So it's not.
But it's not the Dragon Warrior.
It's not bad per se.
Yeah,
I've
that's
got no problems with it.
Art-wise,
Except-
I like it.
Right. Except that it does not portray the game much like most cover arts do.
It does
And
in a
it's whimsical.
way. It does in a way. I will be honest,
it's-
like it covers the part where you fight the green dragon. That is the part that it is covering.
That's when
But
the
it-
game changes too.
but it,
It's such a
like-
key part of that game.
I know.
It does not look whimsical like the game is. It looks serious.
Yeah.
And it's the game is not that.
Well,
It's
look at the other games.
It's a
at that
misleading
time. Like
cover.
Mega Man.
Yeah,
Mega
Mega Man's
Man's
cover is so
awful.
bad.
Mega Man 2, right? Where it's the
no,
actual adult. Yeah, Mega Man 2 is the actual
where he has like
adult
the
looking.
gun in his hand
Yeah.
instead of like his arm being the gun. Dude, that every time I see it, it makes me laugh. Like I can't. I'm like, that is not even close.
It's awesome though.
No, it's not.
I think it's awesome.
Okay.
It's something. That's what it
Maybe
is.
that's what they're going for with that. People pick up the game
Ah,
because
they try
the
to-
box
they try-
art looks awesome.
They always try to make those things like in the old days. They'd make them try to look so epic.
They did,
It's
yeah.
Like, it's so funny to see him though.
I think they succeed.
And as the games,
You know, I would like to see some cover art for new games come out with like old style like paint jobs.
That would be
like,
interesting.
like the NES stuff.
I would like
Just
to
like-
see at least one game try
Like
it.
any one game that just like tries to make their game look super epic through like this weird painting that like that has nothing to do with the rest of the game.
I think you lost Jake.
no, I think
I would
that
like
as games have
that
been
to
getting more
happen.
grand scale and epic, the covers have gotten worse. They've gotten more bland to me.
yeah,
Yeah.
like
And
the,
typical. Oh, we need to show the protagonist on the front cover.
yeah, like the Call of Duty.
Not only
Box
Call of Duty,
art.
this applies to most things. I look at Horizon Zero Dawn's cover, and it is bland.
Yeah,
It's
most-
better than most though. Like look at BioShock Infinite. That one's terrible.
It
And,
is.
like
With him and wait, which?
It's
sorry,
just
I,
him
I
with
got
the
a complete
gun.
version. I'm trying to. Okay, it's him.
it's
in
just
the,
him with the gun.
Yes, I have complete version with Elizabeth on the front cover too.
And
so
then
my bad.
Doom 2016. It's just the main character.
Well,
That's
well,
it.
of course you have to have Doom
Oh,
guy. That's
the
an
reverse
exception.
Doom cover though.
Yeah.
is
I flipped
fucking
your copy.
Sweet.
I
Yeah.
flipped your copy. To
You
the,
flipped it back because I had it.
oh, you had it that
I
way.
had it
okay,
that
my
way,
bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the superior version.
Yeah, the one
by
where
far.
he's like by himself shooting all the demons.
That's how it
like
should have
that,
been.
Like panoramic, dude. Yeah, panoramic covers are sweet. There was one
Yeah.
for Marvel vs. Capcom 3
Yeah.
that had like all the characters.
There
on it.
was actually one for BioShock Infinite too, which I also switched
Yeah,
because it was better.
this panoramic covers is sweet.
Yeah.
It wasn't panoramic though.
It wasn't a wraparound one.
Oh yeah, it was actually. Scratch that.
All right,
It just wasn't that epic.
it just wasn't epic. Okay,
It just looked like classic,
okay.
classical theme. So
I don't think I've seen that cover, so
it's sweet. It's got the storm. Or is it Songbird or Stormbird?
it's Songbird.
Songbird.
Yeah, it's got the Songbird on there.
Oh.
the silhouette.
Songbird is sweet.
Yeah.
So now
Apparently,
that we've gotten
his
super
favorite
off topic.
games is 3 because of its gameplay and 5 because of its story narrative.
Oh well, we'll find out about 5, but 3 does have really good gameplay.
Yes.
Yeah, I agree.
Favorite characters are apparently Pancraz and Bianca.
That sounds like 5.
Flew over our heads. We don't know
Yeah.
yet.
Yeah,
Fav-
we don't know
We'll
those
get there.
characters.
Favorite monster is the slime and Barbados.
Barbados.
The most hated dungeons: Galen's Grave in 1 and the Cave of Renderic in 2.
Oh yeah. Okay.
You remember
know,
the cave?
Gallon's Cave isn't that bad in the
No.
first one, but dude, that one cave in 2.
Mm-hmm.
That's the cave right
Awful.
at the end, right?
Yeah, I
right
believe
before
that
the last
right before
castle.
the ice. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's a shit cave.
It is. It sucks. It sucks to backtrack through that.
I remember your hatred towards
Yeah,
that particular event.
If you haven't heard me rant about that, go check out our second episode, our Dragon Quest II review.
Re-review.
Yeah, re-review.
The hate and the anger is still there.
The rage.
It lingers.
It
It still
flows
lingers
through
now.
you.
I'm starting to get upset now about it.
Now you know how I feel whenever somebody brings up friggin' Bounty Hunter. It's like I
Yeah.
get flashbacks immediately.
PTSD.
Yeah, dude.
Dude, fucking glitch.
That
I love that.
Yeah.
I love that's the thing. I love that that is the thing.
I want to get a shirt with that saying on it.
You should. That'd be
Yeah.
awesome.
The merch for all of Geekdom Entertainment needs to
If
be
it,
updated.
there will be some stuff later. I'm looking into making stuff cheaper, but
Okay,
anyway.
cool.
I
And for this show?
I found a
What?
quote.
Are you looking at stuff at this for this
We
show
don't know.
too?
For this show too, yes,
Okay.
everything.
I found a quote by Hori, which actually seems to make a lot of sense to me for the 3 games that I have played. But my objective is to make the games intuitive and accessible for anybody. I'm the kind of person who does not read the manual before playing a game. So I
So he's
want to
like
make
Joe?
sure. No, that's the
Way to
tutorial.
give Joe a defense.
That's the tutorial. That's different. Tutorial. Yes.
That's similar.
Similar, yes, but don't give Joe any way out on this.
I
He
won't.
butchered tactics for no good reason.
Yeah, I didn't listen to that one.
Look at teaspoon.
So I want to make sure the game is simple with simple controls, but you can still have complex action and enjoy the gameplay. I wanted to include humor in the games so the people who play can actually really enjoy and have laugh out loud moments, of which I've had a few already.
I don't think I have.
Laugh out loud moments.
You didn't tickle thy fancy or...
Yeah, dude,
I didn't have that
Oh
text.
yeah, you didn't have that line,
Yeah.
dude. I laughed my ass off at that line.
I laughed
Like,
at it too when you told me.
Any of our fine wares tickleth thy fancy.
And
Yeah.
the princess needing the D.
Yeah, the princess at the end of 1. Oh man,
I feel like I missed out on so much.
So great, dude. If you replay 1, you got to do it on the phone
I'll
or
at
like
least
the,
do 1.
mobile.
2 is a game I won't touch.
Yeah, don't bother with
Or
2.
recommend.
You've already played 2. You've already punished yourself enough. Yeah, but if anybody is planning on playing any of these games along with us or playing the first game, I do recommend getting it on Google Play. It is like
Agreed.
it is $1 and it is not a very long game, so it's like the perfect one to have on there.
Yeah, I played it on the NES, but I would also make that recommendation.
Of getting it on Google Play.
Yeah, go with the
most
mobile
definitely.
version.
And what we figured out is it's got a phenomenal soundtrack.
It does.
Yeah,
It does have a great
comparatively.
soundtrack that Dylan is
Orchestra.
now discovering through Builders, as it has the same
Builders-
soundtrack.
Builders has an awesome soundtrack.
Yep, it is.
I feel like I missed out on so much.
You did. You did.
I'm filled with regret.
How much did that Dragon Warrior cost you?
Like $10.
Oh, okay, it's not that bad.
Yeah,
10 times our cost, though.
That's true. But I got the physical copy, so
That's true. You do have the NES copy, which is sweet.
yeah.
OG.
It has that awesome artwork that you guys don't appreciate.
I just
I
prefer.
did not say that I hated it.
I like the other one better. That's
Well,
all
I
I'm saying.
disagree.
It's sweet in a way. I just like mostly I just like how the NES artwork is always like more epic than the game seems.
Well, it didn't help sales, so
Unfortunately,
yeah,
they had to give away everything.
they did for that one. Still, though, I like it.
I guess the superior cover is the Japanese one then, because that's the one that sold the game.
It's true. Everybody in
Just
Japan
kidding,
loves it.
Dylan.
Yeah, the cover is what sold the game.
Actually, back then I would say that because you didn't have a lot of medium to show off the game too
Yeah,
much.
there's not the internet to look up videos, or there's not really screenshots. It's basically entirely off of word of mouth commercials
or a
if they
few
have
magazines, obviously Nintendo
Yeah, it could've been
Power, but
magazines.
It could have been marketed differently, though.
Well,
Oh,
they
I-
marketed.
we don't
it
know that.
for
with
free.
actual like Akira artwork, yeah, I guarantee it was marketed differently. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that part's kind of obvious with the different covers, but
Yeah.
still, I still find it the better cover.
All right,
So
guys.
that
Well,
is-
you can follow us on Twitter. You can find me at Obsidian Ba.
Me at Wandering Flame.
And me at DROM Media.
Yes, and we can go to puffpuffhour at .com, right?
.geekdomentertainment.com. We don't have
Oh, okay.
the
Fuck.
official.
Well, and then you can find
Not
us on
yet.
Facebook, of course, searching Puff Puff Hour. You can
Or
search Puff Puff
iTunes.
Hour in Google, and we are apparently the first result, so that's great.
first 4 results with all the
First
respective
4
things
results.
we just mentioned.
We are the
Facebook.
greatest Puff Puff thing ever created. So
Oh, yes. But
Even-
5th place is those Puff Puff Nigerian recipe for those bread-looking things. We need to take the top 10 spots.
is
on
that
Google.
an actual Dragon Quest thing?
No, it's not.
Okay,
It's
then why the
Nigerian.
hell do you keep like mentioning it like we need to do it?
Yeah, let's plug that.
Like literally,
It's not relevant
food-
at all.
Yeah,
Food
literally,
episode, man.
literally every time he
saw-
sees it, he's
I
like,
saw
"We
a
need to
video
do this."
The other day of a grand event, the 30th anniversary they did in Japan, and they literally had like fast food Happy Meals and specific Dragon Quest meals, to where they would arrange the noodles to look like heel slimes.
Oh, that's
Sorry,
cool.
and pancakes to look like the slime, and then noodles was the tentacles off the heel slimes.
Ah, that's nice.
Someone
Yeah.
on the forums mentioned that too, that we could do like a food review episode.
Food review.
Horrible episode.
We don't
idea.
need to drop down to UFF depths.
to squeeze out the content.
Yeah,
So
gotta-
we have it every week.
gotta drain that rag of content as
Gotta
far as we
squeeze
can.
the life out of it till there's nothing left, and still.
Eventually,
find
we'll have to set
topics.
it on fire. Yep.
All right. So hopefully you guys enjoyed this hoary episode. And our next episode should be approaching somewhat soon, at least by the end of the year.
Yeah, it will be Builders. Builders is our next episode, just to be
Yep.
clear.
And then in the Builders, we'll discuss what the next game would be. If we feel at the time, if we want to do a monster game, some other spinoff, or go straight into 4.
I've
You'll
already
find out
started
then.
4.
All
so
right, fine, then it's 4.
We're going directly into 4.
I just opened 4.2. We'll have a
We're-
video for that.
Yes.
4 has
We didn't-
already bent over, and I'm already all the way in. So we're doing that one after Builders.
Yeah, check out our unboxing.
So this is not a
episode, too.
democracy.
It is not a democracy. I am the dictator, and we will do as I say.
I think we already decided 4 anyway.
We already decided, yeah.
All right. No, I'm
If
just trying
not-
to give you a hard time. I don't care one bit.
If not, we'll take a vote now. 4?
Four.
4 next
And, yeah,
door?
four,
4, yeah.
four,
Yeah, I
four it
already
is.
said it. So welcome to another episode of Puff Puff Hour. I am your host, Caleb Craig.
And I'm your host, Dylan Rominger.
And I'm Jacob Wright.
Yes, and today is a spotlight on Akira Toriyama, the artist behind Dragon Quest.
So, Craig, why are we doing Akira Toriyama today?
Because you fucking wanted to? I don't know. Don't ask me.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, what happened last week to cause us to move a spotlight episode ahead?
I don't know. Some fucker didn't beat Dragon Quest V. Yeah.
Such derogatory terms towards yourself.
Towards myself? I don't know about that.
I thought we were going to be discreet
You
about
left
that.
your DS at Schweiss's.
That wasn't my fucking fault.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Whose was it?
I blame outside forces.
Yeah, it was an
Did
act
your
of
like
God.
car explode?
Dude, it was an act of God. It might as well have been.
Yeah.
Because we had said, okay, you have a vehicle now, which is probably your high praise. You were mentioning, hey, I got a vehicle. And
Congrats, yeah.
Then, yeah, and then we're like, drive back to Schweiss's and get the DS. And you're like, no.
Nah.
Well, we did have a little extra time, I think.
We could have
Before we
waited
were
a
ready.
fucking week. You know, we didn't have to do this specific episode.
But me and
We
Jake
didn't
have been
to
done
do an
for like
episode.
2 weeks, so
2 weeks?
2 weeks.
Yeah, whatever.
Anyway,
So we've gone over a month without an episode. So I figured All right, let's
True,
do it, Kira.
we did need an episode, so it's fine. And
We're
then
sorry about that, guys.
and then in a week or two we'll have Dragon Quest V, so it's fine. It's fine.
So yeah,
Or may
look
just be
forward to
next
that.
week.
I'm fucking trying to speed run through it, the fucking trying to get through Dragon Quest V while playing like fucking
Yeah.
it's 7 other RPGs, it's fantastic, great fun.
Living the dream, man.
I know.
RPG world here. All right. Well, where are you in Dragon Quest V?
I think I'm at the halfway point. I barely became king at the fucking Gotha. And, my wife just got kidnapped, which sucks balls. So I gotta go find her.
Who'd you pick?
Deborah,
Yeah,
the greatest choice.
the comedic choice.
Honestly, it's kind of weird because I will probably get more into this in Dragon Quest V, but it seems like the only two real choices, is Deborah and Bianca. Bianca
That's
has
fair.
more of a story connection, I would say, because like you had the past with her.
Yeah, you
But
go on
then-
adventures
But
together.
then Deborah is like, and like Nira, the only way that she's like connected is because she's introduced before Deborah. So it's like,
Yeah.
if they had introduced Deborah first, it's like, oh, well, we need to marry Deborah off. But she's like the comedic choice. So they're like, oh, well.
And then there's
fuck
the
it.
third girl who's just like,
Nira,
Eh.
she didn't really.
She has a name.
I don't remember her
yeah,
name.
her name was Nira.
Oh, that's
of
right.
Being
Yeah, she's like so. I don't know. She's like quiet,
Bland.
and I mean, she's fine, I guess, if you're like into the shy type girl, I guess.
Yeah.
But it's also like a 2D RPG, so it's not like you really get that from her.
Yeah.
It's like Bianca, she's like so willing to like let other people have you, even though she like it seems like she has feelings for your guy.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
That's a good
'Cause she's
characteristic.
like,
I think
she's
of her.
like, oh well, Bianca, you have feelings for him too, right? And then the fucking Deborah comes out of nowhere, like she's like, oh well, he fucking did this. I'll let him marry me, I guess. And I was like, yeah, fuck yeah.
he's accomplished, so
Yeah.
that's
It's
enough
like,
to get it
I've,
done.
I've proved my worth to Deborah, and she's all into it.
She still gives you crap though, which
She
is
gives you
awesome.
constant crap, which is awesome, but she also has like soft, tender moments, which is weird.
I haven't experienced that because I chose Bianca.
Yeah.
Spoiler.
Bianca's Bay.
Yeah. When it really comes down to it,
Don't
though,
ever use that word.
it's just like
It's not a
hair
word.
color.
Bianca is my waifu.
Really?
Waifu.
You went it because
I
she's blonde?
Didn't use Bianca.
What?
So like I didn't really get the story aspect of her.
What
Post.
What
It's
weapon?
basically that though.
What weapon does the Bianca use?
She can use
remember.
whips.
Whips.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's
'cause,
anything else, but default should be whips for anything.
Deborah can use like she has certain swords she can use, and then
And
she
the
uses
hammer.
like the claw weapons
I think her magic was better though for Bianca.
for Bianca.
Yeah. I don't know for sure though.
Well, Deborah learned to oomph, and I was like, yeah,
That's a good move.
Yeah. It was like right at 16, and then she gets fucking kidnapped, and I was like, God damn it, I need her back in my party.
Yeah, I didn't use her in my party.
So it sucks. My great damage dealing output is gone now.
I did till about halfway through the game, and then I just booted her out.
Who'd you ditch her for?
Another slime
Monster?
knight.
A slime knight.
Yeah, I doubled down on the slime knights, man. Both pretty tolerable attack and heal.
Okay.
It's pretty good when you have like your entire party can heal themselves on their own.
I used the tank. Golem.
Yeah, Golem. Golem
Golem
can
is
heal itself
awesome.
too. So
I keep trying to get a golem, but I can't get one to join me. So what I've got
Dude,
so
it's-
far is I've got one of those little yellow dragons. Can't remember what it's fucking called. I got like
Probably yellow dragon.
one of the little tiny yellow dragons you find at the beginning, and then I got an apple, and
Bad apple.
yeah, the rotten apple, and
the hog always needs an apple in his mouth.
and I got fuck. Oh yeah, it's the saber. The yeah.
I liked Saber.
I have a couple other guys, but they're not worth mentioning.
Saber really scales off.
He
He's
does
Like near
pretty good
in-game.
damage.
he's got some good weapons at the end of the game.
Yeah, he's got some good damage for me right now. But my best guy, I think, is for my monsters. I think is the apple. Dude, he's
What does he use?
Rotten apple,
He
yeah.
has good magic, dude.
Yeah.
He has like one spell that like hits everybody for like at least 50 damage, which is like great early on.
That's pretty good.
And I've had him like since the beginning. He was like the first fucking monster I got, and he's like, yeah, I'll just fucking. And he's a rotten apple, right? And then his fucking name is Adams.
Adam's apple.
Adam's apple. God,
That's
dude,
what I love
there's
about these
so
games.
many fucking pun names. It's insanity.
The golem that I got, his name was Mason.
Mason. Wow.
Stone Mason.
Yeah. What was the other joke name that one of my guys has? Oh yeah, I got one of the brownies. You know, like the mole dudes, and his
Yeah.
name is Wacka.
Yeah, I got Wacka too.
Yeah, Whack-a-mole. God damn it, dude.
It's
I
awesome.
love it.
I love it too, but at the same time, it's like so much pun.
It's more frequent in 5, I think.
Oh, it's everywhere in 5. Like 4 had a lot, but 5 is like, ha
I wonder if that's going to be a trend for the series, like progresses in puns.
dude.
More and
I'm
more
down.
and more.
That'd be great.
Honestly, I don't know if anything can top 5 because literally every monster that joins you, its name is a pun in some form. I swear to God.
Yeah.
So like every monster is a pun. That's what it like, and every monster name is a pun in some way.
Yeah.
Like,
To begin with,
like some of the monsters in there is like a legionnaire. It's like a zombie knight. Like, oh my God.
That's some of the quirk of the series that I really like.
The humor.
Yeah,
The
the
humor
humor.
is really great.
It is not taking itself too seriously for the
Yeah.
most part.
Yeah, it's nice. It's nice from the RPGs that take themselves too seriously. It's the lightheartedness that I enjoy.
It is pretty great. I do like the it's more whimsical than like pretty much every other series, which is awesome.
Yeah, when you compare it to Final Fantasy, it's way more whimsical.
Yeah. It's child.
Yeah.
So you guys already beat it, right? What were your final times? Do you remember?
It was
It
like
should have
30
had the same
hours,
time.
around 30.
I believe
30
mine
hours?
was about 35 after I beat the final boss. I've done
Oh,
all the
well,
post game
then
content,
I
so
am
mine.
past halfway if that's the case then.
It sounds like you are.
Because like I'm at 22, 23 hours. So
Oh, you're getting close.
Although
if I
depending-
speed running like fucking Dylan at 30 hours, I'm only 7 hours away. That's pretty good news.
Well, we live in Utah, and the snow gets pretty bad sometimes, and I don't really have a car that's good for the snow.
Yeah.
So it snowed really hard a couple of weeks ago, and I took a day off of work, and I just played through DQ 5 the whole time.
Nice.
And that's how I got it done so fast.
Got to play through that Dairy
Fucking,
Queen.
fucking
Yeah, that
Jake
Dairy Queen.
Jake telling me earlier he's fucking starting Dragon Quest 6 like a premature bitch.
I'm not going to do that. I don't want to mix up stories.
I'm not mixing up stories. I'm literally like near the beginning of the game. Just
Yeah.
grinding.
Early grind.
Early grind, level 8 or so right now. So
Be awesome if you like in Dragon Quest 5, well, you start out as a kid and you like just grind the fuck out, so you're like max level, and then you become an
Beat
adult.
the game as a
Oh,
kid.
like that.
Yeah, you're like
FF
a fucking.
That would be cool if you could do that. Just stay
Oh,
the
and
kid
it
the whole
auto-
time.
But that reminds me of that FF7 article. The guy had upgraded in the beginning area all the way to level 99.
Oh, I did hear
Oh,
about
yeah.
that.
Yeah. No.
It took him
What
like
the-
how many months did that say?
I don't know.
Like,
It was
But
ridiculous.
It was
what it
yeah, it was
reminded
like
me
a
of.
fucking long time. I was
Yeah.
like, God, dude, why?
If only it were possible.
I mean, it's like I did it just to see if I could, and like, well, yeah, you can. I don't
Yeah.
know. It's like,
You can get Rex to level 99 in FF12, but who's going to do that?
Well, he was dedicated.
why would you do that?
Exactly. That's my point.
You literally have him for less than it's 20 minutes at most.
I know.
I'm not familiar with
Literally
12.
like 3 minutes if you're playing on ×4 speed. God damn it, dude.
Do any of the Dragon Quest games have that speed up time while you're grinding?
I don't think there's like a
7 had something
For the
I
3DS
think.
one?
I think
Yeah.
there's an auto
That'll help.
battler fix in 7 and 8.
Don't
Okay.
think there's an auto battle, but it does have a time speed. I think you can go double
Okay.
time.
That's cool. That'll help a lot.
I think.
Especially
Coming
on
up soon.
100-hour
I went
RPG,
into
apparently.
both of them
Yeah.
for like 2 minutes, and then so I can't be trusted on that.
Yeah,
So I
that's
think-
the one
I
I'm
think
gonna
it's
go
just a
with.
double time.
The 3DS copy.
I still don't know which one I fucking want to
I know,
do
it
because
is-
it's like I can stream it if I play it on PS2, but if I play it on PS2, I can't. I won't be able to do the awesome stuff that they added in the 3DS
Yeah, the
version.
additional stuff.
I mean,
But
I
it
love
doesn't-
the PS2, but
And streaming would be really good
it's
for
like-
our show
it's
too.
new stuff or stream, and it's like
I'm listening to the soundtrack of 8 on the DS, and DS, not the best in the sound department.
Well,
And I'm looking at the
got-
graphics. I'm enjoying everything
they
I'm seeing.
downscaled it slightly.
It is, yeah. I'm
Yeah,
looking
that's a
at
little
this, and I'm
disappointing.
like, I don't know, man. I don't know. I'm really torn.
They had to
between
remake
the
the
two.
entire game to put
Yeah.
it on the 3DS. So it's like it's cool, but it's like on PS2 it also does
The
look
cell
better.
shading looks top
Yeah,
notch
so,
still.
Yeah,
Well,
it's
that's,
tough decisions
so-
right there.
We got
Lots
quite a
of
few good updates.
exciting things ahead.
Yep.
Yeah.
Anyway, on to the updates.
Yeah, we officially have a Twitch page, twitch.tv/puffpuffhour.
Oh,
Very
yeah.
simple.
Are we streaming this episode?
Yes, we are.
Cool.
We are streaming this episode.
Well, it's
I'm
probably
having trouble loading out the tweet for some reason right now.
it's probably pretty late though. We're recording late today,
Yeah,
so
really late. Plus, fucking daylight savings time for us in the U.S. and for here.
Mountain
so.
Standard.
Yeah.
We're gonna skip forward an hour. Which
Yeah.
is fucking pain in
it's
the
already
ass.
12 right now
Right.
as we're recording. So if we hit 2, it's gonna suddenly jump to 3, which is kind of sucky. But
We still do not have T Republic up. I don't know what's going on with Joe. Maybe that'll be discussed for all the stores. It's been a couple months. I don't know what's going on, but
Yeah,
our
we'll get
Patreon
something.
is up, and I am hella happy. You guys are
Yeah.
awesome.
Oh,
very
yeah, we
awesome.
Have, we who's donated so far? We gotta give shout outs.
We have 6 people, and there is Jacob Bay. Awesome.
yeah,
Ultimate top tier patron
he's been
right
great
here.
for us so far.
I believe I messaged you on Patreon to see what you want to do for an episode, but if not, you could reach us anywhere on our Twitters, through the Patreon, or
I think
through
he's
the
on
Facebook
our
page.
Facebook
as
page
well,
too.
yeah.
I've
However,
seen, so
We
Our
totally
Facebook is really active.
Yep.
it's been good.
More active
I'm surprised
than
how
than
much
the Twitter.
how much traffic we've had to it.
so we totally owe you an episode. Fun to mop, which is totally a couple of days or Nude Clan people. It's
Nude
great.
Clan and UFF. Yeah.
Yep.
By the way, listen to those as well.
Yes.
If you don't already.
Yes.
Also on our network.
The greatest network of all time, Geekdom Entertainment.
That's right.
We shall surpass any other network that has ever existed.
Hopefully,
All right. Who else?
Sean Huffman,
Sweet.
He sounds new.
Sweet.
Welcome.
Sean Pendergrass,
A lot of
He's very,
Sean's.
very active
Digging
on
it.
on the Facebook page.
and our 2 most Twitter active, which we have the most conversations with, Disa Oakland and Abrac.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Longtime supporters, friends of the network,
Yeah. Fans of me.
Huge amount
fans of Caleb, apparently.
Yep.
Fans in like quotation marks.
No, yeah, well, Abrac,
Is
I don't know.
Abrac a fan of anybody?
Abrac and I have a love-hate relationship, I feel.
Yeah.
I feel it's the exact same way with me. I know I fuck up with the photos, but I figured out what was going on with my phone, why it was autofocusing the background instead of the fucking
I
foreground.
don't
so
know. I think he's just being a dick to you, which I'm totally cool with.
yeah, it's fun.
It was a pretty bad picture, though.
Oh hell yeah, it is. Yeah.
And like we warned him before he sent it out, so he deserved the backlash.
I usually do it at the same time.
Yeah.
I just massively send everything out. So yeah, we
Yeah.
have met a couple of the Patreon goals. We will be streaming every episode now, so that's good.
Yeah,
That
we
should
will
be-
tweet it out at least 2 hours in advance before we stream.
Unless we have a long Monopoly game
Excluding today.
Yeah, excluding today because today was weird.
Yeah.
Today was weird.
It was a weird day.
Yep.
It was a fun day, though.
Oh, it's awesome.
Yeah, I had a nice. How long was that fucking Monopoly game Joe and I had? because
3
you guys
hours.
were bitches and dropped out way early.
Well, we got killed off pretty early on.
Dylan survived until the end ish.
Yeah, I exploited the
You
railroad.
had,
Well, when you got-
died the
okay.
last in the last half hour.
Yeah,
Last half hour was solidly me and Joe, just like back and forth.
we left.
Okay, when you have 5 people playing, you cannot expect to last that long
Doesn't matter.
with all the properties. 2 people are definitely going to be getting bumped out pretty quick.
Yeah,
And that's what happened
I'm
to me
just saying,
twice.
I'm just saying.
And then the division between the 3.
Your weakness showed tonight, Jake. That's all. That's all it means.
wow.
Monopoly is a brutal game. If you can't survive, you don't deserve to.
Ouch. It's like Game of Thrones.
That's exactly what it is.
Right. So just like Hogeb, and I'm looking at your ranking on there.
Dude, I haven't updated on Hogeb in like 2 months.
I just,
Literally stopped like halfway
I don't know,
through
your
January.
shortcomings are really showing in that department.
we should probably explain what that is.
Hogeb
Oh,
is
yes.
a app for Nude Clan that a couple of our listeners are making, and it allows you to track your hog, which is your media
Yeah,
consumed.
consumption.
So you get certain amount of points for doing so, and you get put up on a leaderboard, so you can see who you are better than.
And you
So
guys
that's
are
great.
more than welcome to join if you're interested in
Yeah,
that.
everyone is.
It's pretty good for like bragging rights.
Yeah, there should be a link somewhere on the Nude Clan page. It's nudeclan.net, so go check that out.
Or go through Geekdom Entertainment and then use the bar to scroll through Nude Clan. Either way,
All right.
all the shows connect to themselves through the website.
We can probably put a link
very
in this episode
convenient.
description.
Yep.
Yeah, we could.
Yeah.
So, the next patron goal, hopefully we meet it, is a very super secret song that will be for patrons only for quite some time. You know, an exclusivity thing. That it's going to be, I will say it's related to Dragon Quest Builders. I'm very excited about it. Got most of the stuff all prepped up and ready to go.
Yeah. Just we're preparing to hit that goal hopefully soon here, and then we'll put it out for you guys.
Yes, it'll be sweet. I am looking forward to it.
And you're singing that?
Yes.
Did he send you the lyrics for it?
I don't know
Yes.
if I
got it.
I didn't,
Oh,
I didn't,
it's
I didn't look
catchy.
at the lyrics.
Oh, it's great.
Catchy.
Wait, did he
And are
sing
we-
it in the
No, he just
No,
sent the
because
Oh, okay, just the
lyrics.
lyrics.
It's to
I
the
gotta
tune of a
do
different
some-
show.
Because it's the
Or,
singing of Jake
song.
that I'm not looking forward to.
But
It's,
what I'm
uh,
doing doesn't require singing. This is all inside
Yeah.
on here. And I have an after effect. Like Joe can't sing. Well, Dave Mustaine has had a really drastic voice change since his appearances on UFF.
Yeah, he goes
So,
through some changes.
post processing work has been occurring because Dave's vocals have been really, being hammered out from years of alcohol abuse. It happens. So you need a little bit of that auto tune help. And so maybe our song would have a little bit of after effects to change the voice a little bit that I may or may not know how to do.
Well,
So
I vaguely know how to do it.
whatever.
I have background in digital media, so
All right.
I can work
I will
on
send
it.
you the lyrics
Yeah.
and you will laugh your ass off because they're great.
Okay.
They fit.
Well, okay. We'll see.
So there's that to look forward to.
Yeah.
Without giving too much away.
And if there's a way to do a music video for it, I would do it. But
That would be interesting.
I have no idea how you would do it.
I don't know.
You'd have to
Animation?
You'd have to like have game footage.
Game
of the-
footage would work.
That's the only real
Yeah,
way.
we could do that.
Yep.
Unless you like went all out production wise and stuff.
We're not quite there yet.
Yeah, there's no way.
We're working on it though. Bear with us.
All right, you got that review we got.
We're going to do a straight review now.
Wait. Was that it for Patreon stuff?
That was it for Patreon stuff for
You
now.
wanna show
we actually got stickers, guys.
We got
so,
prints.
We have
we
the
will-
prints.
the prints, or
Yeah.
yeah, the prints. That's what.
We are working on the stickers.
You
the
wanna
stickers,
show
the
it to
bumper
the stream?
stickers, all that
So-
shit. So we will send those out.
Yeah, contact us if you want us to wait till you get your stickers as well at the same time. If you want to wait.
Yeah, we're working
If you're
on
on
that.
that tier or
Otherwise, otherwise we'll just send them out.
Yeah,
Yeah,
we're working
this-
on finding the right sticker prices for us to
Give
buy
us
in
your
bulk.
addresses so we can mail anthrax.
Yeah, contact us through Patreon or DM us on Facebook or Twitter.
However, yeah,
and we'll
I
get
will
that to you.
immediately respond to you. Or PO box, obviously, so that
I don't know how this looks on the camera.
they
Showing the
pretty
prints on the
sweet.
stream.
Yeah. Also, I guess if you want us to sign it, we can. We're not super famous or anything, so it's not like that's important. But
And it might be kind of hard on the black prints.
yeah, on
we
the,
can write it
well,
on the back.
yeah, on the back.
We
On the
can
back,
give a
we
little
could,
a little note.
Yeah. So you just tell us if you want us to personalize your little print.
Yep.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Now we got a review from somebody.
Yep.
Not on iTunes.
Nope.
But in the forums of Geekdom Entertainment. Yeah. So go ahead and say who that's from, and then read it for us.
It's
Jake.
from Jacob Bay, which I'm assuming is Jacob Bay, the greatest patron donor of all. He says 5 stars for sure. Why is this cord not the goddamn it?
Not the goddamn it. You wanna keep reading there, or are you just gonna?
He's gonna rant right in the middle. It's part of the review.
the cord isn't there with the goddamn
Do you
thing.
need reading glasses, Jake? Is that what this is?
Yes, I do need reading glasses.
My God. Do we need to pause the show for a sec? Have you run to the gas station, pick up a $10 pair of like what 5 times zoom glasses so you can read the fucking screen that's literally right in front of you.
Schweiss is just as blind during streams when this shit too. He just doesn't have the cord as short as this is. He literally gets up next to the goddamn screen too.
Well, the reason for that, Jake, is because you have the cord coming out of the wrong fucking hole.
Let me bring it up on
well,
Facebook.
it'd be great if somebody besides me does all the fucking setup and work.
You choose to sit there, you choose to do it. I'm gonna let you. That's what it is. I allow you to do this. Now fucking read.
Hang on, I'm bringing it up.
Okay. Now Dylan's gonna do it because Jake failed.
All right, 5-star for sure. I like how you guys have a format. You just follow as a jumping here and there during the show.
Format? You not see the we have this is very professional structure right here.
Yeah.
Totally didn't just ream Jake for not being prepared on this.
We're all professional here, so that's how we do things on Puff Puff Hour. Anyway, back to this awesome review that we keep getting sidetracked from.
It says that we don't get off topic.
Okay, it says the length of the podcasts are great. I have a lot of time to kill at work. Lots of good inside jokes. The line about Elena...
Insight and jokes.
Insight and jokes.
Okay.
Oh, man, I'm wearing my glasses, too. That's embarrassing.
Fuck, dude. You need reading glasses?
I have them.
Like,
Lots
are
of
those
good
reading glasses
insights
or just glasses?
and
glasses?
jokes. They're not reading glasses.
You need bifocals?
No, I don't. I have good close vision.
Okay.
Lots of good insight and jokes. Thank you, guys. The line about Elena breaking out like the Joker had me laughing out loud.
Yeah,
That's
that
from
was
Jacob.
Craig's. No, that was Craig's line.
What?
That was Craig's line.
Yeah.
It was the breaking out.
Yeah, it was good. I thought it was funny.
It was the Fortress, the Arkham Asylum, is what he was going on about. That was great.
Oh, yeah.
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 Yeah, well, thank you for your review, Jacob. It means a
Yes.
lot to us.
You're welcome.
It's great for the show. Not this Jake. We don't want his reviews.
Yeah, we don't need them.
I don't care.
They would just lessen the value of the show.
Yeah. But if I don't count, how does it make it any lesser?
It finds a way. It finds a way.
Well, we acknowledge that you exist. You just don't count.
Yeah.
All right.
Doesn't that mean it counts?
Yeah.
We can't acknowledge he exists.
Can't
he
have your
does
cake and eat it
exist.
too. I suppose Craig eating the whole cake.
All right. I would never eat a whole cake. Okay, I am a fat guy, guys.
Serving
we're gonna
size.
talk about this
No.
for a second here. I am a fat guy. I'm not denying this, but I'm a fat guy because of like actual food, not because of sweet foods. Like I prefer.
He has got a diet Mountain Dew here, guys. So
I mean,
I call that progress.
progress.
I mean, I enjoy the flavor. of
He's
that
better
Coke,
than me
but
today. I just had a monster.
I'd rather have a chicken pot pie instead of like a cherry pie. You know what I mean? I like the savory over the sweet. So I
Agreed.
would never,
Yeah.
I would never eat a whole cake.
Salty or sweet?
It depends on the salty because bacon is in the salty category.
Yeah.
And I would rather
Bacon
have
for life.
bacon.
It's the salty category.
But if I put bacon in like a milkshake,
That's disgusting.
it's fucking great.
That sounds
Dude,
disgusting.
you can fucking at Five Guys, you can go to fucking Five Guys and you can add like bacon to any milkshake for like $1, and it is awesome.
Like $1,
got-
and they
I
give
got-
you like
I got
10
a- I
cents
got a-
worth of bacon.
It was a coffee caramel one that I got, and I added bacon to it, and it was fucking awesome.
Well, there's your proof, guys.
Dude, I've also
if there was any
Denny's,
questioning it.
Denny's also had like a fucking a maple shake. It was like vanilla ice cream with like maple flavoring and stuff, and then you could put they put fucking bacon in it.
I don't. That's like chicken and waffle kind
Dude,
of
try
stuff.
it. I want to try chicken and waffle. To be
don't
honest,
like it.
I want
don't
to try
like
it.
I think it's gross.
Chicken and waffles is great.
It sounds awesome. To be honest, is it
Yeah.
like fried chicken?
Yeah.
Chicken with
Oh
waffles?
yeah, it has to be
like
fried chicken.
drowning
You
in
cannot
maple
do,
syrup.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
Yeah. In order for it to be traditional black influence, chicken and
wow.
waffles, it has to be fried chicken. It cannot be grilled chicken or any other type of chicken. It has to be fried
Well, that's a stereotype.
because that's the best one. No, they're okay. I will say this:
It
if
would
you do not like,
It would make more sense to have it be fried chicken because I don't
Yes.
know why you'd fucking put maple syrup on a grilled chicken.
right,
Be
Texture-wise, I
completely
think that
so
makes
if
sense.
you do not like fried chicken or watermelon, there's something fucking wrong with you. Whether or not you're black or white, that is great.
What about purple drink?
Oh my gosh, he went there.
Dude, I love grape soda.
Well,
by the way,
there goes
It's
half of our
not
listeners.
grape. It's the
But
purple
no,
stuff.
dude, it's fucking grape. Every purple thing is grape flavor. Okay, there is no other flavor that is purple. It's just grape.
What do you call like red Kool-Aid?
Red Kool-Aid.
What flavor
it's
is it?
fucking cherry.
What flavor is it?
It's cherry.
It's red.
It's red.
No, it's fucking cherry.
It's not.
It is.
And that's a stereotype too.
What red Kool-Aid?
You've never heard that?
No.
Yeah, it's like a stereotype where black
Hey,
people
get
call.
out of Utah, Craig. Get out of Utah.
It's where black people call like strawberry or cherry flavored Kool-Aid or drinks. They call it red. The flavor is red. It's not strawberry.
I think there
It's
is
red.
actually some drinks that are just called red, and that's what the flavor is.
Well, that's fair, but like in terms of
that
Kool-Aid,
might be why, and then I don't think that's just limited to black people.
either way, it's a stereotype.
okay,
It's-
whatever.
All right, guys.
The
are we
only
ready
one
to
I
get-
have heard that I went to was purple drink.
What about orange soda?
I love orange soda. I love all of the sodas. All right.
Well,
Even okay, I actually, you know what? Chocolate soda, I'm really iffy on. Really iffy. I've had it and it's weird.
you guys like weird
Okay.
stuff.
also the salted caramel Pepsi. That I can't do it. I can't do it. I tried it and I was like, no, it's wrong.
I like how we got this far off topic.
I'm over here just like, what's going on?
Well, you're participating still.
You fucking brought up cake and how I would eat it, not knowing
And
that I'm
then-
not a
A
sweets
Portal
guy.
reference.
Yeah.
You go, yes. And then you go off about food.
Yeah, I can talk about food all the fucking time.
He wanted to set the record straight,
Dude,
Jake.
yeah. I can talk about food all fucking day
He is
long.
the mascot of our show, basically.
Yeah, I am.
So, yeah, it makes sense. Kind
Stuff
of,
the Craig.
in a
All right.
roundabout way.
You ready to get into this spotlight of Akira Toriyama?
Yep.
Yeah, let's do it. I don't have it up.
That's okay. No.
Just give me a second.
As long as there's a small pause in between these, I could cut and edit this however the fuck I want.
Okay.
As long as we had the 10 seconds of silence, I cut and pasted everything so I can even cut out all the conversation if you guys want to about black and watermelon and shit.
No.
It's fine.
Okay. See, however you want to do it, because I had to do that with my tuna.
It's
and
not
Bernatol.
racist, really, when you're talking about a
This
stereotype.
is still recording. This is the thing that should be
I-
cut out.
And I could mute any of this. I know exactly what I'm doing.
Fine, but this is still on the
I know.
stream. This is
I know how to
ridiculous.
Or you can leave it and it'll be really funny.
No, we should get rid of this.
We're turning
We're
this
live
into
on
an
the
episode.
stream.
Yeah.
So
New
like,
Clan does this.
It's a live stream. The
video's
the live
gonna go
stream
out.
is
Behind
extra
the scene.
content. They get the
behind the scenes.
the video's there. So
I can't fucking read this. Is way too fucking small.
I'm still trying to pull it up here. You can start if you have it.
Oh yeah, I do have it. And you can.
And then you fucking read it.
Yeah, go for it.
Am I gonna read this whole thing?
Yes.
We can
Oh,
take turns.
you-
Just let us know when you're done.
Well, I can. We can do this in sections because I clearly have it spaced off in sections.
I'll do the first one.
Okay.
All right, are we ready?
Yep.
Okay. Akira Toriyama. He was born April 5th, 1955, in Nagaya, Aichi Prefecture. Is a widely acclaimed Japanese manga and the artist who lives in Kyushu.
And game artist who lives in Kyushu.
Yeah, game artist. And manga. Not just game.
Yeah, it was manga first.
I stick by what I said earlier.
You just didn't complete the sentence.
He's most famously known for his creation of Dr. Slump in 1980 and Dragon Ball in 1984.
Dude,
The
I feel like
manga-
I'm the only one who knows about Dr. Slump. Every time
I
like,
don't know about it, man.
I bring it up and then everybody's like, "What the fuck is Dr. Slump?" And I'm like, "Okay."
What is it?
Yeah, I've never read any manga in my life, so
It's just like another one of his series. It's about like a little girl who's like a cyborg or some shit. It
sounds
had a
interesting.
crossover with Dragon Ball.
Okay.
I'm sure we'll get into that.
That sounds cool.
Yeah, it was awesome.
So yeah, Dragon Ball, probably his most famous thing, 1984. The manga Akira was named after him. All right, moving on
That
to
makes sense. Everybody loves that guy.
Yeah. Moving on to personality and personal life. Akira Toriyama is a shy and reserved person who does not like interviews. I can relate to that. His
Says
manga.
the guy doing a podcast.
Hey man, I gotta push myself sometimes. His manga, including all of the 42 volumes of Dragon Ball, contains certain cover flap images that reference Toriyama's real life. It is mainly through those autobiographical elements that one can learn about his life. Akira Toriyama likes girls with short hair. That's pretty
Which-
specific.
Yeah, it was weird.
That makes sense. I mean, he like cuts Bulma's hair later.
Yeah, he does do that.
in Dragon Ball. Yeah,
I wonder if that's
and
why,
Chi-Chi
though.
also has short hair later, and then she gets longer hair later. But
Okay.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird. Cool, though.
I could see him like drawing the short hair girls because he likes it.
Yeah, me too. Anyway, he married the shoujo manga artist Naichi Mikami in 1982, and they have 2 children, a son named Sasuke and a daughter.
Yeah,
Which
a daughter whose name is not known apparently.
No.
We'll just call her daughter then. During his career, Toriyama created over 40 different manga series. He has always been very concerned about his work, not hesitating to redraw again and again the same illustration because he does not find it perfect. That's a cool trait, I think.
It's perfectionist.
Yeah. Also, well, anyway.
Slightly OCD.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, it explains the level of his work, really.
Yeah, dedicated,
Mm-hmm.
definitely.
Anyway, he spends many sleepless nights working and often complains of lack of free time. And just in the sentence above, he's a perfectionist. So that explains that. Conversely, he hates to dwell on his illustrations, wanting to finish it in one draw and as soon as possible, which is kind of a contradiction.
That's
it is.
exactly
There
how
is-
I am whenever I want to draw something.
Toriyama prefers to live in quieter rural areas where he can devote himself to both his work and his family rather than big cities. That's fair. The assembly of scale models is one of his biggest hobbies. He possesses dozens of models and often finds himself assembling models instead of working. That's bad.
That's why it took 18 years to get Dragon Ball Super from Dragon Ball Z.
He was preoccupied with his models. Maybe he was making models for Dragon Ball Super.
I doubt it. I doubt that so much.
He already had pre-concepts of 3D models done.
Yeah, why not? He enjoys doing it.
But that would mean he already designed it, had them printed off into models, and he's secretly modeling out his own characters without nobody knowing
quite
about
a few
it.
characters in Super that were not designed by him. So
Well, he's a perfectionist, as it says. So,
Okay.
I wouldn't put it past him. Toriyama loves animals and has raised many. At the time of Dr. Slump, he owned 2 dogs named Turbo Maru and Turbo 2. And
that
writing
explains some stuff.
Turbo 2,
does it?
Electric Boogaloo.
Like I think the baby's name in Dr. Slump is named Turbo something. I can't remember what it was.
Oh, it takes real life inspiration. All right, his other hobbies enjoyed riding motorcycles. Ironically, he claims that he does not have much interest in manga and anime. That is odd. He says he enjoyed it until about 11 years, after which
Until he was about 11.
until he was about 11, after which his interest shifted to movies. That's a fair shift. Toriyama, his greatest pleasure is having great family life.
All right. Akira Toriyama was raised by his parents at Kyosho, Adiche Prefecture, and he also has an older sister. He spent his childhood and much of his formative years in Kyosho, when what was then a largely rural area just outside Nagoya. That is not how it sounds, but
none of those
oh,
are.
well.
You've not
Well, then
Nagoya.
you
pronouncing
correct me,
anything
Craig.
right.
Yep.
Nagoya?
Since at early age, he had a passion for drawing and was influenced by the productions of the time. However, after his primary school years, his interest in comics and cartoons dwindled, and his attention shifted to live-action movies such as westerns, war films, and science fiction. Toriyama entered a technical high school in Nagoya to study design, which allowed him to focus on drawing. Against the wishes of his parents, after his last high school year, Toriyama decided not to continue his studies at university and began his working life.
It's
You have
overrated.
shamed the family.
Well, you know, doctor.
Oh my gosh. The stereotypes continue.
I love it.
He had his
Fine.
first job at 20 years old. Whoa, well, that's a little behind the curve.
That's like me.
Yeah.
I was a
The
little late to
isolated
that.
Dylan.
Yeah.
Old as an in-house graphic designer at a small advertising firm in Nagoya. He resigned 2.5 years later, largely because he resented the work-a-day routine.
I think we all do.
Yeah.
To some extent.
In 1977, Toriyama was seeking employment when he discovered the monthly Young Jump Award, a contest sponsored by Shueisha, the largest manga publishing company in Japan. He participated in the contest twice, with Iowa World in 77 and Mysterious Rainjack in 78, but he did not win. The later work was outright disqualified due to its Star Wars parody elements, which is apparently like most everything in this world. You like trace back to Star Wars parodies.
It's the hero's
Fucking
journey.
Even
Star
though
Wars
it's-
is huge.
Yeah, even though it's not the original
No,
hero's
it's
journey.
not.
But, however, after Mysterious Rainjack, Toriyama received a call from Kyushi Torishima, an editor for Shuichi's Weekly Shonen Jump, who told him to not give up and to try harder. A few months after Toshima's phone call, Toriyama made his first published manga, Wonder Island, published in Weekly Shonen Jump magazine, issue 52 and 78. It failed to catch readers' attention. However, the following year, Toriyama offered several new manga projects that were refused. This dark period could have ended his ambitions, but the minor success of Tomato Girl Detective in 79 gave him hope.
That sounds awesome.
Yes,
Rotten
some of these
Tomato.
names I am very curious to like figure out the premise.
It seems like they have some sort
I'm
of.
pretty sure you got the premise right there in Tomato Girl Detective.
Right, but is she like investigating tomatoes, or is she a tomato herself?
I'm pretty sure her name is Tomato.
Tomato. Gotcha.
That could be pronounced that way. Tomato.
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 I guess so, yeah. I guess so.
Oh.
All right. Dr. Slump in 1980 to 1984. In January 1980, Akira Toriyama achieved his first great success in Dr. Slump. He first gained fame for his the manga, which was published in the Weekly Shonen Jump from January 1980 to August 1984.
Don't you think it's kind of ironic that his slump ended with Dr. Slump?
Yeah, yeah, I guess it's pretty great. That's probably why it's called Dr. Slump.
Yeah,
he was in a slump,
just like it's Final Fantasy being the final fantasy.
Yeah. The series is also published in 18 Tankobon volumes. I'm not sure how to say that. Okay. Soon, letters of encouragement from readers began to rain during the years 1981 to 1984. Akira Toriyama created a large number of short manga that fared well, notably Pola and Roid, which allowed him to win the 1981 contest for Best Shonen Jump Manga Artist, and Pink. While he was drawing the wedding of the Dr. Slump characters, Senbei Norimaki and Midori Yamabuki, Akira Toriyama himself married the shoujo manga artist Nachi Mikami in 1982. His wife stopped her career after this occasion. Also in 1982, Toriyama's Dr. Slump won the Shogakukan. Jeez, dude.
Yeah, good luck with that.
Manga award in the best shonen or shoujo manga series of the year. These initial success allowed Toriyama to get a place among the new manga artists of the time, including Masakuzu Katsura, who became one of his best friends and whom he would collaborate several years later for several manga.
So for you reading manga and stuff, you really don't know these terms.
These are specifically for
they're
like
Japanese names too. Like
I'm just teasing you. That's
some
all.
of them I
don't
can get,
know
but
jack shit,
these
so
terms are specifically for like manga books and awards and stuff, and I don't know fucking any of that.
Yeah,
we get fucking translated volumes. We don't get like individual chapters.
Yeah,
so it's a little different. Plus, we like get weird translated Shonen Jump. That's like the most we get. So, it's difficult to pinpoint the source of Toriyama's artwork inspiration at this point. He says he admires Osamu Tezuka's Astro Boy. I can definitely see that. Which he considers the creator as an inspiration. He's a big fan of Godzilla and Ultraman.
Godzilla.
I can see that as well.
Godzilla podcast starring Drew and Joe.
Shameless plug.
He was impressed by Walt Disney's 101 Dalmatians, which he remembers for the great art. Jackie Chan's films, notably the Drunken Master movie, which is fucking amazing, by the way. I love that fucking movie. Also influenced him greatly. The success of Dr. Slump, in which the production company Toei Animation created 2 animated television adaptations for Dr. Slump and Areli-chan, ran from 1981 to 1986 on Fuji TV and spanned 243 episodes.
God.
And a remake titled Dr. Slump that ran for 74 episodes. There are also 11 movies based on the Doctor series, including one based on the 1997 remake. I want to watch all of those now.
What is with like manga and anime like being like 300, 400 episodes?
Dude,
somebody recommended like Bleach to me. Not Bleach. Was it Bleach? No,
Bleach
it wasn't
is good.
It was
Like
it's okay.
Yeah.
It's okay. It's
Naruto. Naruto.
Very
and then I
filler
hear
heavy,
there's
so does that
500
one.
episodes, and I'm like,
You
are
can
you kidding me?
you can
Dude,
skip
there's
about
like
half.
1,000 of
Now?
One Piece, so I don't want to fucking
Okay.
hear your complaints about.
I'm not gonna watch it anyway, but I'm just utter
It-
shock and awe.
For that,
That's
it
all.
depends on the popularity because like when it gets really popular, then they push it like immediately, and then it depends on like DVD sales over there because they don't like they're not based on views like we are here.
Yeah.
So if it gets really popular and has a lot of people buying the shit, then they keep it going. And if they keep it going alongside the manga, then they have to make filler episodes because they have to wait till the manga is ahead of the anime so that they can like continue the story.
That's why there's
So-
like 3 filler seasons of Naruto.
And Bleach
Okay.
has like 6.
Yeah. Didn't
Which
Bleach
is
end on a filler
insane.
arc?
No, it ended on one of the actual arcs,
Oh,
but
okay.
like
That is pretty
it-
interesting. I don't understand any of this types of thing with the culture of that. So this
Yeah, they're
is interesting how that works.
yeah,
Yeah.
their TV
It's-
stuff is different
It's
because
basically
like,
to buy time.
their TV is like a government thing, and like everybody has to pay it if they watch it. So
It's not forced upon them.
So that's why like views aren't like a big thing over there. It's based on like the DVD and Blu-ray sales of the shows. So
Interesting.
that's how they continue the stuff. At least that's what I've learned. It may not be entirely that way, but yeah.
Oh, if he's wrong, somebody point him out. It's just
Who
season.
recommended Naruto to you?
I don't remember who.
Probably
like-
No,
a lot
no.
of people I could imagine.
It's the man changing gender that is apparently supposed to be a woman now. There you go. That's another tirade. That is now a registered sex offender. So
What?
That's
An
what it
ex-friend of
recommended it.
Jake's. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was like, this. I have no idea what the fuck you're talking about.
It's
Oh,
good, but it's
it's-
like it's kind of niche with anime fans.
okay.
Okay,
But-
yeah. From Dr. Slump, Toriyama wanted more than anything to keep some independence and founded his own working studio, Bird Studio, in 1983. That same year, he created 2 new manga, Dragon Boy and The Adventures of Tongpu, which were prototypes for his following manga series, Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball was the one that was accepted as the golden age of Jump. That success from Dragon Ball encouraged Toriyama to continue working on series from 1984 to 1995. During that 11-year period, he made 519 chapters, collected into 42 tankobon volumes, which each volume has an average of 200 pages. So the entire Dragon Ball storyline extends almost 9,000 pages.
That is ridiculous.
Wheel of Time, eat your fucking heart out.
Wheel of Time is 14 books, and each book has around 800 pages.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty
But
close,
it's-
then.
Yeah, it's pretty close.
That's disgusting.
And that's just Dragon Ball. There's also Dragon Ball Z, and now Dragon Ball Super. Okay, anyway. Toriyama had 3 editors for his manga series. Kazuhiko Torishima, who worked with Toriyama for his first manga series, Dr. Slump, and the first half of the Dragon Ball manga. Yu Kondo, who was involved with Dragon Ball during its most popular times, and Fuyoto Takeda, who took over position during the Perfect Cell saga. Oh, okay, I guess that's including Dragon Ball Z as well for the Dragon Ball stuff.
Yep.
Okay, and also served as Toriyama's editor for post Dragon Ball works. Akira Toriyama only used 2 assistants during his career. Hisashi Tanaka, who worked on the first half of Dr. Slump, and Takashi Matsuyama, who was Toriyama's assistant for the second half of Dr. Slump and the whole of Dragon Ball manga and post-Dragon Ball works. The benefit of Dragon Ball quickly led to the creation of 3 animated television series, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, by Toei Animation, feature-length animated movies, and video games. Unlike Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Z, GT was not based on Akira Toriyama's original manga, instead being created by Toei Animation as a sequel, which was
dare
garbage, by
they.
the way.
That explains a lot.
Did you not know that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, I did. It's yeah.
I
Okay,
still
anyway.
enjoyed it for what it was.
Great insight here.
It's not on the same level, though.
Yeah, nowhere near. As the original creator of Dragon Ball, Akira Toriyama attended production meetings to provide input on progression of the series, as well as 5 general thoughts on expanding upon the original material for the 3 anime series, in providing character designs and sketches and filler for movie characters. The Dragon Ball animes spawned over 500 episodes made in Japan and are produced and licensed for North America and Australia by Funimation Entertainment.
Funimation.
You know what's funny? He has forgotten a lot of stuff about his Dragon Ball his Dragon Ball manga. Like, for instance, he forgot you've seen Dragon Ball, right?
Yeah,
or read
I've seen it,
Dylan. Yeah. Okay, you remember Launch?
No.
Well, neither does Akira Toriyama. Launch was one of the characters in Dragon Ball that, like, whenever she sneezed, she became like her personality. Another personality took over. She was like a blue-haired chick who became blonde. And when she was blonde, she was like really violent. And when she was blue hair,
that's like
she
really
was like
interesting.
really shy and timid.
Mm-hmm.
And he fucking forgot her as soon as Dragon Ball Z started.
So it's like split.
Yeah, he's
Just his personality and a different person.
She's fucking gone. And then he also forgot that there was a Super Saiyan 2. He forgot that when he returned to the series, he thought that Super Saiyan 3 was Super Saiyan 2.
That seems like a big mistake to make.
He just forgot.
Interesting.
Well, if he forgot, then I don't feel bad.
I mean, it's fine. So, like, it's still great stuff. But, yeah, that's some nice information for you now.
All right, on to manga and video games. With Akira Shikuma, Akira Toriyama co-authored, Hitapi manga Kakujo. A manga in which he explains how to create a manga.
Now that is, what do we call that? What's the word for it?
I have no idea.
Sorry, man, brain fart people here.
Inception, kind of?
It's kind of Inception, but it's meta.
Meta?
It's totally meta.
There's
It's creating a manga, and it's a manga.
There's an anime called, I think it's Bakuman. That's about 2 guys trying to start a manga.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's exactly what it's about. Yeah, it's
Sounds
pretty meta.
interesting. I wonder if that's actually like useful for creators.
Yeah.
To read it. It's like a guide. Anyway, it was originally published in Jump Fest. Akira Toriyama, clean line in the design. Since led to jobs designing characters for a phenomenally popular Dragon Quest series.
Only in Japan.
Yeah, that's true.
It's only phenomenally popular over there.
Sadly, it's true. It's a role-playing game. Like, we didn't know that.
Yeah.
Formerly called Dragon Warrior in North America.
All right, so I am looking at the clean line design because I clearly, don't know any Akira stuff outside of everybody praising Dragon Ball. So I've looked at photos.
Dragon
haven't
Ball
seen the
is
series.
awesome.
Okay, cool. And Dragon Quest. But I look at his designs, and clearly not too many people are similar to him. But I'm looking at how heavy the blacks are on the outlines. And I look at that, and I'm like, I've seen plenty of Final Fantasy tattoos. And I've seen a shit ton of Final Fantasy tattoos that are trash. I don't know if it's because the transfer between like the illustration to the artwork itself by the tattoo artist, but I could see some
I would
phenomenal.
blame the tattoo artist.
Right. Well, you can't exactly like copy Amano's fucking artwork
Well, you
onto
could.
a tattoo.
You
I think they
could if you were
trace-
good enough.
I think they trace it when they're doing the tattoos.
For some, yeah.
For some, but Amano's artwork, that'd be insane. But I could say with Akira, you can literally, that would be a perfect tattoo design, just a tattoo on you, because you got this deep, dark outline that you would do black to start the tattoo off with, and then just punch in the color.
Yeah, it'd look pretty
That would
clean.
look exactly slick. It would look exactly like a sticker, just laid out onto your onto wherever you're tattooing.
Well, yeah.
If you get like a slime on your arm or something, it would look awesome.
Yeah, if you look at the designs for our logo, I think it transfers over to that pretty well too.
Yeah.
So like it's
It'd
a
work
really
really well with
interesting
tattoos.
style, and it works good, and it looks good, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you want to get a tattoo of one of our logos,
Oh God!
One of our logos.
Good plug there. Good plug.
anyway, back to Dragon Warrior, as it was formerly known. well, I guess
We
known
don't
in
call
the-
it that.
in North America since 1986, as well as its second anime adaptation, Dragon Warrior Legend of the Hero Abel, which started in December 1989 on Fuji TV.
That's a Patreon tier, guys. Well, we'll do a commentary if we reach that Patreon tier.
God,
What
isn't that
was-
the one that's only in Japanese?
Yes, yes. That's why the Patreon tier is.
Oh, dude, that
got
won't
some
be
money behind it.
That won't be so much as a commentary as it will be like an actual translation, but nowhere near what they're actually saying.
We could translate it ourselves.
I'm sorry. Do you know Japanese?
No, I mean like we can make up what they're saying.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I was saying. It'd be like nowhere near what they're actually saying. Which means that could be fun, but we'd have to watch it a lot and try to figure out what we want them to say.
Well, there's a translation right for that.
I'm not
Or
aware.
we're
There's-
literally just gonna watch it.
There's another there's another anime that has a translation for like half of it.
Oh, okay.
And then that one also goes into because that one so that one will be another one that we could do to start off. We'd
Yeah.
have to watch the first half of that one. We'd like get the gist of it, you know, with the subtitles, and then the last half we'd have to be like, "Fuck it, we're gonna continue the story. We're gonna figure out what these people would say, and then you're gonna get that.
That does
You're gonna
sound
get
fun.
our version of that."
Well, that's a unique goal, I think. Hopefully, we reach it.
Dude, I mean, I do want to watch those, but fuck, watching those without any subtitles is gonna be like,
It sounds pretty
ooh,
brutal.
Ooh.
Okay. In 1988, he created the puppet characters of a short film titled Apple Pop that was shown in April. It was shown in April in Hiraki Ponkiki, a Japanese TV program for children. He worked in person on the animated movie adaptations of his manga Pink and Kenosuke-sama.
It seems like every manga he has ever created has like turned into something.
Yeah, except for the first ones.
Yeah, post
Yeah.
Dr. Slump, it seems like. He got out of his
Yeah,
slump.
he got out of his slump with Dr. Slump.
In 1993, he wrote Go-Go Akman, a manga that has been adapted into a series of 3 platform games for the Super Famicom and a maze chase game similar to Pac-Man for Game Boy. That's interesting. Go-Go Akman was also adapted into a 15-minute animated movie that premiered at the 1994 V-Jump Festa. Between 1993 and 1995, exhibition of works by Toriyama, Akiri Toriyama exhibition, had locations in major cities in Japan and collected more than 400,000 visitors in 3 years. That's pretty impressive.
Mm-hmm.
Toriyama was also the character designer for the game Chrono Trigger,
Yes.
which I love, by the way.
UFF will play it eventually.
Hopefully, we'll play it eventually.
Yeah, crossover.
The fighting game Tobal #1, 1996,
Which nobody fucking remembers.
and its sequel Tobal 2,
I don't think I've even heard of it.
1997 for the
Yeah.
PlayStation.
Did it fucking come over here?
Yep. It did.
I'm gonna have to look for it.
as well as Mistwalker, Xbox 360,
As the Mistwalker 360.
and exclusive RPG Blue Dragon 2006, and its anime adaptation in 2008.
Oh yeah, there was an anime of that. Forgot.
Is it like a tie-in thing?
I think it was just about like the same storyline as the first game.
Well, that's cool though. Like those that don't have Xbox 360, it makes sense in Japan anyway.
Isn't
We'll
Mistwalker Studio the one that of the Gooch Sakaguchi?
Sakaguchi
so
went off
another-
and formed Mistwalker.
Another collaboration with the Gooch, huh?
Yes.
Nice.
Okay, Akira Toriyama stopped his Dragon Ball manga in 1995 in an open end, wanting to take a break and leisurely draw shorter stories. The same year, he had several game interviews. This year, he gave several interviews for the Daizenshu, a series of books which contain encyclopedic coverage of the Dragon Ball series. Toriyama's works after Dragon Ball was indeed short stories, 100 to 200 pages. Doesn't seem that short. And include Kawa,
That's about a script.
1997 to
Oh,
1998.
the average chapter for like manga and stuff is like around 30 pages, I think.
Yeah.
So
Oh wow.
that would be like a few chapters.
Yeah, short arcs. That makes sense. So Kawa, 1997 to 1998. Kaijika, 1998 to 1999. Sandland, 2000.
Great name. Great
And
name.
Nico
Sandland.
Majin, 1999 to 2006 or 2005. That one lasted quite a while, 6 years. He designs new covers when the Dragon Ball manga was re-released from December 4th, 2002 to April 2nd, 2004, as part of the 34-volume Kanzenban collection, and he also
Kanzen.
unrelated to Super Sexy. And he also slightly
Oh no, I'd purchase
rewrote
the content collection.
the final 4
34
ending
volumes
pages.
too.
In 2003, Toriyama made a children's book titled Takio the Angel. Toriyama's Bird Studio designed their own electric car in 2005, the Q-Volt.
Wow, what is he? What's his name?
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk with the
He's really diversifying here.
Yeah.
diversify my portfolio.
Yeah, that's what he's
I'm
doing.
Charles Schwab.
In winter 2006, Akira Toriyama worked on a one-shot called Cross Epic in cooperation
Epoch.
with
Epoch.
in cooperation with One Piece creator Ichiro Oda. That doesn't sound right. In 2007, Toriyama made a short sequel to Dr. Slump titled Dr. Masharito and Ebal Chan, and published in the 4th issue of the Weekly Shonen Jump.
In 1984, Akira Toriyama met Kunihiro Suzuki, a man whose work was in mid-scale models, by his assistant Takashi Matsuyama. 2 years later, in 1986, God,
The names are
called
brutal.
Toriyama to help him in his task of creation for a model of female auxiliary of the Wermech named Lisa, which is weird. Toriyama realized the design of the box and the assembly instructions. It was the first model in the market that was designed by amateur. I don't understand that, but he's apparently get to work on scale models like when he likes to do in his free time. So
Doesn't
I guess
seem
he
like
just
he's
went
an
like
amateur.
that. He took one of his hobbies and then turned it into a job for himself. Because
Yeah.
he said that he enjoyed car models and, well, not necessarily car models, but models in and of
Scale
itself.
models, yeah.
Yeah. Suzuki finally ended up creating his own company in 91 named Fine Molds and based in Nagawa, close to Toriyama's Bird Studio. After 2 successful collaborations, it is natural that Suzuki and Toriyama made the company logo. In 1999, Toriyama gave a facelift to the company logo and based it on the company's dog. Like, what the fuck? A model of the dog was produced for a contest.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sensing a theme with the dogs.
In other works, in
Turbo
08,
2.
Toriyama began work on manga projects with his longtime friend Katsura, with Katsura drawing the illustrations and Toriyama writing the story now. They made Sachi Changu and Jaya. Both were later collected into a single volume. Toriyama made another one-shot called Kintokai, released in November 2010.
Kentucky.
Okay. Manga, his first project with an original story since Sandland in 2000. In 2013, he received a special award at the 40th Angoulême International Comics Festival in France as part of the 45th anniversary. And there is a couple listed of manga that caught my interest. Chobits. I've heard of Chobits before.
Yeah.
And Bitch's Life. He apparently made one illustration for this 2001 art book.
Okay. Bitch's life.
Yeah.
This is fucking.
And there's another movie called Crusher Joe. Now, I would watch that.
It sounds intense.
He was apparently a designer for it. There are numerous mangas. I chose not to list them all.
Fair enough.
All right. There are some personal quotes. He said this about Drunken Master. If I hadn't seen this movie, I would have never came up with Dragon Ball.
His favorite Dragon Ball character is, I believe mine would be Piccolo. He says he's the first character in my manga where I was like, he has a scary face, but he's so cool. It's really cliche when bad guys turn into good guys, but it feels right drawing it. You know what else? He hates Vegeta, who is the best character in that entire thing, by the way.
Apparently
It
that has
hurts.
been debunked by him later on, that he didn't actually hate Vegeta.
What? Where?
It's not on the document,
Oh,
but
well, that's I've
source.
I've only heard him say that he hates Vegeta. So okay, whatever. About Blue Dragon, he says this may be my final anime. I'm a little worried about it. Yeah, there's an incredible pressure, but at the same time, there's a sense of accomplishment that's worth doing. Blue Dragon will be a masterpiece, not simply because I'm working hard on it, but because the staff is expecting nothing less. Yeah.
Well, apparently he wasn't that satisfied. he
Dragon
did stuff
Quest
after.
is dangerous. I got the point where I could not get any work done, so my wife finally took it away. He loved Dragon Quest that much. It's awesome.
Yeah.
Dragon Quest 2 on the Famicom was too fun. Now I can't get any work done.
This was said
you are a
ironically.
fucking liar.
Dragon Quest on Famicom is too fun.
Right.
Yeah. I have finally finished drawing all the monsters for Dragon Quest 3. The game looks really fun.
I think I'm sensing a theme here.
Yeah,
Maybe
he's like,
he has,
promote the game, dude.
he has a limited vocabulary. Everything is great.
Dragon Ball, which
Everything
I
is fun.
planned on lasting 1 year when I started, has now been in serialization for so long that that has surpassed Dr. Slump. I feel both happy and scared. And I truly thank you for faithfully reading Dragon Ball for so terribly long. I am very grateful. That's not really a quote. Whatever.
Haha, that's great. Wait, did I write that?
Yeah.
Apparently it was during an interview.
So I guess he's forgetful.
Yep.
Oh yeah, dude, he is. He fucking forgot an entire character.
He's pretty old now, though, isn't he?
He was born in 45, right? Yep.
Yeah, he's like
Yeah.
in his 80s.
80s?
Almost.
Jeez, how old?
He would be 73 right now. I'm not sure when the cutoff would be for his birthday. I forgot about that, but he's be like 73 right now.
When was he born?
45.
Okay, I'll look it up.
All right. So we have a little quiz that I prepared because I know jack shit about this guy
Yeah,
and Dragon Ball in general.
73.
So,
Are some of the questions
welcome.
about Dragon Ball?
yeah, actually. And some
I'm
are from
screwed.
I'm gonna kick your ass.
I know.
It's only 6 questions. So if anybody wants to play along, these are multiple choice. And you could tally up your score and see how well you guys do. Let us know. Let us know how everybody does on here. All right. And some have nothing to do with anything at all because I'm going to throw a couple curveballs. There
Okay.
was a rumor going around that after Chrono Trigger, that Akira Toriyama died of something. Was it A, a ham sandwich, B, sarin on a Japanese bus, C, a heart attack, or D, a carjacking?
Go ahead.
Well, you guys can both.
I'm going to go with the heart attack.
Yeah, I will too. Although that ham sandwich sounds like bullshit enough that you put it in there because it's true.
The ham sandwich is tempting.
Yeah, it is. It's a
That's
tempting.
what caused the death.
What? Are you serious? The ham
No,
sandwich?
nope.
Oh, okay. I
It
was like,
is C, a heart attack.
okay. Okay. That makes sense.
Starting off
I was like, are
light.
you fucking serious? There's a ham sandwich?
So, which martial artist did he say was an influence?
Jackie
A,
Chan.
Dude, wait till I give you the answer.
No.
A, Bruce Lee. B, Jet Li. C, Jackie Chan. D, Chuck Norris. You may want to go with Chuck
Chuck
Norris?
Norris?
Because it's too not it's not too awesome to answer that with Chuck Norris.
Well,
if you're willing
Bruce
to,
Lee is way cooler than fucking. No, fuck you. Chuck Norris is not better than Bruce Lee
I agree.
or Jackie Chan for that matter.
Well, we did read about the drunken master, so I'm gonna say Jackie Chan.
it's Jackie Chan.
bingo. We now are tied 2 apiece still. You guys haven't gone wrong one yet. Favorite Dragon Ball character?
Piccolo.
Oh. There you go.
You know
All
the
right. Hey,
thing that I
Piccolo.
just,
Just barely
just read. Yeah.
Yep. All right. B, Goku. C, Frieza. D, Vegeta.
Piccolo.
All right. 3 and 3.
I'm gonna guess
All right.
Frieza.
Yep.
Frieza is cool though.
How about his favorite PC game? Mm-hmm. A, Honey Pop.
Fucking
Honey Pop. Yeah, it's totally that one.
B, Diablo. C, Ultima 7. D, Mist.
C.
Ultima 7.
Wrong. It's
Oh,
Mist.
we both missed it.
I was
Get
thinking.
it?
I was thinking it was either. Damn it.
Missed it.
I thought about Mist and I thought about Diablo.
All right. Which
real
Disney
hard.
movie did he say influenced him? A, 101 Dalmatians.
101
B,
Dalmatians.
B, Little Mermaid. C, Snow White. D,
It's too easy.
Fantasia.
Dalmatians.
You should have gone with older ones, dude. This was fucking 1984. Fucking Little
Do you remember when
Mermaid.
Fantasia came out?
1990 something.
That's why I created one. Every single one of these has been a bullshit answer on purpose. Have you not noticed that?
Have one.
I put Chuck Norris in a ham sandwich.
have one bullshit answer and not all of them be bullshit, though. That's the thing.
I'm trying not to. I don't know Dragon Ball.
You don't fucking have to. That question had nothing to do with Dragon Ball.
We had like
Nothing.
one Dragon Ball question,
Yeah, like one.
and we just
I
read
thought
it.
I was gonna kick his ass, which I have because I answered
All right.
first
All
the
right. You
time.
ready? Last question here. You guys are still tied up. So I have no tiebreaker question lined up. So, all right. Toriyama has originally said that he wanted to end the Dragon Ball series during which saga? The Saiyan saga? The Piccolo saga? The Red Rebel Army saga? Or the Gods of the Universe saga?
That's a tough one. I'm gonna go with the Piccolo.
You with Piccolo?
What were the options again?
The Saiyan Saga, the Red Ribbon Army, Piccolo, and Gods of the Universe.
The Saiyan Saga.
Saiyan. The answer is the Piccolo Saga.
Damn it.
Craig, what happened?
All right, so
I beat you on a Dragon Ball question.
Yeah, I don't fucking know that.
I guessed.
Dylan wins.
I guessed.
I thought about it.
I threw
I was like,
this one
that,
for
that
a
makes
trick
sense because that's where
because-
Dragon Ball ends and like Z
Yeah.
starts with the
Bingo,
Saiyan
yeah.
Saga. But I was like,
See, so there's the key. He didn't have much writing in Z and GT
Well,
apparently.
okay,
so
so
the
the
Saiyan
reason I got
Saga
conf-
did not start
the
till
re-
G.
the reason
and
I
Gods
got
of the Universe.
confused about that is because they included Dragon Ball Z as part of the Dragon Ball manga earlier in the thing we just talked about. That's why I got confused
Okay.
because I was like,
Well,
I don't know.
I just went with it because Piccolo was his favorite.
Yeah, that
ding,
makes
ding,
sense.
ding. Well, Dylan is officially King Slime.
King
It's the
Slime.
title. Yes, he is King Slime.
That's a title I've
until the next-
always wanted.
It
Till the
sounds like
next
it.
quiz.
Why is there a Queen Slime?
I don't
Because you know there's a she slime.
There might be. I don't know.
I guess there
I
could
don't
be
think we're that
later in
far
the
yet.
series.
There's not an
It just-
8.
It just kind of seems weird now that I think about it.
I
There's,
didn't
like,
know that
she slime.
slimes had an assigned gender.
They do.
Yeah, there's a fucking
I-
she slime.
I know. I'm just.
that was in the first game.
I know, Craig. I know.
Okay.
He's getting worked up.
It's
We'll slow it
you
down.
didn't know they have assigned genders, but that was in the first game. That's we're 5 in now.
I'm
you should know
joking.
this.
Oh God.
I'm just saying.
He hasn't been paying attention. Okay.
Okay. Fuck.
All right, guys. Well, hopefully our next episode will be Dragon Quest V's review.
Oh, it should be.
What's the time frame looking like for that?
Well, if
Caleb?
I only have fucking 7 hours left, then it'll be within a week. and I beat it. So a week or two for our next episode.
Let's aim for 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks.
That'd give me more time to do it. It's fine.
All right.
Okay. Well, thank you for supporting our Patreon, guys. It really means a lot to us. And thank you for listening to our show.
Yep.
So I guess that's all for now, right?
Check us out on Twitter at Puff Puff Hour. Me at Obsidian Ba.
Me at Wandering Flame.
And me at DROM Media.
And go to geekdomentertainment.com. Check out all the other shows, such as Nude Clan. And
The Racist Podcast.
Yeah, it
Well,
happens sometimes.
We gave them a run for their money today.
Not as bad as Nude Clan last week.
That's true.
I'm just yeah, and then UFF, the Ultimate Final Fantasy Podcast. Ultimate Final Fantasy is also on there. The Godzilla Podcast.
Yes.
I think they've been adding some backlogged episodes of Getting Fat. So you can check that out if you like Joe and Schweiss from Ultimate Final Fantasy.
And their failed goals in life.
Yeah, their failed goals. Yeah, a lot of that. Yeah. And Facebook at Puff Puff Hour again.
Yep.
Again, we have a Twitch thing now. We're streaming, so you can check us out at what was the thing, Puff Puff Hour.
Yep, everything.
Just
under the
look
same
everything.
Name.
Yeah,
Nobody,
Puff Puff Hour.
aside from one random Nigerian food recipe. Thankfully, nobody in the world has ever decided Puff Puff Hour before, so we have the domain on every fucking thing.
That's
Well, now we don't because you just said that.
Yeah, fuck you.
Unless somebody wants to create a random thing that
They
I've not
could.
covered yet, then all the more power to them and being advantageous enough to go for it.
Yeah. What about the YouTube thing?
What
We got a
YouTube thing?
comment about maybe posting the Twitch video to YouTube.
Yeah, we will do that. We
So
will.
check out our YouTube channel.
Yeah, you
Just
can
Puff
watch
Puff
the
Hour,
the
right?
terrible stream that just happened.
Wasn't that bad?
And then it'll be on YouTube, and all future streams will be on YouTube.
I'm working on going through the episodes too and like doing a thing for YouTube. So
The older episodes that haven't been on.
yeah, I'm working on like making videos and like inserting images and stuff into them. So it's like a special treat for you guys. Hopefully you like it.
All right, guys. We'll see you next time.
Yes.
Quest on.
Keep it super and keep it questy.
Yeah. Welcome to another episode of the Puff Puff Hour, a Dragon Quest podcast. I am your host, Caleb Craig.
Doesn't count. Jacob Stanley, right?
And I'm your host, Dylan Rominger.
And today's episode is Dragon Quest IX. Finally, you guys, we get to talk about that thing you've been waiting for.
Yeah, finally I get all these people in a room together.
Yeah. I mean, we had like an iTunes review about it. It just said, please review Dragon Quest IX. And here you go, guy that
9
wanted
months
that.
ago.
It was a desperate cry for us to review it.
Yeah.
Well, now we're here. And we're reviewing it.
And we
too.
found out about it today when we were reviewing 9. So, I mean,
We just
great.
showed up and they're like, yeah, review 9. And we were like, okay.
yeah, we'll do that for you right away.
Goddamn right, I gotta force some episodes on these people. Get them done, finally. And yes, we are done with at least Act 2 of Dragon Quest XI, all of us. So I don't know what we want to count as the cut off. I'm pretty sure all of us want to continue and do
Okay.
Act 3.
Yes, we're going to do the last part, but it's separate, all right? The
Yeah.
game literally
episode.
says the end.
It's technically
all right?
done.
Fuck
so-
anyone who says that's not the ending. It
Not the end
literally
game.
says the end.
Okay.
And
that's,
then
that's
would you
fair.
like
I'm
to
just
save
saying.
your
Yeah. I'm just saying we are all Dragon Quest consumption. So It'd be awesome for us to cover everything that is.
Well, I
prepared
mean,
in the
yeah,
game.
it gives
That's
us like
mostly
a
true.
another episode for that extra bit.
Of course.
So
This is really the first time we're diving deep into the post game, though. At least me.
post game. This is the first game that the post game has actually had like any
point
story related content. So
That's true. Yeah,
I mean, some of them have like extra bosses that were like, I was really here the whole
God.
time, but it's
Well.
it's not as involved as 11's is.
yeah, that's true. It's story relevant too. It's not just for fun, so
Yeah.
makes me motivated to actually play through it.
Damn straight.
Get the trophies, of course.
Great game. Tremendous game.
How many
Everybody
hours do you
needs to
guys
go and
have?
buy it. 90.
70 something.
Mine's at 150
Damn.
Quit leaving your
because I leave it
PS4
on. So like maybe 40 of those hours don't count
Yeah.
because I wasn't actually in game, but 110's a lot of time.
It adds
All your
up.
dudes are like level 70 because you're grinding the shit out. Yeah.
Yep.
Although I don't think
Trophies.
there's anything to grind for
Trophies.
pre.
You get trophies if you level them up to 99.
Well, I mean, yeah, but you're gonna want to level
You're
up
gonna-
for the final boss.
Yeah.
The
Prepare
optional
for
final
a
boss.
crude awakening with that.
Yeah, Caleb kind of mentioned it, so I think I'm done grinding for now.
Yeah.
It was mostly for the luminary to be extra strong.
Oh yeah, that'd be nice.
Since
Especially
My
with
plan,
the
too, I
fucking
just
blade of darkness.
I use the light sword.
You're the single-handed.
dual
He's not a
wield.
great. Yeah, he dual wields. I agree. Too.
Oh, it's awesome.
Great sword is awesome too. Fucking hella chopper, man.
It's Giga Slash.
That too. It's,
Oh, what's that one fucking? I can't remember it now. The one move that just like extra damage, but it's like a single hit for the great swords. There's two of them. There's one that does a lot of damage, and then there's one that does a lot of damage.
Like multiple attacks.
No,
it's not
it just is like one super powerful attack, and I don't know why there's two different ones for it.
Luminous
But there's
Arc,
one that does
like
like a ton of damage, and then it's like this one does even more damage than that one.
It's for like the same MP. It's like Luminous Arc or something like that. I swear.
For Eric, I have him dual wield Falcon Blades.
Yeah,
Dude,
shoot
that's
him 4
amazing.
attacks.
It's so
I
good.
know, it's
No one
awesome.
uses Eric.
Oh man.
Oh, he's got critical claim. He one-shots metal slimes. That's why he's there.
So can
Jade has one of those moves too.
yeah,
But
Jade does.
this one hits every time. Doesn't miss.
It's
It's really broken.
it's great.
Yeah.
All right.
So wait, he crits with each of the 4 attacks?
Well, this one's just one like critical attack, but it one-shots pretty much everything
Okay.
except bosses. That'd be too broken, I think. It's awesome.
I
though.
don't want to grind with Eric.
Well,
He's
everybody
alright.
gets fucking
I don't care.
the
I don't want him in
XP.
a damn party.
Oh man, he had another ability too that was related to dual wielding. But I can't remember what exactly it does.
Is it for-
Oh, it's it allows your second hand to do as much as the first.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's that.
So that's awesome too. Story wise, he's not very interesting, but combat, he's awesome.
default character.
Yep.
All right, we are here to talk about Dragon Quest IX now. Sentinels of the Starry Skies. Released in Japan on July 11th, 2009, and released in North America on July 11th, 2010.
No
Took an
way.
entire year to get here. All right, so do we want to get into the development?
Sure. All right. So Dragon Quest IX is primarily designed around the idea of attracting a wider overseas market by giving the game more action-oriented premise than the previous games in the series. And in mid-2006, Dragon Quest series composer Koichi Sugiyama confirmed that Dragon Quest IX was in development. He quoted by Japanese video game magazine Famitsu saying, "I'm not sure when Dragon Quest IX will be released, but it seems that the progress is continually being made. I'm personally excited." On December 12, 2006, during a press conference celebrating the 20th anniversary of the Dragon Quest franchise, Square Enix announced that Dragon Quest IX would be released exclusively for the Nintendo DS, and making it the first numbered Dragon Quest title to debut on the handheld.
Yeah, you hear that, Final Fantasy? That's how you actually do a 20th celebration anniversary. Not like fucking wine and cheese. You announce a new goddamn game.
They're just fancy that way. The Japanese release of Dragon Quest IX was subsequently delayed from 2007 to 2008. The company cited the need to take more time for making a better video game as the reason for the delay. At 2008's Tokyo Game Show, a new trailer was shown at the Square Enix booth, which showed a glimpse of the changes made to the gameplay and graphics. At the end of the video, a confirmation of the release date set for March 2009 was unveiled. Square Enix released another new trailer for the game showing various aspects of the storyline.
What storyline?
Yeah, I don't fucking know. Along with cutscenes at the end of the trailer, showed then correct release date for March 28th, 2009, along with the price point of 5,980 yen. On February 12th, 2009, after having delayed the release of its quarterly financials by a week, Square Enix announced that the game would be delayed once again to the Japanese release date of July 11th of the same year.
You wait till February when a release date is in March to push it to July?
Yeah.
There would be a mutiny in like today's.
Didn't they do
March,
that for
like
15 though?
2019.
Final Fantasy 15?
By like 3 months though.
Okay.
I think.
Yeah, they stretched it to as far as they could.
This is like
5 months?
5 or 6.
The game's release day worried Final Fantasy fans who were told Square Enix president Yoichi Wada that the delay may affect the release of Final Fantasy 13, stating that he could not say there would not be any effect.
What?
Yeah.
Well, that didn't make much sense to me.
What?
Because sure, there was heads of people at Square Enix who publish Dragon Quest IX, but Level 5 still made Dragon Quest IX. That's who Level 5 did. They developed it. So how the fuck would that affect anybody at Square? That's what I want to know.
For the release date, I guess they were around the same time as Final Fantasy 13, so they could have affected like something. Maybe they would have had to push one of the others, Final Fantasy 13, back because they already pushed back Dragon Quest 9. That's probably what the worry was.
That's ignorant.
I don't know.
Because there's no way. They don't care enough about Dragon Quest. They would literally just say, you know what? Yeah, we got this awesome Dragon Quest game coming out, but you know what's also coming out the same day? Final Fantasy. And they'd still do it. Come on, it's Square. They'll... shit, though.
Dragon Quest IX was designed to be the hardest Dragon Quest game of its time. The rationale was that, according to Brian Ashcraft, night editor for Kotaku, the Dragon Quest IX developers said that people can always find out information on the internet, like it's part of the game experience. In addition, the game has only one game slot. Ryutaro Ichimura, producer of Dragon Quest IX, clarified that the reason explaining that there was not enough space on the cartridge for 2 additional save slots, given the amount of freedom that the game allows. Instead, the save area is used for backup save slot in case of battery failure.
Ooh.
Where there was a... Oh, okay, that's it. That's all.
Yeah. There isn't much about
development.
Actual details pertaining to the development, just mainly the release of it.
Right.
So, yeah.
So, yeah.
Pretty
some
lackluster.
possible conflict with Final Fantasy 13, but other than that,
Which
not
makes no sense to me.
basically the same. As far as being the hardest Dragon Quest game,
That's why I needed
no.
to
did
be
they forget they
clarified.
released 2?
Yeah, 2 was pretty brutal.
Well, that's post-traumatic 2 syndrome right there.
Disorder.
They just
Post-traumatic
forget.
2 disorder.
Yes.
All right, well, plot?
What plot?
Yeah, exactly.
There is a plot. We could easily just summarize it up.
It's small.
The plot is basically that they're looking for a magic fruit, and then they get the fruit, and then
There's 6 fruit.
Yeah, it's fruit.
Because at the beginning you're like training, so you're training with your mentor. And he's teaching you about what you're supposed to be doing. By
he's teaching you how to be an angel.
yeah,
Yeah.
angel to the people. And when you end up getting benevolence, you end up going to the fig tree to basically receive a blessing from God. I mean, the entire Jesus and pearly gates and God
Yeah, there's definitely a connection
allegory is deliberate throughout this whole game for it. So,
there. Although it is a goddess this time.
yeah, that's the
Not a
approach they
dragon.
decide to take. But you end up going there, and it just shatters. Like, oh no, it's an earthquake! It's an earthquake!
Yeah.
The entire place crumbles and falls to the ground, and all the figs get broken up from the Yggdrasil tree.
Pretty
And
much,
so,
that's what it is.
literally, you are an angel, and you land in a town that has a waterfall, and so the place is called Angel Falls.
The same
Thank you for
place-
that pun.
The same place you were training to become an angel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Touched by an angel.
Ooh. Weren't you guys talking about Michael Jackson earlier?
Careful now.
Yeah. I might get political, but I just thought it was a funny reference.
So essentially, you end up becoming human.
Memory?
You don't really lose your memory,
Kind
but
of.
you just can't collect any benevolence because the
Benevolence.
benevolence.
Yeah.
The what's her name? I can't remember her name.
Aaron?
Erin, she's trying to help you out because she notices that, she knows who you are, but she's trying to figure out why you can't gain any from the townspeople. So you and her,
no, that's not
shit.
Aaron. You mean Stella?
Stella.
Yes.
So with Stella, you end up going out and leaving the town to figure out why you can't start collecting any benevolence.
What do you guys think about Stella?
It's okay.
I really disliked her.
Yeah, it wasn't a
Didn't
high
like her
point
at
for
all.
me.
She was a low point. She was so obnoxious, I think. You guys don't feel the same?
I didn't really care about her.
Oh, man.
I didn't care either way.
Pay much focus into it.
They were always trying to do these dumb tropes with her. I don't know. I just didn't like her.
It's the Celestians. That's the race that he is.
Yeah.
You just call them angels. It's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
So,
It's like the Zenithians.
so essentially, in
games.
traditional Dragon Quest fashion, of course, you end up going from town to town and per se side quests and trying to figure out, what you're doing next and getting each fig fruit. So
Right. And I think the reason you're doing that is to restore the Starlight Express.
Yeah,
that transports the souls.
the train
Yeah.
between there and the Celestians,
so that's
the realm
why-
of the Almighty.
That's why you're looking for the fruit, because it powers the train.
Yeah, and the entire communication with the goddess, right?
Yeah.
Because if you don't have the Yggdrasil tree, you're SOL. So as far as each town you go to, anything stood out too much for you guys? Like as far as the story goes, I mean, it's the traditional, knights and princesses. Sometimes the king's corrupt, sometimes the princess is corrupt, and not really a princess, and it turns out to be a random fucking doll. Yeah, it was the doll. The blonde princess.
Oh,
that-
yeah, I remember.
Yeah.
It took the place of the actual dead princess.
Yeah, because her soul was fading.
Yeah.
I like the wait night at the beginning because he's
Oh,
trying
that
to
was
figure
a
out the
good arc.
princess and
Yeah.
strangely enough, he's dancing with her near the end. That was pretty cool, unique.
Yeah.
Yeah, they perceived him as evil, but
Right.
he was just a misunderstood character. Yeah. And he only wanted to kidnap the.
Be misunderstood.
He wanted to kidnap the princess because it reminded him of his love interest in his time period, and he was just confused. So that was a pretty interesting arc.
Yeah,
One of the better ones, I think.
agreed. So, but you keep going from town to town, and you eventually go to the Protectorate in search of some more of the figs, because I think you got about like 2 or 3 at this point. And you figure out that the fruit has an ability to grant any wish.
Okay.
But the wishes are sometimes not always fulfilled in the same way. It's kind of like, asking Calypso after you won Twisted Metal. You're like, we'd like to fly.
Oh, yeah.
And then, dumbass jumps off the fucking roof of the building, and then Calypso pulls out 2 plane tickets. And he's like, this is how you're going to be able to fly.
It's like one of those genie things that you have to be perfectly specific on what you want.
Yeah.
Or they alter it in funny ways.
Yeah, so it figures out that each of the figs tie into like demented forms of creatures. But once you end up doing that, you gain access to the Starflight Express again. And favorite character, Stella.
Yeah.
And you head
That's
for
awesome.
the observatory. And Aquila, who is we didn't mention that, Aquila is your
That's the
master.
mentor, yeah.
And
That mentors
he
you.
pretty much kind of a dick. Kind of a dick to you.
I don't
Might
know.
be,
I don't know if
it
I got
really
that
is.
vibe.
So, I kind of felt that way because, you're trying to become an angel, and he's just like, hey, motherfucker, you ain't ready.
Yeah, you're his replacement, pretty much.
Yeah, so I got the, like, jealous and envious vibe, kind of like he was. Like, you get the vibe, especially at this next event we're going to describe, as Aquila is kind of either neutral or he's evil. It's kind of like the vibe that I was getting at this point with the figs. And so when he asks for the figs, you say no, why do you need them? And then he
What's
ends up,
funny, too, is that he disappears like throughout the story until you get to that point.
yeah,
He's just not there.
because the whole focus of the plot is on the figs so far
Yeah.
that he just disappears. And
So it was definitely a big hint on where they were going with that, I feel like.
yeah,
Because he just was absent. And with no explanation, really.
yeah. So he ends up asking for the figs, and you say, fuck no. And then he ends up just beating your fucking ass and taking the figs anyway.
Yep.
And then takes off on a badass fucking black dragon. And then that's where you figure out he takes off on the black dragon with
I thought
the
he
new
joined up with them.
antagonist. Well, yeah.
I thought he joined up with the
And
dude
so
riding
you
the
actually,
dragon.
get a new, what was its name? I can't remember.
The
It's been a
dragon?
while. No, the new antagonist with
Oh,
Aquila teams up with.
I'm not sure.
Lieutenant Hootingham Gore.
Oh, right.
The fucking owl. The owl guy.
He's
The
one of-
mage owl.
Yeah.
Every like, Dragon Quest
He's
enemy
one of
is
a trio.
a dragon or a goddamn like mage.
Yeah.
For some reason. But yeah, it's a owl mage.
What was the
I'm
other
half
ones?
owl, half mage.
There were 2 other ones that were a part of that,
Yeah, it was the trio of people that.
but I can't think of which animals they were. Owl, some kind of cat.
But as an explosion happens, you literally fall off the train and just land back down. Somehow, you don't die, but the train just blows the fuck up at the time. So
Yeah, the dragon attacks it.
yeah, you end up in the Wormwood Creek. You enter the Wormwood Forest and meet Serena, who wants the main character to find a serene necklace she hid under the Guardian statue. And once you find the necklace and return to Serena, she agrees to break the seal blocking the entrance to the blowhole. The blowhole. It's a bow hole, but I say blowhole. Can't pronounce that. You had Rongo get the Wormlet bow, which ends up, let's just shoot it across like the Rainbow Bridge, right? And you go into Upover. And then The Magma is the volcano, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
It's that volcano area where you come across the drunk fucking dragon.
Greynarl.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
Well, at that point, no. But
No, I thought he was still awesome then. Uncle Dragon.
So that's the one-on-one fight that gave me trouble. 'Cause
Really?
you're not allowed to have other party members for that fight, I believe, and you have to equip the Celestrian equipment too on you before he'll even fight you.
So
Got the armor piece and
is that what allows you to ride on him?
yeah,
Okay.
yeah, that stuff has to be equipped for him to even initiate the battle.
I think I was over leveled at that point because I didn't struggle at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had no problem with any part of this game.
It was pretty much a breeze.
I was pretty much speedrunning the damn thing, so I came across a couple of hard parts, but
Yeah.
I finished the thing in even under 50. It's like 45 hours I beat the whole
Yeah.
thing. So
That's where I was at too, I think.
what?
That's pretty low.
Yeah. You end up getting that Dragon Warrior armor, and the Dark Dragon shows up. With the mage on top, and
Barbarous.
yeah, Barbarous, and it's just an
He's
awesome
OP.
one-on-one fight that I wish was in way higher quality than DS.
Yeah.
240p, and Greynarl just fucking killed during the fight.
Not at first. Yeah, he's winning, and then the dragon spits a fireball at the town. He has
Yeah.
to sacrifice himself for the town. Yeah. Which is awesome. Also kind of sad.
So you end up falling off of his ass
Yep.
down into the pits and depths of hell again, and then you come up and you're in prison, which there's the big Dragon Quest motif. You got to be in a prison at some point. You got to jailbreak.
That's true.
Yes. Dragon Quest princesses, jailbreaks, and slimes. Oh my!
And dragons.
Sounds so goddamn redundant. Of course, there's
Dragon Quest
dragons.
has dragons.
So
If
you end up
didn't
meeting
know.
this badass prisoner, like brick
Oh,
shit
yeah.
house, the freaking Sterling.
Who is the true awesome character, I think,
Yeah.
as opposed to Stella.
Oh god.
It's just
Sterling and
obnoxious.
Stella. So yeah, you end up figuring out that for some reason you could bypass through the special light gate that no one else can. Be like, oh, we're gonna stage jailbreak here,
Yep.
and we're gonna walk through the front door. And so
Just walk out the front door of the gulag.
you actually can during that fight. Like,
Yeah.
it's weird. Like they wouldn't lock it down, so you could like do a couple
Yeah.
battles and then leave and then come back. Like, what the hell? So there's pretty much that, and then you end up getting all your shit back. So you end up escaping there, and you return to the observatory. Yggdrasil turns into the goddess Celestria, who guides the hero to Gideon Palace. The hero defeats King Godwin's ultimate form and gains access to the Obolette, where they find Corvus. He rides Barbarous to the realm of the Almighty and corrupts it into the realm of the Mighty. Ascending the hellish domain, the hero battles Corvus. Okay, so
why is Corvus important?
Corvus used to be the old angel, an old Celestian angel that
I think he also
protected
fell
from
to
people.
Earth.
Yeah, he also fell to Earth, the exact same thing.
And then he
And-
had a love thing with one of the characters on Earth.
Yeah. And so what ends up corrupting him is he's deciding to, stay and fight and
Yep.
try and survive and like keep everybody alive in the town. And he ends up pretty much doing so, but he finds out that the girl's father, the king, sold him the fuck out.
Yep.
And so he assumes that, when they're running away and she gets killed, she doesn't have anything to say. He's pretty much killed too because they just want to wipe the slate clean. He's not aware that she had nothing to do with it. So he thinks she's part of it.
Yep.
That she was corrupt as well, and so it turns him evil.
Yeah.
That's what ends up happening to Corvus. So
You meet up with her spirit like throughout the game in random spots.
yeah.
Which is
So
interesting.
randomly you decide to, in order to stop Hootingham, you release Corvus from his fucking chains. Which is a stupid fucking idea. Because that's what ends up, becoming the head boss. Is because you decided to release him and pray to God that he would, maybe reason with the man before you take the arm shackles off. Jesus Christ.
Let me just free you.
Is there even any
and
dialogue?
then
I think you just go over and let him out.
Yeah.
Because you find him at the bottom of that dungeon.
Yes.
Yeah, I was like, this is kind of weird that he's chained up. Why are we releasing him?
Yeah, wait a minute.
yeah, maybe he's chained for a reason.
Yeah, you ever think about that?
Let's just let him out and then decide.
So, you end up doing that and then going to this last area, which was cool. It was a cool final dungeon.
Yeah.
I liked it a lot.
I thought that twist was kind of cool, too. Having one of the angels actually be behind a lot of the evilness in the story.
Yeah, and then the thing we didn't... Aquila isn't actually evil.
Yeah.
He's been trying to get to stop Hootingham. So he kind of plays along with his side, and then and then isn't able to do much. Gets shock froze, and then it's you guys that show up. You and your group of 3 pointless NPC nobodies again.
Oh man.
That come up and actually save his ass because he can't take out Hootingham himself.
Yeah.
So there is that twist with Aquila, but I don't think it's that big of a payoff, honestly. But
No, not really.
so you do end up battling Corvus, but at first it's impossible to attack him since he is a Celestian and cannot be defeated and attacked. So, but the one remaining Fig, you decide to make yourself mortal, and then you're able to defeat Corvus that way. So,
I thought he was a tough boss fight, though.
I think with him on the dragon, was the tougher fight than him on his own. So the first part of the fight is harder than the second part.
Yeah.
By far. The second part was quite easy, actually. After you get over the first hump hill, it's all downhill after that.
Yeah.
So
Just gotta beat him down. It's tired.
yeah. Now, most Dragon Quest games don't have the deepest stories, but this one is very lackluster. I didn't know.
There wasn't
I
much
was
there.
not feeling it. I mean, the main key that makes this game actually fun to play is the gameplay.
Yeah.
We didn't even go over.
Yeah, the multiplayer thing kind of kills this game in a way. At least as far as the story, because of how heavily they were trying to push that, they kind of fucked over any semblance of a story. Because your character is even more of a nothing character than in previous games, and like you have a purpose in those ones. You're a something, even though you're a silent protagonist.
Well, it's not just you; it's the whole party.
Yeah, and then this one, it's the whole fucking party. So it's like you can't. There's nothing there for that's going on for you. You can't even be invested in any way because your characters are literally just beat sticks.
So they have Stella and Sterling. That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
Well, there's
Sterling isn't really much of a character until later on.
Same with Aquila, but I think he's one note, dude. It seems to me when they were developing this, they were either it was meant to be a different title or they just wanted to do like a MMO spin-off for Dragon Quest. And then at the last moment, they decided, let's put in a little bit here to add to this so that it's an actual full game, and then we'll just put a 9 in front of it. This does not seem like a full-fledged Dragon Quest game to me. It seems like it was kind of like an afterthought after, okay, we've kind of built this game around it. What should we call it? Should we call it like Dragon Quest Multiplayer, Dragon Quest Online? What should we call? Oh, we're going to call it Dragon Quest 9.
Well, the problem is
That's
that
what
we
it
only
seems
got
like.
30% of the whole experience, according to the guy we just interviewed.
Yes. Yeah, some Raimu.
Yep.
If you guys want a full depth of the multiplayer and the entire history behind it, and the events and the online stuff that Nintendo did. That interview will be our next episode with us and him.
So
It's a
look
great
forward to
episode
that.
and kind of like a / interview with him. It's great. So be sure to
So,
check that one
yeah.
out too.
So we'll complete our entire experience of the game. So it doesn't
Thanks
feel
to
like we're
him.
missing out on a big chunk of it.
Yeah, honestly, the story is like such a small part. It's really there for you to level up so you can just go do the multiplayer stuff. Like that's it's kind of
Monster
how it
Hunter.
seems. It's like, hey, here's this passive story so that you can go fucking do this other shit.
Yeah, it's pretty customizable. That's a positive aspect of
For the
it, but-
gameplay, yeah,
It is the most customizable.
It's basically just how it is in every other Dragon Quest with the All Trades Abbey. You know, you get your vocations, but then it also has the Dragon Quest 8 kind of spin,
Yeah.
where you get skill points to put into whatever like weapon you're using and shit like that, so you can level up those, and then your level and skill basically depends on whatever job you're currently using and whatever weapon you're currently using.
Yeah, and the best part is none of the stats reset. So if you got like several levels into a specific trade, let's say priest, you switch it out to be a sage. You can go back to priest at level 50 again instead of level 1.
Yeah.
So that is a great bonus, thank God.
One of the other cool things is that some of the classes, their weapons will transfer over. Because they have they'll share some weapon. So if you have a sword on one thing and you switch over to another, so you're level 1 at that new job, you still have all your skills with your sword. You're still good with it.
Yeah, I feel
So
like
it makes it easier to level up some of the jobs.
Yeah, I feel like I didn't go very in depth with the jobs in this one. I just stuck with the basic ones.
Yeah.
Instead of the secondary ones, except for Gladiator.
Gladiator is the way to go.
Paladin.
Yep.
I definitely utilized the paladin.
Sage was disappointing in this one.
Yeah, sage usually always is. Always go with the priest.
I don't know. In 7, it was really good.
So everything similar to like Final Fantasy 12 and stuff. Everything is on screen now. It's kind of like what we ended up doing with 8, obviously, 7 and 8, and the 3DS remakes of that. So you can avoid like 90% of the battles if you truly want to, but I would not recommend it.
Yeah, because you need that. You need them levels.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially to level up all the fucking jobs, because there's a lot.
Yeah.
And you need it for the skills for your weapons.
So there is a bevy of side quests that have nothing even to do with the multiplayer aspect. You will literally just get a quest to say, hey, go talk to this person and give him a bundle of fucking bananas. And you'll go talk to him and get a bundle of bananas, and you'll...
This is the first game that has added stuff like that to the Dragon Quest series. As far as like seeing the enemies on the screen and being able to go do quests that are outside like the main story.
Yeah.
That's really like the first one that does it, and you can kind of see it in 11 where it kept that up. Like you can go do some side quests if you want. They're like nothing huge. They're just like, oh hey, go get this for me, or perform this thing during battle, or just little small things that give you little rewards.
And if you do those are some of the key ones, because some of the vocations that are really badass are tied into some of those.
Yeah,
It's fucking
true.
pain in the
You have to
ass.
unlock
A
'em.
couple of them.
Yeah.
So.
It's good though that you get some kind of reward.
So everything is pretty open ended. It is essentially like a MMO in some aspects.
Yeah, it gives you a lot of content. There is a shitload of content in this game, and most of it is the multiplayer. The game really just everything is like, hey, we made this game so you could play it multiplayer.
Yeah.
So like,
I mean, why else would there be all those extra things for the avatar? I mean, I had afros on my entire party. And all that is customizable. Like, the armor sets are all different for whatever character you have.
Yeah, that's something that I really appreciate about when games do that is, like, whenever you have equip a new armor, or weapon, you can actually see them on your character instead of them just being like a passive thing.
Yeah.
I really appreciate that. I know that like I do like the static designs for some characters, but I do like it a lot when you actually have an armor and you put it on your character and you can see that fucking armor instead of it just being like,
or having to have an armor set in order for it to appear.
Yeah.
So you can't like mix and match with certain things.
Yeah.
But in this one you can.
The implementation of the touch screen. Did any of you use it?
No.
Only if I was like bored.
Oh, good lord.
Poke.
Yeah, I like poked in and I saw him moving in a different direction and I'm like, oh god. No, thank you.
It doesn't really have a purpose, really. Like you don't have to use it in any way or for any aspect of the game. So it's like,
yeah,
it's there for lazy people who won't use the analog stick.
The Zelda games on the DS are just so bad because of that. That's how you have to control Link. Just put the stylus on there and he moves in that direction. Instead of using the D-pad that's there.
What games do that?
What are they called? Phantom Hourglass and Spirit Tracks.
Oh god, I didn't play this. They really fucking made it so you had to... Oh
yes.
God, why?
I don't know. It's really gimmicky and it really makes the gameplay suffer a lot, I think.
Well, yeah, that's terrible. It's a fucking shitty system.
And you have to control the boomerang with it, too.
That hurts.
Yeah,
Those seemed really promising, too.
Yeah, handheld Zelda.
Yeah, handheld Zelda with the fucking Wind Waker look.
Yeah, they did it good in the past. Link's Awakening. And Minish Cap was good.
Yeah, Minish Cap was good.
Yeah, but anyway, those are some other games that utilize that.
That were shit, apparently.
Poorly.
God damn, that hurts.
DS was a great cast.
No, it is. It is. It's just some of those early DS implementations for the touchscreen.
It was 2007 game.
Like fucking that Castlevania game, the one's the sequel to Aria of Sorrow, Dawn of Sorrow. You have to like fucking like draw the magic symbols, and you have to do that for like Order of Ecclesia too. And it bugs me. I mean, I love those games; they're fucking great games. But fuck, dude, like. Why would you do that?
Anything.
Why would you screw someone over with a fucking weird, shitty touchscreen gimmick?
Especially if you have the D-pad. Like it's perfect the way it is.
Fucking drawing.
I never understand
touchscreen
controllers.
I don't know.
I don't understand why it's in the middle of my PS4 controller either.
Yeah, I don't know.
Fucking reason for it.
I mean, it's fine.
So.
It's another button.
But it doesn't
it's basically just like a menu button for most games, which is fine.
What are our final thoughts with the gameplay?
It is a highly customizable game. I really enjoy that aspect of it. It's probably one of the better systems for the older Dragon Quest games, as far as like sticking with the old school Dragon Quest battle system.
Abbey.
With the All Trades Abbey and everything. I really enjoy it. I like that it's did the skill points type thing with Dragon Quest VIII. I do kind of wish that it was more. There was more to it, like
more varied.
Yeah,
nothing is going to be as
more
varied as
but-
Tactics Ogre.
Well, yeah, and that and fucking tactics.
Texas.
Yeah, the tactics games are really involved, but yeah, I just kind of wish there was a little bit more, and maybe that not all the fucking jobs or like some of the deeper ones were involved with quests.
Yeah,
I kind of wish it was more like like how it was in 7. You level up
That's
a
the best
part
of 7.
Yeah, like you level up a job to a certain point, then another one to a certain point, then you unlock a new job, and then you keep going with that. That would be perfect.
I wish they would bring it
in
back.
this game.
Yep,
it would work the best in this game. But sadly, they didn't implement that part of 7's best.
It's a bit watered down.
Yeah, it's kind of a little. But yeah, the gameplay is like the key feature for this game, and we didn't even do apparently 70% of it. So Like it is definitely centered around the multiplayer aspect, which is kind of an odd idea to me, to have a multiplayer RPG that's a turn-based game and not like kind of an action RPG or like a MMO type deal. It's literally just a turn-based game.
Yeah,
And it's not like Pokemon where you're having your team face another team. It's literally you guys versus something. So it's like everybody gets a turn to beat this guy. It's a little I don't know.
Instead of just wailing on him.
Yeah.
This isn't Monster Hunter. Come on. Like, yeah.
Well,
for me, I thought the movement was a little weird. Like oh look, we're gonna have the characters like move further on screen and get the arrow pointing like they're gonna go attack them.
Did you guys have a problem with frame rate drop because of that? Having 4 characters?
I had some frame rate drop in the towns.
Yeah,
but
me too. It was pretty bad.
Yeah.
It is kind of weird to experience frame rate drop on a DS.
On something that isn't that visually appealing either, 120 or 90p, where your hertz rate on a screen is higher than the resolution on the damn thing. So
what was it, like 240?
Yeah, it's 240. I'm being overly dramatic.
240 is rough, though.
But those, I wish they were just to like remaster those cutscenes so that they're a hell of a lot better looking.
Man, I wish
it'd be better. That dragon fight would be so much cooler. But yeah, for the most part, I like it a lot as well. 7's is clearly better. 8's is more broken down, way more simpler than even 9's. But I think 9's is a great gameplay for the series.
Yeah.
And so I give it high marks on that part. So
it kind of is like a callback to the earlier titles.
4 or 5.
Yep.
A little bit of 6. So
more around 4, I would say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it was good though. Not groundbreaking or anything. Maybe the multiplayer aspect that we missed is, but
yeah, it honestly kind of feels like a passive game for the series. Like it's like, hey, this is our callback.
Story was meh, kind of an afterthought. I felt like gameplay was solid, but not that spectacular. Other titles do it better. But yeah, it was pretty good. I think it's a little above middle ground for me.
Yeah. So design.
I think it had some pretty good designs for everything. The DS being made specifically for the DS is kind of... it makes it kind of look weird for some things, like the dragons kind of look like you can see the pieces of the dragon.
Yeah.
So it's like...
I think it just comes down to the resolution. I think if you buffed up the resolution and it wasn't pinned down to one DS cart, it would be a hell of a lot better looking from a design standpoint with Toriyama, of course, but because of that resolution, it's...
You think it'd be better looking on the PSP? Or just about the same?
All that boils down to is how much they were willing to pay for the production, so I don't...
Yeah.
I don't know.
I've seen some really great looking PSP games. I've seen some really horrible looking PSP games.
I think the game would look a lot better if they just stuck with the sprites or went back to sprites.
Oh yeah, because some of them are actually in 3D. Some of them are fucking 2D. I noticed this.
Yeah.
Why? It's weird.
I think cell shading the characters would have helped a lot.
Yeah, no, come on, level 5. That's what you did with 8.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, 8 and 11. And then fucking 7 on 3DS looks really good.
It does. That was a big jump for us too when we got to that one. We didn't have to suffer through the PS1
But yeah,
version.
like a cleaned up sprite type thing for 9, I feel like would be really good. I'm kind of going back to the sprite since they were kind of doing callbacks anyway.
Yeah.
They could do they could do like higher quality sprites instead of just going back to the little tiny things. But
well, it's possible too because they went back and did 7 and 8. So
yeah,
why not 9? It's next chronologically. So
I like
hopefully
the captain of the ship. What was his name? Max. I liked his design because it was just basically a fat pirate.
Yeah.
And then all the Celestians, obviously, or whatever they're called, all of them had angel wings. I thought that looked cool. I like those. The Quill and the main hero.
Mm-hmm.
Stella's a fucking butterfly, so
she's a pixie.
Pixie
Or a fairy, whichever you prefer.
You're a damn fairy. What I've noticed with at least the monster list is they brought back quite a few ones I haven't seen in a while.
Like what?
I can't remember now, but there was... I just remember a lot of them that I hadn't seen in a while. I'm like, oh, I ain't seen Baramos or the little pig with the ring that looks like a piercing since like 2 or 3. And it seems like what they're doing is changing some of them in and out. Oh, well, 9 may have some of these, but 11 may have some of these. Sometimes they just pick and choose. All right, what's going to be in this one? We won't do, the muddy hands in this one, but we'll do it in this one.
I do like that.
But I did notice some of the older ones that I hadn't seen in a long time in the series show up.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like that they can recycle some of the older enemies, bring in some new ones. There's a lot of new ones for this game.
There is.
And then the fucking owl mage dude.
I liked his design. I like the other two's design too. But they did reuse them.
The dragons are cool, but again, you can see their pieces, so it looks
pieces.
That's like the worst part of like DS designs. When you have those like games, like Final Fantasy IV had that shit too when they did the remake for that, and it's like it could look better, but they decided to do that.
Skip 6.
I don't know. I don't know why they chose to go that route. I don't know.
Well, it definitely could have looked better, but enemy design was fine. I did like the boss designs. Environments were okay, I guess. Nothing really stood out as far as the towns go.
No, it was quite lackluster, frankly.
I don't know. I just feel like a lot of it was neutral.
Yeah.
Middle ground. Not negative, but not positive.
A lot of effort. It's kind of go by the book, and we're not gonna do anything quite unique with this one. It's just
they went real kind of classic RPG with it. They just didn't. I think they did that because I think some of their multiplayer stuff has like procedurally generated areas. So that might be why. So they have like the kind of bland areas that they could just like create like a fuckload of things for multiplayer aspects. Yeah,
that makes sense. Yeah, if they're gonna have that much content, it's gonna overlap.
Yeah,
that's fine. It's understandable. I think
the multiplayer aspect, while maybe its best part to some people, is also what really hurts the game in like every way.
Hindsight, because we couldn't really experience it in a natural way.
Yeah, it's unfortunately dated at this point.
Yeah, I mean, like the whole just the gameplay, exclusive maps, fucking design choices for the environments. Nothing can stand out because it's got to be able to be made into a random created area, and then. Just the story is just there because they're like,
tacked on at the end.
Yeah, kind of. If they put all of their effort into making like every other aspect of the game, then it's like, well, what are we gonna make for the story?
Yeah,
which it kind of feels like because they didn't have to make any main characters for the game, so they didn't have to create like any real story for it. It's more like,
Development.
hey, there's
No character development at all.
Yeah,
It's left on
none.
the goddamn floor.
yeah, like there's no character development because there's no characters that you spend time with other than like Stella, but fuck Stella. So I mean, yeah, there's I don't know. It's just really
Underwhelming.
underwhelming. I mean, it's nice after 7 having played 7 for 100 hours and then being able to beat this in like 40.
So they gave us what we wanted, I guess.
Yeah, they're like, all right, here's a fucking much shorter game.
We'll cut it in half, and then we'll see how you guys like it. And
Yeah.
I like it way more.
Clearly.
I mean, I don't like it way more, but
You should.
well, I mean, there's certain aspects to both. Like if this game, at least 7 had a bunch of areas that were unique that you could go to.
That's
In
true.
this game, there's nothing.
Fair.
It's like it's barren, really, is what it is, because
That's
it's
how it
like
feels.
it's so empty.
Well, 7 had too much story.
Yeah, 7 had too much, and this 7 would have been the better
Is it
game.
Story
For
It's
the-
irrelevant to the main
side
story.
Shit.
Yeah, I feel like 7 would have been better for like a multiplayer type thing. You know, like, hey, let's
They
go
have,
explore this area. Let's go do this area. Let's
do
go
have
do
something.
this mini story over in this place. You know, build up to like a big boss fight. That would be
Yeah.
the better.
I think it does have DLC.
If they
Like
if
that.
if you combined 7 and 9,
tablets.
I
Yeah.
feel like you would create the perfect
Better one.
vision of what 9 was meant to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I get that.
Music.
Yeah, it's one of those.
This one's really passive too. Like it's
Because it's taking like 90%. Well, not only does Sugiyama like reuse a lot of his music, but I'm seeing already the same themes from previous ones that were like town themes.
yeah. He changes a couple notes and then he's like, "All right, this is a theme." It's like, well, wasn't this in the last game or something else? And then
And it's double timed, right? Yeah.
Oh man.
yeah. I mean, it wouldn't be so bad maybe if we weren't just like constantly listening to this as we go through the games.
Yeah.
But because like
Yeah, because there's huge gaps.
we're
between
just so
7,
used
8,
to
and
it.
9.
It's just like, oh well, we've already listened to the same 20 songs over and over again to get across like 11 games now. So it's like, what?
And we go through the
I'm-
games really quickly.
Like nothing against Sugiyama here, but I mean, I could use something new.
Yeah.
Yeah.
New compositions each time.
Really spice it up a bit. Because a lot of the tracks sound the same.
Put a
If
ukulele
not
in one of the theme
similar.
songs. I don't
A fucking
A
ukulele.
Go with a metal theme or something.
That'd be
Well,
cool.
I mean, a lot of the Dragon Quest games, when you go to like new towns, they usually have a theme of being like in a different country.
Yep.
So like the music, I feel like would be better if they adopted something of that country that they're trying to mimic
They did
for
in
that
11.
area. They did a little bit for
Yeah.
11.
Oh yeah, you could definitely see the Japan and Hong Kong reference in
Yeah.
what is this?
Hato.
Hato and
No.
Fuji. Yeah.
Some of the names of those towns are hilarious.
Oh yeah, it's
Yeah.
great pun
So-
work.
Fucking the Hato town is a hot spring place. Yeah, it's they're all puns.
Phenomenal.
Yeah, phenomenon.
Sniffelheim.
Sniff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great.
That's fucking names, dude.
I don't know.
And Gallipolis, when it's just a fucking horse racing place.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goddamn, dude.
So there was a few good puns here in 9. Like
Well, that was all 11 stuff. But yeah, in 9, there's no humor in 9, so everything had to be a fucking pun.
Yeah.
Everything.
Everything.
The fucking main bad guy, the fucking owl dude, he's a fucking pun.
He's an owl.
God.
The Hootie guy.
Yeah.
Hoot hoot.
Hooters.
Hooters. Mr. Hooters.
Like literally every part of this is a fucking like. What was the name of that fortress? The main fortress like that they had was a fucking pun name. It wasn't. It was like something Etris. Like they were trying. I can't remember what it was, but it was like every aspect of this game was a fucking pun because they couldn't like naturally put in humor. They couldn't naturally put in fucking characters. So they're like, well, it's got to be funny somehow.
Gortress?
Yeah, the Gortress. God, dude. Like, I can't think of anything else. What are we, how are we gonna pun this? Gortress. Yeah.
Instead of fortress.
Yep. And gore happens there. God, dude, it's fucking stupid.
That one's not good.
It's not a good pun, but everything has to be a pun in that game. Like, I mean, the puns are fun in Dragon Quest. They are. Yeah. But it's like when that's the only source you can get for humor. Mm-hmm. It's like, really? Fucking really?
You just don't connect as well in this one as the other ones.
I mean, there are some better ones, like the Metallica one that we learned.
That one is funny.
And then the Simpsons.
Well, there was the like Elvis Presley reference. There was that.
Oh,
too.
yeah.
And then
there's some decent ones like here and there, but this one is like they got real lazy with it sometimes, just to be like, yeah, we need humor. We need this game to feel like it's charming. Because it was empty.
Yeah, for the most part.
Dragon Quest IX shipped over 2 million in pre-order sales. While the game's official release date was July 11th, some retailers had already shipped orders. One such dealer asks its customers to not play it until the official release date. In spite of the large number of pre-orders and additional release shipments by Square Enix, lines still formed for the day of the release. Within a 2-day period, the title had sold 2,318,932 copies out of an estimated 3 million copies that have been shipped. Some analysis said that 3 million may have been too conservative and expected 5 million copies sold in Japan alone, with large overseas sales expectations that could break previous Dragon Quest sales records. Ultimately, Dragon Quest IX set the record for the highest premiere week sales post-2000, which was previously held by Dragon Quest VIII. Big surprise. And sell it for
I think I remember seeing commercials. They had like or at least for one.
The great one is Seth Green.
Okay. Yeah.
So they have Seth Green in there, and it's two girls who are sitting at a cafe table, and they're basically saying, "Oh, this was a hard decision. Oh, I have to decide this or this." And then Seth Green bumps in. He's like, "Well, I had to choose between a thief and a warrior," and he's sipping on a shake. And he just does the weirdest expression when he's sipping on the shake, like, I had to make a hard decision.
Yeah, that sounds like Seth Green.
Yeah. It's a great commercial, actually.
Yeah, they even had, like, the Nintendo president was talking about it, Reggie Fils-Aimé.
Yeah?
He was
Reggie was on by then?
Yeah,
Cool.
He was playing through it himself.
Cool. Yeah, they decided to, Nintendo at least for this one, not Enix themselves, did run a lot of promotion. Like when I had only heard about Dragon Quest VIII and I was checking online and doing that, there was a lot of press for Dragon Quest IX at the time.
Yeah, it was a big deal because of the exclusivity of it with Nintendo.
Nintendo was probably really pushed the
I think
DS.
they started pushing that one partially because it was on the DS and 8 did pretty well. I think it did better than they expected over here.
Yeah.
In Japan. Apparently, a malware version of the ROM was released early on 2chan instead of the actual game. It is an H-anime slideshow that bricks the Nintendo DS.
Nice.
Anti-piracy measures are fun. Famitsu, our great magazine, gave it a 40 out of 40.
No.
Yeah, it's not a perfect game.
Giving it the 10th game to achieve a perfect score. After its international release, it received positive reviews, including an 87 on Metacritic, with an average user score of 9.0.
Really?
Seems a bit high.
It's
fun, but it's...
No, they're completely wrong about that. Yeah, it's...
I don't know. I think it's like 84-ish, 83-ish for me.
Yeah, it's
a little
70s.
It's a little above average. The whole package of the game.
Yeah,
An early
the
title
whole
was
thing, yeah.
Defenders
It's good
of the
value-wise.
Starry Skies.
Right.
So yeah, it's the only one that has been on a handheld. It was the last Dragon Quest game that Level 5 did because they ended up taking 10 and 11, and it's Hori started Armor Project and started doing it in-house himself at the Armor Project. So Level 5 didn't do them anymore, and we haven't had a further port or release of 9 since then. Get into our final thoughts.
Final thoughts. Very mid-tier Dragon Quest.
Yeah.
That's really the only thought, because I mean, there's no characters that we can talk about. There's no, I mean, the story is like, it's okay for what it is, but it's like at the same time, it's not.
There's no antagonist
no-
besides a fucking owl.
Yeah, there's not
no
really a
Domingus
story in there.
depth, so
Yeah, there's no depth to it, like, at all. It's a really shallow game. The gameplay is where it excels, and even then, it's like, it kind of feels
lesser.
Yeah, a little lesser, because I mean, all of it is tied to the multiplayer stuff, and really, you're just leveling up your guys for that purpose. And we didn't even play the multiplayer, so we can't even really like say how great it was or whatever, you know. I mean, it sounds like there's some good stuff when we were interviewing the guy, you know, and like the legacy bosses going to fight the bosses that have been previous in the series, like the Dragon Lord, Mortimer.
It sounded fun.
It sounds cool, but at the same time, it's like, well,
It's just not accessible really for us unless we have like a special cartridge that we can get access to them on.
I imagine.
Well, now by him transferring the maps to me, I could just transfer any of the maps to you guys.
Yeah. So we'll definitely have to go back and try it out. I think it brings it down a little bit, but just a middle ground one. Nothing too special about it.
Yeah. Sad. I wish there was something like extremely positive for me to say or something extremely negative for me to say. But there isn't.
It's not like 7 where we're basically the same, except for how we could bitch about the length. There's just nothing really to talk about. Really, it's just it doesn't have anything that the classic Dragon Quest games really have. Like, it doesn't have the really cool characters. It doesn't have that interesting storyline that they usually have. Like, it's always a simple story, but they always make it have a twist in some way that is
The
uniquely
towns are
Dragon
fun to
Quest.
visit.
Yeah, the towns are fun to visit because, you know, they're unique in every way, like down to the dialogue of the characters. Like,
They have
it's
accents, dialects.
there's none of that exists in this game. It's like everything is just a pun because you had to put it somewhere.
You don't create a bond with your party either because you're not really interacting with them.
Your
They're
party
just there.
is just your created dudes. So
which is fine, but they're just like blank slate characters.
they're not even blank slate characters. They're just like a fucking shell with a sword.
Some of them don't even have.
They're
swords.
fucking puppets.
Puppets.
Meat
sounds-
puppets.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Meat puppets.
Fleshy puppets.
Yeah.
It sounds gross when you say it.
Yeah. it
Yes.
does.
You're welcome. That's what I was going for. So
Well, good job. You succeeded.
But yeah, I wish I could say something. You know, I wish there was more to talk about. But this game is just.
Yeah, I think that too.
I want to know what people who really like it have to say about it, because like I can't imagine there being anything to say, like unless you're like you really like the characters that were in the game, but you don't spend any time with those characters to be like, I really like this one. Why?
He has blue
I
hair.
believe there's probably a lot of Dragon Quest fans out there that 9 might have been one of their first ones, because
could be.
Yeah, I would imagine that's the case.
So I think it could be a little bit of that playing into it, but
at the time it was pretty revolutionary, I would say. At least for a Dragon Quest title.
Well, yeah, being able to go.
I mean, you still had the
online play for the
very first
DS
time.
is pretty impressive.
Yeah, if you actually randomly was able to find another RPG player that enjoyed RPGs as much as you, you're able to finally like co-op with something. Because a lot of RPGs, aside from maybe like 1 or 2 series that was willing to experiment, there wasn't much multiplayer. There clearly, you know, to go along with that, co-op.
Yeah.
Characters would not jump in games as far as the JRPG aspect goes.
Yeah.
And so the second they did start to implement some of those things in like a Phantasy Star, and clearly like multiplayer with Dragon Quest, or when Final Fantasy decided to do it with 11, I could see how people could get excited.
Yeah.
But in hindsight, I look at it and I'm like, this is kind of not good.
I mean, I guess it did do a lot of cool things with the gameplay. You know, I do really like that they added the skill points for the weapons and made the job classes 2 individual things that you could keep up on. Yeah. I really like that. I also like that you can do little mini quests during the story. Like I like that aspect that transferred over to 9. I mean, not 9, to 11.
Yeah.
But other than those things, like it's, you don't really it like they try to make it the hardest game in the series, but it doesn't even fucking touch 2 or 6 or fucking any of the games really. It's very easy. Easy to level up your shit. And if they wanted to make it tough, they should have really made it tough. But
it's made Mortimer return boss fight.
I really think that all of their efforts went towards this multiplayer aspect, like the tag mode or whatever that they're still trying to replicate for the phones for a possible phone version of 9. I don't know. It just. If that's where all the difficulty is supposed to be, then we didn't get that part. We didn't get the main point of this game because we didn't play the multiplayer, which it's sad that a mainline Dragon Quest game had to be a multiplayer centric game to the point where like everything else kind of falls short of other Dragon Quests.
Yeah.
Because
I'd love this as a spin-off. Like I expect this from the spin-off later on.
Yeah,
because of the games, but not so much on a main line. So,
well, get into rankings.
Yes, let's get into rankings.
All right. We'll start from the bottom spot. 2 builders, 6, 7, 1, 9, 3, 4, 8, and 5.
But I'm not.
All right, I think I got mine.
Yeah, go ahead.
Not making a movie out of 8.
So,
8 is a movie. It has voice acting. God damn it.
8, slightly above 5, 4, 1, 3, 9, 7, 6, 2.
Yeah, I'm still deciding here. I'm trying to
where
figure
to put
out
9?
where to put 9 because. All right, fine. It's 8, 5, 4, 3. Your love for 1 still baffles me.
I fucking
then
love
it's 1 because 3 is better than 1.
I don't know. 1 is just so perfect.
9, 6, 7, 2.
It is. It is the perfect NES game. All right. It is so fucking good.
Did you play it on NES?
I did not because I'm smart.
I played it on NES, and no, it is not.
I played it. 2 is the perfect NES game. So
Fucking no, it's not.
Yes,
two
no,
is
it's
garbage.
2 is not.
2 is good, but it's not.
Anyways,
Fucking
9 is slightly above 6. And it's because of the stupidness in the story of 6 that I'll put 9 above 6. But yeah, there's no way I would even fathom it even coming near a tier near 4, 3, or 1. No way. But I did still enjoy myself more in 9 than 6 and 7.
yeah.
So that's where it is.
There's just more there for me for 9 than 1. So that's why 9's over 1.
Yeah, we're gonna have a
Gotta
fight after
replay
this
that.
episode.
You gotta replay that one on the phone.
Yeah,
It's so good, dude. I love it.
hand you a cell phone with the copy on it for like a week and just go to town.
Man, it's
like
just
$1.
It's just so satisfying to pick up the princess and then just walk away when you're done.
yeah, it's good. And then, cross the rainbow bridge, rainbow in the dark.
You gonna
I miss
auto-tune
one.
that and post? You should.
I'm tone deaf.
You probably should do that.
So yeah, that is it. Oh,
Have any news or?
we could.
Well,
gladly
I guess we could
comments?
just talk about the Dragon Quest V movie,
Which
briefly. So yeah, Dragon Quest V movie, you guys, it's
your
coming out.
story.
Fuck that title.
That's not a happy title.
It
Makes my penis soft.
It's 10 years a slave.
I don't like it when movies do that.
That's
like
the
the
better
anime.
title. You need to pitch it to Square and just tell them to change it for the U.S. release.
Fucking
I will
anime
send them a
titles. Like they could have just called it Dragon Quest. I mean, really, they didn't have to call it Your Story. They didn't have to. They didn't have to do
Subtitle is
that.
completely not necessary.
They didn't even have to call it Dragon Quest V because it would have just been. They could have just called it Dragon Quest.
But it is Falling Five's.
I know,
story,
but like if you call
now
it Dragon
the
Quest V as a movie, then people are gonna think there's 4 other ones that they didn't see because nobody's like over here at least nobody's played Dragon Quest. So
Is that the biggest one over there? 5?
over Japan?
Over in Japan, yeah.
I don't know.
Five's got a very solid fan base.
I was curious why they chose 5 over all the other ones.
Because 5 is flat out the best story period in this series.
Yeah.
Without a doubt.
Plus, having made a movie of it, they can actually like create the character of the main character.
Yeah.
Because they have to now. They can't just leave it be as a blank dude.
Well, yeah.
Yes and no. You never know.
They could
We don't
do
know
it.
how much they're gonna like follow. They're obviously gonna keep some aspects, but I don't know
I mean,
how much
they're
going
gonna
to
keep the base
change.
story, but they're gonna have to have some interaction with the main character in order for the chick to fall in love with him, have the child, and to continue the fucking story.
No, he'll just sit there, be a shill, and he'll pick Bianca because Nira can just go fuck off. And
Well,
then-
I mean, yeah,
and if they end
he's
up
gonna
having
pick
Deborah
Bianca
show up
because that's
gonna be
what fucking
canon.
happens. That's canon. That's why the main character in 6 blue hair. Yeah, he's descended from Bianca.
Is that your fan theory?
It's the only theory. They're supposed to be it's a trilogy, dude. They're fucking supposed to be part of the hero bloodline. The main hero has blue fucking hair. You choose your wife. It's a canon choice. She's
but
the
you
one
don't-
that it gives you because you have to marry her in order for the guy to be like, all right,
You don't know how far along in the bloodline it is, though.
I
It could be
fucking-
generations.
fucking know
Yeah, it could have
though.
been a receding gene from someone fucking a blue Smurf
It could
6
be
centuries
A
ago that
blue
finally shows up.
Smurf. You show me a blue Smurf in Dragon Quest, and maybe I'll believe it.
There's blue tree trunks,
Put
so
one
it
in
descends from the damn blue tree trunks. So, yeah, it could have been a recessive gene for many, many generations.
Nah.
It's Bianca. You know it. It's on the cover of the game.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, that's the canon choice.
There you go.
I mean, Deborah wasn't even in there in the original game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Added in.
Yeah, I chose the special add-on waifu.
Just for you.
The slime killer.
She is a slime killer.
Yeah. She fucking murders them slimes.
All right.
The metal slimes.
Well, until next time, guys, keep it super and keep it questy.
Quest on.
Yeah.
This time on Nude Clan.
What?
Fucking what?
Puff Puff Hour, a Dragon Quest podcast.
Finally.
Yeah. It's time
Yes.
for Dragon Quest 11.
It's almost
It's
an
about
entire
time.
year after release.
Yeah.
Close.
Nearly
It's
so.
a big game.
Came out in what, September?
Yeah, on our anniversary,
Yeah.
our 1 year anniversary
Your
for Puff Puff
anniversary.
Hour.
We nearly waited until our next anniversary.
The first
for this.
release that we did,
but we
the
couldn't,
first
couldn't
episode.
hold it back any longer.
Ah, yes.
It was our first year anniversary.
Yeah, we wanted to delay this another 6 months, guys, from holding it out from you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, at least 3 till
least
September.
Yes. So, yes, obviously today is the review of Dragon Quest XI, Echoes of an Elusive Age. A subtitle I really don't like that much.
Well, that's because you didn't finish the whole game, Jake.
Oh.
Oh yeah.
stopped
Okay. So
because Rick
speaking.
wanted to
Okay.
stop.
So speaking of this, so we're only going to be reviewing the game. All right. We're not going to be reviewing the extra parts after the game. All right. And some people may question what the whole game is. Well, let me tell you what the whole game is. The whole game ends when you beat the Lord of Shadows. All right. That's where it ends. The game literally brings up credits and then it says the end.
That's true.
You can't say
Same
I'm not
ending theme.
disagreeing.
you can't say that it's just like that's not where the game ends because it literally says the end. That is the ending.
Yeah.
There's no further. That stuff can be reviewed later in a second episode, but for now we're capturing
Probably
the
just
game.
by me and Dylan.
We want to make it really concise.
Yes.
That's the reason.
Yeah.
Not because
sure
we
it is.
didn't have time.
Because Lord knows we had more than enough time.
Did we?
Yes.
I got
Yeah.
it done.
I know. It's just the restart that happens.
Yeah, basically.
Basically kind of curbed Craig into not wanting to continue. And I kind of like questioned the fact, okay, do I do this? Do I do that? And I just chose to continue playing other games. But I will
Well-
immediately follow it up now.
If you guys want incentive to play it, it is totally worth the time and the
Oh, yeah.
investment.
It's just the time.
Yeah, the payoff it's worth it.
Yeah, so if you want to blame somebody, you can blame Craig.
Fuck you. I want to play the after credit stuff too, but it's gonna be a little bit.
Yeah, I understand because you got to get all those levels back, and it's
Dude,
a
it's
weird
disgusting.
setup. I really, I don't.
It's
like
not
it.
that bad.
If we had to review the game as a whole with that in it, the game would take a negative impact from me for that. Because that's
Not
bullshit.
for me.
Dude, my characters were over level 30 when I was at that point in the game. And then you go back in time, and then it's like, hey, all these characters are level 30 now. It's like, but I was at least 10 levels above that, so fuck you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, your
Game
hero
angered me.
character keeps the level, so it's not
It's
that
true.
bad.
Right.
But when
I
your when your hero is like level 70 and every other character is like level 30, it's like,
You
okay.
gotta drag them up to your level. And it goes
Yeah,
a lot
I was
faster.
doing a lot of side quests, so I have no idea. I was at a very high level at the end of the game, so it's quite discouraging. But like, so I was contemplating. I did a lot of the side stuff after the credits because it was a hell of a lot easier to tackle it now, as opposed to continuing the story, going back to level 30 and not being able to access and do those kind of things. in
Yeah.
15 more hours again. So I just kept doing side stuff until I just chose to put the game down and start playing something else.
Right.
That's fair. Yeah.
All right.
Might as well, if you're not gonna beat the game all the way.
I know we are a Dragon Quest podcast.
I'm
We
just
should
kidding.
I mean,
do
we
all
don't
the
even
story.
know if we beat the game all the way because we still got that Dragon Quest 11S that's coming to Switch that may add more shit.
It
It does.
So it's like, okay, well, we didn't even beat the truest version of the game. There's gonna be
All
more
of it's
bullshit.
Just side content.
There's gonna
though.
be after credits after the credits.
And
Oh, you mean
DLC.
like any fucking Marvel movie I've seen now? Good lord.
There's gonna be like 20 after credits scenes.
Yeah, I saw the new Spider-Man movie
Yeah.
in theaters,
No.
and it's like credits after scene, a little bit more credits, another after scene, and then another after scene. I'm like, what in the fucking hell? I know you guys are trying to set up this universe, but this does not make the movie good. It's
Well, it gets hype. going.
after the first one, I'm like, all right, I'm walking back.
It
to
works
the
for some
concession
people.
stand and
Not for me, because I don't care about Marvel that much.
I don't either.
Yeah.
I mean, it's cool when they set up other stuff, but then it's like,
Yeah.
So I believe the S content obviously will have just side stuff. Like I wanted to
mostly side
pirate,
stuff?
Yeah, it seems to be that way. I wanted to pirate the 3DS version, or at least buy it and get it sent over here for the extra content because it's supposed to be a whole bunch of side missions.
Yeah.
Which are callbacks to almost each. Like each of them is a town and a dungeon from each Dragon Quest. It looks like so. From 1, 2,
interesting.
3, all the way up to 9.
7's gonna take like an eternity, and
Oh, I
it's
know,
just
I
like really repetitive.
Yeah, another
okay.
extra 30 hours of content there.
Yeah.
Well,
Whole bunch of unnecessary dialogue.
it's more Dragon Quest. So.
It's true.
people
I
like
do. I am totally gonna buy it for Switch.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna play it again. Yeah.
I'll probably gamefly it. I got money for that.
I mean,
So for me,
just the sheer amount of extra content it's gonna have, and then the ability to play it in that 3DS style. I just
Yeah, the 2D
it's worth.
top-down.
It's gonna be worth buying it again.
Yeah.
Plus,
It'll
the game is
definitely be
fucking
worth it.
fantastic and one of the greatest RPGs of all time. So, yeah.
And they haven't even
It's in the
finished
top
the
25.
entirety of the game, and they're saying that. So they're in for a real treat.
it's a great
I
game.
mean, we did finish the entirety of the game. We just didn't do the after credit scene.
Scene pertaining of 30 hours.
It's,
Yeah.
it's more than one.
Yeah.
There's more than one after credit scene.
It's a bunch of them.
God damn, dude.
Yeah.
So for me, I don't actually own a Switch, so I might just like buy a copy and then borrow someone else's Switch for it. It's definitely going to be worth it, but
Don't
I
have a
wish they
Switch.
do a...
How are you going to play
The other
Smash
thing
Bros,
was-
Jake?
I don't play Smash Bros. I rarely play fighting
Oh,
games. Period. So
Should we get into that then, since we're on the topic?
in a moment,
What-
but I hope Square Enix does what they kind of did with World of FF later on. The second that the Switch version came out of World of FF, it had all that extra content to it. except for
the
they
Maxima
added,
upgrade
yeah,
or
the
whatever.
Maxima stuff that you could go buy on PS4 and Xbox One, I believe, to add all the stuff that was on the Switch to the original console releases, and that should work for like the Steam PC version and PS4. That's what I'm hoping for. Is just to buy an extra DLC pack on PS4 with that extra content.
That would
But
be cool.
That'd be
if
nice.
Nintendo wants to be smart about this, they would lock that up with the Switch exclusively.
Nintendo
That'd be a
do
smart
that.
business decision. But I hope that isn't the case, because I've been looking around on Twitter and all of our feeds and stuff. I saw some people with discs of 11S version on PS4 over in Japan. So
Well,
that's being very rumored about. So I don't know.
Well,
We'll
I mean,
see.
they did release 15 again with Royal Edition, but you could buy the Royal Edition upgrade anyway. So it's
Right,
it's
yeah.
probably that kind of situation.
Yeah, that could be the case. You just never know. But hopefully we get more announcements here soon about that. And I'm pretty sure there might be an announcement of... I'm thinking there's going to be Eric Monsters. I think Eric is going to be in the next Monsters game.
Oh, really?
That's what I'm thinking.
I didn't
Because there
think he was
seems
that
to be some
popular.
announcement for Eric coming soon in like a week from now, from the time of this recording. And so that might be the case. And yes, of course, we'll finally get into it.
Bringing out the worst character.
Erdrick is confirmed. We're way late to this for Smash Brothers.
Well, Dragon Quest Hero is confirmed.
Yes, it's
it's
all
not just-
Luminary,
Yeah.
Erdrick, all of it. All like getting 10 versions of him you could change into. That
It is
fan-
pretty sweet.
was a
I
great
didn't
trailer.
expect it. I thought it was so cool.
Yeah, I'm pretty pleased that they got multiple versions of the hero available as the characters.
Well, it really pleases everybody in the community in that case too.
Yeah,
'Cause there was a lot of debate over who should be in it.
and that's honestly the best way to handle it. Like, is to just make it a different costume.
Yeah, let the player choose. I didn't notice the stage though that they picked.
It was, I think it was the one where you where the whale comes out, where that reveal spot. I think that's where it was.
Oh, that's cool.
With the
And
tree
11.
in the background floating
Okay.
out. Yeah, I think that's what
Okay.
it was.
That's a good choice, I think.
Oh, the vehicle to
Yeah.
an 11. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, that was pretty fantastic.
Yeah.
Of course, Dragon Quest Builders 2 is out now. Looks fantastic.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna buy that one on Switch too.
Yeah, those reviews for 86. I
That's
think
pretty high. What was Builders? Was that like 72 or something like that?
5 or 76.
It was, yeah, I remember it was in the 70s. Yeah,
It's a lot higher. Than
I did see some stuff for Dragon Quest Builders 2 where it had levels now, which is
Really?
cool.
Yeah.
So you can go out and grind.
We'll have to re-listen to that episode and see like what they've actually followed that we suggested, if anything.
We'll do a follow-up to our follow-up.
Yeah. Why not?
But
More
yeah,
content.
go. If you guys haven't seen that trailer, man, it is overly enthusiastic. It is insane, that trailer. The announcement
for
they have
Builders
for it.
2?
You're like, Dragon Quest Builders 2. It was getting
Well, I mean,
insane.
you should look at the fucking season pass, dude. There's an entire thing of the season pass that's dedicated to fishing mini games.
Why?
I don't know, but you get like an entire extra island and like 40 extra fish to like go
What's-
fishing on.
what's with Square Enix
in there
yeah.
fucking fishing.
I don't
That's
know.
what I was gonna say.
I
yeah.
saw it and I was like, man, that's like Schweiss's wet dream right there. It's like fucking
Hey,
fishing minigame
Dragon
island.
Quest monsters
There
of
we
the
go.
blocks.
Yeah,
Maybe we can have him as a guest for that.
for Builders 2.
Fishing minigame. Good lord.
Yeah, I don't know if you could get a good sense of the series from Builders 2.
No,
He was
I wonder what
supposed to be
plot
on
they're gonna
this
follow for
episode.
this one though. That's the thing
Yeah.
I'm curious about because the game was following sort of an opposite plot line of 1 for the first
Right.
Builders game. So I'm wondering if this one's gonna do 2.
Yeah,
Well, it's
it
got
does too.
Malroth,
It's
so-
Malroth.
Yeah.
It's Malroth,
Yeah.
With the obvious twist, it seems
Yeah.
like.
It
so it's gonna
shows-
be way better than Dragon Quest 2, is what
Well,
we're saying.
yeah,
It's showing Malroth in your party, and then
as a human character.
yeah,
But like,
Oh, okay.
we know what happens in Dragon Quest 2, so
and the children.
he's obviously gonna turn bad. I could be wrong though.
Never know. You're not the hero in Dragon Quest Builders 1, so...
Yeah, you're the superior guy to take over after the hero failed.
I guess so.
Becomes a boss.
You can't level up. You can't do shit.
Can't
but
build
you could totally defeat the Dragon Lord with a wave of cannons.
Oh, you just bash him with the Bashmobile.
Dude, I used an entire fleet of cannons.
Dash through the Drakkies and smash in the back of my
Hey, you owe that.
Bashmobile.
You got to make that.
Yes, I do.
That tier got met on our Patreon, so
Shut up.
now it's out
I know.
there.
All right, so obviously we're going to get into the full review here.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. Dragon Quest XI Echoes of an Elusive Age was released in Japan for the Nintendo 3DS and PlayStation 4 in July 2017, and worldwide for the PlayStation 4 and Microsoft Windows in September 2018. Okay, the director was Takashi Uchikawa. Yeah, I pronounced that.
Uchikawa.
Uchikawa. Because it seems like Hori just wants to write the outlines, and they're going to be going with a new director each time now. Just maybe give the series a little bit more of a fresh look at it. And it wasn't just Akira Toriyama that did some of the artist work. It was Ichiro Nakasuwa. And I think he's probably going to be the one responsible for translating more of Toriyama's artwork into the
I'm sure they're
Unreal
gonna
engine.
still have him do designs for like major characters and stuff, and then the other guy will do the rest,
Right.
in that style.
Yeah, I'm thinking like he might be the one. We'd like to know if you guys know any further information about this, but he'd be the one rendering the animation and
Well, he's probably
updating it
doing
to
designs of his own, just in the style of Toriyama.
it could be that. But whatever Unreal Engine 4, because it's kind of can't really like draw a lot of things in 3D per se.
Yeah.
So he may be the one to kind of like translate it,
Brings
and
it
do
to
kind of his
life.
own interpretation into it. So the plot is, mind you, this is a quick write up from the Wikipedia page, guys. So I didn't have enough time to write out my own this time. So you could follow the Wikipedia page as we're, the game is set in the world of Erdra.
Or
and begins
Lodo something if you're playing in the Japanese version.
Lodo something.
as the kingdom of Dun.
I can't remember exactly what it was. It was like
The land of Lodo something.
yeah.
The kingdom of Dundrasil is invaded and destroyed by an army of monsters. The protagonist, an infant during the attack, is among those who attempt to escape, but becomes separated and ends up floating down a river and is found by an old man known as Chalky in the village of Cobblestone. Being adopted by his daughter, Amber, and protagonist is then raised in the village. As a teenager, he eventually participates in a coming-of-age tradition, an arranged marriage. No, by climbing the mountain Cobblestone tour with his childhood friend, Gemma, which completely disappears as
Basically.
during
comes
the
back
trek.
later.
Yeah.
After the credits.
After the credits.
Yeah.
She's an extra scene.
Oh, hey! Do you remember me? Not really.
Nah.
They are attacked by monsters, and while fighting to protect Gemma, a mark on his hand glows, allowing him to summon lightning to defend themselves. Upon returning, Amber reveals the truth to him about his birth and adoption, and sends him to meet King Carnelian of Heliodor. However, upon meeting him and his royal knights, Sir Hendrik and Sir Jasper, the protagonist is thrown into the kingdom's dungeon under the accusation that he is a dark spot. It's Sin Spawn.
Yeah, the Darkspawn, an evil being predicted to destroy the world. And once imprisoned, he meets a thief
Lies.
called Eric, who recognizes the mark on his hand, calling him the Luminary, a legendary hero chosen by the World Tree Yggdrasil to save Erdrea from evil, and says that he was fated to meet up with him. The pair then escape by using the tunnel Eric Doug and evade capture from Hendrik and Jasper. And then they go to a town called Hodo. The pair then meet two mages who come from a city of Arborea.
Hodo or Hato?
I think it's Hodo, but I said Hodo.
I thought it was a pun name.
It is. It's totally Hodo because that's where the hot springs are.
Yeah.
So they meet the two sister mages, Veronica and Serena. And a curse fell upon Veronica to make her in a child's body. And then the two immediately recognize him as the Luminary and swear their allegiance to him, as is their sworn duty. And then they go on a quest to reach Yggdrasil so that the Luminary can understand more about what he's supposed to do. And then on the way, they gain 3 other companions of Sylvando, Rab, the former king of Dundersil, and the protagonist's grandfather, and then Jade, the exiled princess of Heliodor, who helped the infinite protagonist escape during the attack of Dundersil. Which that's kind of a bit of a spoiler because that when that happens, it's kind of a big emotional thing and a like huge reveal about Rab and Jade.
So skip this part if you don't want it spoiled.
Yeah, and now that you already know.
Yeah. That's how they work, right?
Yeah.
After
I
the
mean,
fact
it's been a year, though. Everybody who's going to be listening to this has totally played 11.
Yeah, you're right.
Except for, like, Joe.
Well, now's his chance.
Yeah, now's his chance. Joe,
We'll
play Dragon Quest XI. It's an easy game. You'll fucking love it. I promise.
Yeah.
Okay, so the party eventually arrives at at the heart of Yggdrasil, which contains the Sword of Light, the Luminary's destined weapon. However, just as the Luminary is about to grab it, he and the party are intercepted by Jasper, Carnelian, and Hendrik, and it is then revealed that Carnelian was possessed the entire time by an evil being known as Mordegon, otherwise known as the Lord of Shadows, and that Jasper has been his agent the entire time.
Was that a surprise to any of you?
No. He totally gave off bad guy vibes the entire time.
Yeah.
Bosception. Which is a staple.
Unfortunately,
it wasn't
I
really
had,
Bosception.
I saw a
that one.
spoiler on Twitter while I was playing through. Spoiled Hendrik.
Oh,
as
yeah.
a
I knew about
playable
Hendrik
character.
the whole time.
I was like, come on.
Because I had all the characters already, or at least I thought I did, and I knew there was going to be one more.
Yeah.
And then it gave me and then that free DLC of the axe came out,
Oh,
and I was
man.
like, okay,
Someone's got to
well,
wield this.
Yeah, exactly.
and I was like, I'm pretty sure Hendrik is going to join us at some point because he's not really a bad guy, and he doesn't give off the bad guy vibe.
No.
So
I was okay with it. I just was unhappy with the spoiler.
So yeah, then the two subdue Hendrik and the Luminary's party, with Mordegon taking and corrupting the Sword of Light, absorbing the heart of Yggdrasil for himself, becoming more powerful, destroying the tree, and plunging the world into an age of darkness.
Now this part, oh my god. I didn't expect the other part to happen though. Like I knew the...
This is fucking only halfway too. This is like everything goes downhill. The hero no longer has the Sword of Light. He doesn't have the power. Like his luminary powers have been kind of sealed away a little bit.
Yep.
Because the Yggdrasil has fallen, and everybody you know is fucking separated and gone. And it's a fucking great part.
And then they had the big moment that you find out why the party was saved.
Oh god.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I wasn't expecting that.
We'll talk about that as soon as we get to it.
Okay.
All right. So separated from his companions, the Luminary is revealed to have been rescued by mermaids from the underwater kingdom of Nautica, where he learns that since the fall of Yggdrasil, Mordegon has sent his forces to terrorize Erdrea. Upon leaving Nautica, the Luminary returns to Cobblestone, now into a fortified refuge of Heliodor. Citizens led by Carnelian and Hendrik, who apologize to the Luminary for all the troubles they caused him, because Carnelian is no longer possessed by the Lord of Darkness. And then Hendrik joins forces with the Luminary, and together they reclaim Heliodor from Mordegon's forces, which brings back the sun. And on their journey to save the other parts of the world, they reunite with the rest of their party, except for Veronica.
Dun dun dun.
Where the party discovered that she had died while saving the rest of the party at the fall of Yggdrasil.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just,
At Arborea, the party learns about a huge flying whale called Ketika, using that they travel to an ancient floating island known as Heavens Above, where they discover the means to forge a new sort of light. After forging it, the party eventually goes to the Fortress of Fear to defeat Mordegon's flying fortress. Then they defeat Jasper, who has turned into a demon, and Mordegon himself, and it restores the Yggdrasil and the world. And after a few days after their party, the party gathers at Arborea to celebrate and pay their respects to Veronica. And that is the story,
The end.
and that's where it ends.
Simple, but executed almost flawlessly, in my opinion.
Yeah,
it's fantastic.
It was really solid all the way through. Did you guys struggle on that last boss fight?
I think I had to fight Jasper twice, and then Lord of Shadows, I think I had to beat him like 3 times.
First time for Jasper and Lord of Shadows, but that's because I had done so much side stuff and going to Slime Island.
Oh,
I got
yeah.
so many levels early on that I just pushed through like it was nothing. I didn't even, we can get into this, is the fun size forge. I didn't even use the fun size forge till almost the end.
Oh, I used that every chance I could.
Yeah, so did I. As soon as I got the falchion blade, dude, I upgraded that shit immediately. That weapon became used pretty much the entire game.
Yeah, I used that one too. With dual
Especially when you get that second one.
Dual wield with that. 4 attacks.
Dude,
it's so cheap.
It's so broken. And especially when you start using abilities with them too, and they start pulling off more of them. It's like, oh, dude.
Yeah, Dragon Quest XI is probably the easiest in the series, in my opinion.
From what you guys have played, yes.
I know.
It
we know,
ramps
like,
up
the whole
a lot.
ending, you're supposed to be at least high 90s, if not 99.
I was max level.
Yeah.
And I struggled. But I won't spoil why.
So, it's...
I don't know. What was the hardest boss fight for you guys before we talk about the story? Real quick.
I think probably the last one.
Yeah. The last one was definitely the hardest for me, but I did struggle at the painting chick, but only because I forgot that I could move around.
Oh, yeah. Oh, what is her name again? It's a pun.
It was the puppet painting chick.
Right.
There's
I can't remember what her
tons of
name
puns
is.
that we're forgetting about.
Yeah, when
It's
I
been
got to
too
the boss,
long,
I was
but-
like, I wonder if the guys got that joke.
I kept standing in her fucking one attack, and I was like, oh yeah, I can move my guys.
but it has very, very little effect. Maybe it might increase things from like going from 10 damage to 11 damage, but moving around doesn't change shit in the battle. It doesn't.
It makes it so you can dodge some attacks, especially with the painting chick. Like there's a spot where she attacks specifically, and if you are out of that area, you don't get hit by it at all.
Huh.
I don't think I
that's
ever
the
realized that.
One boss fight.
She has that
can be
one
applied
laser
to.
beams attack that she uses, and you can dodge that completely.
Okay.
And
Oh.
that's the one that hits your entire party for like 50 damage or so.
Her name was Dora in Gray.
Yeah.
Dorian Gray.
Yeah. That made me laugh.
Yeah, me too.
Phenomenal was the name of one of the
Phenomenon.
Yeah. Phenomenon. Stuff like that. The puns were A1, and this one just can't remember them right now. It's been too long since I played. How about you guys?
There's some pretty great puns.
I think I finished in April.
Yeah.
So it's been a while.
It's
3
been a while
months.
for me too, yeah.
But they are great. It's very punny. I remember laughing a bunch when I was playing the game.
Yep.
And along with all the
the dialogue
Sylvano
was
stuff.
great in
Yes.
this one.
The dialogue is so good in this one.
Except for Eric. That's right. I'm
Eric
getting a lot of hate
doesn't.
for this.
Yeah.
Eric is bland.
Okay, yeah.
The accent isn't bad. It's just
Eric,
weird.
well, his voice actor did bother me a little
Is
bit.
he from
but
Brooklyn
It was
or-
mostly
Boston.
Boston.
It was mostly like he didn't have a lot of substance. Like all the other characters were like full of life, and they had definite personality. Eric though was like
He just loses his memory. Like that's his arc.
Well, yeah, you get that specific arc, but even when you like first meet him, like, and he, you got to help him out and do that stuff and talk to his friend and all that stuff. He just doesn't.
It's weak.
His entire, if I feel like his entire everything you do with him is based on the people around him.
That's true.
Like his friend and then his sister. Like it's never about himself. It's always about someone else.
Yeah. Oh, that was a boss fight I struggled on.
His sister? Oh yeah, when she turns you to gold.
Yeah, it's a brutal fight.
That one was pretty brutal.
But yeah,
I don't
I
remember
agree
having
with
troubles, but that was to deal with the.
You don't remember the dude who turns you to gold?
I remember. I'm saying it just wasn't difficult because of how much high in levels I was. I was just slaughtering through.
I mean, it
most
wasn't too
bosses.
bad, but like having two of your guys get turned into gold was a huge pain in the dick.
Yeah,
because it's
Might have
basically
just
like
been the two I
well, she
didn't
buffs
need.
too, and she just starts destroying you. I guess it depends on who's in your party too.
Yeah, because Eric is weak.
Who did you
I know
guys use in
liked
your
him.
party?
Mostly to begin out with, it was always Rab, Veronica, and Serena. And then I eventually switched out, like, obviously after what happened to Veronica, I switched over to Jade, but I still kept, like, Rab and Serena in the party for the most part.
I think my final party was Hero, Serena, Jade, and Hendrik.
Hendrik, huh?
Hendrik is a
went more-
beast defensively.
Dude,
He is.
He's
I
a
just-
beast
I like
defensive,
so
and he
much
has a
buffs
huge amount of damage.
Yeah,
Him and
he can
Jade
heal you too. So
him and Jade were like the huge damage dealers, and
Yeah.
I would like
Nice.
off heal with Hero and Serena.
Right. I just liked all my buffs for other things, so that's why I kept Rab in there, because
yeah,
Rab was...
and then I
Serena
switched.
was the healer, and Rab was the freaking buffer, man. He was...
I switched
some of the
halfway
spells.
to the big swords with Hero too, and he started doing a
I did that from the
fuckload
start.
of damage.
I did that from the start.
yeah. I used Hendrik, Jade, Eric. Surprisingly,
Well, yeah,
'Cause
you were talking about his
he's
high
got
damage output.
such good abilities. Like he critically strikes people. I don't
yeah.
remember what they're called. But
Eric with the falchion blades and the critical upping on
Yeah.
his stat board.
He's got dual
It's
wielding.
disgusting, dude. He does so much damage.
Yep.
I know, it's just he's so weak
And
defensively.
then the luminary.
He'll just
Yeah, he is.
get killed the next turn.
So Hendrik was my
So
healer.
really- it'd be good for like a death blow attack. Be like, oh, I got one last chance here. He's my last person to go with. Let's run all the buffs and then kill somebody for like.
Well, that's how
1,000
you kill
damage
the
output.
the metal slimes on that island. Use
Right,
Eric.
There's tons of methods to go about that.
Well, that's what I
Because
did anyway.
well, yeah, because he's got the metal slash ability, which will almost automatically.
That's
hit.
not even his best one.
Right. But he'll almost always hit a slime with that. May not be a crit.
He's got
hit,
one
but
that's-
he'll at least do one or two.
He's got one
damage.
that's a crit every time.
Yeah.
And that's his best one, I think.
Oh yeah, there's that one that Jade does. It's crits every time. It was like the thunder drop or whatever.
It doesn't always hit though. His always hits.
Oh, she always hit for me. She
Oh,
only
really?
missed like 5 times the
Jeez.
entire time I used that move. I got so good RNG with that move.
Gosh. Yeah, I use Jade because she multi hits everybody with her kicks.
Yeah.
So she was broken too.
Jade in there.
Yeah, I love that about switching to the big sword with the luminary where he does the helio chopper or whatever.
Oh yeah.
And then it fucking like hits the entire section.
Oh,
It's
jeez.
very satisfying combat as far as gameplay
It
goes.
is.
There's
Yeah.
a bunch of cool, epic animations to go with each of the skills and abilities.
All right, so let's talk about the story real quick. So, what did you guys think?
Overall, I think it was the best story out of any Dragon Quest I played.
Yeah, I agree. It 100% is so good. Like all the arcs with all the characters. Like after you after the world is destroyed, basically, and you like go have to find your party again, and they go through all this like emotional shit.
Yep.
Like you get back Sylvando, and he's trying to like bring smiles to
Yeah.
everybody.
He's the first one you get
and
back.
then you go to like his to meet his father, and then he has that kind of like emotional thing where his
Yeah.
father like accepts what he wants to do, and he's like,
Exactly.
"Hey, you didn't do what you promised me you were gonna.
Yeah, that was
so you
cool.
gotta go do this."
Yeah. That part was awesome.
Yeah, and then,
I don't get the hate for Sylvando.
I don't know. I don't know.
He's
I think it's
he's a
because
freaky
he's
guy,
like,
but he's cool.
I think it's because like he's one of those really kind of femmy type
Flamboyant.
gays, like the
Flamboyant.
flamboyant gays. Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's totally gay. There's
He's
no
totally gay,
getting around
yeah.
it. Like, if somebody tried to tell me he was straight, I'd be like,
I'm in it for the puss.
No problem. Yeah. Oh yeah, he did have that line, didn't he?
Not quite that line, but yeah, it was kind of like brushing it off the fact of answering the question.
well, he like fucking hits on like everybody in your party.
Yeah.
Well, every dude anyway.
Maybe he's bi then.
He like hits on Hendrik. He hits on the Luminary.
Oh yeah,
he hits
Hendrik
on
wasn't
Eric.
having that shit.
He hits on
Yeah.
the prince of that one of Gallipolis.
Yeah.
Oh lord, yeah.
That was a good arc too.
Yeah.
That guy really redeemed himself. Unlike the guy from 8, the little kid.
Oh.
Yeah.
That fat fuck.
Yep.
Yeah.
It was like the same kind of idea, but they actually
it was.
he redeemed himself. He
Yeah.
got courage, and then he helps you out a ton later on.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Spoiler.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's helpful.
There's a lot of good stuff in that. And then with the, oh man, who do you get next? Is it Rab?
Sylvando. Yeah, Rab.
And then you go find Rab, and like he's trying to learn like the ultimate technique, so he can
Oh.
try to defeat the
Yeah,
Lord of
that part was
Shadows
hard
by
too.
himself.
Until you
where you have to
figure
like
out.
fight him.
Yeah, there's a way to cheese it.
Yeah.
I can't remember what you do though. Oh yeah, you make him run out of
MP?
MP, yeah. And then he can't use his clone stuff.
Right.
Then he's just easy.
Yeah.
But yeah, he killed me like 4 times, and I had to see that cutscene over and over. It's a long cutscene too.
Can't you skip it?
It was. Yeah, no, you can't skip that one.
Of course, it's the one that you want to skip.
Yeah.
For me, it's hard. It's between 5 and 11. And the reason why that is because 11 does so many things great across the board, except for the hero.
That's
The hero's good, he's just not great. And that's where 5 is absolutely flawless. Is because of that. So do I pick the absolute greatest?
The thing with 5
arc.
though is like 5 is more of an interactive hero,
Right.
whereas all the rest of the Dragon Quest games are more of a passive thing.
Yeah, they're background fodder.
Like they're a background character, and it's the one great failing of the Dragon Quest games is that you make a character, you have a specific design for him, but you're supposed to thrust yourself onto that character.
It's like the Zelda concept too.
Yeah.
Like you're supposed to be Link for the most part.
I
Like,
mean,
you're the
yeah.
hero.
And Link not speaking is okay because like everybody does the talking. It's not like he's
Well,
having
the Luminary doesn't
conversations.
either until you go to the flashback.
Yeah,
and all
and
of a
then
sudden he can
he-
talk.
Yeah, that's what I was like. What you voiced that line, but you couldn't fucking
So
like
what
voice the whole
happened? How'd you
time.
become a mute? That's
Exactly.
the main thing here in the plot we need to figure
That's
out.
DLC.
Yeah. Good lord.
Yeah.
I mean,
So-
if they came up with a thing and was like, "Oh yeah, so the main character is a mute," then I'd be like, "All right, you know what? I'm okay with that."
Representation.
Yeah.
Everybody feels good about
I
that.
mean, you got Chrono.
So
he's a deaf kid, so I mean,
Good lord.
and you got Kenshi in Mortal Kombat. He's blind.
Kenshi's awesome.
Yeah,
badass.
Kenshi's
Love
fucking
Kenshi.
awesome.
You play through
So-
10?
Huh?
You play through 10?
Yeah.
Sad what they do to him.
Yeah. They fucked that guy
Not
over.
everybody-
They did.
Hey, man, they fucked up Cabal in 10 too. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah. Sorry. Small sidetrack.
Anyway,
It's important though.
and it's because of how much 5 does with just the one character arc that makes it great, but I think I might side with 11 because the entire cast of characters is all but flawless except for freaking Eric.
Eric is okay,
So,
but he's
You got
definitely
so
the
many
weakest
good
out of a great
lines
cast.
with Serena almost being kind of like background for a second till the shit happens with Veronica, and then she
Oh,
comes into her own.
You
Yeah.
get her skills too.
You figure out who exactly Rab is. Hendrik, not so much.
Yeah, Serena
But
gets
Hendrik is
Veronica's
okay.
skills.
Hendrik, I can forgive because you didn't have him for like the first half. Like when you get him back, he's like, "Hey, sorry, I fucked up because like I was just trying to obey my king," kind of a thing.
Jade's arc is fantastic, so they do such a good job with the cast of characters that I'll put 11 above 5, but it's really fucking close. It really is. 5 is flat out fantastic.
Okay,
story.
let's see. Who do you get after Rab? Is it Jade? No, you get. Is it Serena first?
There's the casino
Or is it-
part.
Next scene is
That's
not
Jade,
for
but I don't know
later.
if that comes before anybody else's.
You get
Eric was one of the last
Well,
ones.
because the casino part is where you get Jade.
Yeah.
So is it Jade next?
No.
no.
Let's see. You have Luminary, Hendrik, Sylvando, and
What
Rab.
do you mean permanently? Because
Yeah,
you
Jade
do
would be
it-
next.
Jade is next.
She's
okay,
the first
yeah.
girl that you get.
So yeah, you go through the casino for her, and then you get
the false casino.
the false casino.
Damn it!
Did you waste stuff on that one?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
It was
Yeah,
pretty
so you
obvious.
go in
Yeah.
there, and then you get Jade back, and then she has a whole thing of like being, I don't want to say a sex slave, but it's kind of what it felt like to this
Yeah.
creepy monster dude.
12 years of sex slave.
I don't think it was that long. It was probably only like a couple months.
I'm sure it says it somewhere.
Yeah, anyway, and then, well, it was long enough for them to build a fucking fortress out of cobblestone, so
exactly.
it's got to be at least a few months. And then, yeah, she kind of like overcomes like the, she has like the mind control thing, she fights that back, and then
Yeah.
you fight the real bad guy. And then she gets the ability to turn into a half monster.
Yeah.
Which is
Reminds
weird.
me of like a vampire. I don't know
It was
why.
like a succubus kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So she like accepts her sexuality, I guess.
Yeah,
You know,
you
it's kinda
unlock
like
her
forced
skill
upon her.
tree for that stuff too.
Yeah. Yeah. It was
She
interesting.
embraces it.
Puff, puff.
I know some people really didn't like that, but I was okay with it. I mean, they do that in like every game, so.
Yeah, but it seemed to
Oh,
be
did you like
forced.
that one quest where you had to go gather the stuff for the bunny suit for the old man?
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was hilarious.
Okay, what a fucking pervert.
Yeah.
Oh, there's
awesome,
another
though.
one where you have to get like stuff for the schoolgirl uniform for somebody else.
Oh man. And then Rab
There are
drops
tons
that
of side quests.
magazine.
Oh yeah, when you get
Yeah.
Rab back up and he's like the fucking porno mag.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
And stuff like that makes those games so great.
I'm pretty sure he said something about he just wanted to read the articles
Yeah,
too.
yeah. It was a Playboy reference. It was awesome.
Yeah.
That's good stuff. And then you get Eric back, I think next. And then Eric,
Amnesia.
yeah, he's got amnesia. He doesn't know who he is. And then that entire ice area was kind of lame to me.
Yeah. Serena shows up.
Of course,
there,
that is like the worst part because it's Eric.
Yeah.
And then you figure out that
It's not
like
that
his
long,
sister.
though.
No, it wasn't that long, but it took me
quite short.
forever to figure out what I was supposed to do in that
That
area.
gold temple was kind of confusing. That you go into.
Yeah, and then you figure out that like Eric's sister was like cursed or something, and then you got to try and break the curse.
Yeah, that was like his motivation.
I love gold. I'm going to turn everything into gold.
I think the
Those
thing
are
that I
my
hate
whole-
about Eric's entire arc is that he never mentions having a sister
No,
at
he
all
doesn't.
until like it's like randomly thrust upon you.
Like, oh yeah,
when-
we
when he has
orphans to a bunch
amnesia.
of fucking Vikings.
Yeah. They were enslaved pretty much.
Yeah, like
And then he never came back for her, so of course she's not happy with him.
Yeah.
Easy to manipulate at that point because she wants revenge.
Oh yeah, I mean it makes sense because like apparently he was gone for years
Yeah.
and he was just hanging out in fucking like Heliodor,
Stealing
just
stuff.
being a thief. Wasn't he never did anything to like try and get her back. So
Yeah, one of those crystal ball things. Those were important, right?
Way important. Extremely important.
And then he lost it.
yeah, and then you got and then you find Serena and then you like go back to Arborea.
Doesn't she like save you during a boss fight or right before it?
Mm-hmm.
The dragon.
It's the dragon fight. Yeah.
I saw that one coming as soon as you see him in the ice.
Yeah,
I was
because it's like right
that's a
before
boss fight.
Arborea, so I was like, yeah.
Yeah.
So
was a good
yeah,
one.
you fight a dragon, you get saved by Serena. She comes out, and you're like, oh hey, let's go back to Arborea and see what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
And then you that's where you like find Veronica is in the forest next to Arborea. And she's like laying behind a tree, and you're like, "Oh, hey, you're right there." And then you're like, "Oh shit,
She
she's
sensed
dead."
her. That's how she knew she was there. Because they have a twin connection somehow.
Yeah, well, they are twins.
Yeah, I was.
No, I mean like the connection itself. I know they're twins.
Yeah, you said they have a twin connection somehow, and I was like, "Well,
The
it's probably
connection
because they're
part.
twins."
The connection part.
Dragon
was the
Quest
thing I was
has like
skeptical
some
about.
big moments, a lot of them being like in 5 and stuff. But when things happen, they kind of happen either passively in the background or kind of like, okay, you realize it's a small progression in the story, but it's never that big of a huge twist. And
Yeah.
the thing that happens with Veronica is absolutely one of those big moments.
Oh,
that
it
you would
came out of
expect from an
fucking
RPG.
nowhere.
I know.
And
I thought it was going to happen to like Eric or something. Be like,
Have they
okay,
done that
bye.
before? Killed
then-
off a main character in your party?
Not
I feel like
Dragon
they
Quest?
haven't. Yeah.
Dragon Quest, no.
Well, unless
Not
you count like
counting
the
5, yeah.
I was gonna say like
Yeah, 5 would be really the only one. They haven't had the balls to do it yet.
Yeah, it's far more
Yeah.
mature, I think, compared to the other ones, but it still maintains its lightheartedness too. So
Oh yeah.
Yeah, not for that Veronica part though. Like they're all happy to see her again, and then when they discover that she's dead,
Yeah.
like everybody like breaks down crying.
yeah, I was like, wow,
That was some shit.
Can't believe they went there with that.
Yeah, and all this sentimental stuff of going to the grave with Rab and stuff.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
Pertaining to
and he starts talking to like his daughter's gravestone and everything.
yeah.
And then, of course, you gotta like fight your dead dad.
That was cool, but also sad.
Yeah, especially when you find out who he was, then you're like, oh fuck.
Yep.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, that this game throws some shit at you. Some pretty heavy emotional shit.
Yeah.
And it's pretty surprising. Like I thought 5 was really mature for like, you know, having your dad die in front of you, like being, you know, your character becoming a slave and all that shit.
Your wife being taken.
Yeah, your wife being kidnapped, like leaving your babies behind and like go find them, then being turned into stone, like letting somebody else raise your babies.
Yeah.
And a great fucking father, right?
Yeah, it's
Where have
fucking.
you been, Daddy? I'm sorry, I was encased in stone. Yeah, sure, I've heard that story before.
Just
Yeah.
went out
You
for
went out-
cigarettes.
Had cigarettes and you got turned into stone. Whatever. Such a
Yeah,
liar.
five is fucking fantastic for that, and like the other games are definitely more lighthearted. Like nothing dark really happens in 8. I mean, there's a few
Yeah.
things like with the
There's a lot of deaths in 8.
there's a
but
lot of deaths, but it's
the main
never.
cast.
Yeah, it's like
They don't even have the guts to kill off Angelo's
Brother?
brother, and
Yeah.
not real brother, but what's
Yeah.
his name again?
I can't remember his name.
But yeah, even when you think like Dolmagus is gonna come by with the scepter and stuff and kill him, he literally just stops the shit from happening. He's like, "No, I'm gonna take this power."
Yeah.
When you
Yeah.
think that he's actually gonna get killed. No, there's the guy who helps you in the elevator. I'm assuming he's dead down there. There's a
Yeah,
pile of
there
bones.
was no
but who
way
gives
back,
a fuck
so-
about him? His ass was corrupt and
He
evil.
was like a
anyway.
politician.
But as is with most politicians. But yeah, they never really like have the guts to kill off a main cast member or anything like that.
Yeah, this one just like there's a lot of stuff like all the character arcs when you're like getting them back.
Those are cool.
Yeah, it's fantastic.
Because you've spent most of the game running away from Hendrik.
Yep.
Because you're the supposed Darkspawn. And then after the entire place has been ransacked and destroyed and it's being rebuilt, you basically join back in alliance with Hendrik and then have to form that bond with him, being like, oh, okay, we're kind of allies now. That was an interesting thing.
The other thing,
honestly,
cool.
the way that this game handles it fixes all the stuff that I hated about Final Fantasy VI. Was like the characters kind of felt meaningless and whatever. You get like a little story chunk with them, and it's like, okay, now you get us back. But then with like Dragon Quest XI, it does the same thing, but it's a more linear base. And then all the characters,
the World of Ruin.
Yeah, like when it's destroyed, you get back all your characters. Like it's basically the exact same plot area, but
it's the same setup.
But they do it in a more concise way, and then all the characters are like extremely well done, and you get to know them before this thing happens. Yeah. So it's like, it's fantastic. Like, you already get, like, the fact that you know these characters, you've had fun with them for a little bit, and then you get them back, and then you're like, oh shit, emotional the backstory. Like, Sylvando finally confronting his dad, and then his dad being okay with him, and, you know, just
they
like
go full circle.
Yeah, they come full circle, and then they, like, once they, like, accept something about themselves, they unlock more power. Which is really cool. Yeah, it's brilliant. Like they like, it's exactly like in Persona 5. Like, you know, like when your character like builds the relationship with that character and he helps them overcome something about themselves, then they unlock their true power. And that's fantastic in both of those games. It honestly
that's how you do character development.
Yeah, it's beautiful character development. It's amazing, and that like this game has some of the best characters just because of that shit. And then after Veronica's death, and Serena has to confront that, and then she has that memory. You know, it's just some really sad shit, and then she like, and then her sister like basically gives her powers.
Yeah, that was cool.
Powerful moment, and then amazing character development. She is one of the most developed characters in that. It's fantastic.
One negative part of the post game, Serena becomes like extremely powerful, right?
Yeah, and then she becomes a bitch again.
Yeah, so you go back in time, basically. That's what happens in the post game, and they reset a lot of things that happened, and that was one of them. So she doesn't really become a helpful character after that point. So she disappeared from my party after that. Just didn't use her. She wasn't as strong.
That's why I had to separate that part from the game, because there's a lot of stuff that would like negatively impact it. Because this game has a really the story is it's solid is where it is. Like it's perfectly solid just the way it is, and adding anything more to it, it's kind of like hard to be like.
Right. Well, they took a big risk with that, but I think it turned out really well.
I've heard nothing but good things about the post-game stuff, and I do want to play it eventually, but like that's where I'm like, that kind of hurts.
It does.
Like the main game stuff, it like erases everything you've done.
Right.
So it's like that, I have to count that separately because, you know, it changes everything completely.
But when you see what they do with it, like, it'll make sense.
I'm sure it will.
Like it subtracts some of the best things about the main story, but also what it adds to it is just, it's far better. It surpasses it.
Does it explain what's going on with the little creatures?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the big focus.
That's kind of already explained, like in the first 5 minutes of the post game.
Right.
Right.
That's the major focus.
Have you not gone in the past yet?
No, I haven't because
Oh,
I
okay.
learned it was the point of no return, and I kept doing the side stuff instead because I was
Okay.
worried
Yeah.
about the leveling thing.
Yeah.
So
It's true. Those things are like the main focus.
that's what I thought. Okay.
Yeah. I can't give away too much.
In case you
so
don't know what we're
obviously-
talking about, the entire game, there's these little ghostly dudes that you can just kind of see that will
Only
be
the
along-
luminary can see them.
yeah,
though.
that will just be along the path.
There's all
Yeah.
these blue ones and then like one random red one. I remember there being a red one, but maybe that gets explained
Well,
later. Anyway, the gameplay.
It does.
We've gone over it a
Leave it at
little
that.
bit, but there's a couple changes, some quality of life improvements to the gameplay.
Oh, you know what? There is Hendrik also has that character moment too when he fights Jasper
Right.
at the end.
Yeah. And Jasper kind of gets some redemption too. Like you can see his motivations. of
His
why he is the way he is.
motivations, I think, are the weakest part.
They're weak.
They're pretty.
They're weak.
They're
I
pretty.
don't like Jasper.
This game has great writing, except for Jasper has really weak motivations. Like his entire
Yeah.
motivation for being a bad guy is the fact that Hendrik is really good at everything.
Hendrik got all the attention. He was
It's like
he was
what the
ignored.
Like what the fuck? You guys are basically in the same position. Everyone in the kingdom knows who you are, and you're gonna be like, well, he's just slightly better at everything than I am.
Well, they
It's
had
not like
different
one
strengths.
was an abandoned orphan boy and didn't have
Yeah.
the same parents, so they looked down on him like he's the slum child. It wasn't nothing like that.
Well,
It
as
was
far as
literally
battle
the
goes,
same
too, he wasn't as good.
Family,
So his skills weren't recognized as widely as Hendrik's.
right?
Like when you go to the stadium, you even see a statue of him.
Well, that's because like they sent Hendrik out to go other places where Jasper was like the king guard. Or
He was like a
whatever.
tactician, is what I thought.
Yeah, like they had, but he wanted to be known as the strongest or whatever, and he was just like, okay, so you're just a bitch.
Yeah. Well, that's why he went down a dark path, so he could do it the cheap way.
Yeah, so he becomes a demon.
Yep.
Yeah, it was kind of weird.
Still loses. Because he's pathetic.
Yep. So some of the quality of life improvements is the strange thing for having an entire new set of menus for like your equipment and items and stuff. I thought that was new, and you could now see your XP inside of the status menu and not have to go see a priest.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was fantastic.
I liked it. That was good.
I think my favorite aspect, though, is the fact that you can reset your skill points at any time and then just place them somewhere else, so you can switch out like what kind of battle style you think you'll want.
Exactly. Oh,
And that
that's
way
one
you can
thing.
just manipulate it for the next boss fight and then switch it back again.
Yeah, essentially, yeah.
That was one thing I was going to bring up. Like, when the world changes and Yggdrasil crashes down, like, you have to switch up the way you play the game because of the party members that you get. along
Right,
the
yeah,
way.
because it's not group stuff for
Exactly.
a while. It's individual one-on-one stuff that you're doing.
Yeah,
To,
so preferences change at that point too, based on like who you have. So like you're forced to adapt with the game.
Yeah,
Yes.
I had to switch at that point to the big swords because they had a move where I could hit multiple targets.
Yeah.
Which you need early, like in the like when that happens, because the hero with the swords ability doesn't have any like wide hitting moves.
you'll just get overwhelmed, especially in the ocean.
And
So-
Hendrik doesn't hit multiple enemies either, so
No, that's
not at first anyway.
Yeah, he has to get the helichopper or whatever.
Yep. Anyway,
so
what were
that
we
was
talking
good.
about?
I love the addition of mounts.
mounts was fun.
Yeah,
I just wish there were more, but I guess they're having more introduced in the Switch version.
Yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense. The best mount, easily the dragon.
Yeah.
Love the dragon.
Yeah, there's a... Oh, man. There's like a throwback thing to earlier levels. And like, you go through them trying to get to the end part. I think it's at the castle at the very end. There's like different paths that you go on.
yeah. I think I know what you're
Yeah.
talking about.
Anyway, it throws you back to like the watery cave area, and then you come out to like a cliff place.
Yes,
You can
yes,
hop
I
on a
agree.
dragon and fly through the whole thing to the end.
Oh,
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
So you can skip that whole portion of it
Huh.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's really cool.
Yeah.
I like the skull spider. It was the
Where it climbs up the walls and shit. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pretty sweet.
yeah.
He's cool.
They utilize some of the mounts to put it into the world map for gameplay. It isn't literally just we're gonna walk around on one creature or whatever just to get from point A to
Yeah,
point
I
B.
do like that you change mounts for traversal stuff, and it's really
Yeah, you
the way
have
you.
to do that to get to some areas.
Yeah, the eggbot thing was cool.
Yeah, the platforming stuff that you get to do now.
Huge
Just
ass
using the
jumps.
regular horse to like slam through enemies, so you don't have to fight them is
Yeah.
cool.
The horse controls so well in this game.
Oh yeah, it's so good. Like normally games have shit horse controls,
Yeah.
but this one has great horse controls.
Yep.
Great maneuverability.
You can jump in the game now.
Yeah, I like
useful.
that.
Oh yeah. Yeah, not many RPGs do that. So
Yeah.
especially traditional
And
ones.
the accept button and the jump button weren't the same thing.
Oh. Yeah, they learned their lesson, I guess.
well, entirely different group of people making a better game.
Yeah.
Oh,
Much
yeah,
better game.
Definitely.
In case you don't know what game we're talking about,
No.
it's Final Fantasy 15. Dragon Quest 11 is way better.
Yeah.
Is it even close?
No.
No, not even. The bad guy has better motivation, but that's about it.
I
So,
guess so.
we discussed
Better than Jasper, anyway.
That's true. That's definitely
I mean,
true.
Morrigan's just the evil guy, and I can accept that. You know,
He's a
I can accept
secret-
the simple plot
He's a
of the
secretive
fact that
guy,
he's.
too.
I
He's
can
like
accept the
Malroth.
fact that he's a demon, so that he is evil.
Yeah.
That's as much plot I need for that bad guy.
So yeah, I love the freeform camera they have, and you can
Just
remove
look
the
around
cursor.
wherever you want. Yeah, that's
I
nice.
took some beautiful photos with that mode.
Mm-hmm.
Like it isn't a feature in game, but if you're playing on PS4, just do the take screenshot thing,
Yeah.
and it'll work that way. So yeah, it was absolutely beautiful and visually striking. Like it looks like, obviously it does this cell shaded approach, which Level 5 did with Dragon Quest 8, but it looks like 8 felt the first time you played it.
Oh
on
yeah,
PS2.
it's an incredible jump. Like everything is more detailed, yet still maintains that like animated style that looks really. It looks really good.
Yeah, it's great looking.
It translates extremely well, and I think it's a smart thing. I believe this was using Unreal Engine 4.
I think so. Yeah.
So it's a lot smarter for them to do that than most of Square's in-game.
In-house.
In-house, thank you. In-house graphics emulators
In-house
that they
with
do
quotation
stuff.
marks.
Yeah, because look at the realistic hair physics. That doesn't need to be represented in like a Dragon Quest game.
No.
So I think it's way smarter for them to run this in Unreal Engine 4 instead of like Luminos or what was the newer one called? Crystal Tools. No, Crystal Tools is the old one. Luminous is the new one. Stuff like that, and it doesn't really need to be top-line graphics. They just literally picked an art style that fits it to a T.
Yep.
They took that lesson from Dragon Quest 8 and they expanded upon it. Everything looks beautiful. The animations of the bosses, well, just all
seeing them move
enemies
around and shit, and
the
then,
mimic, all
yeah.
of it just looks fantastic.
Like that, yeah, all the backgrounds, all the environments that you can go to. Like you can see like individual blades of grass just like waving in the wind, like the flowers and like the all the details and like rock faces and stuff. Like you can, it's so well done. It's so well done. It's one of the best looking games I've ever seen.
Extremely colorful. It's not bland.
Oh yeah, there's no bland parts in this game. Even the parts that you'd think would be bland, like being inside castles and stuff. No,
Especially the caves,
they find a way to make those look more exciting. Like the final area is a castle. You know, you get the bland stone and whatever. But then they got like giant fucking crystalline ceilings and stuff like that.
Yeah.
The
It's-
purple and red aura thing.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Like
The enemy variations are great.
Oh yeah, not too many
repeats.
There was maybe some of the snow area. We're like, oh, we're gonna color it light blue.
I mean, you know,
but other than that,
beginning
it's-
enemies always change up a little and they toss them into later areas. But yeah,
Right.
other than that, yeah, like there's a lot of enemy variation.
Yeah, I think they got
even after
most
like
of
the world,
series in there.
the world
Yeah.
falls and you start seeing like the more powerful version of the enemies. They even like they're just like, yeah, it's the same thing, only like they're stronger.
Yeah.
So like, there's like an explanation for why they're like slightly different colors.
Fucking evil trees.
And you get the fucking like 4-armed dudes. Those guys were hard to fight when you got like 3 of them, or like 2 of them in the same fight, and they'd hit like everybody all at once.
Yeah. Oh man, I can't think of like one difficult enemy that stands out because they're all pretty well balanced.
The hardest ones for me were those 4-armed guys, but you can take care of them pretty easily, especially if you can like put one to sleep.
Yeah.
You just fuck the other one, and then you take him out.
Sleep was really useful in this game.
Yeah, status effects. That's another thing. Is like status effects were way easier to use in this game. Like, most RPGs, for some reason, like if you try to use poison or sleep or any other like thing, it takes a lot of RNG to be able to even get it to work.
Yep.
But in this game, like they just do. Like it's fantastic.
It's built into some attacks too, like the abilities that you use.
Yeah, I think Eric gets a poison attack and another one that sleeps.
Sylvando gets one.
Yeah, well, they both do because they both have the knife
it's
abilities.
the same.
Yeah,
It's the same
Sylvando
tree.
with that hustle dance, man.
Oh yeah,
Saves the
hustle
fucking
dance is
day.
fucking awesome. Oh man, that move is so good. It heals your entire party for so much, and all you have to do is like up his charm.
Yeah.
So, like that, and that's the easiest fucking thing to do. He gets like that equipment item. He gets the like at the start, the one that has like the feathers and stuff.
Oh yeah,
the headdress and whatever.
What is
that ups his charm by like 300.
Yeah, it's good.
It's so good.
I like how they dance when they walk, when they have that equipped, the luminary.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about the awesome parade part.
Yeah. Oh, it was the Mardi Gras suit.
Yeah.
Outfit.
Yeah.
Something
Mardi
like
Gras
that.
up to that event. But yeah, it was pretty funny. You're just dancing, trying to bring smiles to everybody, and like I said before, Hendrick ain't having none of that. He's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Oh, it was great. It was fucking hilarious.
It was.
I enjoyed it.
It took forever to walk
when
around.
Hendrick
though.
starts questioning your
Well,
sexuality,
he didn't
that
take-
was really funny.
He didn't take forever to walk around. It's the fucking parade behind you.
Yeah, you have to
just
wait for
wanted
him to catch up.
I
It's
didn't.
like going through every. It,
I had
it
to
takes
wait.
a little bit, man. It takes a little bit. It's like watching the whole Macy's Day Parade. Be like, all right, when's this over?
I forgot to mention you can run in this game too.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
Helps
that's
a lot.
nice.
Man, you could just blaze R2, right? And just
Yep.
Yeah, it is
cut
really
down on
useful.
some time with that.
And then you can fast travel to campsites.
There's just a lot of quality of life changes for this game that is
Yeah, the
just
grind
so good.
is. Yeah, there's maybe a little bit of grind, but it's so much fun.
It's less.
Honestly,
The
there isn't
combat-
really that much grind throughout the main game. Like a lot of the
Right,
the stuff I did was for anticipation of the post credits, which I didn't realize was gonna revoke everything that I had done. So
Yeah.
Well, the
It's not
hero's
bad.
okay.
It's just so much fun that I have no problem just constantly. Oh, you've been only battling for an hour. Oh, really? Oh, cool. No problem.
goes by fast.
As long as the game is kind of on mute.
Yeah.
You want to get into that?
Go ahead.
Soundtrack is not good with the MIDI files. Now, I've listened to the symphonic versions of him, which is going to be on this new version of S version. Fantastic. So I could see people's complaints about the PS4 version in Steam, which you can trickily just patch in the orchestra version. Thank God for PC. It is not good. I got a fever. And the only prescription seems to be more fucking trumpets for him in this soundtrack.
Yeah.
Because they're all over the fucking place.
The variety wasn't as good in this.
It wasn't.
this one.
It's generic RPG themes.
Yeah.
It's unfortunate, but the soundtrack is the weakest part of this game.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Sophie might my girlfriend, she listened to me while I was playing it, and she's like, "Yeah, if I had to have a complaint about the game, it's the lack of variety in the soundtrack." Because
Right.
she was getting driven crazy over it.
Yeah.
Because it's the same thing.
Yeah.
Like you go to different areas, and sometimes they reuse them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it just gets old.
So why this? I know it's because Sugiyama wants to protect his music or whatever.
Yeah.
Which I don't agree with entirely. It should have been in the PS4 launch version. It shouldn't be on this Switch later or after a small little upgrade. The
Yeah.
orchestra version itself should be in there. And it's not, if I'm not mistaken. And it's not. It's significantly better, the symphonic versions, than they are in game.
I'm surprised
And
that
it's
they didn't come out
disappointing.
with the DLC for it for that, like a little, or at least an
Yeah, and then
update
let
of
him
some
keep
kind.
90% of the cut. Like,
Well, it's what you guys were saying earlier. Like they could always go back and fix it to that with a patch.
Yeah. You know, this game is odd for the DLC though. Like they're just coming out with the Switch version, which
Yeah.
has all the updates and everything. But then they come out with like the random like pre-order bonus or whatever, and then the fucking like lucky axe or whatever
I
it
didn't
was.
redeem that. I redeemed the axe,
'Cause it's
but not
good,
the
'cause it's
not the
trash.
in-game
Not the
DLC.
seeds and the bonus items. So they're pretty useful for the beginning.
Yeah,
You get some
I heard
health and SP back. Like I could consistently use one of the hero's
it's one of
moves with
the
the SP
accessories.
bonus.
Yeah.
It's pretty awesome.
I missed out.
That axe
That's all right,
is
though.
fucking trash, people. So I don't understand
Yeah,
why
I-
they needed it.
Yeah, I don't
like the
know. Like that, it
DLC.
wasn't even that good of an axe. Like
No,
you,
it's
you-
literally like 30 attack power less to give the Hendrick than the sword he has right when you get him in the party.
Yeah.
So
Did you guys use axe Hendrick or sword Hendrick?
Sword.
Yeah, that's what I used to.
Yeah.
The axe one just didn't have enough.
Axe seemed okay, but sword had way more multi-target attacks, which I was like, yeah, that's way better. Especially like when you have moves that are like, yeah, if you use this one, it'll like double and or triple damage.
Yeah.
Because like when you oomph him and then you use that one move that does like triple damage.
Oh,
it's-
where he sacrifices defense.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's so good. He does like a fucking so much damage.
It's like ×4, isn't it? at that point?
Basically,
Oh,
yeah,
man.
with the oomph. Oh man.
Yeah.
Oh man, I loved the party members being able to get moves that would like speed boost the entire party, or boost the defense of the entire party, or oomph the entire party. So
Yeah.
good moves.
I relied on oomph a lot. Oh, who cast it though? I think it was actually Hendrick that cast it.
Hendrick gets. I think Hendrick gets oomph. Yeah, but so does Veronica, and I think
Rab.
does Rab?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't the hero also? Hero gets some buffing moves, but I don't remember which one. And I know Sylvando gets the speed one.
Yeah.
Sylvando gets the speed, and I think defense one.
Oh, that's why I didn't use a healer too, because the Luminary had healing moves. So I had two healers.
I occasionally would switch Serena with Sylvando just because Hustle Dance is so good.
Yeah.
Because like you don't need a healer when you can just fucking hustle dance the whole time. And
That's true.
Yeah,
He's weaker than the other guys too, I feel like.
in damage, yeah, but with his buffing spells and then hustle dance, he more than makes up.
He's
Yeah.
a great support character.
Yeah, he is. He's a fantastic support character.
He multi-attacks too, I think.
Yeah, it's 2 hits with the fan thing, whatever the fuck he has.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're all useful in
Oh,
their
yeah.
own way.
Just depends on
Some
your
more,
playstyle.
some more than others.
Yeah, Serena's useful when you first get her, but she's also like
She falls off a
easily
lot.
replaceable.
Yeah.
Because you can get Rab, and I've used Rab for
I
a
found
while.
her to be extremely helpful, and she gets buffed the fuck up after the Veronica incident.
Oh yeah,
The
after
second
that
half,
point,
yes.
like she's definitely worth using because Veronica is an amazing character. Because using the bang spell, it's
That's
so
really
good.
important early on.
Yeah.
So apparently Hori wanted, and well, at least was considering making it an open world game, but he decided against it because it would have been difficult to tell the story. And I agree with that. This
That's fair.
is quite contained.
It was a little bit open world.
It was.
I mean, you
A
can go wherever you
little.
want anyway.
it's
a lot
just
of open space. It looks
everything-
beautiful. Just
Yeah.
sometimes maybe it's a little much.
The map design kind of was confusing in that area, but other than that, it's just fine.
Yeah, the snow area is the weakest part, story and gameplay wise.
Snuffleheim.
Snuffleheim, yeah.
Sniffleheim, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Snuffle.
Yeah, because then you got like the Vikings right next to that spot too, so like it's basically the same area. So
Yeah.
it's just like, yeah, it's too much. There's way too much in that area. Because like even the dragon that you fight, like when you get Serena back, is like right outside that area. So it's just so many, so too much.
Yep.
Too much in Sniffleheim. But yeah, any other gameplay thoughts, guys?
Not really.
Nope.
I think I got everything out that I had.
I like that you could switch between whatever kind of play style you wanted for that character. Like, Veronica and Serena had like whips or spears that you could use as an alternative to like wands or staves. And of course, they had like their own little magic section.
Yeah.
Veronica being more damage based, Serena being more support.
Mm-hmm.
A simplified version of the sphere grid.
Yeah, Eric being able to get like the swords or boomerangs or knives, and then Luminary being able to do like luminary magics, and then swords and great swords.
Luminary
Zap.
various zigzags.
Just stuff like that is really cool, and then of course being able to swap at any time, basically by converting all of your points back, so you can put them somewhere else.
Yeah.
The mini forge, the fun size forge, or whatever it was called.
That was fun.
It was really great. Basically means that you don't have to constantly buy new weapons in every town.
Yep.
Because you can just upgrade. You can upgrade your weapons or forge new ones if you have the recipes.
And it levels up too.
Yeah.
As you level.
It levels up. So you can basically, as soon as you get a new weapon, upgrade it like to the +3, and then it'll have like +10 extra damage,
Yeah.
which puts it like 2 towns away from normally what you'd have to buy.
As long as you have the sources for
And then
it.
when you have forging a weapon you already have only costs the perfectionist pearls.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, which you can
redo
buy.
them too, so that's also awesome.
Yeah.
Buy them later on.
Yeah, you can buy
pretty
them at the
much
academy.
Every weapon that you'd be forging later on in further towns for the
Can
most
buy
part.
them in post game too.
Yeah. And then
so if you just wait.
just getting those falchion blades like super early, and then being able to upgrade them so that you're doing like it's so good. The damage output is disgusting. And it really helps with like metal slimes and shit, being able to attack that many times.
What do you guys think about the metal stuff? Like the metals that you find?
The mini metals?
Mini metals.
I did not
You guys
find
struggle
many
with
this
it?
time.
I didn't really struggle with it. I found a bunch in like a bunch of random spots. Like I just pick up a pot and then it'd be like, "Hey, you found a mini metal."
Yeah.
So like any random thing I do, I'd get like a mini metal. So
Yeah.
I found quite a few of them.
To get the platinum, you have to unlock pretty much the whole thing. So you have to get all the mini medals. There's an enemy that drops them.
There's an enemy that drops them?
You can farm it.
I hope you enjoyed these many hours of Dragon Quest. Be sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel if you haven't already, for those who are somehow skipping to the end of this gigantic video. Subscribe for more great Dragon Quest clips and occasional really long live streams and all that sort of good stuff. We'll see y'all later.
Now